Qin Shu felt as though her entire body had been crushed, every inch of flesh and bone suffused with a piercing agony. Her eyelids felt as if they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, and through a haze of crimson, even the flickering candlelight appeared drenched in blood. Sister, when you took my place at the Xiantian gate that day, did you ever contemplate that it would lead to this moment? A languid female voice drifted into her ear, now distant, now near, causing her to question whether this was yet another nightmare. However, in the next instant, the sound of shattering bones resounded once more, and pain engulfed her entirely.
Ah!
She cried out in anguish. Her legs. This was no dream. She opened her eyes and beheld the woman before her, adorned in ancient attire, delicately toying with a long sword. This was a visage she had never encountered before. Sister, I thought you had a tough disposition? It seems you are not so resilient after all. Haha, I hardly exerted any strength, and yet it shattered so easily. Her tone was light-hearted, as if she had accomplished something worthy of pride. Blood trickled down Qin Shu's forehead, and she attempted to raise her hand to wipe it away, only to discover her arm was already a mangled mess, rendered immobile. Mian, do not squander time with her. The Xiao secret realm shall soon open. Grant her a swift end. It was the first time Qin Shu experienced the sensation of a shattered heart, the merciless sword piercing through her chest. She cast one last glance at the woman, etching her face deeply into her memory. Upon opening her eyes once more, Qin Shu found herself once again outside the Xiantian gate, a dull ache still radiating from her chest, the blinding sunlight rendering her somewhat dazed. Surrounded by unfamiliar scenery, she found herself momentarily disoriented, unable to discern the current year or month. The chattering voices of children jolted her back into the clamor of her surroundings, prompting her to survey the area. Beside her stood rows of young children, the oldest no more than 15, the youngest merely 6 or 7. They seemed to be discussing something about spiritual roots, a topic she struggled to comprehend. Her mind felt heavy and muddled, and she raised a hand to massage her temples. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged into her consciousness. She had traversed into a novella fantasy tale she had read just days prior where a female supporting character shared her name. At the time, she had thought it a mere coincidence, never imagining she would soon become her. In the story, the protagonist's brother, Qin Wui, had rescued a descendant of an elder from the Xiantian sect. In gratitude, the elder promised him a place for his sister within the sect. However, upon learning of this, the protagonist's biological mother, Lady Qin, discreetly arranged for her own daughter to take the protagonist's place in entering the Xiantian sect. Little did they anticipate that the protagonist possessed extraordinary talent. Even without a sect, she could ascend through martial prowess. Consequently, news of her sister's substitution spread throughout the realm of cultivation. The Xiantian sect, coveting such a promising talent, soon uncovered the Qin family's past actions and, to assert their stance, directly expelled the sister from the sect. Lacking aptitude, the sister was relegated to the status of an ordinary outer disciple within the Xiantian sect, only achieving the mere cultivation level of the third layer of qi refinement before being cast out. Upon her exit from the mountain gate, she fell into the hands of demonic cultivators, and due to her stunning beauty, she was transformed into a furnace, enduring relentless torment. Having narrowly escaped from the clutches of malevolence, she found herself ensnared once more by her former infatuation, the senior brother, who delivered her into the hands of the female protagonist, Qin Mian, thereby allowing her to vent her pent-up grievances. Qin Shu has now assumed the role of this elder sister, and she had not anticipated that a seemingly inconsequential phrase in the narrative, venting a grievance, would manifest in such a brutal manner. Her entire body lay shattered, her bones crushed, yet she clung to life through elixirs, refusing to succumb to death's embrace just yet. Had it not been for her senior brother's recent urgings, she might have continued to devise new ways to inflict torment upon herself. Such cruelty was truly unfathomable. However, what astonished her even further was the fact that after her initial demise within the story, she was reborn on the very day she replaced Qin Mian at the Xiantian sect at the tender age of 10. The original soul had lamented countless times, wishing for another chance, vowing never to step foot into the Xiantian sect again. Yet, now she lay extinguished, and after Qin Shu replaced Qin Mian, the 21st century Qin Shu had taken her place. This choice now lay before Qin Shu. To advance would mean enduring the torture she had previously faced anew, while to retreat would allow her to soar freely through the vastness of the world. Nevertheless, without a moment's hesitation, she resolutely opted for the Xiantian sect. Indeed, the skies may be vast enough for birds to soar, but she must first possess the ability to fly. Having just completed her college entrance examinations 2 months prior, she was woefully unprepared. How would she survive outside the Shantian sect? Perhaps within 8 years, she would meet her demise once more. To enter the realm of cultivation, one must possess spiritual roots. The original's mother, having learned through obscure means of her daughter's innate abilities, boldly permitted her to take Qin Mion's place, hoping to secure a prosperous path in the world of immortals. However, Qin Shu was acutely aware that she possessed the potential to embark on the path of immortality, yet lacked the destiny to ascend. The original body had a trifling cultivation aptitude, barely meeting the threshold for the Shantian sect. Without extraordinary encounters in this lifetime, she would likely only attain the foundational level of cultivation. Fire, wood, and earth, three spiritual roots, primarily fire, with values of 71, 56, and 48, stated the disciple measuring spiritual roots, his tone devoid of emotion. "Go stand over there," someone beside her urged, their voice gruff and commanding. Returning to her senses, Qin Shu realized that the speaker was the immortal who had brought her back from the mortal realm. She obediently complied and soon heard the immortal's voice again, as if conversing with another. "I made the long journey to the human world, only to bring back a mere 3 spiritual roots. At least I've repaid the debt owed to that person of the Qin surname," he remarked. 3 spiritual roots are still 3 spiritual roots. The sect is vast. Someone has to do the work, right? But she must be able to remain here. The second round of testing is imminent, and judging by her physique, it's unlikely. Qin Shu hastily moved a few steps forward, positioning herself amidst the crowd, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. According to the original narrative, the original body was supposed to possess wood, fire, and water spiritual roots. It was precisely the incompatibility of water and fire that impeded her cultivation speed. Why had she transformed into one with fire, wood, and earth? Qin Shu pondered in silence, consciously dismissing the disparaging remarks from a short distance away. What was wrong with having 3 spiritual roots? As long as one possesses a spiritual root, cultivation is attainable. In her previous life, she was fortunate enough to be a student at Tsinghua University, albeit having just received her acceptance letter without the opportunity to attend. However, in this life, she does not aspire for ascension, she merely seeks a path to survival. Is that too much to ask? What is wrong with being an outer disciple? What is wrong with hard work? It is through diligence that one reaps rewards, and earning some spiritual stones would be beneficial. In 8 years, her younger sister will emerge as a formidable presence. During these 8 years, she must strive to enhance her cultivation, for only then can she hope to survive outside the Shantian sect. The sect does not support idleness as new disciples. They are entitled to a meager allocation of basic elixirs and spiritual stones only during their first year. Beyond that, they must shoulder the responsibility for their cultivation methods, as well as their basic necessities. It appears that while she cultivates, she must also diligently accumulate spiritual stones, so that when Qin Mion rises to prominence, she can gracefully prepare for her departure. Chapter 2. The resurgence of high school mathematics. If we were to liken the Shantian sect to a grand corporation, then those direct disciples would undoubtedly represent the high-ranking executives, destined to be supported by the lower-tier workers in the future. Naturally, should the sect ever face calamity, it would be those of higher cultivation who would take the lead in confronting the challenges. Qin Shu silently blended into the crowd, which consisted of no fewer than 70 or 80 individuals. By the time the selection was complete, the number would surely swell to 100 or 200. Following this initial round, there would be a second test, and only those who successfully navigated the path of heart would truly be admitted into the Shantian sect. The participants in this admission selection were merely children, whose hearts were untainted and innocent, and it was rare for any of them to falter on the path of heart. Before embarking on this journey, Qin Shu found herself pondering whether she harbored any inner demons. If she did, what form would they take? However, she could never have anticipated that the inner turmoil plaguing her would manifest in such a manner. At this moment, she was seated at her desk. A specialized examination paper laid before her, emblazoned with the daunting title, "Solve for the general term and the sum of the first n terms." Qin Shu. The specter of high school mathematics has abruptly assailed me in this realm of cultivation. Sequences were her bane, while functions and geometry posed no challenge. It was the sequences that haunted her. She had to tackle over 1,000 problems before finally conquering them. 2 months had elapsed since the college entrance examination, and perhaps many concepts had begun to fade from her memory. Yet the solutions for the general term and the sum of the first n terms were indelibly etched into her very DNA.
Ah, inner démon.
They are but trivial in the grand scheme. She wrote fervently, completing over 100 mathematics problems before her inner demons finally relented. As the illusions before her dissipated, she found herself facing a staircase of azure stone that stretched towards the heavens, with at least 100 individuals already ascending its steps. After all, few like her had stumbled into the realm of inner turmoil upon merely stepping onto the staircase. Qin Shu was taken aback. She needed to hasten her pace, for she had squandered too much time on the problems. She quickly employed all her limbs to scramble up the steps, her movements lacking grace, but proving effective. Before long, she surpassed a dozen people. Some observed her efforts with disdain, while others, inspired by her determination, decided that aesthetics mattered little. Success was paramount. Qin Shu, after all, was a young lady of privilege, and despite her utmost exertion, fatigue enveloped her midway up the ascent. The relentless sun scorched the stairs, leaving her feeling as if she had been submerged in water, sprawled out like a desiccated fish. The heat seared her backside, yet she knew she must turn over. According to the rules of the Xuantiangong, if one had not reached the summit before sunset, it would indicate a deficiency in character. Such individuals, regardless of their innate talents, would never gain entry into the Xuantiangong. Breaking down the challenge into manageable segments is an essential skill for every senior student, and Qin Shu decisively divided the remaining distance and time into 4 segments in her mind. She resolved to complete each segment within the allotted time, followed by a 10-minute respite to restore her vigor. After closing her eyes for a brief 10-minute reprieve, she rose again, scaling a quarter of the remaining distance at her calculated pace before pausing once more to recuperate. At last, she ascended the final step with precision. A sudden flash of inspiration enveloped her, sweeping away her fatigue and perspiration. Qin Shu felt her strength gradually returning and rose to bow respectfully towards the disciples of the Xiantian sect nearby, expressing her gratitude to the celestial masters. An elder took note of her and summoned a disciple to inquire about her aptitude. Observing her keen intellect and commendable climbing rhythm, the elder was curious. In response, the disciple reported that the young woman was named Qin Shu, hailing from the city of Brahma Sound, merely 10 years of age, possessing 3 spiritual roots. Upon hearing of her 3 spiritual roots, the elder's interest waned, lamenting the lost potential. As the sun began its descent, the sky darkened gradually, and the resonant chime of the Xiantian sect's bell echoed across the celestial mountain. Qin Shu surveyed the crowd, noting that approximately 70 or 80 individuals had successfully reached the summit. Some would ascend to the inner sect as direct disciples of the elders, while others, like herself, would join the outer sect. Regardless of their paths, they had all entered the Xiantian sect. Congratulations to the Xiantian sect for welcoming 70 or 80 new apprentices. All who traverse the path of introspection within our esteemed sect are individuals of unwavering resolve. Today, as you step into the Xiantian sect, you have merely taken the first step towards cultivating immortality. In the following 3 days, you shall select your respective peaks and commence your training. Qin Shu crossed her arms, observing the bright-eyed youths around her, feeling a profound sense of incongruity in her mature demeanor. She had long since decided which peak to choose. The alchemy sect was undeniably the finest destination. In the original narrative, her past self had entered the alchemy sect, leading to her encounter with a senior brother who was wholeheartedly devoted to Qin Mian. However, Qin Shu could not possibly choose an unsuitable path merely to avert the potential occurrences that lay ahead. With her affinity for the fire, wood, and earth elements, where else could she possibly go, if not to the alchemy realm? While other disciples hesitated, Qin Shu had already set forth with her small bundle to register at the alchemy sect. At that moment, the registration point was devoid of any other individuals, granting Qin Shu the honor of being the first to arrive. The disciple in charge of the registration, having just stifled a yawn, found himself taken aback by the sudden presence before him. "Oh, you've arrived rather swiftly," he inquired leisurely. Qin Shu beamed, her elongated eyes sparkling with delight as she revealed a row of pearly white teeth. "Greetings, senior brother. I thought arriving early would allow me to select a favorable accommodation." When Qi raised an eyebrow and proceeded with his customary inquiries, "What is your name?
How old are you?
What are the values of your spiritual roots?" Qin Shu, 10 years old, fire, wood, and earth elements, with values of 71, 56, and 48, she replied earnestly. When Qi noted her details without lifting his gaze, then casually asked, "What prompted you to choose our alchemy sect?" Qin Shu responded with utmost sincerity, "I have heard that alchemists are wealthy."
When KS ellipse tweet.
his hand faltering as a drop of ink fell onto the registration paper. With an air of nonchalance, he waved his hand, causing the ink blot to vanish. And only then did he raise his eyes to meet Qin Shu's. His sharp brows and bright eyes shone like the moonlit sky, twinkling like the stars. In that fleeting moment, Qin Shu found herself captivated, reflecting inwardly on his remarkable appearance. If this senior brother were to exist in the modern era, he would undoubtedly be a superstar. Her reaction indeed softened when Qi's demeanor to some extent. He remarked that the master's method was unwise, questioning who would choose a sect based on appearances. Why bother? Although their alchemy sect could not compete with the sword sect, they still attracted a considerable number of participants each session, so there was no need for such concern. Given Qin Shu's clear and bright gaze, he regarded her with newfound respect and scoffed lightly, acknowledging her straightforwardness. He casually tossed a storage pouch her way, explaining that it was provided by the sect for new disciples. You may enter. You can choose any house at the foot of the mountain. As arriving early certainly has its advantages. The wards of the occupied houses have already been activated, rendering them invisible to these inexperienced newcomers. Qin Shu accepted the storage pouch, clasped her fists in gratitude, and inquired, "Thank you, senior brother. May I ask your name?" Wen Qi, he replied. Qin Shu was taken aback. Wen Qi was the second senior brother of the alchemy sect, renowned for his handsome appearance and high cultivation, though notoriously indifferent to everyone. Just as they were conversing, a few other disciples arrived. Seeing this, Qin Shu grew anxious about the possibility of someone competing with her for accommodation and quickly made her exit. Chapter 3. Encountering a serpent. The accommodations for the new disciples were situated at the foot of the mountain, affording them only a glimpse of their surroundings. Ascending further, the entirety of the Dan sect lay shrouded in an ethereal mist, rendering all details indistinct. Qin Shu cast a cursory glance and swiftly selected a dwelling that boasted a nursery in front. This residence was somewhat secluded, with a cold pond to the west, providing a serene atmosphere. As she stepped through the threshold, the protective enchantments of the room were activated, and her chosen abode gradually became imperceptible to the outside world. Observing this, the other disciples grasped the situation. It appeared that each room could accommodate only one occupant, prompting them to hasten their pace. Having secured her dwelling, Qin Shu leisurely settled into a chair and opened her bag of holding, pouring its contents onto the table. A cascade of items emerged, including the garments of outer disciples, a manual titled Guide for New Entrants, an identity token, a jade slip, and a vial of elixir. Qin Shu first reached for the moon-white uniform, noting its silky texture, far more comfortable than the uniforms of her previous era. She then picked up the Guide for New Entrants and skimmed through its pages, which instructed the new disciples on how to utilize their identity tokens and the jade slip, though it made no mention of the elixir. She proceeded to swipe the identity token against the door, and a white luminescence gradually enveloped the entire small room. With this, the space was wholly hers, impervious to the prying senses of any being beneath the Yuanying stage. With a sense of security blossoming within her, Qin Shu followed the instructions from the entry guidelines and pressed the jade slip against her forehead, gently closing her eyes. The pristine jade slip emanated a soft, egg-white glow, and the information within began to unfold in her mind. It recounted how, 2 millennia ago, the Xiantian immortal venerable established a sect at this very location. Over the centuries, through the relentless efforts of countless disciples, the Xiantian sect attained its esteemed status within the realm of cultivation. The slip concluded with a method for channeling qi into the body, emphasizing that only those who successfully absorbed the qi would be eligible to receive a technique from the sect's transmission hall. As a new disciple, she was entitled to receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and a vial of spirit-replenishing elixirs each month during her first year, after which this benefit would cease. Furthermore, disciples with over a year of tenure were required to undertake a sect mission each month, with an allowance to defer for up to 6 years. Should one be disinclined to accept a task, they could opt to spend points to commission others for the work. Upon opening her eyes and processing the myriad of rules, her gaze fell upon the vial of elixir resting on the table. The porcelain container, entirely of vibrant green, felt smooth and warm in her hands, revealing its extraordinary nature at first glance. The Xiantian sect was indeed generous, providing such a substantial vial of elixir upon entry. She examined the bottle for a considerable time before uncorking it, releasing an invigorating fragrance that filled the air. Fearing the loss of its medicinal properties, she hastily sealed it once again. Yet, she remained uncertain about the elixir's purpose. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that she would soon uncover its significance. After organizing her belongings, Qin refrained from commencing her cultivation immediately. Today, she has traversed through time and experienced rebirth, and after a day of arduous hiking, she finds herself physically and mentally exhausted. Before anything else, she must cleanse herself and satiate her hunger. She took a wooden basin from the shelf and ventured to the cold pond at the back to fetch some water. After thoroughly washing herself, she donned a fresh set of garments. The moonlit blue attire truly resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. She released the intricate ornaments from her hair and casually fashioned a bun. Once she had tidied herself, she stepped outside. Familiarity with the terrain was one aspect, yet she also needed to devise a way to satisfy her hunger. It seemed as though the fellow disciples who entered the sect with her had vanished into thin air, as none were to be found. Thus, she retraced her steps back to the entrance of the Dan sect, where she encountered Wenqi, who was preparing to leave after completing his registration. Junior brother. Wenqi frowned slightly, but upon turning to gaze at her countenance, his expression shifted to one of curiosity as he remarked, "Your attire is splendid. You resemble a little Taoist priestess." Qin found herself momentarily perplexed as to whether he was indeed complimenting her. Moreover, their relationship had not yet reached a level where they could engage in playful banter. She feared that if he became annoyed, he might dismiss her with a mere flick of his sleeve. She hastily inquired, "Senior brother, where should the newly initiated disciples go for their meals?"
Wenqi,
Now possessing the cultivation of the golden core and having long since ceased consuming worldly food, paused at her question. Coming from a prestigious family, he had been raised on fasting pills, which contained little impurity. As he had long transcended earthly desires, he was devoid of any craving for sustenance. As Qin gazed upon his expression, she wore a look of utter bewilderment. Surely, he could not be so deranged as to expect them, mere fledgling disciples, to fend for themselves? This body was merely 10 years old. In response to Qinshu's perplexed countenance, Wenqi cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Tomorrow, rise a bit earlier and inquire of others. My senior brother is unaware of this matter. However, today as I descended the mountain, I noticed a golden rainbow pomegranate tree in the northwest direction of the cold pond, just coming into maturity these past few days. You should gather some to sustain yourself for now." After delivering this advice, he dramatically waved his sleeve, kindly escorting Qinshu a short distance. As Qinshu soared through the air and landed precisely at the edge of the cold pond, she couldn't help but question whether her second senior brother had done this on purpose. The original text did not exaggerate when it described his disdain for others. Thankfully, she only landed at the periphery. Had she submerged completely once more, she would have sought an audience with the king of hell to settle the matter. Using both hands and feet, she crawled out of the cold pond, the evening breeze gently brushing across the water's surface, causing Qinshu to shiver. With a sigh, she contemplated the trials of mortal existence. Even in the pursuit of immortality, one could still suffer from hunger and cold, a notion so unbelievable it might elicit disbelief from others. She wrung out her damp sleeves and hem, resignedly heading northwest. If she failed to locate that golden rainbow pomegranate tree, her grievances with Wenqi would be firmly established. Fortunately, Wenqi was not devoid of humanity. After walking approximately 2 miles, she finally spotted a fruit tree illuminated by the moonlight. Suddenly invigorated, she bounced eagerly toward the tree to reach for its fruits. However, her short stature allowed her to grasp only 4 before she could reach no further. With an insatiable hunger, Qinshu grasped a tree and shook it, foolishly hoping to dislodge a couple of ripe fruits. However, in the next moment, a chilling object fell upon her shoulder. Startled, she instinctively reached to touch it, her fingers brushing against the cold, smooth scales, causing her to leap in surprise. As she moved, the object tumbled to the ground. Gathering her courage, Qinshu looked down to find a small black snake. No thicker than her thumb and as long as her forearm, the little serpent appeared rather pitiful, its scales marred and missing in places, with faint traces of blood seeping through. To her astonishment, she had unwittingly picked up a snake. She had yet to cultivate her internal energy and remained an ordinary mortal. While this small black serpent, despite its plight, was a spirit beast nurtured in the celestial mountains. Should it bite her, her survival until 8 years hence would be uncertain. With a long sigh, she lamented her wretched sense of compassion. Chapter 4. My body leaks air. Qinshu felt that the tragic fate of the little snake was a result of her own actions. She could not simply turn a blind eye. The creature had been peacefully slumbering on the tree. Yet her impulsive desire to shake the branches had led to its current battered state.
Now,
All she could do was hope that this little black snake had gained some wisdom and would refrain from biting indiscriminately. She fetched some cold spring water and gently wiped away the bloodstains from the snake's body, watching as the basin gradually filled with crimson. Qin Shu could not help but marvel at how such a small creature could lose so much blood. It must have endured numerous injuries. She unconsciously poured the bloodied water onto the seedlings at her doorstep. Upon returning to the room and gazing once more at the scarred little snake, a thought suddenly struck her, prompting her to hurriedly retrieve the small bundle she had brought with her. Madame Qin, aware of the perilous nature of the cultivation world, had prepared her daughter a supply of premium wound medicine, along with some gold and silver trinkets, out of concern for her safety. With trembling hands, Qin Shu grasped 2 pieces of gold, her emotions beyond articulation. It was the first time in her life, across 2 lifetimes, that she had encountered such wealth. Yet, it was of no use here. The cultivation realm demanded spirit stones, and she remained utterly impoverished. Disheartened, she extracted a bottle of wound medicine from within the bundle. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary remedy, anything that could aid in healing would suffice. Currently, this was the only healing item she possessed. She delicately sprinkled the powder of the medicine onto the little black snake, and perhaps due to the sting, it stirred slightly. Qin Shu's brow furrowed instantly. The snake's body was already so smooth, and its restless movements were far from ideal. She lifted her gaze, surveying the room until it settled upon a cloak that belonged to her original self, her eyes instantly brightening. After a flurry of activity, when she clapped her hands in triumph, a stick adorned with a bow appeared before her. Qin Shu gazed at her creation, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. This was undoubtedly the most perfect bow she had ever crafted in her lifetime. I have done my utmost. Life and death are fated. If you truly cannot overcome this hurdle, you cannot blame me. Qin Shu murmured, clasping her hands in front of the serpent staff. 10 days prior, Xie Shiwan was undergoing the tribulation of ascension when he unexpectedly fell victim to betrayal from within his ranks. His enemies, the 8 elder patriarchs of the righteous sect, had laid a trap, seizing the opportunity to ambush him during his tribulation. Despite his formidable original form, he withstood the onslaught of the lightning strikes and retaliated fiercely. Ultimately, while he managed to escape, he sustained severe injuries, to the extent that he could no longer maintain his original form and was forced to shrink in size, plummeting from the celestial mountain. Of course, the 8 elders did not fare well either, each returning grievously wounded. Xie Shiwan himself had not anticipated that he would fall into the realm of Zhuangtianguo's alchemy sect, only to be audaciously rescued by a young child who had yet to cultivate any energy. The golden salve, a remarkable remedy in the mortal realm, served little purpose for Xie Shiwan, who had endured 81 lightning tribulations. Its efficacy was reduced to a mere fraction. Yet even this small amount was better than none. At that moment, Xie Shiwan resembled a withered branch, with only his heart vein preserved, allowing him to cling to a breath of life. The golden salve, thickly applied by Qin Shu, was akin to the gentle spring rain, silently nourishing all it touched. Xie Shiwan, in a state of slumber, sensed a slight change in his consciousness, and thus diverted a fragment of his awareness to investigate. Upon doing so, he was utterly bewildered. Where was he? His body was ensconced in tattered rags, so shabby and unsightly. Who possessed such audacity? Had he perhaps fallen into the hands of those righteous cultivators? After a meticulous examination, Xie Shiwan discovered that the ragged cloth bore not a trace of spiritual energy, appearing akin to mere earthly matter. Yet, at present, he found himself with only his heart capable of motion. Even this rag was sufficient to render him immobile. The medicinal substances applied to his wounds, though of humble origin from the mortal realm, were not entirely without merit. Once more, Xie Shiwan's awareness meandered within the confines of the room, where he discerned the presence of a small girl seated cross-legged upon a mat. However, she exuded no spiritual energy whatsoever, indicating that she had yet to master even the basics of energy absorption. This revelation eased his concerns. It seemed he had been rescued by this child. With the assurance of no imminent threat to his life, his dwindling vitality could no longer sustain his current state of wakefulness, and he gradually succumbed once more to slumber. Qin Shu remained oblivious to the fact that she had just traversed the brink of death. Now, she followed the instructions inscribed on the jade slip. sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, palms facing upward, and tongue resting against the roof of her mouth. Though the jade slip conveyed simplicity, the practical execution was far from straightforward. She endured discomfort in her posterior, yet felt no trace of spiritual energy. Could it be that the legendary five-colored light was but a myth? Until her legs began to tingle, and a sense of drowsiness enveloped her. She suddenly perceived a scattering of luminous points emerging around her, reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. The naive and inexperienced Qin Shu had never encountered such a phenomenon. Her curiosity and excitement surged as she reached out to touch these ethereal lights. Among them, the red, yellow, and green orbs seemed particularly inviting, while the others remained indifferent. The vibrant energy from these three colors flowed into her body, meandering through her meridians. Qin Shu quickly embraced the principle of unity, guiding the energy within her meridians towards her dantian as instructed in the ancient texts. Gradually, the energy accumulated within her dantian, coalescing into a thin, violet mist. After a considerable time, Qin Shu finally opened her eyes. Tilting her head, she sensed an unusual change within her body and began to recall the records inscribed in the jade tablet. With multiple spiritual roots drawing energy into her being, each type of energy settled in its own corner, allowing her to manipulate the corresponding energies without interference. Qin Shu was taken aback. She had distinctly witnessed the diverse energies within her dantian merging into a singular purple aura. She felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Was this a blessing or a curse? As someone utterly inexperienced in the ways of cultivation, why was her dantian behaving so unpredictably? Just as she sat cross-legged on the cushion, her expression contorted in bewilderment. The radiant moon outside had silently ascended to its zenith. The cool moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping her, while a flicker of red light danced in the air, gently landing on the back of her hand, only to vanish like snowflakes on a winter's day. Startled, Qin Shu quickly withdrew her thoughts and raised her gaze to survey her surroundings. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her pupils constricted, and her face was emblazoned with astonishment. In the already diminutive room, tricolor light spots intertwined with one another, dancing gracefully beneath the moonlight, resembling a dreamlike illusion. Qin Shu instinctively wished to seize this rare opportunity. She quickly settled into a cross-legged position and recited the incantation silently. As she performed her actions, the previously elusive tricolor light spots seemed to have found their destination, rushing toward her youthful form. She promptly guided the influx of spiritual energy through her meridians in a cyclical manner, yet with each cycle, the energy diminished considerably. Qin Shu fell into contemplation once more, wondering if her body might be leaking energy. Chapter 5. The Transformation of the Crane. Even so, after a single night had passed, a wisp of ethereal purple aura continued to gather in Qin Shu's dantian. As her consciousness delved into the space, she felt an undeniable affinity for the purple energy. Perhaps this could be considered as her initial entry into the realm of qi cultivation? At this moment, Qin Shu remained unaware that, given the density of the spiritual energy within her dantian, she had already touched upon the first layer of qi training. Should she present her remarkable progress to the world of immortals, she would undoubtedly be hailed as a prodigy. Qin Shu opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Glancing out the window, she noticed the horizon was adorned with a faint blush of dawn, accompanied by a delicate veil of purple mist that bore a resemblance to the energy residing within her dantian. She attempted to absorb that fleeting purplish hue, but to no avail. Instead, she inadvertently depleted a portion of her own modest reserve of energy. Realizing this, Qin Shu swiftly ceased her efforts, her heart heavy as she introspected upon her dantian's spiritual essence, and with a surge of indignation, she leapt from her bed to gesture an obscene salute to the clouds on the horizon. She sensed that both the spiritual energy within her dantian and the purple mist above were fundamentally the same, merely constrained by her current limitations. She vowed that once she achieved mastery in her cultivation, she would surely refine that purple aura. Rising, she stretched her limbs, feeling no discomfort from the sleepless night. Rather, she was invigorated and refreshed. A thought crossed her mind: how delightful it is to cultivate immortality. Were she in the modern world, a night without sleep would have left her utterly exhausted by now. Her gaze fell upon the pink serpent staff casually placed on her desk, and she noted that it remained eerily still, as if lifeless. She furrowed her brow, uncertain whether it was truly dead. If it were alive, it must surely be hungry. Yesterday, it had been lounging atop the golden pomegranate tree, which should serve as a source of nourishment for it. Qin Shu picked up the snake stick and pried its mouth open, attempting to squeeze the juice from the golden pomegranate into its mouth. After extracting half of the fruit, she realized that, given the snake's size, it would be unable to consume an entire pomegranate the size of a fist. With this thought, she decided to stop. Excellent. She had saved half for later. She herself had consumed 1.5, feeling a warm radiance envelop her, as if bathed in sunlight. Even the energy flowing through her meridians felt significantly unimpeded. The cold air that had seeped into her body after falling into the icy pool had now dissipated from her bones, producing a sensation so pleasant that it nearly coaxed a sigh from her lips. The golden pomegranate, growing on the celestial mountain, must surely be considered a heavenly fruit, distinct from the ordinary fruits of the mortal realm. Having tasted its sweetness, Qin Shu resolved to gather a couple more after completing her studies today. However, unbeknownst to her, within the domain of Shantian Gate, not just a single fruit tree, but even the most commonplace celestial herb, had an owner. The fruit belonging to the eldest disciple of the alchemy sect had been given to the second disciple as a token of goodwill, and the second disciple felt no remorse in doing so. Upon exiting her abode, Qin Shu brushed her identity token against the runes on the door, reactivating the house's protective barrier. Even in her absence, her dwelling would remain secure from intruders. This arrangement bore a resemblance to modern access cards, appearing rather considerate in nature. As Qin Shu stepped outside, the mist had yet to dissipate, and the distant celestial mountains appeared to shimmer and waver. Sunbeams filtered through the thick fog, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow. How splendid! She inhaled the ethereal essence and was about to approach the railing when she noticed that the previously barren nursery had sprouted tender green leaves overnight. Qin Shu felt a surge of joy. She crouched down to observe for a while, pondering what might have emerged. Could they be flowers? Who wouldn't he dream of a quaint wooden cottage adorned with blossoms in front of their door? Today marked their inaugural day within the sect. According to the entry guide, once they had successfully drawn energy into their bodies, they could proceed to the transmission hall to learn the rudiments of spellcasting. Under normal circumstances, even the most adept disciples would require at least 3 days to accomplish this feat, while those of lesser aptitude might need over a month. Naturally, these outer sect disciples were deemed less promising, yet none could have anticipated that among them was such an extraordinary talent. Qin Shu herself was oblivious to the profound stir her overnight achievement would evoke. Ascending the steps, she glanced around until she finally encountered a young boy sweeping the ground. "Excuse me, senior brother, could you direct me to the transmission hall?" Rui Ming, a celestial crane nurtured by the Elder of Fortune, had consumed a transformation pill bestowed by the Elder, and though his cultivation was modest, he was typically tasked with clearing the fallen leaves of the alchemical sect. Upon hearing this petite girl address him as senior brother, Rui Ming straightened his posture, clutching the broom, and made an effort to embody the demeanor of a senior disciple. "Are you a new disciple?" Qin Shu nodded, gazing at the somewhat foolish-looking young disciple, and courteously remarked, "Indeed. I have just entered the sect yesterday, and wish to visit the transmission hall. I kindly ask you to guide me. Since you have addressed me as your senior brother, I shall escort you," he responded, performing a gesture that transformed him into a crane. Although Qin Shu had mentally prepared herself for the wonders of the immortal realm, she could not suppress her astonishment upon witnessing the transformation. Ah! This truly is the marvel of a living metamorphosis. A child of approximately 1 meter and 23 centimeters had suddenly transformed into a crane towering around 2 meters. She found herself gazing upward in awe. Her expression, perceived by Rui Ming, was interpreted as admiration, which delighted him further. He proudly lifted his long neck and urged, "Hurry, climb onto my back. I shall take you up." Qin Shu felt a rush of excitement in her heart, yet she bashfully lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her hands. "Is this inconvenient?" Rui Ming, with his straightforward demeanor, replied, "Not at all. I am merely escorting my junior sister." Encouraged, Qin Shu lifted her head, her dark, luminous eyes sparkling like stars. "Senior brother. Then I shall not be polite." With determination, she climbed onto the back of the crane, gripping 2 feathers to steady herself. As Hui Ming Soton Tao. His long legs unfolded, and with a powerful flap, they soared into the clouds. Aware that Qin Shu was a new disciple without protective spiritual energy, he thoughtfully enveloped her in his own spiritual power for her safety. At this moment, Qin Shu was reveling in an enhanced 3D viewing experience. The thought of the warm pool that had once enveloped her in its icy depths lingered in her mind, and she silently made a note of it.
Huiming.
Soaring through the air, remarked, the transmission hall is situated halfway up the mountain. Without my assistance, it would take you an entire hour to reach it. Almost as if to showcase his prowess, he ascended higher, guiding Qin Shu in a playful whirlwind before gently descending and transforming back into his human form. Qin Shu gazed at the now youthful Taoist boy Rui Ming, her excitement palpable, nearly tangible in the air. In contrast, Rui Ming felt a sense of bashfulness under her scrutiny. Clearing his throat, he pointed towards a nearby welcoming pine tree, saying, "This is the spot. Next time, ascend the steps, and upon seeing this welcoming pine, you will know you have arrived." Qin Shu nodded obediently, and Rui Ming gestured towards the north. "If you head that way, you will soon see the transmission hall. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further." With a respectful clasp of her hands, Qin Shu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. My name is Qin Shu. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" "I am called Rui Ming," he replied. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a feather and handed it to Qin Shu, saying, "Take this crane feather, keep it safe. Should you wish to seek my company again, simply whisper my name 3 times, and I shall come to find you." Chapter 6. The Transmission Hall. Qin Shu joyfully accepted the first gift she had received since joining the sect. Eager to reciprocate, she found herself lacking in resources, merely offering an awkward smile. "As a newly initiated junior sister, I have little of worth to present," she remarked. "But when I master alchemy, I shall ensure that all the elixirs you require for your cultivation are on me." When it came to grandiose promises, she had never faltered. Should she truly become a master alchemist, a mere handful of elixirs would be trivial. However, if she were to perish before 8 years had passed, it would not be considered a betrayal of her aspirations. Rui Ming bid her farewell, and with a sharp call resembling a crane's cry, he transformed back into his original form, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. He circled Dream Camel Peak several times before Elder Fu Cheng, unable to bear the sight any longer, summoned him down. "What is all this frivolous excitement about so early in the morning?"
Fu Cheng inquired.
Sitting cross-legged within his cave abode, addressing the foolish crane that had entered, Rui Ming, now in human form, sported a comically upright feather atop his head. He stepped forward with enthusiasm, his voice elevated by 2 octaves. "Master, someone just called me senior brother. She also mentioned that once she learns alchemy, she will take care of all the elixirs I need for my cultivation." Fu Chen cast a glance at the foolish lad, pondering that had he not taken him in, the boy might have had his heart plucked out by others while still extolling their virtues. Yet, he was intrigued to discover who dared to deceive his foolish crane within the alchemy sect. With a raised eyebrow, he inquired, "Oh,
Who might that be?"
her name is Qin Shu. Judging by her bone age, she appears to be merely 10 years old. This morning, I fortuitously encountered her on the mountain path, where she inquired about the way to the transmission hall. She addressed me as her senior brother and expressed her admiration for my capabilities. I found a certain affinity with her and consequently bestowed upon her a crane feather. Wei Ming, with her innocent and straightforward nature, did not hesitate to recount her morning's experiences in detail to Elder Fucheng. As Elder Fucheng stroked his beard in contemplation, he squinted his eyes, recalling for quite some time before finally stating, "I remember now. A few days ago, the sect leader mentioned the intention to recruit a new batch of disciples. It is quite reasonable for a novice girl to refer to you as her senior brother." Wei Ming nodded earnestly, recalling the lively scene at the mountain gate the previous day during the assessment, which Xiao Lu and others had attended. Elder Fucheng had only nodded halfway when he suddenly halted, gazing at Wei Ming in disbelief, and asked, "Yesterday?" "Indeed, it was yesterday. Everyone is aware of it," implying that only you, Elder, are uninformed. "If you doubt it, you could call Brother Wenqi to verify." Elder Fucheng waved his hand dismissively, pondering. This young girl entered the sect yesterday and is already seeking the training hall. Could it be that she has already begun to channel her energy overnight? If she is truly such a prodigy, we must quickly take her under our wing. If we delay, others might snatch her away. However, Wei Ming scratched her head and softly remarked, "Master, perhaps she had already begun channeling her energy before arriving here? When you found me, I had already reached the 3rd stage of energy cultivation." As she spoke, pride swelled within her, her chest puffed up high. Elder Fucheng contemplated this notion, realizing it was indeed plausible that she could be a scion of a prestigious family who had already begun her cultivation prior to joining the sect. and thus he felt a sense of relief. Had Qin Shu known that a few astute words from Rui Ming could strip her for status as an inner disciple, she would surely have been infuriated enough to pluck out every single strand of hair atop her head in frustration. However, at this moment, Qin Shu remained oblivious to such matters. Following the path indicated by Rui Ming, she soon encountered a corridor adorned with intricate carvings. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, a grand wooden hall emerged before her, even more splendid than the three great halls of the Forbidden City in later dynasties. At the base of the nine-tiered white jade steps stood two ebony pillars, their beams intricately carved and embellished, with wispy clouds swirling around them. Qin Shu's gaze fixated on the violet auspicious clouds, which appeared almost sentient. She envisioned the primordial beginning of the universe, where a mass of purple emerged from the chaos, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, gradually growing in might until the ancient wars commenced. A sharp pain pierced through her mind, prompting her to hastily withdraw her thoughts. Even so, she was left with a lingering sense of trepidation. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if her mind might explode. Drawing from her years of experience consuming novels and dramas, she rationalized this sensation as a consequence of her own inadequacy, a protective mechanism triggered by her inability to comprehend such lofty concepts. Her gaze instinctively sought the paintings upon the beams, yet recalling the piercing ache in her head, she quickly averted her eyes, becoming more composed as she ascended the white jade steps. The door to the transmission hall stood firmly shut, and she was uncertain if anyone resided within, not daring to intrude uninvited. Thus, she stood before the door, bowing respectfully and proclaimed, "Disciple Qin Shu of the outer sect of Danzong has successfully drawn qi into her body and humbly seeks to learn the techniques." The empty hall before her was enveloped in an eerie silence, which struck Qin Shu as decidedly peculiar. She felt a twinge of confusion. The transmission hall was ostensibly a place for disciples to hone their magical skills. How could it be that the grand doors were tightly shut, devoid of any guardians or visitors? Was it possible that she had arrived too early, before the establishment had opened for business? Simultaneously pondering this, the transmission hall itself was filled with curiosity. How could a mere novice, who had just begun to harness their inner energy, find their way here? Moments ago, she had been ensnared in a trance, yet she had managed to break free with ease. This child would undoubtedly prove to be exceptional in the future. As Qin Shu hesitated, contemplating whether to retreat and return at a later hour, the door before her swung open unexpectedly, without warning. Taken aback for a fleeting moment, she peered inside, where the contents appeared shrouded in a gossamer veil, rendering them difficult to discern. For a brief instant, she was uncertain whether to step inside. Yet, as the entry guide had stipulated, all new disciples were required to study magical arts within the transmission hall. If she refrained from entering, where else could she learn? In a heartbeat, Qin Shu resolved her dilemma and confidently crossed the threshold of the transmission hall. As she passed through the resplendent golden barrier, she reflected that cultivating immortality was inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. If one were to cower, what purpose would there be in pursuing such a path? Moreover, no matter how strange the transmission hall might seem, it was located within the auspices of the Xuantian Gate. Surely, the gate would not harbor anything harmful to its disciples within the sect. Perhaps this was simply the distinctive character of Xuantian Gate? With a firm step into the barrier, the door of the transmission hall closed behind her, restoring the tranquil ambience that had once enveloped the area outside. From the outside, the transmission hall appeared shrouded in a misty haze, yet within, the ambience was strikingly different. Upon entering the main hall, a portrait hung prominently, depicting a figure clad in flowing white robes, with long hair as dark as ink and a long sword at their waist, exuding an air of remarkable charisma. Though Qin Shu did not recognize this individual, it was evident that such a prominent figure must hold significant stature, and offering a respectful bow seemed a prudent gesture. As her forehead touched the ground, the scene before her transformed dramatically. The splendor of the surroundings could only be described as resplendent. Every element, from the ceiling to the walls and floor, radiated a brilliant gold hue, including the tables, chairs, and incense burners within the room. For a fleeting moment, Qin Shu found it nearly impossible to keep her eyes open. Squinting, she gradually acclimated her vision through the gaps between her fingers, allowing her to survey the room until her gaze fell upon a solitary book resting on the table. This was the only object in the chamber that did not gleam with a golden sheen. Sitting upright, she reached for the volume and began to leaf through its pages. As the pages turned, Four resplendent characters emerged on the title page. Guide to Transmission. A smile spread across Qin Shu's face after a morning of endeavors. She had finally arrived at the right place. Chapter 7. Why must alchemy be accompanied by swordsmanship? She followed the instructions laid out in the transmission guide, placing it before her, settling into a cross-legged position with her eyes closed and circulating her spiritual energy. A gentle lavender aura flowed through her meridians, while she felt as though her soul transcended her corporeal form, entering an entirely different realm. Before her sat a radiant figure enveloped in a golden hue, mirroring her posture and repeatedly forming hand seals. Initially, his movements were languid, but soon they quickened exponentially. Qin Shu immediately grasped the significance of this and hastily mimicked his gestures. However, as the figure's speed escalated to the point of creating afterimages, she found herself unable to keep pace. With a resigned sigh, she focused on memorizing the techniques, planning to practice them privately upon her return. Noticing her struggle, the luminous figure arose, brandishing a golden longsword. Qin Shu was taken aback. Was she not an alchemist? Why was she being instructed in swordsmanship? Was swordplay a requisite course at Xuantiangmen? Nevertheless, this was indeed beneficial. She would eventually need means of self-defense in 8 years. Yet, her predicament deepened. She had just embarked on her journey and possessed no sword. As this thought flitted through her mind, a violet longsword materialized in her grasp, its hue reminiscent of the energy residing within her dantian. The figure commenced its movements anew, executing slashes and thrusts with precision. For the first time in her life, Qin Shu wielded a sword, striving diligently to imitate the graceful motions. To her surprise, the figure began to slow down, inching to a pace where she could distinctly perceive the trajectory of the sword's tip and the sinewy contours of the figure's arms. She devoted her full attention to the arm wielding the sword, sensing the exertion coursing through her. Gradually, a profound realization dawned upon her. The sword was merely an extension of her arm, and true strength did not emanate solely from the wrist. Just as she began to find her rhythm, a sudden jolt startled her, and upon opening her eyes, she discovered that she had been thrust out of the illusion. Surrounding her was the same resplendent scene, with a blue book laid before her. A sense of discomfort emanated from her dantian, and upon inspection, she found that only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy remained, comparable to a mere mung bean. Staying any longer seemed futile. She sighed, placed the book back, and retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the cushion where she had been seated. Offering a respectful bow to the air, she quietly withdrew. Outside, the sun had already risen, yet the serene transmission hall remained devoid of any souls. Qin Shu mused to herself how peculiar it was that the practitioners of the cultivation world appeared so complacent. With such advanced 3D light and shadow teaching, one would think they would seize the opportunity to learn, making rapid progress. If libraries in future generations could harness such technology, one might need to secure a seat a day in advance. Nonetheless, she did not dwell on her thoughts for long and descended the mountain. As she approached the foot of the mountain, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Qin Shu halted a passerby to inquire about the location of the alchemy sect's dining hall, and upon receiving directions, she felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, the sect provided meals. It was hardly reasonable to expect a 10-year-old child to fend for herself. Otherwise, even with the presence of that golden rainbow pomegranate tree, she would not last more than a few days. Upon entering the dining hall, Qin Shu felt a sense of belonging, as the room was filled with lively children. As she stepped in, someone called out to her, "Qin Shu, over here." Turning her head, she recognized the voice belonging to He Xian, a 12-year-old girl who was somewhat of a compatriot, hailing from the same city of Fanyin. They had arrived together on the same flying vessel. "How remarkable that you are also at Danzong. Where have you chosen to reside?" He Xian, being quite amiable, regarded Qin Shu with her round, sparkling apricot eyes, making it difficult for Qin Shu to decline her inquiries. "Right beside Han Tan," Qin Shu replied, vaguely indicating a direction. After a moment of contemplation, He Xian seemed to piece together the information. She then inquired, "Why have you only just come to dine? There may not be much left to eat, though the spirit rice here truly differs from what we used to have." Instinctively cautious around those she did not know well, Qin Shu refrained from revealing too much, simply stating, "I woke up late. I was quite exhausted yesterday." He Xian chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Now that you are at the immortal mountain, one must diligently cultivate. By next year, you'll have to fend for yourself. So it is essential to draw in qi early." Nodding in agreement, Qin Shu noticed the number of diners dwindling and quickly said, "I shall go get my meal first. Then I shall take my leave," Xian responded. "While you were away, I overheard them saying that for the next couple of days, we ought to refrain from wandering and focus on our cultivation. Those with exceptional talents should be able to draw in qi within 3 days, while we outer disciples will likely require at least 10 days. Qin Shu, more than 10 days? How does that explain the night she absorbed energy into her body? Confusion swirled within her, yet she knew she must remain discreet. Lacking absolute strength and a formidable backing, she had no desire to be the first to draw attention. Seeing her lost in thought, Xian urged, "You should go eat. I reside by the large willow tree to the east. If you need anything, feel free to seek me." Qin Shu nodded in acknowledgement, and once Xian had departed, she turned to fetch her meal. After dining, her thoughts drifted to the injured little snake at home, prompting her to take a complimentary spirit fruit with her. This fruit, known as the Lingua, was the most common in the realm of cultivation, sweet in flavor yet lacking in spiritual energy, appealing only to children who had not yet begun their fasting. It was Qin Shu's first experience with it, and she found its taste delightful, reminiscent of loquats with a refreshing sweetness. The little snake was quite small. Surely, one fruit would suffice for its meal. As she made her way back, she noticed many wandering about, all newcomers to the fairy mountain, their curiosity understandable. However, Qin Shu was disinclined to indulge in the commotion. She had little time and heavy responsibilities, and her priority was to elevate her cultivation. After scanning her identity token, she entered her room. Everything remained unchanged since her departure, including the bundle she had left on the table and the pink snake stick beside it. It lay perfectly still, as if shaped into a form that would persist indefinitely. Amused, Qin Shu began to play with the little snake's tail, contemplating the idea of arranging it into a pink heart, which could serve as a charming decoration on her desk. Who could possibly resist a pink heart?
She,
like the morning sun, pried open the mouth of the little black snake and fed it the crushed fruit of the bitter orange. However, this time, she took a moment to observe the snake's sharp teeth, pondering which one might be the venomous fang. Although she wasn't entirely sure, she realized that her fear of such creatures had diminished significantly. This little black snake now felt like a mere toy in her hands. After feeding it, she shaped the snake into a pink heart and, satisfied, clapped her hands before settling cross-legged on the mat to absorb spiritual energy. Initially, she believed that having experienced this the previous night, she would possess a degree of expertise. Yet, as she closed her eyes and sensed the scattered, colorful specks of light in the air, she found herself utterly bewildered. In a flash, she opened her eyes, her expression filled with disbelief. What is this? How could this be happening? Chapter 8. Something is amiss with her. Dantian. Qin Shu was filled with questions, perplexed by the situation. Where had her vibrant, multicolored spiritual energy vanished? Could it be that the extraordinary scene from last night was merely a fortunate confluence of circumstances, a rare occurrence that one might witness once in a century, and that today reflected her true potential? Reflecting on the original text, which noted that her predecessor had spent 8 years in cultivation yet barely reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, a chill swept through Qin Shu's heart. She closed her eyes once more, calming her mind and focusing her breath, circulating her spiritual energy in a grand cycle. Upon observing the distinctly separated 3 colors of spiritual energy within her dantian, she found herself utterly bewildered. Why had her dantian returned to normal? What was the true nature of the purple spiritual energy she had cultivated yesterday? Her thoughts were a tangled mess, and she lacked a mentor to guide her through this confusion. In the Xuantiangong, only those who entered the inner sect could seek the tutelage of the esteemed elders of each peak. Most outer disciples were merely there to fill numbers, with no one available to provide immediate answers to their inquiries. While they could pose questions during the time allocated for teachings in the transmission hall, where senior brothers and sisters would assist with their doubts, Qin Shu had evidently gone to the wrong place. The transmission hall was devoid of any individuals, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. With a serious expression, Qin Shu meticulously observed the residual purple spiritual energy in her dantian. To her surprise, she discovered that the once placid purple energy was now restless, gradually consuming the nearby red fire spiritual energy. As Qin Shu observed its gradual growth, she witnessed it devour all the spiritual energy within her dantian, ultimately condensing into a small, peanut-sized orb of purple energy. A profound silence enveloped her, and an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within her heart. At this pace, when could she possibly reach the foundation establishment stage? Initially, she had intended to venture out and explore the wonders of this celestial mountain, but her enthusiasm had waned. The old adage rings true: haste makes waste. Yet another wisdom asserts that the diligent bird takes flight first. Given her current aptitude, it seemed she would need to persistently strive. Qin Shu remained seated in meditation, completing a full circulation of her energy, which took approximately 30 minutes, yielding barely a peanut-sized amount of progress. With an hour comprising 8 segments and a day consisting of 12 hours, this implied that if she abstained from food, drink, and sleep, and dedicated herself entirely to meditation throughout the day, she could amass a total of 48 peanuts worth of energy. Teetering on the brink of frustration, she ultimately resigned herself to her fate. In the realm of cultivation, meditation could effectively replace sleep. At worst, she could forego slumber altogether. With an additional 4 hours of practice each day compared to her former self, her cultivation should ideally ascend beyond the 6th level of qi refinement. Upon reaching the 3rd level, she would be eligible to undertake tasks and engage in practical experience, making the prospect of foundation establishment not entirely unattainable. As the sun began to set and her stomach growled, Qin Shu finally recognized that time was slipping away, signaling it was time for a meal. Following the path from the morning, she arrived at the dining hall, only to find the doors had long since closed. Qin Shu gently caressed her growling stomach, sighed softly, and resolved to search once more for the golden rainbow pomegranate tree upon the western hill. Earlier that day, she had even moved 2 stones, hoping to elevate herself just enough to reach its fruit. However, just as she had finally plucked a single pomegranate, a chilling voice resonated behind her, revealing that someone indeed had the audacity to steal her fruit. The voice was hauntingly familiar, one that Qin Shu could never forget, rendering her motionless in shock. "Why are you still up there? Come down at once," the figure urged, noticing her inertia. With a heavy heart, Qin Shu reluctantly jumped down from the stones. Turning around, she finally beheld the man's visage. Clad in a flowing white robe, he bore a jade token at his waist, signifying his status as an inner disciple of the Xiantian sect. His brows were like swords, his eyes bright as stars, and his long, dark hair cascaded down to his waist. The evening breeze tousled his hair, giving him an ethereal quality, as if he could take flight at any moment. His striking appearance was undeniably captivating, explaining why the original owner of her body had been so enchanted by him at such a tender age. Had she encountered anyone other than her esteemed senior brother while fleeing from the demon clan, it was likely she would not have fallen into the hands of the protagonist.
Qin Mian.
Senior brother, Qin Shu respectfully bowed, still clutching the golden rainbow pomegranate in her hand. Cheng Yan raised an eyebrow at her address, inquiring, "Which peak do you belong to?" Qin Shu dared not meet his gaze, her eyes fixated on her toes as she obediently replied, "I have not taken an elder as my master. I am merely an outer disciple of the Dan sect." Cheng Yan, understanding her situation, lifted his chin slightly, his expression cold and piercing as he scrutinized Qin Shu. "A mere outer disciple dares to covet my golden rainbow pomegranates? Who granted you such audacity?" Qin Shu pressed her lips together, feeling an urge to puncture the small figure within her heart that had inscribed the words fruit pool. This was truly infuriating. She could not fathom why Wen Qi would allow her to pick, fully aware that this fruit tree belonged to senior brother. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, another voice interjected, "I." Qin Shu was taken aback and turned her gaze to the nearby osmanthus tree, where a figure clad in azure had mysteriously appeared. Wen Qi, looking down from his elevated position, smiled and addressed Cheng Yan, "Senior brother, it was I who requested this young disciple to gather the fruits." Although Qin Shu felt a flicker of gratitude for Wen Qi's timely intervention to divert attention from her, his insincere smile made her suspect that there was an underlying discord between the two. No wonder she was sent to pick the fruits. It was evident she had been manipulated. With a fierce glare directed at Wen Qi, she was met with his perceptive gaze. "Why do you scowl at me, child? The fruits have already found their way into your stomach, and are not the meticulously cultivated golden rainbow pomegranates of senior brother to your liking?" Qin Shu remained silent, her lips pursed, while Cheng Yan furrowed his brow and declared, "Since it was Wen Qi who sent you, this matter shall be set aside. Henceforth, this place is off limits." With that, he flicked his sleeves and vanished into thin air. Wen Qi clicked his tongue, remarking, "How fierce he is." He then leaped down from the tree and regarded Qin Shu, who had spent so long gathering just a single fruit, and chuckled heartily. Such a singular fruit. And yet it has frightened the child. Enduring a scolding for so long, indeed seems hardly worth it. As he spoke, he closed the folding fan in his hand and gently tapped the tree twice, causing 4 fruits to fall into Qin Shu's embrace, destined for her to enjoy. For a moment, Qin Shu was uncertain whether to accept them, but when she interjected, noting, "Look at you, having already cultivated your energy, you are quite a promising seedling. It is a pity, however, that you are rather foolish, lacking the knowledge to harness your spiritual energy. Had you mastered the art of retrieving objects from afar earlier, you would not have found yourself in such a predicament today, caught by the senior brother." Qin Shu felt a flicker of indignation at being called foolish, yet she was momentarily stunned by his next words. Indeed, she could pluck them using her spiritual energy. She lamented that the deep-seated influences of the past 18 years clouded her thoughts, preventing her from considering such a shortcut. When she observed her dazed expression, erupting into hearty laughter, finally, he cautioned her, "In the future, do not tread here, should the senior brother lose his temper. It would be far beyond the capabilities of a mere junior disciple like you to contend with." As he uttered this last remark, his brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Chapter 9. Gradually realizing one's worthlessness, Qin Shu obediently acquiesced, fully aware that the fruit belonged to another. Even if she possessed twice the audacity, she would not dare to pluck it. Upon lifting her gaze, the figure of Wen Qi, who had once stood before her, had vanished without a trace. Qin Shu surveyed the desolate valley and sincerely lamented, pondering when she might acquire such elusive skills. Relying solely on her legs for daily locomotion was indeed exhausting. She took a few steps forward, suddenly lowering her gaze to the 5 fruits cradled in her arms. Struck by a thought. In the realm of cultivation, all abilities stemmed from spiritual energy. She endeavored to concentrate this energy within her legs and, to her astonishment, found her movements significantly lighter. A smile graced her face as she dashed down the mountain. What would typically take half an hour now took her merely a quarter of that time. As she reveled in her newfound skill, she soon noticed that the few peanuts she had painstakingly cultivated earlier that afternoon had dwindled to merely 2 in size. Qin Shu was taken aback, nearly exploding with frustration. At this rate of consumption, coupled with her slow recovery of spiritual energy, how could she possibly engage in a battle of magic? Even the prospect of fleeing seemed daunting. She was uncertain whether her experience was unique or if all practitioners faced such sluggish progress. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have inquired of Wen Qi when she first encountered him, though the original text described Wen Qi's less than pleasant demeanor. A reprimand from him would have been preferable to her current state of utter confusion. On this particular day, the sky was overcast, and the wind outside howled against the windows. The crescent moon, which ought to have graced the heavens, was shrouded behind dark clouds, casting the world in a deep gloom. Qin Shu rose to secure the windows, then proceeded to illuminate a lamp. The mechanism of this lamp was a mystery. It contained no oil, merely adorned with an intricate design. Qin Shu had gradually acclimated to the realm of cultivation, accepting that existence itself legitimizes all things, and any absurdities merely stemmed from her own lack of experience. She reluctantly consumed a fruit that Wen Qi had insisted she try, feeding half to the small snake, before removing the pink shroud from its body to redress its wounds. As she peeled away the fabric, a foul odor assailed her senses, causing her nose to crinkle in distaste, and an ominous premonition began to stir within her. Could it be that the snake had perished? As she pondered this, she gently washed the medicinal powder from the snake's body, revealing a ghastly wound, from which 2 black scales had fallen. Fortunately, the little black snake wriggled slightly in her palm, or she might have truly believed it was lifeless. She hastily retrieved the wound ointment and liberally applied it, as if it were of no cost, before wrapping the small black snake in a clean shroud and placing it gently on the bed. Her slender fingers brushed against the snake's head as she whispered softly, "You are fortunate. Rest well now, good night." After all, for the past 8 years, her existence had relied solely on meditation, rendering the bed unnecessary, allowing it to serve as a resting place for the creature. Yet, every time she touched Xie Shiyuan, he responded with awareness. The serpent, being cold-blooded, lay still, its body icy to the touch. Yet, when a warm finger pressed gently upon its brow, it felt as though a delicate hand was stirring the depths of its consciousness, creating ripples in the stillness. Naturally, Xie Shiyuan was roused from his slumber. only to discover that the source of his disturbance was none other than the young human child. He wrinkled his nose in displeasure. However, he soon realized that she bore no ill intentions, and thus he chose to overlook her antics. The fruit she offered was quite delectable, although it contained little spiritual essence. Acquiring the golden rainbow pomegranate must have been a challenge for her. Fortunately, this pomegranate, while not abundant in spiritual energy, possessed a purifying ability. The old scoundrel from the 10,000 Poisons sect had poisoned him, preventing his wounds from healing and causing the festering flesh to linger. The child's offering of the pomegranate, albeit in insufficient quantity, merely alleviated his symptoms rather than completely neutralizing the toxin. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. His robust physique would eventually mend itself if given time. He was aware that he lay upon the childless bed, contemplating this very question before succumbing to slumber. Are humans truly so unreserved? Can any male simply occupy her bed? Qin Shu was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Xie Shiyuan's mind. Had she known, she would have likely hung him on the fence outside, turning him into a mere serpent decoration. As the night deepened, Qin Shu's hands formed intricate seals, repeatedly performing the same motion. As she became increasingly adept at the movement, she gradually entered a state of profound concentration, her hands moving with such swiftness that they nearly left an afterimage. The purple peanuts in her dantian were brimming with anticipation. Following her intuition, Qin Shu summoned a trace of spiritual energy, and the seal in her hand immediately glowed. Just as she was about to unleash it, she withdrew her gesture. The room returned to tranquility, with only a faint candlelight flickering. Qin Shu recalled the premonition that had seemingly materialized in her mind. She just knew. This seal was a means of attack, and had she released it, her little wooden cabin would likely have been pierced through. To create such a commotion on only her second night after entering the sect would have left her unable to compensate if required.
With a sigh,
she dismissed her intention to practice the sealing gesture and resumed her meditation. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Shu finally opened her eyes. She exhaled a long breath of stale air. At this point, the spiritual energy in her dantian had mostly replenished, yet the slow pace of her cultivation was indeed vexing. She rose to freshen up, feeding half of the golden rainbow pomegranate on the table to the little black snake, and consuming the other half herself. Just as she was about to step outside, a voice called from beyond the door. Qin Shu. She opened the window and glanced outside, finding that the one calling her name was He Xian. Qin Shu opened the door, releasing the protective barrier of her abode. He Xian stood before her, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the girl and the wooden cabin, before regaining composure and enthusiastically waving at her. Qin Shu closed the door behind her and stepped outside. As she passed by the modest little nursery, she failed to notice that the two fallen scales had grown to the size of her palm, dusted with a fine layer of powder. At last, I have found you. I thought I had come to the wrong place. Just as Xian approached Qin Shu, she eagerly shared, I heard that our wooden cabins have been concealed with an illusion, designed to aid the younger disciples in selecting their dwellings. Once one reaches the first layer of qi cultivation, the true nature of the cabins will be revealed. However, the restrictions placed upon them can effectively shield them from the probing of any consciousness below the nascent soul stage, which is quite convenient. Qin Shu suddenly understood. It seemed that if she wished to further conceal her residence, she would need to employ more advanced formations. Did you need something from me? Qin Shu inquired. I've heard that in 5 days, there will be a gathering in Qijin City, where we can exchange for many valuable items suitable for new disciples like us. Would you like to join me? Xian asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu felt a surge of interest. It was indeed unwise to remain cloistered. She needed to venture out and explore. However, but we have only just joined the sect, and we are completely destitute. We have nothing of value to trade. Xian, noticing the furrowed brow on her face, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. Have you forgotten? Today marks the 3rd day since we joined the sect, and we are eligible to receive our new disciple benefits. Qin Shu bit her lip, inhaled deeply, her nostrils and eyes widening. Good heavens! Such an important matter. And she had completely forgotten. Chapter 10. A delightful misunderstanding on the 3rd day of their initiation. New disciples from various sects could visit the mission hall to collect their benefits. Disciples who had been in the sect for a year were required to undertake tasks at the mission hall in exchange for points, which could be redeemed for spirit stones and various resources. This year served as a period for the disciples to grow under the sect's guidance. It was Qin Shu's first visit to the mission hall, and she turned to He Xian, pointing at another building nearby, saying, "The mission hall is adjacent to the transmission hall. Once you have cultivated your energy, you can head straight over there." Qin Shu was perplexed. This was a completely unfamiliar place, and she was certain she had never set foot here before. But if this was the transmission hall, then what was the place she visited yesterday? Qin Shu was filled with questions, and if she had indeed gone to the wrong location, how could she explain the sealing techniques and basic swordplay she had learned? Despite the multitude of doubts swirling in her mind, she resolved to remain silent, recalling the saying that those who are overly candid and straightforward often do not last long. Following He Xian, Qin Shu entered the mission hall, where a senior sister instructed them to place their tokens on the rune. As they did so, items appeared automatically on the tray before them. They received 10 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle of spirit replenishing pills, and another bottle of cleansing pills. He Xian picked up her share and, surprised, looked up to ask, "Senior sister, why is there an extra bottle?" Shuing smiled and explained, "The additional bottle contains cleansing pills, which are unique to our sect. This is a benefit bestowed upon new disciples by our esteemed ancestors. Before establishing a foundation, consuming this cleansing pill possesses the remarkable ability to refine one's essence and marrow, thus aiding your future cultivation endeavors. Only the alchemy sect would be so generous. Within this porcelain vial lie 3 cleansing pills, each capable of fetching 20 low-grade spirit stones if sold. However, as they are outer disciples with less than stellar aptitudes, such precious items are coveted yet unattainable. Only a fool would trade them for spirit stones." Qin Shu mimicked the earlier actions of He Xian and received her share. Clutching the porcelain vial tightly, she felt a surge of excitement within her. At that moment, He Xian inquired, "Senior sister, will our spiritual roots increase after we consume this cleansing pill?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shu perked up her ears. Shuing shook her head, stating, "No, the value of your spiritual roots will not change. However, as you consume grains and cereals in the mortal realm, your bodies accumulate impurities, making it challenging to connect with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. The purpose of the cleansing pill is to eliminate these impurities, thereby assisting you in absorbing spiritual energy." He Xian's head drooped, and Qin Shu silently sighed. Yet, she quickly came to a realization. If there truly existed a pill capable of cleansing spiritual roots, even if it could only elevate them by a single point, it would be worth its weight in gold, and certainly not distributed so casually among them. For disciples like themselves with relatively low spiritual root attributes, an increase of 1 or 2 points may seem insignificant. However, that prodigy with a fire spiritual root value of 99, should they gain that additional point, would possess a heavenly spiritual root, accelerating their cultivation at an astonishing pace. Qin Shu acknowledged a tinge of envy within her and silently vowed that one day she would seek a rare treasure to cleanse her spiritual roots. Since fate had granted her a second chance at life, she could not continue to be a mere waste. She must strive to improve. After enjoying their benefits, the two friends proceeded to breakfast, with Qin Shu taking an additional 2 steamed buns and a spiritual fruit. Noticing this, He Xian curiously inquired, "Aren't you full?" Qin Shu chuckled, explaining that going back and forth for meals was a waste of time, so she intended to save it for the afternoon. He Xian, being a young girl, could hardly fathom someone going to such lengths as to forego meals altogether. However, she quickly grasped the rationale, nodding seriously, "You are right. It is indeed a waste of time. I'll grab 2 more buns to ensure I can last until I cultivate my energy before coming out." Qin Shu glanced at the 2 buns in her hands and suddenly felt they were insufficient. If only the sect provided spirit cleansing pills, she murmured softly. He Xian returned with 4 buns, just in time to hear her words, and smiled. "We have spirit stones. Surely someone will sell them at the gathering in 5 days." Qin Shu nodded in agreement and parted ways with He Xian. Yet, instead of returning, she ascended the mountain path, intending to revisit the transmission hall where Rui Ming had escorted her the previous day. Could it be that she had truly taken a wrong turn? However, she had scarcely traversed half the distance when she was halted by an unexpected figure. "Who goes there?" 2 azure figures emerged upon the steps, wielding mystical artifacts. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating a step, and respectfully announced, "Esteemed brothers, I am Qin Shu, a disciple of the outer sect, merely passing through this area." Before she could articulate her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted. "This is the forbidden ground of our Dan sect, regardless of your identity. Without the summons of the sect master, you shall proceed no further." Perceiving the hostility in their tone, Qin Shu hastily stepped back 2 paces, bowing deeply in reverence. As she murmured, "I shall take my leave now." In her haste to depart, she moved quickly, anxious that lingering too long might reveal her previous presence in the forbidden area. At this juncture, she realized that her destination yesterday was not the transmission hall, but rather a place mistakenly directed by Rui Ming. Nonetheless, she bore no ill will towards him. The seal she learned that day was indeed a formidable technique. However, her current status was unsubstantiated, rendering her unable to utilize it for the time being. Qin Shu returned directly to her quarters, first preparing 2 buckets of cold spring water for future use. Sitting cross-legged, she retrieved a dust-cleansing pill from a porcelain vial before her. This pill emitted a faint herbal aroma, though it paled in comparison to the mysterious elixir she possessed. With a tilt of her head, she consumed the pill, which dissolved instantly upon contact. A gentle fragrance of flora and wood spread through her mouth, permeating her internal organs, while her body, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain, fervently absorbed the nourishing essence within. Qin Shu sensed her muscles and bones gradually unfurling as the spiritual energy within her dantian flowed with increasing fluidity. Yet, the persistent issue of her energy circulating just slightly less than it should remained unresolved. Suddenly, this exquisite sensation that elicited sighs of contentment came to an abrupt halt. It was akin to scratching an itch through a barrier. Just as she began to feel something, the effects of the medicine dissipated. Frowning in dissatisfaction, Qin Shu swallowed another pill and closed her eyes to meditate. After consuming all 3 pills, she exhaled a long, deep breath, releasing the stagnant energy and opened her eyes, her gaze now piercing and resolute. She finally understood why the sect allocated 3 pills to each individual. It was all meticulously calculated. As Qin Shu moved, she felt as though her skin was flaking away. Her brow furrowed, and the peeling intensified. Raising her arm, she observed her skin, which appeared to be encrusted with a layer of grayish rock, rigid and exuding an indescribable odor, reminiscent of refuse that had fermented for weeks. This pill should not have been named Dust Cleansing Pill. It ought to be called Dust Generating Pill instead. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Shu leaped off the mat, stripping off her garments. Chapter 11. So it was the moonlight before her lay the cold spring water that Qin Shu had prepared in advance. She shed her garments and immersed herself in the wooden tub. The icy water, despite having been left for some time, still sent shivers through her as she entered. Gritting her teeth, she circulated her spiritual energy a couple of times before the chill gradually dissipated. Qin Shu rubbed her somewhat stiff face and used a cloth to cleanse the dust from her body, all the while feeling fortunate that her original self was merely 10 years old. Otherwise, she would hardly fit into the tub. Once she had the means, she would certainly procure a proper bathing tub. After cleansing herself, she changed back into the attire she had arrived in and took the opportunity to wash the uniform issued by her sect. Once all was accomplished, she eagerly settled onto the mat, eager to explore the effects of the 3 cleansing dust pills. Would they truly enhance her cultivation speed? Her previous rate of progress had been rather disheartening. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Shu focused her mind and attuned herself to the surrounding spiritual energy. Just as she had closed her eyes, they flew open in an instant, her expression tinged with bewilderment. The effect of purging the marrow was astonishingly apparent. The spiritual energy she sensed now was far greater than what she had experienced during her initial cultivation. The myriad points of spiritual light felt as if merely inhaling a breath would equate to an entire day of cultivation.
No.
It could not solely be attributed to the cleansing dust pills. The sect would not be so generous. She had been practicing solely within the confines of her room for the past few days. What could possibly be different? She pondered deeply, and suddenly her gaze fell upon a sliver of moonlight on her arm. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, and an epiphany struck her. Could it be the moonlight? To validate her conjecture, she seized the cushion and opened the door, stepping into the courtyard. She sat cross-legged beneath the moonlight, entering a meditative state once more. And the surrounding spiritual energy thickened, reaching a viscous consistency. In the depths of slumber, Xie Shiyuan abruptly opened his eyes, not merely with his spiritual sense, but truly awakening. Observing the density of the spiritual energy outside, he employed his spiritual sense to investigate the circumstances. To his astonishment, the disturbance was caused by that little girl outside. A child with 3 spiritual roots had triggered a spiritual upheaval. What innate spiritual body did she possess? Xie Shiwan had no time for contemplation. He expelled his inner Dan and, with the last vestiges of his strength, cast a spell to conceal the anomaly. Having arranged everything, he fell back into slumber, utterly depleting the meager spiritual energy he had painstakingly regained. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he harbored a wish that the little girl would not stir up any further commotion that might attract the old men from Xuantiangong. They would both find themselves in dire straits. Yet, Qin Shu remained oblivious to all this. Even with the influx of spiritual energy she summoned, as she was merely at the onset of her cultivation journey, she could only absorb a mere fraction of it. She felt every pore, every cell brimming with spiritual energy, which flowed along her meridians and gathered in her dantian. After undergoing the purification of the cleansing elixir, her meridians transformed from humble country paths into smooth asphalt roads, allowing the flow of spiritual energy to circulate with remarkable ease. This time, upon the entry of 3 distinct colors of spiritual energy into her dantian, they did not remain separately defined as before but rather fused seamlessly into a resplendent purple. However, as the energy completed its cycles, its quantities still diminished. Qin Shu could not fathom the reason behind this loss of energy, yet given her current cultivation pace, she could only resign herself to it. If some energy were to escape, so be it. As long as a sufficient amount remained, what did a little leakage matter? After several cycles, the spiritual energy within her dantian had coalesced into a profound shade of purple. An intriguing thought struck her. If she were to refine her meridians with this energy, might her cultivation speed increase? With this notion in mind, she meticulously directed the energy from her dantian to gradually envelop the Ren meridian, which traverses the central line of the abdomen and governs all the yin channels of the body, being one of the extraordinary meridians closest to the dantian. The energy cautiously washed over the meridian, and upon observing no adverse effects, Qin Shu exhaled in relief and boldly proceeded with the refinement of her meridians. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently chosen a path of prosperity and success for herself. Robust meridians not only confer advantages during combat but also facilitate breakthroughs to higher realms more effectively than for ordinary individuals. After cultivating throughout the night, she finally opened her eyes as the spiritual energy surrounding her began to wane. At that moment, her Run meridian, having been refined over the course of the night, emanated a delicate layer of elegant purple light. She had made her decision. Wait until she has completely refined her Ren meridian before making a breakthrough. Given her pace of refinement, under favorable weather conditions, it is estimated that she could penetrate the Ren meridian and reach the 2nd level of Qi training in a month or 2. Qin Shu brushed off the mist clinging to her and gazed at the breathtaking sight of the sun and moon shining together in the sky, feeling a sense of certainty. During her traversal, she was unaware of where things had gone awry, for she was no longer the same as the original character in the book. Though she was not a prodigy capable of achieving extraordinary feats in a single day, it was certain that in 8 years, she would undoubtedly surpass the 3rd level of Qi training. Rising, Qin Shu stretched languidly, her spirits lifted. Since entering the sect, the greatest dilemma that had plagued her was now resolved. All that remained was to cultivate diligently. She not only aimed to survive but also aspired to ascend. Finding the efficiency of daytime meditation too low, Qin Shu decided to forego it altogether. Instead, she utilized a branch she had discarded as a sword. Practicing the foundational sword techniques she had learned in the forbidden area, she continued her practice until the sun rose, at which point she cleaned herself up, consumed a leftover steamed bun from the previous day, changed the medicine for her little black snake, and fed it half of a spiritual fruit. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but she sensed that the little black snake appeared worse today. Its scales had lost their chilling luster and seemed rather dull. Qin Shu felt at a loss. Having cared for the little snake for so long, she could not bear to watch it perish. She could only wait for the gathering in 4 days to see if there were any remedies available to heal spiritual beasts, hoping that it could endure until then. On this day, it marked the 4th day since Qin Shu and her companions entered the sect. Considering the passage of time, it was likely that some of the outer disciples had already begun to channel their energy. Qin Shu resolved to visit the true transmission hall herself. Otherwise, despite absorbing a great deal of spiritual energy, what good would it do if she lacked any techniques? Upon her arrival at the transmission hall, she found that there were indeed others present. A tall, slender boy, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, cast a wary glance in her direction as she entered. However, Qin Shu chose to ignore him and approached senior sister Shuing, who was instructing them. With a respectful bow, she greeted her, senior sister. Shuing recognized the beautiful young girl and smiled, inquiring, "Have you also begun to channel your energy?" "Yes. I just started last night, and thought I would come to the transmission hall to learn some simple techniques." Shuing then instructed her to place her hand on the spirit testing stone. Qin Shu, wishing to conceal her true capabilities, only released a small amount of spiritual energy, which caused the stone to emit a faint glow. With a smile, Shuing remarked, "Not bad. You have indeed begun to channel your energy. I see that you possess a fire spirit root. Shall we start with the fireball technique?" Chapter 12. Her little snake has come back to life. As Qin Shu contemplated, learning the fireball technique seemed feasible. Her fire spiritual root was the most potent, and beginning with this would likely simplify the process. Therefore, she sought the guidance of her senior sister. Shu Ying imparted the incantation for the fireball technique to her, meticulously instructing her on the hand seals and how to draw forth the fire's spiritual energy. Qin Shu comprehended the instructions, yet found herself increasingly perplexed. How was she to extract the fire spiritual energy when her three types of spiritual energy were entwined as one? Observing Qin Shu's round, innocent eyes staring blankly, Shuing couldn't help but pinch her cheek gently, her expression radiating warmth. "You might not fully grasp it yet, but that's perfectly fine. Give it a try, and you will gradually find your rhythm." Qin Shu blinked, feeling somewhat awkward as her 10-year-old form was pinched. However, upon meeting Shu Ying's encouraging smile, she slowly mirrored her senior's movements, ultimately watching as Shu Ying summoned forth the fire spiritual energy, a vibrant red flame dancing at her fingertips. Uncertain of how to separate the fire spiritual energy, Qin Shu decided to draw forth a hint of her own violet spiritual energy. A spark flickered momentarily in her palm before vanishing in an instant. Shu Ying's eyes widened in surprise. "Remarkable. To see a spark on your first attempt is quite impressive. Try again." Qin Shu understood that the fleeting flame was merely a result of her minimal output of spiritual energy. Yet, upon encountering the unfriendly gaze of the boy beside her, her long-dormant sense of vigilance surged back to life. Indeed, she who stands out is often the target. With her mixed three spiritual roots, she remarkably cultivated her energy within a mere 4 days, already garnering considerable attention. Should word spread of her astonishing comprehension, she might find herself bereft of tranquility in the days to come. Resolute in her decision, Qin Shu boldly formed the seal before them once more. Yet this time, even the flicker of flame was absent. After several more attempts, failure continued to greet her, and her demeanor grew increasingly impatient. "What is happening? I am clearly performing the movements as before." The girl's voice, high-pitched and deliberately raised, inevitably drew the gaze of everyone in the transmission hall. A slender boy scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. "Your earlier success was merely a stroke of luck. One cannot rely on fortune in the path of cultivation. A true genius capable of manifesting a fireball in 1 or 2 attempts would have long ascended to the inner sect rather than remaining here." Qin Shu's shoulders slumped, and noticing this, Shu Ying frowned disapprovingly before turning to comfort her. "That girl with a fire spiritual root valued at 99, who entered with you, also took 2 days to conjure a fireball. Little sister, do not be anxious. Practice a few more times, and perhaps you will succeed." Qin Shu nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister. I understand. I will try again." She turned to leave, her expression despondent. Shu Ying sighed, recognizing that the young girl was still too tender in age. Such setbacks were but trifles on the arduous journey of cultivation. Once Qin Shu stepped beyond their sight, she returned to her usual self. The boy, it seems, is destined to be a mere pawn, meddlesome and petty, unable to tolerate the success of others. Qin Shu returned to her small wooden cabin, retreating for a full 4 days, venturing only to the dining hall each morning for her steamed buns. Otherwise, she devoted herself entirely to the study of spiritual energy. She initially followed the teachings of Shu Ying, forming seals with her hands, and subsequently drew forth spiritual energy from her dantian. Depending on the quantity of energy she summoned, the fireball in her palm would enlarge or diminish. Qin Shu noted this sensation. This time, she refrained from forming seals, simply opening her palm to manifest a sphere of fire. When she touched it, it did not burn her. Furthermore, she found that this flame could ignite a lamp. A thought crossed her mind, and the flames at her fingertips transformed into a vibrant green with spiritual energy, then shifted again to a rich earth tone. A smile spread across Qin Shu's face as she realized that purple spiritual energy could indeed be altered at will. This was advantageous. Her wood and earth spiritual roots had relatively low attributes and absorb energy slowly, thus allowing her to draw upon the more abundant fire spiritual energy. Qin Shu now comprehended that the existence of the transmission hall was primarily to instruct newly initiated disciples in the usage of spiritual energy.
Yet,
The principles remained unchanged. Drawing fire spiritual energy to her fingertips manifested as flames. Channeling wood spiritual energy into plants promoted their growth and enabled the discernment of their age and attributes. However, the younger disciples had yet to achieve such dexterity, relying instead on corresponding incantations to suppress the other energies within them. No longer burdened by such concerns, she found that once the ethereal energy entered her dantian, it transformed into a vibrant purple hue, effortlessly shifting at her will without the need for suppression. She casually toyed with a sphere of green light, contemplating whether she should undertake a sect mission next. Although the sect provided sustenance and accommodations, along with various benefits within the year, it was of little use for disciples of lesser talent to remain in seclusion. They required fortuitous encounters or elixirs to aid their progress. Disciples below the second layer of qi cultivation were prohibited from external missions, yet tasks within the sect remained accessible, such as assisting in the medicinal fields or fetching water for the kitchen, among others. Qin Shu pondered this, and with a thought, she retracted the green sphere in her hand. In the next moment, her gaze fixated on her fingers, wide-eyed in surprise. She recalled the day she had inadvertently cut herself while picking fruit on the back mountain. How is it that now there was not even a scar? Just that morning, she had observed the wound while washing her face. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that the wood spirit energy she had harnessed was indeed the essence of life. She felt a strong inclination to experiment further, yet hesitated at the thought of using her delicate hand. Biting her lip in indecision, an idea suddenly struck her as she turned her gaze towards the small pink-hearted black snake resting on her bed. Was this not a ready-made subject for her experiment? Why inflict harm upon herself? Rising, she retrieved the little black snake and unwrapped the silk cloth that encased it. With a wave of her hand, she concentrated, enveloping the snake's 7-inch mark with a sphere of vibrant green wood spirit energy. Xia Shiyuan awakened once more, his temperament somewhat irritable. It is hardly surprising that anyone, confined in solitude to recuperate, would wear a displeased expression when incessantly disturbed. How long must this continue? Awakening thrice in a single day, he even contemplated devouring the little child in one swift bite. Yet, in the next moment, his agitation was quelled by a rich essence of wood spirit that enveloped him. Serpents naturally gravitate towards flora, and this potent wood energy coursed through his 7 inches, mending his fractured heart meridians. As the channels were restored, the long-dormant rhythm of his heartbeat resumed. However, Qin Shu, still possessing limited cultivation, withdrew her hand after a brief period of healing. As the comforting sensation dissipated, Xia Shiyuan instinctively leaned closer to her fingertips, reluctant to part. Qin Shu, sensing the chill of his touch, momentarily froze before elation surged within her. It seemed this wood spirit energy indeed possessed restorative properties. Her little serpent had returned to life. Chapter 13. The Demon Lord Xia Shiyuan, you have returned to life. How wonderful! Qin Shu excitedly grasped the small serpent and lifted it. At that moment, Xia Shiyuan distinctly felt his fate being grasped by another, instinctively. He coiled his tail around Qin Shu's wrist. Witnessing his movement, Qin Shu finally let out a sigh of relief. How splendid, you truly have not perished. The concern in her voice resonated within Xia Shiyuan, altering its essence. From the moment he hatched alone from a serpent egg, devoid of parents or kin, no one had cared for his existence. This was the first time someone had shown such genuine concern for him. A sense of joy blossomed within his heart, causing him to unconsciously flick his forked tongue. Are you hungry? If so, just nod your head, Qin Shu inquired. Xia Shiyuan, having transcended the tribulations of ascension and long since abstained from earthly sustenance, shook his head. In Qin Shu's eyes, her excitement illuminated. You truly understand human speech. So, you are a spiritual beast. How marvelous. The innocence of human children is indeed quite amusing, Xia Shiyuan thought to himself. Qin Shu then retrieved a jiling fruit from her bag and said to Xia Shiyuan, I will offer you this fruit, but please do not bite me, all right? Xia Shiyuan glanced at the lowly spirit fruit, which typically would not catch his eye, and his pupils transformed into slits for a brief moment. Noticing his delay in response, Qin Shu's expression turned solemn as she bit her lip. Xia Shiyuan looked at her, then let his head droop back onto her arm. She possessed an overflowing aura, and it remained a mystery what kind of spirit she truly was. Her presence proved to be of slight assistance in healing his injuries, so he decided to keep her for the time being. Qin Shu distinctly perceived the disdain in his gaze. She wrinkled her nose and took a bite of the Jiling fruit, pouting as she muttered, "You're unhappy even when I offer you fruit. Yet you relished it when you were unconscious." Xia Shiwan. This little imp, taking advantage of his predicament, dared to bring it up. Were it not for her usefulness, he would have swallowed her whole. Qin Shu noticed the little black snake resting on her wrist had closed its eyes again, clearly disinterested in her. However, she was unwilling to let it be, yanking it off her wrist by its tail. Xia Shiwan had just fallen asleep when she awakened him once more. Although his heart meridians had healed somewhat, his injuries were severe, with numerous meridians severed, leaving him feeble. He needed to sleep. He required healing. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a feminine voice beside him saying, "Don't cling to others. Just sleep." Xia Shiwan was filled with indignation and once again nestled against her wrist. Just as Qin Shu attempted to pull him away, she noticed a dark gleam flash across his body, and a black snake-like tattoo materialized on her delicate wrist, as wild as it was striking. Qin Shu was also incensed. Yet she found herself powerless against him, resigning to let him remain on her wrist for the time being. The following day marked the date Qin Shu had arranged with Xian. She rose from her mat, refreshed herself, and left her home with a prepared bag of holding in hand. Upon arriving at the designated location, Xian had yet to appear. Qin Shu waited for less than a quarter of an hour before Xian finally dashed over. "Qin Shu, I have successfully cultivated my qi," Xian exclaimed, breathless yet eager to share her joyous news. "Congratulations. It's only the 8th day. Quite impressive," Qin Shu praised sincerely. Had it not been for the unforeseen mishap during her transmigration, given her original body's aptitude, she might not have succeeded in cultivating qi for an entire month. Xian's talent surpassed that of the original owner by leaps and bounds. In Qin Shu's recollections, Xian possessed dual elemental roots of fire and wood, destined for alchemical pursuits. If not for the fact that both of her spiritual roots had not surpassed 80, she would likely have already been an inner disciple. Xian beamed with joy. "Indeed. I only managed to cultivate my qi this morning, which is why I am late. Please don't be upset. I shall treat you to a delightful meal later." Qin Shu winked at her. "You cultivating qi is a cause for celebration. How could I possibly be angry? Let us hasten. I am eager to witness what the celestial market is like, and how it differs from our own Fanning city." As Xian noticed Qin Shu preparing to descend the mountain, she quickly grasped her arm. "Where are you going?" Qin Shu, puzzled, turned back and asked, "Aren't we heading down the mountain?" Xian chuckled softly. "The celestial mountain is vast. If we rely solely on ourselves to navigate down, we might not arrive until the next millennium. Then how shall we proceed?" Qin Shu countered. "Follow me," Xian replied. "I have inquired, and the sect possesses a dedicated teleportation array. It requires merely 2 low-grade spirit stones to reach Qijin City. 2 inferior spirit stones." Qin Shu felt a pang of pain. She only possessed 10 in total, and using the teleportation array would result in the evaporation of 1/5 of her wealth. Seeing the expression on her face, Xian couldn't help but chuckle. She leaned closer to Qin Shu and whispered, "Qin Shu, I discreetly inquired with senior sister Shuing. She mentioned that we could assist in sorting herbs in the medicinal fields. Though the task is laborious and offers scant spirit stones, the senior disciples are reluctant to undertake it. However, we can earn some points and exchange them for spirit stones." Listening to her excited voice, Qin Shu realized they were on the same wavelength, but she knew that other disciples would likely arrive at the same conclusion. For now, they could take advantage of the fact that most had not yet begun to cultivate their vital energy and earn a few stones in the meantime. Before long, the 2 arrived at the teleportation array. The array could transport 10 disciples at a time, and when they arrived, a group had just departed, leaving them to wait. At that moment, a celestial steed, pulling a carriage, soared towards the main peak. Qin Shu heard someone nearby exclaim, "Isn't it the carriage from the Tianji Pavilion? What brings it to our sect? Could there be some upheaval in the cultivation world? Check the jade slip." Qin Shu watched as they pulled out the jade slip, swiping it with an energy reminiscent of modern smartphones. "I see someone from the Tianji Pavilion has mentioned that their sect leader has calculated the whereabouts of the demon lord Xia Shiwan." The name Xia Shiwan made Qin Shu's pupil's contract. She was familiar with this name as well. The demon lord Xie Shiyuan, a formidable antagonist in the original narrative, faced an onslaught from the 8 great sects, Luo Yunzong, Yan Yuezong, Zuanshanmen, Tiangongong, Huanzong, Baihuij, during his tribulation. Instead of subduing him, they found themselves marked by his resentment. Once he recuperated, he returned to the heavenly palace, leading his vast legion of demons to invade the eastern continent, where death and destruction ensued, casting a pall over the land. Ultimately, it was the heroine Qin Mian, wielding her mastery of the sword and merging with the heartless sword master, who managed to wound the demon lord once more. This strike stirred an unexpected affection within Xie Shiyuan, compelling him to relinquish his long-standing grievances with the 8 sections. Qin Shu, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. Was the renowned demon lord truly a love-struck fool? The author seems to have diminished the demon lord's intellect to enhance the heroine's character, leading one to ponder whether Xie Shiyuan is, in fact, a masochist. Perhaps there are foreshadowed elements, but having not read further, she remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Xie Shiyuan, coiled around Qin Shu's wrist, felt an itch in his nose, perpetually on the verge of sneezing, unaware of who was uttering his name. Chapter 14. To end her as Qin Shu found herself lost in recollections. She was suddenly drawn back to reality by He Xian's familiar voice inquiring, "Who is the demon lord Xie Shiyuan? Has he gone missing?" Lifting her gaze, she noticed He Xian had already approached the 2 disciples, engaging them in lively conversation. Qin Shu fell silent, pondering if this was what it meant to be socially adept. No wonder she seemed privy to every piece of news. Her ability to converse with anyone was truly remarkable. Before long, He Xian returned, brimming with the latest gossip she had unearthed. "Qin Shu, I found out that Xie Shiyuan is a villain. A few days ago, he sustained grave injuries during the Thunder Tribulation, and the 8 major sects are eager to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him." He Xian spoke animatedly, her enthusiasm palpable. The scandals of the cultivation world were far more exhilarating than the mundane affairs of their home in Fanning City. As Qin Shu listened, she noted some discrepancies between He Xian's account and what she had read in the original narrative, yet she found it understandable. After all, standing on the territory of the righteous, how could these so-called paragons allow their disciples to perceive their opportunistic intentions? Her curiosity was piqued further by the jade slip they were using. What was it? Compared to the gossip, Qin Shu was evidently more intrigued by the device in their possession. True to her nature, He Xian did not disappoint. That is a communication jade slip. By leaving their spiritual essence on it, they can connect with one another. Any news from the cultivation world can be disseminated through it, visible to all. Understanding dawned upon Qin Shu. This was akin to a mobile phone in the realm of cultivation. With this revelation, her interest deepened. To better integrate into the cultivation world, she resolved to acquire one for herself. Ahem. In truth, the internet-addicted girl merely yearns for a miniature mobile device akin to those used in the realm of cultivation. Such items are available for purchase in Qijin City, and we shall peruse them shortly. Many disciples are making their way to Qijin City for the market, and Qin Shu and her companions did not have to wait long before gathering a group of 10. The overseer of the teleportation array advised these novice disciples, embarking on their first journey, to close their eyes while using the array, as they might experience a touch of dizziness, urging them to prepare mentally. The duration of the teleportation was approximately 15 minutes, during which Qin Shu followed the overseer's counsel and shut her eyes, finding the sensation reminiscent of motion sickness. Having taken the bus to school daily in her past life, she adapted quite well. However, He Xian found it rather overwhelming, her complexion paling immediately upon arrival. A nearby senior sister, who had just been gossiping with her, skillfully produced a porcelain vial and tossed it to He Xian, saying, "Here. This is my previous purchase of a snuff bottle. Give it a vigorous sniff." He Xian, with her pallid face, uncorked the vial and inhaled deeply, a refreshing minty aroma rushing to her head. She squinted, her features contorting momentarily, but she quickly recovered. Returning the snuff bottle, the senior sister waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's yours, I no longer have need of it." As He Xian watched them depart, she suddenly realized she had failed to inquire about her senior sister's sect. Noticing her despondent expression, Qin Shu remarked, "Later, let us acquire a communication jade slip so that when you next encounter your senior sister, you may add her. Ahem, leave a spiritual resonance." He Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of a communication jade slip, which would greatly facilitate their future correspondence. Qin Shu pondered this notion. yet refrained from revealing her thoughts. Before them lay a bustling street, steeped in ancient charm, where most disciples donned the garments bestowed by their sections. It was rumored that some shops offered a discount of 20% to the disciples of Xiantian sect. Preoccupied with the matter of the communication jade slip, Xian eagerly inquired, pulling Qin Shu along as they made their way to the vendor specializing in these slips. The jade slip was an essential item in the realm of cultivation, regarded as fundamental equipment, and its price was quite affordable. The two arrived at the entrance of a shop dedicated to selling jade slips. As Xian entered, she immediately posed the question, "Excuse me, do you have communication jade slips?" A shop assistant emerged from behind the counter, and upon observing their attire and youthful appearance, a smile graced his face. "You must be new disciples of the Xiantian sect, am I correct?" Qin Shu affirmed, "Yes, that's right. Do you offer any discounts in your store?" The shop assistant's smile widened. "Indeed, indeed. Do you young fairies wish to purchase communication jade slips? What kind would you prefer?" A moment of surprise crossed Qin Shu's face. Was there a classification for the jade slips? Xian then interjected, "Show us all the options and we shall choose." The shop assistant complied. Retrieving a wooden box from a corner behind the counter and presenting all the jade slips within, cheerfully addressing Qin Shu and Xian. "Here are the jade slips you requested, young fairies. The white jade tablets are the most common and affordable, while the corresponding pink and black variants are somewhat pricier." Xian immediately set her sights on a pink jade tablet and reached out to grasp it, inquiring, "How many spirit stones for this pink one?" The shop attendant, noticing her captivated expression, rolled his eyes and replied, "This pink tablet was originally priced at 12 low-grade spirit stones. However, we have a rule here that disciples of the Xiantian sect may purchase it for just 10 low-grade spirit stones." Xian's face brightened with joy, as she had initially worried about having insufficient spirit stones, but now it seemed she had just enough. Yet, in the next moment, she heard Qin Shu beside her say, "Make it cheaper." Xian was startled and observed Qin Shu, who wore a serious expression while pointing to the communication jade tablets, remarking, "These tablets are of an outdated design from years ago, and no one wants them. If you miss this opportunity, the next batch of entry disciples won't arrive for another 10 years. They remain unsold and take up space." The shop attendant's eye twitched. This little girl was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. "Young lady, you are truly making things difficult. I am merely an employee here, and the pricing is not determined by my words alone." However, Qin Shu retorted, "Then go fetch your employer. I wish to speak with him." "The employer is not in Qijin City. Do you not possess a communication jade tablet? Just inquire." Xian watched in astonishment. She had actually intended to mention that she had brought along some personal savings, but witnessing Qin Shu's earnest negotiation, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. At last, the shopkeeper relented. "How many spirit stones do you wish to purchase?" Qin Shu, perceiving the shift in his demeanor, understood that the price was negotiable and boldly declared, 2 low-grade spirit stones." The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Xian, who cautiously raised her head to assess the shopkeeper, genuinely concerned that they might be expelled. Yet, Qin Shu remained composed, assuring him, "If you sell to us, we shall inform other disciples at our sect to come here for their purchases." The deal was struck. This time, it was Qin Shu who fell silent. She turned her head to see Xian frozen in place and tugged at her sleeve, saying, "Please pay with the spirit stones." Xian gazed at Qin Shu with admiration. She had initially thought this younger sister to be shy and reticent. Yet, she was astonished to discover that each of her words struck precisely at the heart of the matter, saving them 8 low-grade spirit stones with just a few well-chosen phrases. How remarkable! She quickly paid the spirit stones and picked up the pink jade slip, feeling quite pleased with herself. However, after Xian had completed the transaction, Qin Shu turned to leave. Xian, astonished, called out to her, "Aren't you keeping it?" After all that negotiation, was she truly walking away empty-handed? Just moments ago, she had appeared so eager. Qin Shu pressed her lips together and nodded slightly, replying, "I intend to save my spirit stones to purchase a fasting pill." Xian could only think, what a frustrating situation. Chapter 15. I no longer desire it naturally. Qin Shu yearned for such a valuable item as the communication jade slip. However, at this moment, the importance of the fasting elixir took precedence in her mind. With the fasting elixir, she would no longer waste precious time on meals daily, allowing her to advance to the second layer of qi training sooner and embark on missions outside the sect. Glancing at the palm-sized communication jade slip in her hand, she ultimately decided to store it away. At their tender age, both she and He Xian could afford to progress in their cultivation gradually. But the ephemeral opportunities of the past could never be retrieved. Moreover, before leaving home, her father had gifted her a small pouch of spirit stones, roughly containing 7 or 8 pieces, the origin of which remained a mystery. Should she encounter a suitable fasting elixir later, she would contemplate purchasing a few. As the two girls exited the shop, they beheld 2 rows of small stalls lining the roadside, some of which featured individuals donning the attire of their sect. With limited worldly experience, both He Xian and Qin Shu gazed with curiosity at the array of wonders: flying wooden birds, talking vases, celestial swords, martial arts manuals, sword techniques, and medicinal pills. Everything imaginable was on display. Ultimately, Qin Shu halted before a modest stall selling medicinal pills. The stall was small, adorned with several porcelain vials and a sign proclaiming, self-produced and sold, reasonably priced. "Do you have fasting elixirs?" Qin Shu inquired directly. The disciple manning the stall, clad in the garb of the Xiantian sect, looked up upon hearing her question and was met with the sight of the 2 young girls before him. Yes, indeed. 5 low-grade spirit stones per vial, with 10 pills inside. Each pill lasts for 3 days. A single high-tier fasting elixir could sustain one for an entire month. Unfortunately, due to his limited abilities, he could only concoct this inferior-grade pill. Qin Shu pondered that 5 pieces of low-grade spirit stones for a month's supply were indeed not exorbitant. She then inquired, "May I take a look?" The stall owner, a senior brother, produced a porcelain vial and handed it to her, assuring her that these pills were all personally crafted and would pose no issues. Qin Shu accepted the vial, uncorked it, and brought it to her nose for a gentle sniff. Suddenly, she was taken aback. The scent felt oddly familiar. A realization struck her, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She swiftly recapped the vial and returned it, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." As she turned to leave, both He Xian and the disciple were momentarily stunned, with He Xian directly questioning, "What is the matter? Why are you suddenly declining?" "I find I don't need it at the moment. I shall purchase a communication jade slip instead." He Xian, feeling somewhat speechless, conceded, "Very well, I shall buy a vial." After all, she could also concoct pills. As she rummaged for spirit stones, she instinctively asked, "Could you perhaps offer a discount? We are also disciples of the pill sect, albeit we have yet to master the art of alchemy." The senior brother was momentarily taken aback by her words, then chuckled. "Very well. I shall let it go for 4 spirit stones." He Xian happily paid the spirit stones, took the porcelain vial, and used her newly acquired jade slip to record the senior brother's spiritual resonance for future purchases. She intended to share a few pills with Qin Shu, but was met with a refusal. "No need, I do not require this for the time being." He Sun was perplexed by her ever-changing thoughts. As she paid with spirit stones, Qin Shu turned and noticed a dull iron sword at the neighboring stall. The intricate patterns on the sword evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. Remembering her rudimentary swordsmanship training and the absence of a suitable weapon, she boldly inquired, "How much for this sword?" The stall owner, a middle-aged man, regarded the young girl with disinterest and replied casually, "This is a treasure I unearthed from the spirit realm. It won't be sold for less than 30 low-grade spirit stones." Qin Shu furrowed her brow. This was beyond her means. As she prepared to leave, a chilling male voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. "Buy it." Pausing momentarily, she attempted to channel a modicum of spiritual energy into the iron sword. Yet, the energy vanished upon contact with the blade, yielding no response whatsoever. She deduced that, lacking any extraordinary treasures, the only potential source of communication could be. The serpent coiled around her wrist. Frowning, Qin Shu thought, 30 low-grade spirit stones for a piece of junk? Are they mad? She carelessly placed the sword back on the stall and turned to depart when the voice returned. "You would do well to purchase it. Otherwise, regret will follow." Qin Shu pondered. "Purchase it? With what? My 8 spirit stones? If I buy it, I won't even have enough to return via the teleportation array." With a heart resigned to despair, Qin Shu turned her gaze towards the stall owner and inquired, "My friend, would you sell this for 6 low-grade spirit stones?" The vendor, however, did not acknowledge her at all. Gritting her teeth, Qin Shu boldly raised her offer, saying, 8 stones. The stall owner shot her a disapproving glance. admonishing her to behave, suggesting that she should not cause trouble and simply go somewhere more comfortable. Had he not uttered those words, Qin Shu might have departed. But his insistence on her mischief compelled her to engage him further. Uncle, this iron sword is merely composed of ordinary iron. What cultivator would wield such a weapon? It exhibits no response to the infusion of spiritual energy. Frankly, I believe 8 low-grade spirit stones is rather excessive. If you are truly unwilling, I possess a modest amount of gold and silver that I could offer instead. Upon hearing this, the vendor retorted, how could anything sourced from the spiritual realm be mere iron? You are but a child and should refrain from making unfounded statements. But it genuinely lacks spiritual energy, Qin Shu countered. Even a child like me can perceive that. Surely you can as well? Imagine having to spend 30 spirit stones on an ordinary iron piece. Would you find that agreeable? The stall owner, contemplating her words, fell into a thoughtful silence. After a considerable pause, he looked up at Qin Shu and inquired, if you are so certain it is ordinary iron, why do you still wish to purchase it? Qin Shu shrugged, replying, I practice swordsmanship and have struggled to find a suitable weapon. This one appears to be the right size. However, I only possess 8 spirit stones. If you refuse to sell it to me, then I shall simply forego the purchase. The stall owner contemplated for a long while before ultimately conceding, very well. 8 spirit stones it is, consider it a bargain. Qin Shu placed the sword into her spatial pouch and retrieved 8 spirit stones, handing them to the vendor. Xian was utterly bewildered. What do you need a sword for? Have you forgotten? You are an alchemist. Besides, if you must purchase a sword, at least choose a quality one. This sword lacks any spiritual energy. You might as well buy 2 bottles of fasting pills. Qin Shu chuckled gently. I know some basic sword techniques. Practicing them will provide me with a means of self-defense when I venture out in the future. Xian, observing Qin Shu's calm demeanor, felt a lingering confusion. Why would an alchemist require a means of self-defense? As long as one attained the status of a master alchemist, it would be entirely feasible to employ attendants for protection. Surely, there would be no need to struggle and fight oneself. Yet, seeing Qin Shu's joyful expression, she chose to suppress her thoughts. At this juncture, Qin Shu had completely depleted her spirit stones, rendering her incapable of purchasing even a jade slip. She turned to Xian with an apologetic smile. My dear friend, could you lend me 2 spirit stones? I need them to use a teleportation array. I promise to repay you next month. Xian let out a resigned sigh. Very well, I shall lend you 2 more. You ought to buy a jade slip as well. It will facilitate communication. Qin Shu expressed her gratitude with a cupped fist bow. Your kindness is beyond words. I shall remember it. The 2 then returned to the initial shop where they had haggled and purchased a white jade slip. Qin Shu firmly believed that if the pink slip was priced at 2 inferior spirit stones, then the white slip should logically be even cheaper. The shop attendant, utterly at a loss with her, ultimately offered her a small trinket as a gesture of goodwill. It is a delicate jade hairpin, which, when worn, invigorates the mind and spirit. Qin Shu felt a sense of satisfaction, as it was just perfect for securing her bun. Burdened with an external debt of 4 spirit stones, Qin Shu lost her desire to continue shopping and decided to return to the sect. The 2 agreed to message each other directly if any matters arose, and thus parted ways to their respective quarters. Upon closing her door, the first thing Qin Shu did was retrieve a vial of elixirs that she had stored in her qianquan bag upon entering the sect. She poured out 1 pill, and its refreshing fragrance soon permeated the entire room, prompting her to take a deep breath, feeling utterly rejuvenated. This elixir, is it not the famed fasting pill? Chapter 16, Sister. You are on fire indeed. It has come effortlessly. The fragrance and hue of this elixir are so distinct that even someone as dim-witted as she could discern them. This bottle of fasting elixir she possesses far surpasses the one sold by that senior brother in Qijin City. Yet, she had just tested Huxin on her way back, and the novice gift package did not include this elixir. Could it be that only those who report to the Dan sect first receive it? Qin Shu secretly rejoiced, believing she had deduced correctly, and was grateful she hadn't hesitated and had hurried back. She consumed one of the elixirs in her hand, closed her eyes, and focused for a moment, carefully sensing the hunger in her abdomen gradually dissipating. Only then did she reopen her eyes, her face alight with joy. It seems this elixir is indeed the fasting elixir. One must commend the Dan sect for their thoughtful provisions. She then retrieved the communication jade slip she had purchased from her qianquan bag. The The shopkeeper had mentioned that the jade slip required a drop of blood to recognize its owner. If the slip were lost and fell into another's hands, it would be of no use to them. Qin Shu gazed at her fingers, lost in contemplation, and for the first time, she felt the arduousness of the immortal cultivation world. To cut her own finger truly required a measure of courage. After deliberating for some time, she recalled the moment when Qin Mian had pierced her heart with that blade, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. Enough of this. If I do not enter hell,
Who will?
she first took a cloth to wipe her newly acquired iron sword until it gleamed, glanced at her delicate, fair fingers, and with a steely resolve, she made a decisive cut. She was about to let her blood drip onto the jade slip, but before she could lower the iron sword in her hand, a layer of grayish glaze on the blade shattered like eggshell, gradually revealing a sword of white jade. A groove ran along the edge of the blade, and as Qin Shu's blood flowed along it, the white jade sword appeared to be illuminated, emanating a soft red glow. She attempted to infuse her spiritual energy into the sword, transforming it into an ethereal shade of purple. Observing the transformation of the sword, a smile blossomed on Qin Shu's face. Who would have thought that with merely 8 inferior spiritual stones, she would acquire such a remarkable treasure? With a hint of blood still on her fingertips, she hastily applied it to the communication jade slip. Upon activating the slip and channeling her spiritual breath, a message promptly materialized on her jade slip. Qin Shu, it's Hexian. Qin Shu added her as a friend and was just about to reply when she noticed Hexian forwarding a message to her. The young master of the Fire Spirit Bird clan, Qiyu, has entered the Xuantiangmen sword sect. Within 2 days, he has drawn energy into his body, and in 8 days, he has reached the second layer of Qi training, a prodigy of astonishing talent. Qin Shu couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Ever since she discovered the exceptional effects of her cultivation under the moonlight, she had indeed become somewhat complacent. Today's news struck her like a wake-up call, reminding her that there were many with superior talents, not to mention those with family backgrounds, who had undoubtedly traversed far less arduous paths than her own. The information panel of the Jade tablet continuously displayed a plethora of messages. Qin Shu noticed the bounty section where individuals were offering substantial rewards for the heads of others, while some sought to acquire rare treasures from heaven and earth. The gossip column revealed that a certain elder's concubine had been unfaithful, and a disciple from the Hehuan sect had successfully wooed a guest of honor. Furthermore, there were rumors that members of the Tianji Pavilion had departed from the Xiantian Gate, which remained eerily silent. The news regarding the demon lord Xie Shiyuan at Xiantian Gate was deemed inaccurate, prompting the friends of Tianji Pavilion to investigate further. Qin Shu cast a cursory glance at the bustling information, recognizing it as a source of entertainment, yet lamented that this was not the time for idleness. She sent a message to Hshin, informing her of her impending seclusion while encouraging her to diligently strive for progress. Finally, she set aside the jade tablet, her gaze falling upon the mark of a small black snake on her wrist. "Was it you who spoke to me in my sea of consciousness today?" she whispered softly. After uttering her query, she waited for a moment, but the mark remained silent. Feeling powerless against it, she could hardly resort to the drastic measure of excising it from her flesh. With a furrowed brow, she eventually concealed it beneath her sleeve, opting for the adage that out of sight brings peace of mind. As dusk enveloped the sky outside, Qin Shu rose to open the window, allowing the moonlight to flood her space. She settled into a cross-legged position on the mat, preparing to enter a meditative state. This practice would extend over a month, during which she would train by day with her sword and absorb the ethereal energy of the heavens and earth by night. Not far from her resided a fellow disciple named Shinrong, who had joined the sect alongside her. She exhibited commendable talent among the new initiates, achieving the first layer of Qi cultivation within a mere 20 days. For the first time, she glimpsed the distant house through an illusion, her heart brimming with excitement over her progress. However, that joy was fleeting. On this night of the full moon, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Unable to resist, she opened the window to steal a glance at the house opposite her. To her surprise, that single glance rendered her sleepless. In the luminous moonlight, she discerned a figure meditating in cultivation. She took out a communication jade slip and inquired of her close friend about the identity of the person residing by the cold pool who was cultivating throughout the night. Without any spirit fruit pills to sustain her, she had to eat daily. Yet, each time she ventured out, she witnessed the figure practicing swordplay, and upon her return, the same scene unfolded. Suddenly, the The spirit fruit in her hand lost its charm, and she couldn't help but voice her frustrations on the jade slip platform. Heavens! The person across from me cultivates tirelessly at night and practices swordplay all day. Are we not from the pill sect? Why must we also engage in sword training? This revelation spread among the community, and soon everyone knew of the prodigious Qiyu from Xiantian sect and the diligent Qin Shu. The heights of Qiyu were unfathomable to them. They were inherently different. Perhaps even a mere breath could suffice for his cultivation. Yet, Qin Shu was another matter entirely. As fellow outer disciples, their talents were not vastly dissimilar. If she could tirelessly cultivate without rest, then surely they could as well. It was rumored that after 6 months of initiation, there would be a grand sect competition, with rewards for the top 10. Should an outer disciple secure a place in the top 10, they would gain entry into the inner sect for further cultivation. The resources of the inner sect vastly surpass those of the outer sect. Should one gain entry into the inner sanctum, their path ahead would surely be more enduring. Thus, a fervent atmosphere took hold of the outer sect of the Xiantian sect's alchemy division, where the prevailing sentiment became one of relentless ambition, striving to outpace others at all costs. At long last, the day arrived when Qin Shu had fully refined her meridians, her deep violet spiritual energy converging upon the Tian Shu acupoint like a natural culmination. A sound akin to a cork being dislodged echoed through her body, as if a previously obstructed vessel had been freed. Qin Shu proceeded to circulate her spiritual energy through 2 complete cycles, feeling a significant lightness envelop her form. As she opened her eyes, a smile gradually emerged, for it was evident that she had attained the 2nd level of qi refinement. Withdrawing a communication jade slip, she was nearly overwhelmed by an avalanche of unread messages, each one emanating from the same source. Xian. Qin Shu, shall we embark on a sect mission together tomorrow? Are you there? How long have you been in seclusion? I've heard you haven't been sleeping at all, dedicating yourself to cultivation. My goodness, you are truly relentless. Sister, you have become quite the sensation. Chapter 17. The transformation of essence. Qin Shu meticulously perused all the messages sent by Xian before she grasped the situation at hand. She found herself somewhat speechless. Her sole desire was to survive, not to ensnare others in demise. Yet upon reflection, it seemed rather advantageous for everyone to engage in this competitive spirit. Presently, within the confines of their sect, they felt no imminent peril, but when the time came for external trials, each additional increment of cultivation would diminish the associated risks. She casually replied to Xian, informing her of her emergence from seclusion. Xian's response was almost instantaneous, her voice resonating with urgency. If you hadn't emerged soon, I would have thought you were preparing for foundation establishment. Qin Shu chuckled lightly. Not at all. I knew you were concerned about me. Xian felt a flutter of warmth at her words. However, before she could bask in that sentiment, Qin Shu's next message arrived. It's time to claim this month's benefits. Xian's expression faltered, her previously uplifted smile now drooping in exasperation as she tugged at the handkerchief she held. This woman is truly something. All that sentiment wasted. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, her current financial plight compelled her to seize every opportunity for free benefits. After a brief moment of vexation, Xian relented, inquiring, when shall we go to collect them? Let us set a time. There's no time like the present. Let us go now. Very well. I shall meet you at the entrance of the task hall. Meanwhile, Chenrong was meditating. Noticing a stir from across the room, she hurriedly descended from her bed and rushed to the door. This was also her first encounter with the true visage of Qin Shu. Previously, she had only glimpsed a shadow practicing swordplay from a distance. However, upon this closer observation, her astonishment deepened. She was merely such a petite girl? Junior sister.
Wait.
As she saw Qin Shu about to leave, Chenrong hastily called out. Qin Shu instinctively turned her head, and upon noticing a stranger, she curiously inquired, Are you calling me? Chenrong nodded and took a couple of steps closer, asking, Are you Qin Shu? Upon hearing her name, Qin Shu was further perplexed. Since entering the Xiantian sect, she had seldom interacted with others, let alone this unfamiliar girl who could accurately call her by name. You know me? Qin Shu retorted. Chenrong, feeling a bit embarrassed, fidgeted with her hands. Word has spread throughout our Xiantian sect that the newly initiated external disciple, Qin Shu, has been tirelessly cultivating day and night. Qin Shu furrowed her brow, and observing Chenrong's expression, a sudden conjecture arose in her mind. She asked this. It couldn't have been you who spread the word, could it? Chen Rong cleared her throat. I merely inquired about you from a couple of acquaintances, and inexplicably, it became widespread throughout the entire sect. Noticing Qin Shu's silence, Chen Rong felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly whispered an apology. I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate it would escalate this way. However, don't you ever tire from your relentless efforts? Her curiosity was genuine. Chasing after Qin Shu to apologize was one matter, but asking this question was another entirely. Qin Shu feigned profundity as she shook her head, saying, You do not understand. She longed to ascend in a mere second. With her current pace of cultivation, each passing day felt like an eternity. Chen Rong interjected, yet before she could further inquire, Qin Shu had already stated, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chen Rong called out to her once more, and when Qin Shu turned back, she quickly asked, Junior Sister Qin, could you leave a trace of your spiritual essence? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shu, considering their proximity as neighbors, agreed. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point with He Xian, she found He Xian had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as she spotted Qin Shu, she hurried over, her expression grave, and inquired, Qin Shu, what level of cultivation have you attained now? Qin Shu cleared her throat and vaguely replied, with my 3 spiritual roots, what level of cultivation can I possibly achieve? Hearing this, He Xian furrowed her brow. Suddenly empathizing with Qin Shu, had she possessed such qualifications, she too would likely be consumed by urgency. Sister, heed my advice. Incessantly closing yourself off will yield no results. You may end up merely as a foundation establishment cultivator for your entire life. You must devise a strategy to enter the inner sect, He Xian said earnestly, grasping Qin Shu's hand. At that moment, she remained unaware that her sister was not, in the strictest sense, a waste of potential. He Xian, being 2 years older than Qin Shu, had always perceived her sister as somewhat reckless, often thinking ahead on her behalf. In the lengthy journey of cultivation, a mere 2 years was, in truth, negligible. Moreover, before her traversal, Qin Shu was already 18, and she could comprehend the heartfelt intentions of He Xian. The inner sect? I yearn to join as well, yet alas, my aptitude seems insufficient. Qin Shu's features scrunched together in dismay as she sighed. It is said that the inner sect offers generous benefits, providing 100 low-grade spirit stones each month, while we in the outer sect receive a mere 10 during our first year of initiation. He Xian eagerly awaited this revelation, and like a bamboo tube spilling beans, she relayed all the gossip she had gathered to Qin Shu. No, Shu, perhaps it was unattainable before, but now there is a chance. What opportunity? Qin Shu pressed for clarification. He Xian then pointed her toward a promising path, stating, I have inquired thoroughly. The esteemed Ling Su from the Ling Shao Peak of the inner sect has expressed a desire to accept a closed-door disciple. A closed-door disciple? Qin Shu pondered the identity of this Ling Su, seemingly the master of her senior brother, who took the protagonist as his disciple 8 years later. During that time, he had not sought any closed-door disciples, had he? Could it be the butterfly effect? Her singular traversal rewriting the entire narrative? Yet even so, she doubted that her trifling 3 spirit roots would suffice to be a closed-door disciple of Ling Su. My aptitude is likely inadequate. Though she currently practiced swiftly beneath the moonlight, her ability to absorb spiritual energy during the day was utterly deplorable. Others could recover even while engaged in combat. Whereas once her spiritual energy was depleted, she was rendered nearly powerless. However, He Xian insisted, how can we know unless we try? The elders of the alchemy sect naturally seek alchemists, and our spirit roots are precisely what alchemists favor most. She spoke softly, leaning closer to Qin Shu's ear, whispering, Shu'er, I have heard that Elder Ling Shu possesses the precious essence of purification, which, when refined, can enhance one's spiritual root attributes by 1 to 3 points. I intend to give it a try. You should come along. If I were to lose to you, I would still be delighted. Observing the spirited determination in her companion's eyes, it seemed as though this aspiring disciple was already assured of her position. Unable to restrain herself, Qin Shu gently cautioned. The Xiantian sect comprises more than just the 2 of us. Those senior brothers and sisters have been initiated for many more years than we have. We ought not to be overly optimistic. With a playful wrinkle of her brow, Huanxin found her friend's concern endearing and laughed, saying, Of course, I am aware of that. However, this is an opportunity, is it not? We must take the chance. What if we are the chosen ones destined for the inner sanctum? Remember, if we attain wealth and honor, Do not forget each other. Chapter 18. We must enter the inner gate. Qin Shu let out a silent sigh within her heart. Even if she were to truly become a disciple under Elder Lingshu, it was by no means certain that he would bestow upon them the precious Shisui Huanjin. Of course, although the prospect, as Xinshin had mentioned, was a remote possibility, there still lingered a faint glimmer of hope. Moreover, even if they were unable to acquire the Shisui Huanjin, being accepted as a disciple of Elder Lingshu would signify that she was no longer left to her own devices. 8 years hence, should Qin Mian rise to prominence through martial prowess, with her master as protection, the sect would not easily cast her aside. Contemplating this potential, Qin Shu's blood surged with excitement. With determination, she thought, take a chance and a bicycle may become a motorcycle. Do what one can, and leave the rest to fate. Observing the flush of exhilaration on Qin Shu's face, Xinshin recognized that she too was equally stirred. Indeed, Qin Shu leaned closer and inquired, how are the inner disciples selected? Surely it cannot be based solely on talent and cultivation, can it? If that were the case, there would be no need to select from the entire sect. They could simply choose from among the top disciples. If one were to pose this question to others, they might remain uninformed. However, I have sought out information on this matter. Qin Shu appeared eager to learn more, and Xinshin cleared her throat before elaborating on the criteria for selecting disciples. Elder Lingshu, being an esteemed 8th-tier alchemist, was renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. His primary aim in accepting disciples was to pass on his legacy. Thus, the evaluation would focus on understanding the properties of medicinal herbs within the cultivation world, as well as the ability to handle unexpected situations that could arise from the fusion of various herbs. There exists a stringent requirement within the qualifications. Both fire and wood spirit roots must be present. As for the level of cultivation, it is not a significant concern at this stage. One's prowess will inevitably rise over time. Upon hearing her words, Qin Shu comprehended the situation. If she had not misinterpreted, Elder Ling Su was primarily seeking disciples with a solid foundation, individuals who could immediately engage in alchemy. As for someone like her, who had just completed her college entrance examination, her forte lay in rote memorization, which suddenly instilled her with a sense of confidence. When shall we choose? How long do we have to prepare? 3 months. The time frame is somewhat tight, yet it is sufficient. After retrieving her benefits from the task hall and repaying the 4 spirit stones owed to He Xian from the previous month, Qin Shu took He Xian's hand and headed straight for the library. Upon reaching the first level of qi cultivation, they would gain access to the sect's library, which was replete with tomes on medicinal herbs. Initially, He Xian was unaware of Qin Shu's destination, but once she discerned the direction in which they were headed, astonishment washed over her. WW, what are you going to the library for? We can't even enter. Noticing that Qin Shu did not halt her pace, a peculiar thought suddenly sprang to He Xian's mind. Her eyes widened, and in an exaggerated tone, she inquired, could it be that you have already reached the first level of qi cultivation? At this, Qin Shu released her grip, adjusted the sleeves of her attire, and with an air of nonchalance and modesty, nodded affirmatively. He Xian, repeatedly taken aback, was compelled to probe further. How did you manage that? Your cultivation speed is astonishing. Even those prodigies would be hard-pressed to match that, wouldn't they? Qin Shu shrugged dismissively, asserting that there was no need for such empty words among compatriots. While Qiyu had reached the second level of qi cultivation in just 8 days, she had tirelessly devoted an entire month to her practice, yet had only achieved the same level, making their progress feel painfully slow, akin to a tortoise's crawl. When mentioning Qiyu, He Xian fell silent as well. Some individuals are simply destined to be forever out of reach. Perhaps in a couple of years, they might not even catch a glimpse of his back. Let us proceed inside and select a couple of reference materials, she suggested. He Xian, with an awkward expression, managed to squeeze out a response through gritted teeth. I have yet to reach the first level of qi cultivation. I cannot enter. Upon receiving this news, Qin Shu naturally felt compelled to reciprocate the gesture, saying no worries. I shall enter to help you choose one. Gratefully, He Xian clasped her hands in appreciation. Such kindness is beyond words. I shall not be overly polite. Qin Shu, requiring no thanks, stepped towards the library. As she passed beneath the plaque at the entrance, a faint blue light swept over her, and in the next moment, she gracefully crossed the threshold, the entire process flowing seamlessly without a hint of obstruction. He Xian watched as Qin Shu vanished from her sight, and for reasons unknown, A sense of wistfulness suddenly stirred within her. Her talents surpassed those of Qin Shu. Yet she had only managed to reach the first level of qi cultivation in a mere 38 days, truly exerting herself to the utmost. Previously, Qin Shu's relentless dedication to cultivation had spread throughout the entire Xiantian sect, compelling many to follow suit in their efforts. However, the degree of their exertion remained known only to themselves. Take, for instance, He Xian, who diligently practices day and night. However, she is acutely aware that she still spends 2 hours each day poring over the jade slips. She truly must exert herself, otherwise, the obstacle she faces this time is the library, and next time, it may very well be the inner sect. Qin Shu remains oblivious to the immense pressure she is placing on He Xian. Upon entering the library, she rushes straight to the section on medicinal herbs, ultimately selecting both a compendium of medicinal herbs in the cultivation realm and a comprehensive guide to medicinal herbs in the cultivation realm.
Yet,
when she requests to borrow these 2 volumes, the registering senior sister informs her that each disciple is permitted to borrow only 1 book at a time. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shu points to a compendium of medicinal herbs in the cultivation realm, not for any other reason, but primarily because it is richly illustrated, alleviating the potential confusion between the names of the herbs and their actual appearances. With the borrowed jade slip in hand, Qin Shu exits and immediately explains to He Xian, "Let us procure some paper and brushes. Each person is allowed to borrow only 1 copy, but I will transcribe a copy for you." He Xian beams with delight, responding, "That sounds splendid. However, I must bear the cost of the paper and brushes myself. Fear not, I want to compete with you for it. I find myself in a state of poverty. Within the sect, exchanging anything requires going to the task hall." He Xian and Qin Shu agree that for the purpose of transcribing, ordinary paper suffices, and a single low-grade spirit stone can procure a substantial amount of mundane paper. Just as He Xian exuberantly declares her intention to acquire 2 sets, Qin Shu inquires, "Sister Shuing, can gold and silver be exchanged for ordinary paper?" Since entering the realm of cultivation, gold and silver have indeed become as worthless as dirt, utterly devoid of utility. Qin Shu merely inquired casually, not anticipating that Shu Ying would inform her that an exchange was possible. Many disciples from our sect are set to venture into the mortal realm, an endeavor that aids in tempering their mental fortitude. Before their departure, they often exchange some gold and silver items. However, these possessions hold little value in terms of points, and the amount of paper available for purchase is limited. Qin Shu retrieved 2 pieces of gold from her bag and handed them to Shu Ying. "Senior sister, how much can these be exchanged for?" Shu Ying produced 2 stacks of paper and a wolf hairbrush for her. Having tasted the sweetness of the exchange, Qin Shu then took out a jade pendant that her original self had brought from the mortal world. "Senior sister, can this item yield some points?" This pendant was a remnant from her original self, yet she could not discern whether it symbolized any status, as her memories provided no clarity. Shu Ying took it, performed a spell to examine it, and suddenly looked up to ask Qin Shu, "Junior sister, while the spiritual energy contained within this jade pendant is quite faint, it still qualifies as a spiritual object. Are you truly willing to part with it?" Chapter 19. This skill she has mastered. Qin Shu gazed at the unpretentious jade pendant in her hand, feeling a twinge of surprise. This was the very pendant the original owner had brought from home, and it surprisingly emanated spiritual energy. In that moment, Qin Shu suddenly comprehended the profound efforts of Madame Qin, whether it was sending her daughter to the realm of cultivation or providing her with gold, silver, and jade. She had reached the limits of her capabilities. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Qin Mian would ultimately pursue the martial path, and meticulous planning had fallen victim to the whims of fate. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shu finally spoke, "Then I shall not exchange it. I will keep it for now." In her previous life, she had been an orphan, raised in an orphanage. The fervent maternal love was an experience she had never encountered, and in this regard, she found herself somewhat envious of the original owner. Shu Ying smiled gently as she returned the jade pendant to Qin Shu, saying, "As a newly initiated disciple, you possess few spiritual items. It is best to retain these for now. Once your cultivation deepens and you acquire superior artifacts, you may choose to replace them." Qin Shu expressed her gratitude and carefully placed the pendant back into her storage pouch. Beside her, He Xian observed with a hint of envy, but then recalled that her father had quietly gifted her some spiritual stones. Though modest, it was a gesture of heartfelt affection. Qin Shu had promised to transcribe the contents for He Xian in 3 days, and with that, they parted ways. Upon returning to her dwelling, Qin Shu retrieved the jade pendant brought by the original owner. The patterns etched upon it were exceedingly simple, resembling a cloud, casually sketched as if by the hand of an artist. She attempted to infuse a trace of spiritual energy into the jade pendant, yet it appeared to have no effect. The pendant remained as unremarkable as ever. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shu drew her iron sword once more. No. It should now be referred to as the white jade sword, and made a small incision on her hand. As the droplets of blood welled up, she let them fall onto the jade pendant, watching in delight as they were entirely absorbed. It is well known that treasures capable of recognizing their master through blood are typically extraordinary. They either originate from the hands of great powers or possess a profound legacy. Qin Shu closed her eyes, and gradually, it seemed as though a connection was being forged between her heart and the pendant. With a mere thought, she found herself within the pendant. This pendant appeared to house a modest space, akin to a mustard seed storage, measuring merely 4 or 5 square meters, roughly the size of a small bathroom. The interior was not devoid of contents. 2 chests lay scattered in the corners. The material of the chests was indiscernible to Qin Shu, but as she crouched down to open one, she discovered its contents. One chest was filled to the brim with jade slips. She casually picked one up and noticed inscribed upon it the words, "A detailed explanation of alchemy." Intrigued, Qin Shu raised another slip, titled Techniques for the Fusion of Various Plant Species. She continued to sift through them, examining each one, multitasking. 100 explosions, a summary of experiences, on the possible reversal of a wastrel's fate. As she perused the slips, her mind slowly grasped the significance of the treasure she had just uncovered. She discarded the disordered jade slips in her hands, clutching on the possible reversal of a wastrel's fate as if it were a priceless gem. Though reluctant to admit it, she still yearned for a resurgence. She pressed the jade slip against her forehead to absorb its contents, dedicating nearly half an hour to digest its intricate theories. Fundamentally, humanity is the favored offspring of the heavens, bestowed with spiritual roots that enable them to cultivate spiritual energy and comprehend the path. In contrast, beastly creatures seldom possess the capacity for enlightenment before transformation. Ascending to a higher realm proves significantly more arduous for them than for humans. The inherent flaw of humankind lies in their fragile physiques, largely relying on external defenses. However, should one refine the human body akin to a treasured artifact, first honing the exterior, then the blood, flesh, and bones, they could attain a physique comparable to that of a beast. In such a case, even devoid of spiritual energy, one could carve a path through violence with sheer force. Qin Shu nodded inwardly, recognizing that her lackluster spiritual root made the path of body cultivation an appealing option. Yet, the jade slip stipulated a stringent requirement. To refine the body in this manner, one must possess a fire spiritual root. A flicker of excitement ignited within her. She indeed possessed one. As she continued to read, she discovered a detailed method for enhancing one's attributes. It involved selecting a location rich in fire properties, utilizing the heavens and earth as a crucible with the fire spiritual root as a guide, and employing this technique to refine the entire body. Upon reading this, Qin Shu was taken aback. Was this not akin to self-immolation? The mere thought of a minor burn sent shivers down her spine, yet she steeled herself and pressed on. It was noted that an ordinary mortal body might struggle to withstand the intensity of this fiery spiritual energy. Therefore, a foundational level of body refinement was essential, supplemented by a piece of sun-melting ice. Choose a place for ritual refinement based on one's own circumstances, progressing gradually to achieve the utmost. This method is exceedingly perilous. The pain of ritual refinement exceeds that of 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, and improper execution may lead to self-destruction. Before my ascension, I left behind this manuscript to serve as a warning for future generations. There is nothing insurmountable in this world if one is willing to relinquish certain attachments. Qin Shu pondered silently. How painful could it truly be? She had never experienced the agony of 1,000 arrows, yet she vividly recalled the torment of having her heart pierced. Given his words, should she continue practicing this technique? A place rich in fire spirit energy? Perhaps she could first seek a hot spring to test the waters? If all else fails, it would not be too late to cut her losses. However, what exactly is this twilight ice? Where might it be procured? With her mind awash in confusion and unanswered questions, Qin Shu discreetly withdrew from the jade pendant, took up a communication jade slip, and anonymously posted a message in the square. willing to offer a substantial reward for information regarding the whereabouts of Twilight Ice. Please contact me if you possess any knowledge. Having completed this task, she stowed the communication jade slip and the spatial jade pendant, consumed a pill for fasting, and retrieved the paper and ink she had purchased, intending to transcribe the text over the course of 3 days. Yet, Qin Shu underestimated the challenge before her. In the past, she could have completed a transcription in 3 days, but the cultivation realm employed brush pens, and she possessed no foundational skills in that regard. As she picked up the brush and penned a single line, she fell into silence. Alas, the original self was merely 10 years old. If her handwriting was less than beautiful, so be it. By the time she completed this transcription, she surely would have made significant improvements. For 3 consecutive days, she diligently transcribed an entire book without a moment's rest, pausing only briefly to meditate when her hands ached with fatigue. Upon completing her transcription of a compendium of medicinal herbs in the realm of cultivation, she gained a rudimentary understanding of the intricate system of herbs within the cultivation world. Indeed, the ancients were right. A poor memory is often surpassed by a diligent pen. On the morning of the 4th day, she eagerly carried her meticulously copied manuscript to He Xian's residence. He Xian had already concluded her practice early that day and was quietly awaiting news from Qin Shu. Upon receiving a message through the communication jade slip, she rushed to the door. Leaping from her bed in excitement, she dashed to open the door. Qin Shu entered, cradling a hefty stack of papers, and He Xian was momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of her work. Isn't that an excessive amount? Did you not rest at all over these 3 days? Qin Shu scoffed lightly, placing the papers on the table before turning to give her a pointed look. He Xian, please face the reality of our situation. We have less than 3 months left. There is no time for rest. Do you still wish to join the inner sect? The words that were about to escape, He Xian's lips were effectively silenced by Qin Shu's assertion. Very well, I shall take a look now. Chapter 20, Senior Brother. Have you cast the divination again? As He Xian spoke, she casually picked up the paper lying on the table. At a glance, her eyes involuntarily twitched. Were these all your notes? Qin Shu, anticipating her thoughts, interjected, even if the characters are somewhat unsightly, it does not hinder our study. If you find my handwriting displeasing, feel free to transcribe it yourself. With that, she waved her hand, preparing to leave. I am pressed for time. I must take my leave. Before He Xian could utter a word, Qin Shu had already exited the door. He Xian opened her mouth, her brows furrowing. She had yet to share her good news of having reached the first level of Qi training, and yet she had dashed off. This girl truly is something. Everyone has the same 12 hours in a day, yet she appears to be busier than anyone else. Indeed, Qin Shu was quite occupied. Even while walking, she did not forget to check the communication jade slip for responses to the messages she had sent 3 days prior. To her delight, she found 3 audio messages awaiting her. She clicked on one, and a lively voice exclaimed, "For news, head to the 7 Kills Pavilion. The information at 7 Kills Pavilion is authentic. Prices are reasonable. You won't regret it." It seemed that no matter the realm, one could not escape the relentless tide of advertisements. As she opened the second message, another exuberant voice chimed in. Bai Shaoxing knows all about the heavens and the earth. Still troubled about not being able to find the news you desire? Look no further than Bai Shaoxing. Qin Shu. Just as she clicked on the third message with no expectations, a deep male voice resonated. What is the price? Qin Shu's finger, which was initially poised to withdraw, hesitated momentarily. With a light cough, she responded, "Perhaps you might gain the friendship of an alchemist?" In her possession were merely 6 low-grade spirit stones, accompanied by 2 vials of the most rudimentary spirit-replenishing pills, along with a solitary golden rainbow pomegranate left from her earlier consumption. What price could she possibly command? She feared that the moment she opened her mouth, she would be blacklisted. Instead, it would be more prudent to paint a grand vision. Perhaps she could deceive an unsuspecting soul. When she sent out her message, to be honest, she held little expectation. However, she was taken aback when a reply swiftly arrived. I am Sui Han of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. May I inquire your esteemed name? Qin Shu. After a brief pause, the communication jade slip illuminated once more. Upon inspecting it, Qin Shu discovered Sui Han's message. The remnant sun ice is an object of extreme cold. It is rumored that in the depths of the endless sea, at the northernmost reaches of the eastern continent, a peace exists. Qin Shu was astonished that he would actually divulge this information to her. Yet, Considering the vastness of the sea, how could she possibly locate such a diminutive fragment of remnant sun ice? Meanwhile, on the other end of the communication jade slip, Sui Han set it aside and concealed the tortoise shell before him. Just then, a junior sister stepped over the threshold, entering the room. Witnessing his actions, she inquired with curiosity, "Senior brother, have you divined?" Sui Han, maintaining his composure, discreetly tucked away the communication jade slip and replied with a noncommittal hum. Lu Jin, noticing this, leaned in closer and asked, "Senior brother, for whom have you divined? What are the omens?" Sui Han raised his head to gaze at her, his pitch-black pupils resembling shards of ice. Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback before hearing the man utter in a calm tone, "Heavenly secrets must not be disclosed." Lu Jin pouted, "Senior brother, why not cast an oracle for me as well? Let us see if my romantic endeavors will flourish." Sui Han shook his head, "1 oracle per month. The rules cannot be broken." Frustrated, Lu Jin stamped her foot and, with a flick of her sleeve, declared, "I shall no longer pay you any heed." Sui Han remained unfazed, his thoughts consumed by the peculiar oracle he had just witnessed. Having entered the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion at the tender age of 8 and having cast countless oracles over 2 centuries, he had never encountered such an unusual omen. The individual named Qin Shu was clearly fated for a short life, yet the oracle hinted at her immeasurable future. Could it be that she had undergone a transformation into a ghostly cultivator? It was for this reason that he resolved to extend a personal favor to her. Perhaps he could indeed gain the camaraderie of a future alchemist. Cultivating a benevolent connection might even lead to his own salvation. Sui Han clenched his fist and brought it to his lips, coughing softly twice. The profound darkness of his pupils gradually dissipated, blending with the whites of his eyes to form an unsettling shade of ash gray. Given her current cultivation level, the sect would not permit Qin Shu to descend the mountain. Even if she could, traversing the dense Mississippi forest to reach the endless sea alive was a daunting task. Prioritizing the urgency of her situation, it was evident that her foremost objective should be to become a disciple of Elder Lingshu. Qin Shu devised a plan. Rote memorization would yield no benefit, as many medicinal herbs bore striking similarities. Even if she mastered the texts, practical application would remain elusive. She returned once more to the task hall to accept the responsibilities of the apothecary. Every day, the pharmacy receives medicinal herbs from various locations that require sorting. With such an overwhelming volume of herbs, the manager of the pharmacy finds it nearly impossible to manage alone. Consequently, the pharmacy has resorted to posting tasks on the task hall, offering a modest amount of points in exchange for inexpensive labor. Qin Shu, seeking a position that allows her to engage with the elixirs directly, eagerly accepted 10 consecutive tasks. Upon her arrival at the pharmacy, a fresh batch of herbs had just been delivered. The manager, Ma Chunkai, was busily attending to the delivery when he noticed Qin Shu. After inquiring about her purpose, he frowned in disapproval. "Why is there no one from the sect? Sending a little girl to fool me?" Qin Shu quickly replied, "Uncle Master, I took the task myself. Don't let my age deceive you. I can work quite efficiently." With a charming smile, she produced a leftover golden rainbow pomegranate from her bag and offered it to him. "Please keep me on, Uncle Master. I assure you I will learn swiftly and won't cause any trouble." Ma Chunkai glanced at the fruit she presented, instantly recognizing it. "You dare to pick a fruit from Chengyan? Ha, you really have some audacity, little girl." In that moment, Qin Shu found herself in a predicament, unsure whether to retract her hand or not. Ultimately, Ma Chunkai accepted the fruit. "I will take this. You may enter the room. Sort that pile of Arhut Saint flowers at the entrance into 3 categories according to their grade. For today, that will suffice. We shall discuss the rest tomorrow." Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with delight, and she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Master. I shall get to work right away." As she entered the room, Ma Chunkai weighed the fruit in his hand and let out a light scoff. The young girl seemed oblivious to how she had acquired Chengyan's fruit. With the fruit resting in her hands, her brash demeanor in presenting it to others could surely invite trouble. As Qin Shu entered the room, she beheld the towering heap of Rohin sacred flowers that Master Ma had mentioned. A single day to sort through such a monumental pile? It would be a matter of life and death. Noticing 3 separate Chankuan bags nearby, she reached for one of each. Allowing her wooden spiritual energy to permeate the spiritual plants, carefully discerning the distinctions among them. Upon reopening her eyes, she had come to a conclusion. She then picked up one of the Rohin sacred flowers, probing it with her wooden spiritual energy, and after a moment's hesitation, placed it within the central Qianquan bag. Chapter 21. Silence is golden. Qin Shu required approximately a minute to identify each medicinal herb. At her current pace, discerning the towering mound of Luo Han Shenghua would be an insurmountable task within a single day. Upon completing his collection of herbs from outside, Ma Chengkai entered the room only to find that not much had been sorted. Despite his mental preparation, he could not suppress the rapid thumping of his forehead. Little one, your accumulation of sect points is rather conspicuous, isn't it? He remarked. Qin Shu offered an embarrassed smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. If you don't mind, could you first check if I've sorted them correctly? The smile faded from Ma Chengkai's face as he swiftly approached, grasping several Qianquan bags to delve into his spiritual awareness for inspection. Qin Shu watched him anxiously until he withdrew his awareness and tossed the bags onto the table. You've indeed sorted them correctly, albeit rather slowly. With a sigh of relief, Qin Shu lowered her head, pouting in a pitiful manner. Master Uncle Ma, I have only just begun. As long as I don't make mistakes, that's what matters. Give me some time, and I assure you I will improve. Ma Chengkai contemplated for a moment before addressing her with a solemn expression. Our sect does not cater to idlers, and points from the apothecary are not easily earned. Considering you are still a novice, I grant you 3 days to complete the sorting of this pile of spiritual herbs. Should you fail to do so within that time, you might as well return home and spare me the displeasure of your presence. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu felt a semblance of reassurance. Completing the task in a single day was impossible, but within 3 days, she could manage to pull through. Gratefully, she clasped her hands in a gesture of respect towards Ma Chengkai. Thank you, Master Uncle. I will certainly dedicate myself to this task, and will not let you down. Upon hearing these words, Ma Chengkai could not help but chuckle. What is there to be disappointed about? If, after 3 days, you fail to complete these tasks and earn a single point for the sect, it is you who will be left disheartened. Having spoken, he waved his sleeve, gathering half of the pile of Arhut sacred flowers, and added, You may start sorting these for now. Qin Shu, observing his actions, discerned his true nature. This Master Ma was a man with a sharp tongue, yet a kind heart. With her bun atop her head, she beamed sweetly. Thank you, Master. I shall do my utmost. Ma Chengkai struggled to maintain his stern demeanor, nearly breaking into a smile, and with a nod of acknowledgement, he turned and departed. As Qin Shu watched him leave, she resumed her task of sorting the spiritual herbs. This kind of work naturally lent itself to improvement through practice, and she grew increasingly adept. Eventually, she could grasp a handful of spiritual herbs and selectively pick out those with similar properties. This significantly enhanced her efficiency, and she also realized that her ability to manipulate spiritual energy was becoming increasingly refined. What had once required conscious effort now flowed almost instinctively. She could divide her spiritual energy into dozens of streams, simultaneously sensing multiple spiritual plants. Seated cross-legged upon her mat, Qin Shu skillfully manipulated her energy to sift through the herbs, her pace quickening. That night, Ma Chengkai had intended to take advantage of the young girl's rest to assist her in sorting, only to find that the lights in the pharmacy still burned bright. He was greatly astonished. With his spiritual sense, he subtly probed and observed the petite young girl seated cross-legged on the mat. She appeared to be in a meditative state, yet her movements were remarkably nimble, exhibiting an extraordinary precision in her control of spiritual energy. At this moment, only half of the Arhut sacred flower remained before her, and it was estimated that by dawn, she would have completed her selection. Ma Chengkai stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. These novices were typically quite young and often unable to endure hardship. This little girl, seemingly delicate, was unafraid of toil and fatigue. It was this resilient character that would enable her to traverse the path of cultivation for a longer duration. Qin Shu had spent the entire night selecting within the confines of the room. When her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, she consumed 2 spirit-replenishing pills. By the time she placed the last Arhut sacred flower into its corresponding bag of the cosmos, the sky outside had already brightened significantly. She rose, stretched lazily, and rubbed her somewhat sore back. Upon lifting her gaze, she was greeted by the sight of Ma Chengkai entering through the door. Qin Shu promptly clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and earnestly declared, Master Uncle, I have completed the task. Ma Chengkai remained silent, his hands clasped behind his back. He approached to inspect the 3 cosmic bags, noting that although her movements were swift, they were not haphazard. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction in his heart, though his expression remained stern. He then said, "This is merely the beginning.
Today,
You are responsible for gathering medicinal herbs. Disciples at the second layer of Qi refining and above can each receive 10 portions of materials for spirit replenishing pills each month. You are to distribute them accordingly." Upon hearing these words, Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a splendid opportunity to reap benefits. "Master Uncle, is it sufficient to reach the second level of Qi refinement? Are the 10 spirit replenishing pills produced from these ingredients mine to keep?" Ma Chunkai, perceiving her intentions, let out a soft scoff. "You little girl, though young, your aspirations are quite lofty. Of the pills crafted from these 10 batches, I can only retain 30%. The remainder must be submitted to the sect. 30%? That is still a generous gift, is it not?" Qin Shu's eyes gleamed with eagerness as she gazed at Ma Chunkai. "Master Uncle, may I also partake?" Ma Chunkai, momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, finally turned his attention fully to her. Observing her youthful demeanor, he realized she must have only recently joined the sect. If she had indeed attained the second level of Qi refinement, she must be quite the prodigy. Why, then, was such talent relegated to the outer sect? Reality struck him with a heavy blow, leaving him astonished. This young girl truly had reached the second level of Qi refinement? "What is your aptitude?" Ma Chunkai inquired. "Fire, wood, and earth as my 3 elemental roots, with values of 71, 56, and 48, Qin Shu replied. Ma Chunkai furrowed his brow. "With such aptitude, how did you manage to reach the second level of Qi refinement in just over a month?" Qin Shu, fully aware of the necessity to conceal the truth, shook her head innocently. "Master Uncle, I do not know. One day, while meditating, I suddenly entered a profound state, and when I awoke, I had already broken through to the second level of Qi refinement. It must have been an epiphany." Ma Chunkai contemplated. He accepted Qin Shu's assertion and replied, "You are indeed fortunate. Now that you have surpassed the second level of Qi training, you are eligible to receive the reward. However, you should first attend the alchemy lessons at the transmission hall, as you have likely never refined any elixirs." Qin Shu nodded eagerly, her face radiating delight. Utilizing the sect's medicinal materials to hone her skills was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Once she mastered the art of alchemy, even with slightly inferior aptitude, she could effortlessly procure golden elixirs for herself daily. "Thank you, Master Uncle. I shall complete today's tasks before I proceed." Upon finishing her sentence, she turned to leave, only to be halted by Ma Chunksai's voice.
Wait.
Qin Shu paused and turned back, bowing respectfully. "Does Master Uncle have further instructions?" From his bag, Ma Chunkai produced 3 Rohan sacred flowers and handed them to her. "This is a reward for your task. Keep it safe and, cough, do not make it known." Qin Shu, being a clever girl, quickly grasped the implication. This was a private gift from Master Uncle, not something other disciples undertaking the task would receive. Her smile broadened as she accepted the precious plants with both hands, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Uncle. I shall remember this." Chapter 22. Master Brother, thank you for your efforts. The gathering of medicinal herbs took place in the apothecary, albeit at a different end. As Qin Shu approached to report in, she noticed other junior disciples, seemingly youthful, likely part of the same cohort that had recently joined the sect. Upon seeing Qin Shu's arrival, their expressions shifted to one of unease. Qin Shu presented her identity token to the senior sister at the registration desk, who then escorted her to a large cabinet. "You are fortunate. Master Ma has assigned you to gather the materials for the spirit recovery pill, which are the least in quantity. Focus on your task. There is but one requirement. You must prepare 100 portions today, as disciples will start claiming them tomorrow. There can be no delays." Upon hearing another refer to the tall and slender senior sister as Lingxi, Qin Shu quietly committed the name to memory. "Thank you, Senior Sister Lingxi, for your guidance," Qin Shu said, clasping her hands in gratitude. Lingxi raised an eyebrow at her words, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. "You are quite astute. Now, off you go." Compared to sorting spiritual plants, gathering herbs was decidedly simpler, as it merely required adhering to the prescribed ratios of spiritual flora. By the time Qin Shu completed her 100 portions, it was just past noon. Lingxi appreciated such efficiency and promptly credited her with the points earned over the past 2 days. Qin Shu performed a spell on her token, and, to her delight, she saw that she had accrued 20 points, truly a cause for celebration. With a joyful heart, she collected her 10 portions of spirit recovery pill materials and hurried off to the transmission hall. However, as she crossed the threshold of the hall, she felt an overwhelming urge to turn back immediately. The smile that had graced her face vanished, replaced by a complex expression in her eyes. Cheng Yan also noticed her. He had an impression of this junior sister, not only because she had disturbed his golden rainbow pomegranate, but also due to the fact that when Qi was surprisingly protective of her, his consciousness swept over Qin Shu, and she instantly broke into a cold sweat, feeling as though she was nearly seen through in that fleeting moment. An unwarranted thought of the sword that had once aimed at her crossed her mind. Although it was not he who wielded it, it still sent a shiver of apprehension down her spine. Her complexion turned ashen, and her limbs felt rigid. The air grew eerily silent, and suddenly, the little black serpent on her wrist stirred to life, slowly moving to imprint an ancient rune upon her forehead. All of this went unnoticed, not even stirring a hint of discomfort in Qin Shu herself.
Yet,
this rune ensured that others would remain oblivious to her unique constitution and that her cultivation would not be pried into. For Qin Shu, it was akin to acquiring an additional guise. After a lengthy pause, Cheng Yan finally inquired, "What do you wish to learn?" The chill at Qin Shu's back gradually dissipated as she suppressed her unease, reassuring herself that nothing had yet transpired, and that she would simply need to remain cautious of Cheng Yan in the future. With her head bowed, she softly replied, "I wish to learn alchemy." Cheng Yan had already discerned her cultivation level. This junior sister's innate talent was rather mediocre, though she progressed swiftly in her practice. No wonder when Qi regarded her with such favor. Cheng Yan casually tossed her a jade slip and said indifferently, "Study this first. If you have questions, then ask." Qin Shu hurriedly received it, pressing the jade slip to her forehead, closing her eyes, and immersing her thoughts entirely within. After a considerable time, she finally managed to digest the information contained therein. When she finally opened her eyes, Cheng Yan inquired, "How do you feel? Is there anything you do not understand?" Qin Shu pondered for a moment. Rather than remaining silent, she resolved to exhibit a semblance of strength, hoping to diminish her fear of him. With this thought, she boldly met Cheng Yan's gaze, which left him momentarily taken aback. Her eyes were strikingly dark and bright, imbued with a restraint he found perplexing, utterly uncharacteristic of a 10-year-old girl. "Are you afraid of me?" Cheng Yan asked. Instinctively, Qin Shu inclined her head in agreement, but halfway through, she forcibly halted, straightened her posture, and declared, "I am not afraid." Unbeknownst to her, this stance appeared to Cheng Yan as somewhat blustering and lacking in substance. He chuckled softly, a rare occurrence for him. Even his smile was merely a subtle lift of the corners of his lips, scarcely noticeable. Yet, upon realizing his own emotional response, he was momentarily stunned, quickly suppressing his smile and saying, "If you are not afraid, then feel free to voice any uncertainties." Qin Shu nodded, recalling the jade slip's instruction to maintain the alchemical furnace at an appropriate temperature. What precisely constituted this suitable temperature? It needed to be warm enough to liquefy the spiritual herbs without causing them to vaporize. She continued to inquire, "I still do not quite understand the sealing technique required to fuse several types of spiritual herbs into a single entity." Cheng Yan then personally demonstrated the sealing technique for her. At that moment, Qin Shu cast aside any personal grievances and eagerly followed his lead. However, as the seal was formed, she was already drenched in sweat, and the spiritual energy within her dantian had been depleted by 80%. Qin Shu instinctively sensed that her current cultivation level made it somewhat challenging for her to refine medicinal pills. It was no wonder the sect required disciples to be at least at the second level of qi refinement to receive materials for pill concoction. Those at the first level were incapable of successfully forming seals. Qin Shu's spiritual energy recovered slowly during the day. Yet the alchemy room was only open to low-ranking disciples during daylight hours. The more she pondered, the more her brows furrowed. If she were to attempt alchemy with the 10 sets of materials now, the success rate would undoubtedly be quite low. Even if she succeeded, it would merely yield a low-grade spirit-replenishing pill, hardly worth a few coins. "Have you not mastered it?" Cheng Yan observed her tense expression and inquired. Qin Shu raised her gaze and replied, "Thank you, senior brother, I have." Cheng Yan contemplated for a moment before saying, "You need not fear me so. It was you who pilfered my spiritual fruit, yet I have not punished you. Why does it seem as though you are the more aggrieved party?" Qin Shu pressed her lips into a thin line. Fortunately, his reminder brought to her attention their shared predicament. Noticing Qin Shu's silence, Cheng Yan gradually lost his patience. If you have something to say, just speak it plainly. Qin Shu opened her mouth, her thoughts seemingly entwined in confusion, and suddenly blurted out, I was wondering if I could have seen your brother assist me in refining the pills, and then after deducting the portion to be submitted to the sect. What are the chances we could split the remainder? Cheng Yan. The reprimands that had been on the tip of his tongue suddenly faltered. This junior sister had just looked at him with evident fear. How had she managed to so swiftly turn the tables in just a few words? Upon concluding her words, Qin Shu could not help but yearn for a rewind of time, wishing to awaken her previously unrestrained self. She forced a rather unsightly smile and, embracing a spirit of resignation, muttered, 46 will suffice. 37? Cheng Yan, with an impassive countenance, waved his sleeve, causing Qin Shu to be pressed against the wall. Internally, she had already cursed this man, who resorted to violence against a child at the slightest provocation, 1,000 times. However, in the next moment, she heard Cheng Yan say, leave your herbs, return for them tomorrow. Qin Shu, biting her parched lips, gazed at the stern figure seated before her, resembling a celestial being exiled from heaven, and suddenly felt as though her earlier outburst had been premature. Sliding down from the wall, she steadied herself and cleared her throat. From her storage pouch, she retrieved 10 portions of the medicinal herbs required for the spirit-replenishing elixir and stepped forward, placing them carefully before Cheng Yan. With a respectful clasp of her fists, she addressed him, Master Brother, I appreciate your efforts. Chapter 23. You have lied until Qin Shu departed from the Hall of Transmission. Her mind remained in a perplexed state, unable to fathom her audacity in requesting the senior brother's assistance in alchemy. What confounded her further was the fact that he had acquiesced to her request. Had she lost her senses, or had the senior brother lost his? Cheng Yan gazed thoughtfully at the 10 sets of materials for the spirit-enhancing pill laid before him. Collectively, these materials amounted to little more than a few spirit stones, yet he had promised her a 3-7 split. Well, after all, she was someone valued by Wen Qi. He might as well consider it a trifling favor. On the following day, Cheng Yan need not attend the Hall of Transmission. He settled in the thatched cottage, contemplating for a considerable time, ultimately deciding to ignite the furnace for alchemy. Oh. The senior brother is now aware of undertaking sect missions? Wen Qi's voice echoed intermittently. Cheng Yan chose not to respond, prompting Wen Qi to amuse himself, gradually revealing his form in the courtyard. He wrinkled his nose, clicking his tongue in surprise. Indeed, it was the spirit-enhancing pill. The senior brother was surprisingly grounded, a 6th-tier alchemist still willing to concoct the most rudimentary of spirit-enhancing pills. Cheng Yan's hands remained busy as he raised a hand to cast a spell, sealing the furnace lid, and casually remarked, What brings you here? No sooner had the words left his lips than a scroll flew towards him. He caught it deftly, hearing Wen Qi declare, for the latter half of the year, You shall lead the disciples in their trials. This scroll contains the roster. Write the names of the eligible disciples to grant them entry. Cheng Yan promptly tossed it back. Refusing, I shall not. Wen Qi's form vanished once more, his voice lingering in the air. The master has issued an edict. Should you choose not to comply, you must convey your decision to the master yourself. In a fleeting moment, a radiant golden light appeared at Cheng Yan's forehead, causing the scroll before him to halt abruptly. He furrowed his brows, pondering for a brief while before raising his hand to retrieve the scroll. Simultaneously, a delightful aroma wafted from the alchemical furnace before him. He cast a spell, lifting the lid of the furnace. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed in a jade vial, filling it with 10 exquisite elixirs. He continued this process, refining 10 batches in total, resulting in 100 flawless pills. By the time he completed the alchemical concoction, the sun had already risen to its zenith. Cheng Yan squinted at the sky, reflecting on the fact that he had owed his alchemical duties for 60 years, yet now found himself assisting a fledgling disciple in crafting a restorative pill. Indeed, he was a benevolent soul. Contemplating the petite figure of the Taoist priestess, Cheng Yan ultimately resolved to record this effort as a favor owed to Wen Qi. He rose and, with a swift motion, vanished from the courtyard. His next appearance was before the cave dwelling of the esteemed Ling Su. Master, your disciple Cheng Yan seeks an audience. No sooner had he spoken than the cave's protective barrier dissipated. Upon entering, he was greeted by Ling Su's voice, inquiring, I have heard from Wen Qi that you are concocting restorative pills? Cheng Yan responded with a nonchalant affirmative. Ling Su cast him a sidelong glance and queried, Are you on a mission? Indeed. Ling Su let out a light scoff. Cheng Yan, You are not being entirely truthful. Cheng Yan did not refute this. An agreement made with another was not a lie. He was indeed on a mission, albeit not solely his own. Intrigued by his response, Ling Su pressed further. Oh, who possesses such capability? Cheng Yan no longer indulged his curiosity. Instead, he deftly turned his wrist and retrieved a scroll. Master, I implore you to assign someone else as the leader for the trial. Ling Su, with a flick of his sleeve, cast him aside without a second thought, as if to say he was no longer welcome. A pill cultivator who neglects alchemy and spends his days wielding a sword. And now, even you cannot be compelled by your master? In the blink of an eye, the stone door of the cave was firmly shut. Observing this, Cheng Yan understood that his master's decision was irrevocable. He had no choice but to partake in the trial. The trials for new disciples resembled a child's play, spanning a mere 10 days, during which he could do nothing but wait at the entrance for their return. When she appeared from seemingly nowhere, observing Cheng Yan's dejected demeanor with delight. Senior brother, I must say, you seem rather ancient for someone who has just crossed the century mark. You resemble an octogenarian. Spend some time with these younger disciples, and perhaps you'll rediscover some youthful vigor. Recalling his own early days as a novice, when he was full of vitality and charm, Cheng Yan grimaced at his current, less endearing self. He shot a glare in Wen Qi's direction, who, despite being a bit more mature, had not shed tears during his first departure from home. Who cried,
Wen Qi retorted indignantly.
That was merely the result of my cousin administering a tear-inducing pill. Cheng Yan smirked skeptically, then took to the skies. Enraged, Wen Qi followed closely behind, determined to uncover the mystery of Cheng Yan's unexpected foray into alchemy, particularly with the crafting of a low-tier replenishing elixir. The following morning, as the moon descended from the horizon, Qin Shu concluded her cultivation. At this moment, the spiritual energy within her dantian had become noticeably denser. She commenced the refinement of her governing meridian, planning to advance to the 3rd level of qi training upon its completion. Opening her eyes, she transformed the spiritual energy she had cultivated overnight into wood elemental energy to tend to the wounds of the small black snake coiled around her wrist. After expending approximately 20% of her spiritual energy, Qin Shu halted her efforts, leaping off the meditation mat and pulling open the door of the wooden cottage, making her way towards the transmission hall. Upon her arrival, Cheng Yan had yet to appear. She squatted on the ground, idly drawing with a small twig, murmuring softly to herself. Encouraging Qin Mian to commit murder had already marked him as a villain. Why did she still place her trust in him? Had she not been misled once again? It was conceivable that not only would she lose the elixir, but also the herbs. Her artistic skills were lacking, rendering her stick figures unrecognizable. Suddenly, a pair of boots appeared before her, startling her. She looked up to see the man standing before her, her pupils contracting. Hastily rising to erase the figure she had drawn with her foot, she forced a sheepish smile and said, Senior brother, you've arrived. Cheng Yan maintained a composed expression, asserting,
You do not trust me.
His statement was declarative, causing Qin Shu's features to contort in distress. Indeed, this was a realm of metaphysics, far more potent than in later times. One must never speak ill of others in secret. It's not that. She initially intended to stammer evasively, but to her surprise, Cheng Yan showed no inclination to interrupt, fixating his gaze upon her, waiting for her to finish. Qin Shu's shoulders slumped as she lowered her head, the bun atop her head appearing somewhat wilted. She wondered if you would truly come, thinking perhaps you were merely jesting yesterday. Cheng Yan raised his hand, and 10 bottles of elixirs materialized before her. Take these, he instructed. Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with delight as she hastily opened one of the porcelain vials, the intoxicating aroma wafting forth nearly ensnaring her senses. Cheng Yan continued, a total of 100 pills were crafted from the 10 medicinal herbs. 70 must be given to the sect, and the remainder shall be divided between us. 9 for you, and 21 for me. His meticulous calculations utterly transformed Qin Shu's perception of Cheng Yan. In the original narrative, Cheng Yan was the esteemed senior brother of the pill sect, possessing an abundance of elixirs, most of which were provided to Qin Mian upon her initiation into the Xiantian sect. To think, such a distinguished senior would concern himself with a mere handful of rejuvenating pills. Chapter 24. Striking it rich, she extracted 2 vials from a collection of 10, and from another bottle, she deftly procured a single pill to place into one of the vials, which she then presented to him. Here, for you. A promise is a promise. As Cheng Yan accepted the vials, A hearty laugh echoed in the air. Why would my esteemed senior brother be concocting such low-tier elixirs?
Ah,
It's for his junior sister. Qin Shu followed the sound and spotted Wen Qi, clad in azure garments, gracefully wielding a jade bone folding fan, floating elegantly in midair. Her brows furrowed slightly. She had just expressed her desire for a pleasant collaboration and planned to seek out her senior brother next month. Only to be interrupted by Wen Qi's timing was quite unfortunate. Wen Qi observed her expression with keen clarity and directly inquired, "Little Taoist priestess,
what do you mean by that?
when I brewed elixirs for you, why was there no such gratitude displayed? Senior brother, perhaps my junior sister, has simply misremembered?" Qin Shu retorted, raising her gaze in surprise, her smile devoid of warmth. "When have I ever troubled you to concoct elixirs for me?" Wen Qi, with delicate fingers, tapped lightly on his forehead with the fan, momentarily captivating Qin Shu, leaving her in a daze, unsure whether it was the elegance of the fan, his hands, or his visage that enchanted her the most. The handsome figure before her smiled playfully. "It seems I was mistaken, dear junior sister. Clearly, one cannot perform a good deed anonymously. Do reflect on the day you first arrived at the Dan sect. Was there not a vial of bigodan within your chinquin pouch?" He watched with satisfaction as the young girl's eyes widened in astonishment, a look of realization dawning upon her face, before he playfully asked, "So, have you recalled it?" Initially, he found his junior sister amusing and casually tossed her a bottle of fasting elixir. At that time, he was eager to keep his actions discreet to avoid entanglements of romantic debts. Although Qin Shu was unaware of the reason behind his gift, now that she understood, she felt compelled to acknowledge his kindness. "So it was a gift from my senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. I shall remember this, and when my cultivation bears fruit, I will surely return the favor with a bottle of my own." Upon hearing her words, Wen Qi chuckled, his laughter softening the lines of his face. "You little Taoist maiden, you are indeed amusing. In just a few words, you have reduced a gesture of goodwill to a mere bottle of elixir, demonstrating a remarkable astuteness for one so young." "Senior brother, my name is Qin Shu, not little Taoist maiden," she retorted, frowning at the moniker she disliked. Wen Qi raised an eyebrow, his gaze gentle as he replied, "With your hairstyle resembling that of a Taoist priestess, what else could you be but a little Taoist maiden?" Qin Shu, upon noticing the expression in his eyes, felt a rush of emotion but quickly restrained the stirrings within her heart. She composed herself and declared, "That is not a Taoist hairstyle. It is a bun." Cheng Yan, observing their exchange, furrowed his brow at Wen Qi's boldness in employing allusions on such a young girl. To his surprise, the girl remained resolute and was not swayed by his charms. With a scoff, he remarked, "I have taken what I came for and shall not intrude on your nostalgia any longer." Qin Shu, concerned about his sudden disappearance, hurriedly inquired, "Senior brother, shall we meet again at the same time next month?" When Qi observed the scene, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan appeared oblivious, calmly nodding in affirmation. When Qi found himself increasingly perplexed by his senior brother. The jade vial containing the elixir was far more precious than the potion itself, typically reserved for storing high-tier elixirs to prevent the dissipation of their potency. Yet, without a flicker of hesitation, he had bestowed it upon this young Taoist maiden. If the maiden were a few years older, one might interpret it as the stirrings of infatuation in his senior brother's heart. But this girl was merely 10, barely on the cusp of adolescence. "Senior brother, in a few days, should not the ethereal fairy Haomiao be arriving?" Wen Qi's words seemed casual, yet Cheng Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He turned on his heel and vanished without a trace. Qin Shu, sensing the intrigue, nudged Wen Qi with a knowing glance, "Who is fairy Haomiao?" In an instant, Wen Qi's fan landed upon her head, sending even the tiny tuft of hair atop her head askew. "Such matters are best left unexamined by children." Qin Shu retorted, "It is merely the affairs of love. What is there to conceal?" Yet, having perused but half a book, she could not recall her senior brother having such an admirer, surely. A trivial passerby. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, she had misjudged the situation entirely. The celestial being, known as the vast celestial fairy, is the principal creditor of Cheng Yan. Currently at the late stage of the golden core, she has invested a substantial fortune to acquire a spiritual vein, intending to utilize it for her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. However, little did she anticipate that Cheng Yan would fortuitously reach the late stage of the golden core on that very day, precisely at that mountain peak, where he utilized a third of the spiritual vein for himself. How could the vast celestial fairy tolerate such an affront? Moreover, Chang Yen is the esteemed senior brother of the pill sect, making it impossible for him to evade responsibility. This debt must be repaid. Yet, despite being an alchemist, he has also devoted himself to the sword path, and the spiritual stones he earned from alchemy have all been expended on nurturing a sword, leaving him utterly destitute. Every 3 years, the vast celestial fairy visits the Xiantian Gate, while Wenqi has been a spectator of this spectacle for 30 consecutive years. Although Qin Shu possesses a lower cultivation level, her sixth sense has consistently proven accurate. There may be some discord between these two senior brothers, yet they harbor no malice towards her. At least, that is the case for now. Didn't I advise you to maintain your distance from the senior brother? When Qi suddenly interjected, Qin Shu was taken aback, squinting her eyes in recollection. It seemed she had indeed been advised. Yet, at that moment, it was unnecessary for him to elaborate, as she herself wished to avoid encountering the senior brother. Strangely, the sense of dread that once enveloped her had inexplicably dissipated. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the senior brother had refined pills for her? Alas, it appears she is indeed a person easily swayed by trifling benefits. Senior brother, may I inquire about something? Qin Shu gazed at Wenqi, her expression innocent, as she posed the question. Wenqi gently shook his fan, responding no. You may not. The smile on Qin Shu's face instantly vanished as she turned and strode toward her small wooden cabin. I shall not listen any longer, farewell. Wenqi remarked, ignoring the wise counsel will surely lead to misfortune. Qin Shu truly departed, not glancing back. A sudden thought crossed her mind. The elixirs crafted by her senior brother appeared to surpass the ones provided by the sect by several degrees. If she were to exchange them for lower-tier ones and subsequently submit them according to the new disciple's foundational success rate in alchemy, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Having diligently completed her 10-day task at the apothecary, Qin Shu purposely took a day off to venture to Qijin City. Upon inquiring at the Alchemist Alliance, she discovered that the 8 vials of elixirs her senior brother had concocted were, in fact, supreme spirit-replenishing elixirs. A single supreme spirit-replenishing elixir could be exchanged for a mid-grade spirit stone, which in turn could be traded for 200 low-grade spirit-replenishing elixirs. Qin Shu's eyes glazed over, her heart tumultuous, with only 3 words echoing in her mind. I've struck gold. Chapter 25. Single-mindedness Fairy, are you intending to sell this elixir? The shopkeeper inquired. While it is commonly understood that the basic spirit recovery pill is of lesser value, the essence of rarity cannot be overlooked. Yours appears to be unique, and should you be able to supply a greater quantity, the price would undoubtedly soar. The shopkeeper was clearly probing for information. Qin Shu shook her head vigorously.
No.
As a mere junior disciple, I cannot possibly provide such quantities. It is merely a stroke of luck that my senior brother bestowed one upon me. I thought to exchange it for some spirit stones as pocket money. She was not naive, aware of the adage that possessing something valuable could invite trouble. Should she reveal the 79 exquisite spirit recovery pills, she would surely attract unwanted attention. The shopkeeper, though somewhat disappointed by her response, had anticipated such a retort and sighed before casually asking, Is there anything else you require, Fairy? Qin Shu nodded. I would like 100 basic spirit recovery pills, please. As for the remaining amount, convert it into spirit stones for me. Since it was her first time concocting elixirs, a certain failure rate was permissible. They only needed to submit 10 spirit recovery pills. The surplus, she intended to keep for her own use. Her physique absorbed spiritual energy rather slowly during the day, necessitating the consumption of pills, making spirit recovery pills essential for her. Given her current cultivation level, a single basic spirit recovery pill sufficed, rendering the exquisite ones somewhat extravagant. 100 basic spirit recovery pills would only cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, while the shopkeeper would need to provide her with 90 low-grade spirit stones in exchange for her one exquisite pill. As Qin Shu emerged from the Dan Alliance, she felt somewhat surreal. Is this the sensation of sudden wealth? A sense of elation enveloped her, as if she were the foremost in the world, with the earth beneath her and herself as the third. Yet it was precisely this feeling that made her hesitant to collaborate further with her senior brother. Although such a matter might be trivial for Cheng Yan, for Qin Shu, receiving benefits without merit left her feeling uneasy. The value of the elixirs he provided had long surpassed the worth of the herbs themselves. While on her way back, she chanced upon a boutique selling exquisite garments and stepped inside. It was not that she had developed a newfound passion for beauty. Rather, after a couple of months of training, She had experienced a sudden growth spurt, leaving her previous attire, which was of ordinary quality, somewhat short. Upon entering the shop, the eager shop assistant enthusiastically presented a variety of ethereal dresses. There were shimmering fabrics of fish scales silk and fluffy celestial robes, each more enchanting than the last. Qin Shu touched her spatial pouch and inquired about one particular piece, asking, "How much for this attire?" The shop assistant, beaming with delight, replied, "Fairy, this one is merely 899 mid-grade spirit stones. Once worn, it will shield your divine sense, an indispensable item for any outing. You truly have an eye for beauty." Clutching her spatial pouch tightly, Qin Shu felt as if she were a kite, having just soared freely into the sky, only to be tethered back to reality. With a stern expression, she coldly diverted her gaze from the beautiful garments and called out to the shop assistant, "Bring forth your most affordable item." The tone and manner of her speech could easily lead one to believe she was about to spend lavishly. The shop assistant's eyes twitched, and after a moment, he managed to force a smile while gesturing toward a corner filled with colorful garments. "My lady, these outfits are last year's styles and quite affordable. If you're on a budget, you may wish to select from this collection." Pleased, Qin Shu strolled over and pulled aside a few pieces, only to find garments that appeared to be hastily assembled from scant fabric, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She pursed her lips and, with a stern expression, inquired, "What about men's clothing?" The shop assistant stared in astonishment as she chose a white male outfit along with a blue headband, and with satisfaction, she settled the payment and departed. When she next encountered Hexian, her attire and the peculiar headband adorning her head prompted a bewildered reaction. What is this outfit?" Qin Shu tugged at her hem and replied, "What do you think? It's rather nice, isn't it? The attire in the world of cultivation is truly exceptional. It adjusts to fit perfectly and spares one the discomfort of tight waistbands after a hearty meal." The headpiece had been replaced with a headband, styled into a high ponytail with a charming bow, thus avoiding any further jests from Wen-Chi about her being a little nun. Hexian, exasperated, stated, "Qin Shu, you are a young lady. Do not present yourself as a boy." Furrowing her brow, she implored, "I wanted to mention your hairstyle last time. Why must a young girl always dress in such a manner?" However, Qin Shu found the male attire to be far more practical, allowing her the freedom to practice swordplay.
What?
"Is it not appealing?" she retorted. Xian's brow remained furrowed, yet she nodded slightly, not unattractive after all. Qiansh pressed her lips together, her expression grave, and earnestly advised, "In the pursuit of immortality, it is crucial to remain undistracted. Such vanity and comparison are unworthy pursuits. As long as your cultivation improves, everyone will respectfully refer to you as fairy. At that point, who will care whether you wear male or female attire?" Hien found some merit in her words, but having been nurtured in the secular world for 12 years, certain beliefs were deeply ingrained. She squinted at Q&SH and remarked, "But how will you find a suitor in the future?" Q&SH was taken aback by this unexpected question. She had embarked on the journey of immortality. Why would she concern herself with suitors? Whether she could survive long enough to find one was uncertain. Naturally, she reframed her thoughts with a more dignified expression. If one is merely a shallow person who judges by appearance, then such a suitor is not worth having. Would you not agree? Hien was persuaded by her words, stroking her chin thoughtfully for a while before nodding in agreement. "You make a valid point. You may appear youthful, yet you comprehend these matters more profoundly than many adults." With a face bold enough to match her years, Q&SH continued, "To establish oneself in the realm of immortality, one must rely solely on one's own strength. Hien, your desire to depend on a husband is misguided. Have you ever seen a great being ascend while bringing their wife along?" Hien opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Q&SH, seeing that she had not become obstinate, felt a slight sense of relief. She was immensely grateful that she had been transported to a world of cultivation, a realm more straightforward and unrefined than the one she had left behind. Here, strength dictated authority, and the distinctions between genders held less significance. However, to Q&SH's surprise, when she returned to the apothecary the following day to complete her task, she unexpectedly encountered Hien once more. This time, Hien was clad in male attire, her hair styled in a bun strikingly similar to the one Q&SH had sported previously. From a distance, He X and spotted Q and SH and joyfully rushed towards her, exclaiming, "SHer, what do you think? Does it look good?" Chapter 26. The application of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Qin Shu fell silent. Could she confess that her choice to don male attire stemmed from its affordability? She pondered how this remarkable fairy managed to procure men's clothing overnight. He Xian observed her expression, which was laden with unspoken sentiments, and furrowed her brows in place. What's wrong? Is it unappealing? Qin Shu hastily shook her head, composed herself, and earnestly praised, "It is utterly exquisite." Only then did He Xian's face brighten with satisfaction, her lips curving into a smile as she replied, "Qin Shu, I have finished reading the compendium of medicinal materials in the immortal realm these past few days, and early this morning I ventured to the task hall to accept a mission. You are right, I must strive harder from now on. I aspire to ascend on my own." Qin Shu, in a gesture of respect, clasped her hands and declared, "If one seeks wealth and honor, let us not forget each other." He Xian responded with a smile, and together they entered the apothecary, where they remained for a full 2.5 months. During this time, Qin Shu diligently self-studied works such as The Art of Multitasking, lessons learned from 100 failed alchemical attempts, and the perfect fusion of opposing attribute herbs. Although she was still a novice in alchemy with no practical experience, she could certainly theorize. The medicinal materials she had obtained over these 2 months were not given to her senior brother. Instead, she retained them, intending to refine her skills further before attempting to concoct potions. The offering she intended to submit consisted solely of the low-grade spirit-replenishing pills she had purchased. One afternoon, Qin Shu and He Xian ventured to the western mountains, where they hunted a wild rabbit. Utilizing their spiritual energy to kindle a fire, they roasted it and seasoned it with spiritual herbs, indulging in a long-awaited feast that satisfied their cravings. He Xian took the rabbit leg that Qin Shu handed over, disregarding the intense heat, and eagerly took a bite. With that first taste, her eyes sparkled, and she praised, albeit somewhat incoherently, "Shuer, when did you acquire such culinary skills?" Qin Shu chuckled, revealing that she possessed many more talents. However, the limited ingredients in the cultivation world meant that the barbecue's flavor could have been even more authentic. "If you wish to indulge again, simply call for me." After exchanging some casual banter, Qin Shu sighed and turned to He Xian, asking, "He Xian, if you are not chosen by the Lingshu Jinren, what are your plans?" Upon hearing this, He Xian, clutching the rabbit leg, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Qin Shu, you're getting ahead of yourself." Confused, Qin Shu listened as He Xian continued, "You should not inquire about my plans if I am not selected. Rather, you should ask what I would do if I were chosen. After all, for us, not being selected is the norm. To be chosen, that would be a stroke of ancestral fortune." Qin Shu, taken aback by He Xian's reminder, paused for a moment before gradually realizing that she might have been overthinking things. With a hearty laugh, she declared, "Let us do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Regardless of our circumstances, we must strive to cultivate diligently." The following day marked the long-anticipated occasion when Lingshu Jinren would select disciples. It was said that the Stardust Jinren from the Tiangwei Pavilion had divined that Lingshu Jinren could only find his destined disciple on this day. Should he miss this opportunity, any future selections would be fraught with misfortune. Early in the morning, Qin Shu rose and hurried to the cold spring for a refreshing wash, an earnest gesture of respect towards the impending significant examination. Once she had neatly arranged her high ponytail and joined He Xian, who had styled her hair into a bun. The two exchanged a knowing smile before proceeding to register. The examination comprised 2 segments. The first entailed a written test, while the second involved practical alchemy. Having never engaged in alchemical practices, Qin Shu understood the paramount importance of her written performance. The Sec Square was adorned with tables and cushions, bustling with a throng of disciples eager to participate in the selection process. No less than 400 or 500 individuals congregated there. The esteemed 8th-rank alchemist, Master Ling Su, was the one to recruit students. Who could possibly remain indifferent to such an opportunity? Yet, among all the aspiring disciples, only Qin Shu and He Xian were newcomers.
Oh.
And there was also the fiery new disciple from the sword sect, Qiyu, who possessed no with spiritual root and seemed rather out of place. To the onlookers, these 3 fledgling disciples appeared blissfully unaware of the daunting challenge before them, much like observing elementary students attempting a college entrance examination. He Xian felt a twinge of insecurity and tugged at Qin Shu's sleeve, murmuring, "Qin Shu, do you think we can manage? This scene is making me doubt myself." However, Qin Shu exuded confidence, dismissing her concerns. What is there to fear? We have come this far. Upon reflection, he Xian agreed. They had already arrived, so they might as well take the exam. Even if they failed, could it possibly be worse than their current predicament? A series of drumbeats resonated through the air, followed by an authoritative voice that echoed throughout the examination hall. All disciples are requested to take their seats according to their registration numbers. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qin Shu lifted her gaze and was astonished to discover that the chief examiner was none other than her senior, Cheng Yan. Your seat number is 374. While mine is 396, so we are not far apart, she remarked as he Xian guided Qin Shu towards her designated seat. The examination venue was partitioned into 9 distinct areas, each accommodating 50 candidates. As Qin Shu settled into her seat, she observed her fellow seniors gradually taking their places. Once again, the authoritative voice of senior brother Cheng Yan resonated throughout the hall, emphasizing the importance of silence and focus during the examination. After imparting a plethora of admonitions, the seniors commenced distributing the test papers. In the realm of cultivation, the examination papers themselves functioned as rudimentary magical artifacts, each adorned with ethereal images of various spirit plants. However, the candidates were unable to see one another's papers. Their task was to identify these spirit plants, categorize them, and annotate their pharmacological properties and contraindications. Gazing at the dense array of spirit plants, alongside the colossal incense stick burning at the front, Qin Shu inhaled deeply and fervently began her writing. The Jinghong lotus cannot be melted alone. It requires a dash of snake's tongue grass as a catalyst. The white-hot flame and the heart-cold soul repel each other and cannot be classified together. Qin Shu answered with fervent enthusiasm, though her handwriting remained somewhat unsightly. As she completed the questions, she noticed that the incense had already burned down significantly. However, upon lowering her head, she realized that the ethereal images of the spirit plants had vanished, replaced instead by a new question. How should the fire lotus, heaven's flame ghost palm, and stone radiance milk be fused? Qin Shu harbored a premonition that this particular question was the crux of Ling Su Jinren's selection of disciples. She meticulously organized her thoughts, took up her brush, and sketched a Taiji Bagua diagram, marking the attribute values of the 3 elements. Subsequently, she calculated the corresponding thresholds that would enable the 3 to achieve equilibrium based on the principles of the Taiji Bagua. Upon inscribing the final stroke, she cast a satisfied glance at her densely scribbled paper, convinced that nothing could stump a science student. Finally, she had completed her answers. Just as she inscribed her name, she heard Cheng Yan's voice resound once more. Time's up. With a wave of his hand, the examination papers floated into the air, eliciting a chorus of lamentations from the surrounding crowd. Only Qin Shu exhaled in relief. The time had indeed been quite pressing. She grasped her token and made her way towards Xian. As the 2 sisters met, they inquired of each other. How did it go? Their gazes locked. And Xian sighed. Well, as you said, I wrote down everything I knew and even fabricated the rest. As for whether it's correct, that remains to be seen. Qin Shu understood. It was ultimately a matter of fate. There was no need to dwell on it. Their papers were soon presented to Cheng Yan, who could peruse 3 at a glance. However, when he turned to one particular paper, he paused. It was filled with content, most of it substantial, albeit the handwriting was rather unsightly. He continued to read until he reached the final question, at which moment his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had received a profound enlightenment. The 5 elements and Bagua? It can actually be applied in this manner? The algorithm perplexed him somewhat. Among the outer disciples, there exists such a remarkable talent? Let him discover the true identity of this disciple. Chapter 27. Talent. Cheng Yan, filled with curiosity, casually flipped to the front of the exam paper and was met with the bold, flowing characters. Qin Shu. He was utterly taken aback, his astonishment akin to tumultuous waves crashing within him, and it took a considerable time for him to regain his composure. Have the young people of today become this formidable? The gossip algorithm she had penned was something he struggled to comprehend. However, there was no denying the girl's intelligence. It was simply that her handwriting was rather unsightly, lacking any elegance. As he pondered, he took Qin Shu's paper out separately, intending to present it to his master later. After reviewing the other submissions, there were indeed some commendable works, yet none could compare to the refreshing theories presented by Qin Shu. He gathered the selected papers and made his way to the cave of the esteemed Ling Su, secretly placing Qin Shu's paper at the forefront of his collection. To produce such work at the tender age of 10 certainly warranted the title of genius. The only drawback was her low cultivation and insufficient talent. He could only wonder whether his master would appreciate it. Ling Su received the exam paper passed to him by Cheng Yan. Upon glancing at the first page, he instinctively attempted to turn it over, but was halted just in time by Cheng Yan's call, "Master." Ling Su looked up, and Cheng Yan, frowning and displaying an unusual expression, said, "Master, want you take a closer look?"
Knowing Cheng Yan's disposition.
Ling Su understood that he would not speak this way without reason. He redirected his gaze, suppressing his temper, and read through the paper. The more he examined it, the more intrigued he became. After finishing the examination papers, he casually discarded the remaining sheets and turned to Cheng Yan, inquiring, "This candidate's answers are rather intriguing. Which peak does this disciple, named Qin Shu, belong to? The ideas are commendable, yet the handwriting leaves much to be desired." Cheng Yan respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Master, this disciple has only recently joined the outer sect and is merely 10 years old this year." 10 years old, you say?
Well,
it is understandable if the handwriting is somewhat lacking. Just as Ling Shuzhenren expressed his thoughts, he suddenly realized something, jolting upright in disbelief and pointing at Cheng Yan. "Wait a moment, did you just say she is how old?" Cheng Yan, unperturbed by his reaction, again bowed and affirmed, 10 years old. With a mere wave of his hand, Ling Shuzhenren caused the other examination papers to vanish into thin air, concluding that with such a talent, the performance of other disciples was rendered irrelevant. It truly felt akin to the sentiment of having traversed vast seas, where nothing but the clouds of Wushan remained. Since it was his prerogative to select disciples, Cheng Yan refrained from excessive interference, but still felt compelled to caution him, "Master, this disciple's aptitude is somewhat lacking." Ling Shuzhenren raised an eyebrow and inquired, "In what manner is it lacking?" Cheng Yan explained, "She possesses only 3 spiritual roots." Ling Shuzhenren, however, waved his hand dismissively and stated, 3 spiritual roots are still manageable. With my capabilities, I can elevate her cultivation to the golden core stage. Just tell me, does she possess a fire spiritual root? At the moment he posed this question, he had already formulated his thoughts. Even if she lacks the fire spiritual root, her innate talent in alchemy alone compels him to procure a fire spirit for her. Cheng Yan, having been his disciple for over a century, is well acquainted with his temperament. Thus, the matter of Qin Shu becoming his closed-door disciple seems almost a foregone conclusion, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Chapter 28. The Fire Spirit with a Fire Spirit Root, albeit of a modest attribute value of merely 71, Cheng Yan responded with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Ling Su's previously furrowed brow relaxed. "No matter," he remarked, "though cultivating with a root value of 71 may prove challenging, it suffices for alchemy." As the master and disciple engaged in conversation, it seemed that the barrier outside their cave dwelling had been triggered. Ling Su gestured with his hand to cast a spell, and soon after, a transmission talisman soared into the air. "Ling Su, it has been a long time. I trust you are well." At these words, Ling Su's brows knitted together. Why had the Wandering Sword Master suddenly come for a visit? The Wandering Sword Master was an elder of the Sword Sect, rarely found within the sect itself. He was either embroiled in combat or on his way to seek a fight. 3 years prior, he had returned unexpectedly and secluded himself, leading many to speculate that he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity and was preparing for a breakthrough. Yet, here they were and still no news had emerged. Could he be seeking my master for alchemical assistance? Cheng Yan speculated. Ling Su gently shook his head, deeming it unlikely. The Wandering Sword Master was known for his path of slaughter. True to his past demeanor, he sought breakthroughs through conflict, eschewing any elixir save for those that replenished his spiritual energy. "Very well, we shall soon find out," he concluded, lifting his hand to dispel the barrier and personally greet the visitor. "How is it that you have emerged from seclusion? Have you achieved something significant?" he inquired with a smile, stroking his beard. The Wandering Sword Master appeared as a middle-aged man, his mighty sword slung across his back, and his robust arms suggested considerable prowess in physical cultivation. Upon hearing the inquiry from the esteemed Ling Shuzhenren, he shook his head gently and replied candidly, "I have made no progress. Perhaps the time has not yet come." His demeanor remained calm and collected, indicating that he did not take the matter to heart, a testament to his steadfast composure. Just as Ling Shuzhenren was about to seek clarification on his intentions, he preemptively revealed them, stating, I have heard that you recently intend to take a disciple under your tutelage. This statement left Ling Xu even more perplexed. Why should this concern him? Surely, it was improbable that someone of his age would seek to become his disciple. Even if such a notion were entertained, he would decline, as the individual lacked a fire spirit root. What value could a singular gold spirit root hold, regardless of its potency? Indeed, I do have such intentions, Ling Shuzhenren murmured, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The ever-watchful eyes of Wang Jian remained fixated on his expression as he tentatively queried, Ling Shuzhenren, we have a disciple in our sword sect with a fire spirit root of 99. Would you consider accepting her as your disciple? Upon hearing the mention of a fire spirit root of 99, Ling Xu furrowed his brow further, skepticism etched across his features. Such a prodigy. And you would allow her to join my dance sect? We are not children. If there were not some ulterior motive at play, you would surely wish to keep such a talent hidden away. Wang Jian, aware that he could not easily be deceived, sighed and clarified, to speak candidly. We are also mindful of the precious Shisui Huanjin in your possession. Furthermore, that girl, Chiyu, has expressed an interest in alchemy. Should she cleanse her spirit root, she would possess a spirit root with a value of 100. At that point, whether in alchemy or sword practice, her efforts would yield remarkable results. He certainly could not bear to relinquish such an exceptional disciple, yet since this was Akahane's choice, he would naturally respect it. Moreover, it must be noted that their sword cultivators were exceedingly impoverished. In comparison to the affluent alchemists, they could hardly present anything enticing. Ling Su, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively, placing his hands behind his back and coolly remarking, You truly have a clever scheme in mind. Is this not akin to grasping at phantoms? Wang Jian rubbed his nose sheepishly and replied, It is not entirely a case of empty-handedness. After all, I am offering you a disciple with a divine root. Ling Su flicked his sleeve, turned his back, and deemed further discussion unnecessary. For an alchemist, innate talent was secondary. One's comprehension held greater significance. Observing Ling Su's resolute demeanor, Wang Jian could only relent with a heavy heart, stating, Years ago, during my travels, I acquired a fire spirit. Should you accept Akahane, I shall bestow this fire spirit upon you. The fire spirit was the coveted companion of every alchemist, born from the ethereal energies of fire, having attained sentience. No one understood flames better than they. With the assistance of a fire spirit, the quality of the elixirs produced would surpass true potential by a notable degree, and the success rate of concoction would be significantly enhanced. However, such spirits, born from the essence of nature, were exceedingly rare, often requiring millennia or even tens of millennia to manifest. Yet, the number of individuals seeking to capture fire spirits had surged, making the possession of one an extraordinary rarity. Had it not been for the fortuitous circumstance of taking Akahane as his disciple, Wang Jian would have long since sold the fire spirit. However, Ling Su, now over 800 years old, had long possessed his own fire spirit. A cultivator cannot possess two fire spirits. What use would that be to him? He still held on to thoughts of the girl named Qin Shu, for such a talented individual with insight was more suited for alchemy and could potentially inherit his legacy. Perhaps even elevate his lineage. Could you not procure one for your disciples? Cheng Yan and Wen Qi do not possess one yet, do they? Asked Wang Jian, furrowing his brow. He was genuinely apprehensive of being rejected by Ling Su, as this fire spirit was the only valuable asset he had at present. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Su made a decision, turning to the side and addressing Wang Jian directly. I may accept her as a disciple, but she is indeed not suitable to be my core disciple. Wang Jian was instantly elated. He was merely interested in the Shisui Huanjin that Ling Su possessed, and whether or not she was a core disciple was of little consequence. No matter. Ling Su's expression softened, only to hear Wang Jian hesitantly continue, Indeed. Ling Shuzhenren is quite magnanimous, then, the Shisui Huanjin. As for my disciples, I shall certainly consider their needs, Ling Shuzhenren acknowledged. He understood the significance of having an additional disciple with a heavenly root for the sect. Now that Wang Jian sought his assistance, should he decline, it was likely that the next visitor would be his senior brother, the sect leader. Wang Jian sighed in relief. Then I shall express my gratitude to Ling Shuzhenren on behalf of my disciple, Chiyu. After sending Wang Jian away, Cheng Yan, standing nearby, was already frowning deeply. What had seemed a certain matter had unexpectedly taken such a turn. However, the individual named Qin Shu is undeniably gifted and possesses a sharp intellect. If necessary, it would not be amiss for him to take on a disciple himself. Once one reaches the golden core stage, they are permitted to accept apprentices. Yet, both he and Wen Qi are relatively young and lack the patience to instruct a disciple, thus this matter has never been broached. Master, regarding Qin Shu. He was just about to voice his thoughts to Master Ling Su when unexpectedly, Master Ling Su interjected. This year, let us accept both Qi Yu and Qin Shu as disciples. With Qi Yu providing cover, others will hardly pay attention to this little waste. Although he referred to her as a little waste, the broad smile on his face betrayed his true sentiments. Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback by his words, but upon further contemplation, he realized the truth in them. Qi Yu's exceptional talent had garnered much attention upon her entry into the sect. With her as a benchmark, Qin Shu's abilities would indeed go unnoticed. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, she was blissfully ignorant of the developments occurring behind the scenes and how close she had come to becoming the junior brother's disciple. After returning to her residence, she meditated and practiced throughout the night, preparing for the second round of selections. Suddenly, she received a transmission talisman from the senior brother. The earthy-hued talisman paper before her slowly burned away, and Cheng Yan's cool voice echoed forth. The master has already decided on disciples, and the remaining competition has been cancelled. Chapter 29, I might just be a companion student. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Was there no need for comparison? Perhaps this was for the best, as she felt ill-equipped to showcase her talents or cultivation in the face of what was to come. Yet she pondered, who had been designated as her master's disciple. It was said that the selection process included not only outer sect disciples, but also numerous inner sect members, with even those from the neighboring sword sect, artifact sect, and talisman sect participating. The competition was indeed fierce, and she had yet to encounter many of the prodigies. Though she was acquainted with Qi Yu from the sword sect, could it be that a disciple might pledge allegiance to multiple sects akin to elective courses in modern universities? Would she, too, one day be able to pursue the art of swordsmanship? Qin Shu had never considered herself to be the chosen one until the evening when the protective barrier outside was unexpectedly triggered. She opened the door to investigate, but saw nothing amiss. Curiously scanning her surroundings, she was about to retreat indoors when a powerful gust of wind surged towards her back. Instinctively, she sidestepped, only to behold a jade token hovering before her. An inner sect disciple's token? Stunned for a moment, Qin Shu turned to see Wen Qi perched on the eaves, his hands gently resting on the wooden roof, one foot on the eave while the other dangled in midair, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon him. The wind was perfectly timed, tousling his long hair and billowing his garments, rendering him almost ethereal. Yet, the playful grin on his face was rather insouciant. Little Taoist, you seem well. Qin Shu's features contorted in dissatisfaction. Surely he was still single? With a mouth like that, not even a celestial visage could redeem him. I am certainly not a novice practitioner. Wen Qi's gaze swept over her high ponytail, and he nodded slightly. Oh, changed your hairstyle? Hee, even with a new look, you still resemble a novice. Qin Shu, unwilling to engage in a verbal dispute with him, composed herself and asked, Second senior brother, ambushing from behind is not the conduct of a gentleman. Upon hearing her restrained indignation, Wen Qi chuckled, This is not an ambush. I have come with great effort to deliver the token to you. Moreover, you may harbor some misconceptions about your senior brother. I am not a gentleman either. Qin Shu cast a sideways glance at the token suspended in midair and then looked up at Wen Qi. Senior brother, is this token meant for me? But it represents the identity of an inner disciple. If it is not yours, then whose could it be? Take a look for yourself. Your name is inscribed upon it. Wen Qi replied. Only then did Qin Shu dare to reach out and accept it, the jade token landing gracefully in her palm. It felt warm to the touch, and as the shimmering green light faded, the word Xian Tian sect emerged upon the token. Qin Shu flipped it over to inspect the back. Finding it unremarkable and devoid of any markings, she raised her hand to scratch the back of her head, her expression one of confusion. Wen Qi observed her bemusement and chuckled, addressing her, Junior sister, you must drop a drop of blood to recognize it as yours. Qin Shu's features contorted once more. Why does the cultivation world always require a blood oath? With this body of mine, merely 10 years old, I wonder how many drops I can spare. As Qin Shu resolutely drew her white jade sword, preparing to pierce her fingertip, Wen Qi once again interjected, urging her to pause.
Wait.
Qin Shu opened her eyes and gazed at him, her expression filled with confusion, as the blade hovered a mere millimeter from her skin. When she regarded her with a look of bewilderment, then inquired, "You do not know how to draw blood?" Instead of answering, Qin Shu retorted, "Am I not in the process of drawing blood?" When she was taken aback, realizing that such ignorance existed in the world, someone who did not even grasp the basics of bloodletting, he descended gracefully from the eaves, landing softly as if he were a feather, effortlessly alighting on the ground. Such a simple task, yet you feel the need to be so harsh on yourself. "I had no idea my junior sister could be so severe," he remarked, while demonstrating a gesture and reciting an incantation, causing a drop of blood to materialize at his fingertip. Surprised by this revelation, Qin Shu quickly followed suit, and indeed, a drop of vivid crimson appeared at her own fingertip. She promptly let it fall into the green jade token. As the blood mingled with the token, the originally plain waistplate suddenly revealed intricate, ancient patterns, and the characters for Xuantiangmen seemed to come alive, flowing gently. Flipping the token over, Qin Shu discovered her name inscribed on the reverse side. It was undeniably beautiful, yet she pondered the choice of green jade. However, she did not dwell on it for long, coming to the realization that in order to navigate life, one must embrace a touch of green. She affixed the token to her waist and bowed respectfully towards Wen Qi, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. After all, this technique had genuinely spared her from excruciating pain. When Qi observed the faint golden glimmer of blood on his fingertip, twisting his wrist to flick it towards Qin Shu's brow. "Henceforth, you shall be regarded as my junior sister. Consider this drop of blood a token of my welcome as your elder brother." Startled, Qin Shu quickly reached for her brow. Finding nothing there, she furrowed her brow in confusion and muttered softly, "Who gives a drop of blood as a welcome gift?" Wen Qi snorted lightly but offered no further explanation. Qin Shu, not wishing to press the matter, redirected her inquiry to a more pressing concern. "Elder brother, does this mean I am the sole disciple accepted by Masterling Su?" At that moment, she felt as though she had been struck by a fortuitous pie falling from the heavens. However, Wen Qi gently shook his head, causing her heart to plummet. "Alas, I was too hopeful." Yet, in the next instant, he added, "You are one of two disciples." Qin Shu was taken aback, her eyes widening with curiosity as she pressed on. "One of two? Who was the other?"
Wenzong, Qiyu.
Qin Shu's mouth fell open in astonishment.
Qiyu.
The prodigy with a fire spirit root rated at 99. Now, she found herself on equal footing with him. It seemed she had indeed carved out a noteworthy path for herself. When she instructed, "Prepare yourself, I shall take you to Ling Shao Peak." Qin Shu possessed little in the way of belongings. Upon returning to her abode, she swiftly gathered her possessions into a cosmic bag and dashed back outside. "Senior brother, we made a part." Though both the inner and outer sects belonged to the Xiantian sect, the treatment afforded to their members was vastly different. Upon entering Lingxiao Peak, Qin Shu was granted a cave dwelling of her own. When she pointed to a nearby peak with a sympathetic expression and remarked, "That is where our master resides." All who entered the sect could choose their residences, yet Qin Shu was designated by her master. Living here meant that every action was under her master's watchful gaze, leaving little room for true freedom. However, Qin Shu found merit in this arrangement. Proximity to her master meant greater opportunities for visibility. Although she was likely to serve as mere embellishment for Qiyu, she was determined to carve out her own path and make a name for herself. Chapter 30. Beautiful girls hold grudges. Qin Shu followed closely behind Wen Qi as they strolled through her cave dwelling, her heart brimming with satisfaction. This abode, boasting 2 rooms and a hall, along with a cultivation chamber, was vastly more spacious than her previous wooden cottage. The intricately designed gathering spirit array within would aid her cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu immediately focused her senses, savoring the rich spiritual energy in the air. Nearly moved to tears. The inner sect was already adjacent to a spiritual vein, and with the addition of the gathering spirit array, even she, with her trifling 3 spirit root constitution, would no longer need to consume spirit pills during the day. When she, noticing the shift in her emotions, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, take your time exploring. Remember to visit our master at the neighboring peak tomorrow at dawn." Qin Shu nodded obediently, and when she raised an eyebrow, adding, "I trust our master has prepared a welcome gift for you as well?" At the mention of this, Qin Shu's blood surged with excitement, a faint thrill coursing through her. The casual offerings from such esteemed figures could potentially provide her, a mere novice, with a stroke of unexpected fortune. She gazed up at Wen Qi, her eyes sparkling with eagerness, resembling a small treasure seeker. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will certainly make my way there early tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Wen Qi, Qin Shu unlocked the restrictions of her entire cave and began to neatly arrange her personal belongings extracted from her Qianquan bag. Finally, she took out a communication jade slip and sent a message to He Xian. Xianer, I have entered the service of Master Ling Shu. Almost instantly, He Xian replied, and upon opening the message, Qin Shu was greeted by an excited shriek. She was taken aback, and immediately thereafter, a stream of messages began pouring in, reminiscent of beans cascading from a bamboo tube. Is this for real? How astonishing! Wasn't it said that Master Ling Shu accepted Qiyu from the sword sect? Where are you now? Could it be that your spot has been usurped? Hurry and inquire whether you can still join the inner sect. Qin Shu worried that if she delayed her response, the girl might conjure all sorts of scenarios in her mind, so she quickly replied, No, stop overthinking. Master Ling Shu has taken on 2 disciples, and I am merely one of them. However, I suspect I am just a companion to Qiyu, as we are of similar age. He Xian let out a sigh of relief. Being a companion is still vastly better than being in the outer sect. Though it might be inconvenient to meet again in the future, alas. Upon hearing a hint of melancholy in her voice, Qin Shu gently advised, Isn't there a sect disciple competition in a year? Your aptitude far surpasses mine. You are among the best even in the outer sect. As long as you diligently cultivate, entering the inner sect is only a matter of time. He Xian found it somewhat amusing to hear such mature words from the youthful Qin Shu. I understand you, little one. Take good care of yourself in the inner sect. He Xian had indeed been putting in great effort, yet she remained a genuine 12-year-old girl, occasionally displaying the whims of childhood. However, this experience had truly motivated her, allowing her to focus on her cultivation. Qin Shu stored away the jade slip and stepped out of her cave, where a sea of roses greeted her. Nurtured by the essence of vitality, the roses bloomed in vibrant hues of violet and crimson. Behind the cave abode lay a pond, and as Qin Shu approached, she was astonished to discover it was filled with fresh water. This could serve as a bathing spot. Surrounding the cavern were formations intricately etched by the sect, and once the prohibitions were lifted, this would become her own little realm. Qin Shu felt immense satisfaction. Her cultivation had granted her a 2-bedroom apartment, complemented by a small garden and pond. In the modern world, who knows how long it would take her after graduation to afford such a modest residence. With a heart full of joy, she returned to the training room within the cave. A skylight adorned the ceiling, allowing the moonlight to stream in. Everything was perfectly arranged. She settled into the spirit-gathering formation to meditate, and soon the night passed swiftly. As the first rays of sunlight broke the dawn, Qin Shu had already completed her morning routine and was making her way to the neighboring peak. Gathering spiritual energy in her soles, she dashed towards the adjacent mountain. However, as the hour of Qin approached its end, neither Ling Su Jinren nor Qiyu had caught sight of Qin Shu. When she spoke up, Master, could it be that the little girl has overslept? Cheng Yen furrowed his brow, pondering how one could be so indulgently slothful even after embarking on the path of immortality. A stern lesson would be necessary in due time. No matter, he conceded, she is young, and a penchant for slumber is to be expected. She will outgrow it. Ling Su Jinren bore no trace of anger, instead wearing a cheerful smile. He was always particularly lenient with gifted children. Standing beside Cheng Yen, Qiyu was adorned in fiery red, her waist-length hair intricately braided into numerous plaits, with a tuft of red feathers perched atop her head. Upon overhearing their conversation, her brows furrowed, and she parted her lips, hesitating to speak. Ling Su, noticing her unease, called out, Qiyu, do you have something to say? Recognized by Ling Su, Qiyu pressed her lips together and stepped forward, respectfully cupping her fists in a salute. Master, I wish to suggest that perhaps her journey from her mountain was rather arduous. Her words left everyone present momentarily speechless. Seeing their reaction, Qiyu elaborated. I just traveled from my own mountain and observed that the 2 peaks are quite distant. Fortunately, as a fire spirit bird, I was able to fly here. Ling Su understood at last. His disciples hailed from prestigious families, and even in their early stages of cultivation, they possessed family-endowed magical artifacts, thus sparing them the necessity of walking. In contrast, poor Qin Shu, born of common ancestry, had no artifacts to aid her and lacked the ability to fly with a sword, leaving her with no choice but to traverse the path on foot. Wen-Chi chuckled softly, then turned and vanished from sight. Master, I shall go greet that little unfortunate. Chang Yan had just expressed his intention to fetch the junior sister when Wen-Chi preempted him. Left with no choice but to halt, he heard his master curiously remark, "What has come over Wen-Chi? Was he not indifferent to everyone?" Chang Yan shook his head, acknowledging that his second junior brother was candid and spontaneous, making his actions unpredictable. Seeing this, Ling Su did not press further. He welcomed the harmony among his disciples. Meanwhile, Qin Shu had only ascended halfway up the mountain and paused to catch her breath. It is truly absurd. There is not even a path on the mountain of my revered master, and she had to forge her way up all by herself. Fortunately, she set off early this morning. Otherwise, she would likely have struggled until nightfall to reach her destination. She raised her hand to touch her cheek, which had been scratched by a branch, and couldn't help but gasp in pain. It truly stings. Channeling her spiritual energy, she transformed it into wood spirit energy, swirling it around the wound until the searing pain subsided somewhat. "Ah, so you are here." A familiar voice resonated from above her. Qin Shu looked up to see Wen-Chi hovering in the air, gazing down at her. Today, he was clad in pristine white garments, immaculate and unblemished. One hand resting behind his back, while the other was elegantly placed over his chest. Upon seeing Qin Shu's face, he couldn't contain his delight. "Skit. What a poor little thing you are. Look at this face. How could it end up in such a state?" Qin Shu felt as though he had come merely to witness her plight, and she raised her hand to wipe her face once more with her sleeve. However, this action only smeared the blood, dirt, and grass juice across her visage even more chaotically. Wen-Chi could no longer bear to watch. With a flick of his sleeve, Qin Shu was lifted into the air, soaring towards the peak. Subsequently, as the spiritual energy enveloping her dissipated, she once again plunged into the pool of water below. Splash. Very well, Wen-Chi, a beautiful maiden does hold grudges. Chapter 31. The little junior sister. The commotion outside the cave swiftly captured the attention of the few individuals inside. They hurried to the courtyard and beheld Qin Shu emerging from the pond. At that moment, Qin Shu was adorned with a lotus leaf atop her head, her hair and garments clinging to her figure, her face a canvas of muddled hues, truly a picture of disarray. Originally envious of Qin Shu for being welcomed by the second senior brother, Qiu found herself suddenly at ease upon witnessing her disheveled appearance. Real Master Ling Shu was equally incensed, exclaiming, "Wench!" A flash of golden light swept through, and Wen-Chi reappeared before the crowd. As he waved a folding fan, a gentle breeze accompanied his movements, his face adorned with a charming smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Master, you called for me?" With a stern countenance, real Master Ling Shu inquired. "Is this how you choose to welcome our little junior sister?" He had just felt a sense of relief that Wen-Chi had finally learned to be amicable towards his fellow disciples, only to be confronted with this debacle. Wen-Chi glanced at the drenched Qin Shu and casually cast a cleansing spell her way, explaining, "The junior sister was exhausted from climbing, so I helped her freshen up." Upon hearing this, Qin Shu lowered her head and rolled her eyes dramatically, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "I truly appreciate your help." Her garments had dried, and the marks on her face had vanished, yet a scar remained from a branch's scrape, and her once neatly tied hair was now in disarray. Real Master Ling Shu regarded the petite girl, barely reaching his waist, and retrieved a porcelain vial, tossing it to her. "This is jade beauty ointment. For a young lady like you, it is best that your face remains unmarred." Qin Shu was also a beauty, just as she lifted her hand to receive it. She noticed Chang Yan had swiftly taken the porcelain bottle into his possession. He stepped closer to her, applying the ointment to her face. The moment his fingertips brushed against her skin, Qin Shu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. A shudder coursed through her, leaving her in a state of disarray. Instinctively, she took a step back, prompting Chang Yan to furrow his brow in displeasure, saying, "Do not move about. You cannot see the injury on your face. Let me assist you." Qin Shu fought against the impulse to flee, resolutely anchoring herself in place. The scar was minor, and Chang Yan quickly finished applying the ointment. He capped the porcelain bottle and handed it back to Qin Shu, only to turn around and meet the knowing gaze of Wen-Chi, who wore a smile that danced between amusement and curiosity. As Qin Shu felt the soothing coolness on her face and the pain gradually dissipating, she stepped forward and cupped her hands in gratitude towards the immortal Ling Su, exclaiming, Disciple Qin Shu thanks master for the gifted medicine. Ling Su regarded the young girl before him, clad in male attire and sporting a high ponytail, struggling to reconcile her with the one who had inscribed the intricate algorithms of the 8 trigrams. Meanwhile, as Ling Su appraised Qin Shu, she found herself lost in thought. Just moments ago, she had realized that the little black snake, which had been coiled around her wrist, had vanished. A sense of emptiness enveloped her. It was not that she harbored a profound affection for the serpent, but rather that she had diligently tended to it daily. And its departure had been devoid of even a farewell. Humph! When she inevitably rises to prominence in the realm of cultivation, she shall certainly capture that little rascal and prepare a sumptuous snake stew. Qin Shu pondered quietly within herself when the esteemed Ling Su asked, "Did you ascend from the foot of the mountain?" She lifted her gaze to meet his slightly bewildered eyes, which held a glimmer of curiosity. Nodding affirmatively, her ponytail swayed gently in tandem with her movement. "Indeed, master, there is no path upon the celestial mountain, so I forged my own." A hint of pride tinged her voice as she spoke those words. Ling Su smiled in response, approving of her spirit. Qin Shu then noticed Qiyu standing beside him. Merely her presence seemed to draw the fiery essence of the heavens toward her. In comparison to her own 99 spiritual roots, Qin Shu, with her modest 71 fire roots, appeared almost like a foundling, scarcely able to absorb any of the elemental energy. Her face nearly bore the mark of envy, a sentiment that did not escape Qiyu's notice. Initially taken aback, Qiyu then inclined her head slightly towards Qin Shu, acknowledging her presence. "Come inside and let us converse," Ling Su suggested. The simplicity of Ling Su's cave abode was striking, a mat of indeterminate material laid upon a stone bed of unknown composition. Apart from this, there was merely a table and nothing more. Despite the spaciousness of the cave, the presence of 4 disciples did not render it in the slightest bit cramped. The esteemed Master Ling Shu first introduced the 2 newcomers to their fellow disciples. Besides the second senior brother Wen Qi and the first senior brother Cheng Yan, they had a third senior brother named Si Xian, who, after breaking through to the golden core stage, had ventured into the world for further experience due to his unstable state of mind. "You too?" Qin Shu is younger and her cultivation is. "Oh, you have reached the 2nd level of Qi training?" Master Ling Shu exclaimed, astonished. Upon hearing this, Qiyu swiftly turned her gaze towards Qin Shu. When she had entered with Qin Shu to meet Master Ling Shu, she had already sent someone to inquire about her. With 3 spiritual roots and an average aptitude, the only notable one was her fire root, which had a value of merely 71, accompanied by 2 rather mediocre roots. Although she couldn't fathom why Master Ling Shu chose to accept her as a disciple, perhaps due to her extraordinary talent in alchemy, she believed that her cultivation would inevitably hinder her progress. Yet now, to her surprise, she found that Qin Shu was at the same cultivation level as herself. How had she achieved this? While Qi was eager to discover the answer, Master Ling Shu did not pose the question. Instead, he cheerfully remarked, "Excellent, excellent. Although both of you share the same cultivation level, Qiyu is slightly older, so she shall be designated as the 4th, while Qin Shu will be the 5th, correct?" "Yes, indeed," they replied in unison. Master Ling Shu then produced a spirit testing stone, stating, "Let us reassess your talents." This spirit testing stone appeared far more exquisite than the one used during the previous selection at the sect's entrance. Qiyu was the first to place her hand upon the stone, and in an instant, it radiated a brilliant red light. The spiritual root value remains at 99. Qiyu displayed a look of satisfaction before stepping back. Immediately following, Qin Shu approached, but this time the radiance was considerably diminished, and the test results were rather unremarkable. The values for the fire, wood, and earth roots were 73, 57, and 49, respectively. The others showed little reaction, for such values were hardly noteworthy. However, Qin Shu felt a slight daze. She had long committed her root attributes to memory and could not be mistaken. On the day she entered the sect, that senior brother had distinctly announced her values as 71, 56, and 48. Could it be? Was the previous measurement truly inaccurate? Qiyu harbored similar thoughts. Of course, for her, whether the value was 71 or 73, it was still unimpressive. With this in mind, she stood up straighter, her chin slightly lifted. Master Ling Su's face revealed no discernible emotions as he stored away the spirit testing stone, instructing them to follow their senior brother for cultivation, advising that alchemy could wait until at least the 3rd level of Qi training before attempting. Chapter 32, flying artifacts originally, this matter had been settled. At this juncture, the seemingly indifferent Wen Qi suddenly interjected, "Master, surely you must allocate one of them to me? Otherwise, wouldn't it be too burdensome for the eldest senior brother?" Realizing the weight of his words, Ling Suzhenren cast a surprised glance at him. "Oh, you possess such awareness?" Wen Qi smiled. "Master, perhaps you could allow me to guide the junior sister in her cultivation." Cheng Yan furrowed his brows. Noticing that Ling Suzhenren had already turned his attention towards Qin Shu, inquiring, "Sure, what do you think?" Qin Shu quickly nodded, despite Wen Qi's unreliability. The shadow cast by the eldest senior brother loomed too large for her. She feared that following him in her training would be too taxing on her heart. Seeing Qin Shu acquiesce, Cheng Yan's frown deepened further. Ling Suzhenren, however, appeared amused, stroking his beard as he posed a counter-question. "You are not angered by the second senior brother's antics?" At this inquiry, even Wen Qi looked on with interest at Qin Shu. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter two words through clenched jaws, "Not angry." Ling Suzhenren observed her contradictory demeanor, intrigued enough to press further. "Oh, why is it that you are so magnanimous?" Feeling the eyes of her companions upon her, Qin Shu resorted to whimsical fabrication, because the second senior brother is quite handsome. Ling Suzhenren erupted into hearty laughter, while Qiyu gazed at Qin Shu in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by her audacity. As for Wen Qi, he was pleased with her response, but Cheng Yan's expression remained inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Upon witnessing this, the esteemed Ling Suzhenren remarked, "In that case, let Shuer accompany Wen Qi for her cultivation, while Qi you will follow Qing Yan. If I do not enter seclusion, I shall dedicate the 15th day of each month to elucidate your queries. Now you may take your leave." Cheng Yan and Wen Qi bowed in respect and withdrew, with Qin Shu following closely behind. Once outside, Qin Shu quietly inquired of Wen Qi, "Elder brother, did you not mention that Master would bestow us with a gift upon our first meeting?" Although her voice was hushed, given that they were on Ling Suzhenren's grounds, he could not possibly be unaware of her words. He was momentarily taken aback, his forehead throbbing. This little girl, having only just begun her journey, was already coveting his treasures. He had indeed prepared gifts for both disciples, yet how could he have forgotten? No sooner had Qin Shu finished speaking than a sharp pain struck the back of her head. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her cranium and turned to look back. Before her appeared a storage ring, and similarly, one appeared before Qiyu. However, it was evident that only she had received a reprimand. With an awkward smile, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features, Qin Shu realized that her whispered conversation had been overheard by her master. Qiyu accepted the storage ring and cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shu, who was already gleefully adorning her finger with the ring. She then bowed towards the cave dwelling and proclaimed, "Thank you, master, for your generous gift." She had discreetly observed that within her storage ring lay a small turtle. Though its significance was a mystery to her, she was certain that her master's offerings were of great worth. She dared not speculate whether Qiyu had received something similar. Watching the ethereal figure of Wen Qi soar away, Qiyu transformed back to his original form and departed from the summit of Ling Shao Peak. Qin Shu let out a silent sigh, preparing to make another attempt when she unexpectedly noticed her elder brother Qing Yan, who had already taken flight, returning. A look of confusion crossed her face, and just as she was about to inquire, she saw Chang Yan hovering in midair, calling out to her, "Junior sister, come up." Qin Shu felt a twinge of fear, her expression a tumult of emotions. Chang Yan furrowed his brow and coldly admonished, "If you dawdle any longer, you might as well descend on your own." Qin Shu hastily shook her head. The prospect of climbing up and down the mountain was utterly exhausting for her little legs. However, "Elder brother, with the two of us, can your sword manage this weight?" She voiced her subtle concern. Chang Yan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and urged her, "Hurry up." Only then did Qin Shu sluggishly make her way to his side, cautiously placing her foot on the tip of the sword, maintaining the farthest distance she could manage from him. The sword was scarcely wide enough to accommodate a single foot, and she stood in a T-pose, barely managing to keep her balance. "Steady now," Cheng Yan instructed, and the sword beneath them lifted into the air. Qin Shu felt as if her life hung by a thread, the abyss yawning beneath her. She had never felt such an acute fear of heights before. Was this what it meant to race through the realm of cultivation? And standing before her was her elder brother. She didn't even dare to grasp the hem of his garment, resigning herself to swaying precariously in the wind. The breeze whipped against her cheeks. further tangling her already disheveled hair, strands whipping against her face like shards of glass. Leaning slightly forward, she found refuge behind her elder brother. At this moment, Qin Shu found herself reminiscing about the first day she joined the sect, recalling the thoughtful little junior brother, Rui Ming, who had instinctively enveloped her in a protective barrier. Unlike her two fellow disciples, who were undeniably straightforward and rather oblivious, she felt as though she might develop a phobia of sword flight. No wonder they were both nearing 200 years of age without a partner. Serves them right. She summoned her meager spiritual energy to shield her face. With the wind blowing fiercely, she felt as though her features might be rearranged. Fortunately, the distance between the peaks was not vast, and soon, Chang Yen brought Qin Shu to a halt before her cave dwelling. Leaping off his sword, he turned to find Qin Shu in a state of disarray, lost in thought atop the blade. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly realized that he had instinctively cast a protective barrier around himself, neglecting the young girl behind him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he announced, "We've arrived. You may disembark." Still dazed from the wind, Qin Shu managed a faint smile, her earlier expression gradually cracking. She gazed at Cheng Yen and, with a rueful chuckle, uttered, "My legs feel weak." With a flick of his mind, Cheng Yen retracted the sword beneath her feet, allowing Qin Shu to regain her balance and touch the ground. Just as she was about to voice her grievances, she heard Cheng Yan's unyielding voice. To cultivate immortality, one must first cultivate courage. Overcome this. With that, he turned his back to her and strode away. Qin Shu. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her disheveled hair and silently vowed to herself that she would diligently cultivate, striving to establish her foundation as soon as possible. Then, she too would master the art of sword flight. She turned and returned to her dwelling, channeling a surge of spiritual energy to activate the protective barrier. Only then did she retrieve the small turtle from the storage ring bestowed upon her by her master. What could this be? She gazed at the turtle, which was no larger than a quail's egg, intrigued by its peculiar nature. Attempting to infuse it with spiritual energy, she watched in astonishment as the turtle swelled in size, eventually expanding to that of a wooden basin and levitating in midair. The dark golden patterns adorning its shell shimmered brilliantly, causing Qin Shu's eyes to sparkle with excitement. It was indeed a flying magical artifact. Her master, that old coot, truly knew how to provide for her needs, akin to offering a pillow when one is weary. Eagerly, she stepped onto the turtle and attempted to maneuver it, but soon it reverted to its original form, sending her tumbling through the air. Curse it! How wasteful of spiritual energy! She consumed a replenishing elixir and continued her trials. After several attempts, she discovered that the larger the turtle grew, the more spiritual energy it consumed. Given her current level of cultivation, the only feasible way to fly from her location to her master's was to maintain the turtle at the size of her palm. She fell into silence, resolutely determined to devote herself to rigorous training. Just as she lifted her gaze, she noticed a small black snake lounging atop the turtle. Chapter 33. The serpent-skinned beauty. Could it be that the tortoise's back harbors a serpent? Is this not the legendary Xuanwu? Yet upon closer inspection, this little black snake bears an uncanny resemblance to the one she had lost. Qin Shu tilted her head in contemplation, pondering whether it was not the case that it had fled, but rather that she had simply forgotten to take it with her when she ventured out. Yet this reasoning seemed flawed. The little black snake clung to her so tightly that it would be impossible for it to have descended on its own. Recalling certain passages she had encountered in books, Qin Shu's eyes gleamed with a sudden realization. She reached out and lifted the little black snake from the tortoise's back, observing it with a smile as she boldly conjectured, "Let me take a wild guess. Are you afraid of meeting my master?" The black snake remained silent and motionless, lying languidly on the back of her hand, seemingly indifferent to her words. However, Qin Shu was not one to indulge its aloofness. She extended her other hand, scooping up the little turtle, and made her way toward the door. "If you want to speak, then I shall take you to meet my master." No sooner had she spoken than she felt the lethargic little black snake vanish from her grasp. Stopping abruptly, she hurriedly scanned her surroundings, only to find the little black snake lounging upon her stone bed. Qin Shu was infuriated, her teeth grinding in vexation. With such low cultivation, had she truly lost all semblance of agency, reduced to being toyed with by a mere black snake? Unbeknownst to Xie Shiyuan, the concept of agency was far from his mind. He was solely aware that the spiritual energy of this human child could aid in healing his wounds. Poison coursed through his veins, rendering ordinary healing arts ineffective, and he remained oblivious to the nature of her innate spiritual body, which possessed such remarkable efficacy. He has now come to realize that this human cub is quite formidable, tireless, and relentless, surpassing even his own youthful vigor. This alone has sparked within him a sense of admiration. In the future, as she matures, she will undoubtedly become a remarkable individual. Qin Shu lunged towards the small black snake on the bed, only to find herself grasping at thin air once again. After several attempts, she gradually acknowledged the reality. She could not catch the snake, or perhaps the seemingly harmless creature was not as innocuous as it appeared. Deciding to abandon her pursuit, Qin Shu took her white jade sword and stepped outside, practicing fundamental sword techniques in the spacious courtyard. It was not until sunset that she returned to her training room to meditate. She had been at the second level of qi cultivation for quite some time, and her meridians were almost fully refined. In just a few days, she would naturally break through to the third level. Closing her eyes, she immersed herself in the bliss of spiritual energy cleansing her meridians, feeling the gradual transformation of her body, a sensation that brought her great satisfaction. It must be said that this spirit-gathering array is truly effective. Compared to her previous cultivation in the outer sect, her progress has accelerated at least twofold. However, midway through her practice, she suddenly sensed a slight depletion of spiritual energy around her, as if someone were competing for the spiritual essence in the air. And this sensation grew increasingly intense. Drowsily opening her eyes, she beheld a tall figure reclining on her bed. The person rested one hand beneath his head, his bare torso exposed, with long, dark hair cascading over him like a silken waterfall. His lower half was adorned with a thick, dark serpent tail, its scales neatly overlapping and glistening with a sharp, icy sheen. Suddenly, Qin Shu's previously scattered consciousness regained focus, and she almost stumbled as she rose from the mat. Little Black, she pointed at Xie Shiyuan from a distance, her pupils constricting and her fingertips trembling. Xie Shiyuan also opened his eyes. His piercing gaze felt almost tangible, sending a chill down Qin Shu's neck, as if she were being watched by a cold-blooded creature. This sensation was not unfounded. After all, snakes are indeed cold-blooded animals. She took a half-step back, only to see the man's thin lips part as his chilling voice resonated through the night. Turning away from her, instinctively, Qin Shu obeyed, and only upon turning did she realize that this was her own cave. Her master resided on the neighboring peak. Why should she heed the words of a snake? She turned back, only to find the man clad in a dark robe, the wide hem obscuring half of his serpentine tail. He lounged on the bed as if devoid of bones, his enormous tail curling at the tip, dangling off the side of the bed. As he shifted slightly, his hair cascaded from his shoulders, revealing an expanse of pale chest. The intoxicating allure of his presence made Qin Shu unconsciously salivate. She swallowed quietly, stammering, You are? That little black snake? Indeed. Xie Shiyuan replied casually. His voice resonated like a melody from his nasal cavity, sending a shiver down Qin Shu's spine with just that single utterance. Wipe it, Xie Shiyuan reminded her. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, lifting her hand to touch her nose and feeling the moisture at her fingertips. Her face involuntarily flushed a deep crimson. How could she be suffering from a runny nose? It must be the lingering effects of her recent immersion in the cold pool, which had yet to fully heal. She sniffed, the sound echoing distinctly in the tranquil cave. Xie Shiyuan, unable to contain himself any longer, coiled his powerful serpent tail around Qin Shu and unceremoniously cast her out of the cave, as if the cave's protective barriers were nothing but an illusion. Qin Shu had no time to react before she found herself standing outside the cave, still able to hear him say, It's too filthy. Go wash up. Before the stone wall, Qin Shu stood in utter disbelief. At that moment, she felt akin to a husband who had not bathed, being unceremoniously pushed out of bed by his wife. It was truly absurd. Why should it concern a serpent whether her dwelling was clean or not? Simultaneously, she secretly rejoiced that it was merely a runny nose. Had it been a nosebleed, the embarrassment would have been far greater. She hurried to the pond to wash her face, and once again, that ambiguous visage appeared in her mind. The little black snake she had raised had suddenly transformed into a handsome youth, possessing a delicate beauty that, in the past, she would have scoffed at if anyone had mentioned it. Yet, upon witnessing such exquisite allure with her own eyes, she realized how shallow her previous judgments had been. Merely a glance from him seemed capable of captivating her very soul. That night, She chose not to return indoors, instead sitting cross-legged by the pond, seeking tranquility. In her heart, she silently recited, "If the heart is as clear as ice, the heavens may fall without alarm." She waited patiently until the moon had descended, at last regaining her composure and unbinding the restrictions to return to her cave. The handsome man who had previously occupied her bed now resumed his form as a diminutive black snake. After considerable mental preparation, Qin Shu finally exhaled in relief upon witnessing this transformation. However, this time, she refrained from reaching out to him. It would be absurd to act inappropriately towards such a captivating figure, even with half of his body still resembling a serpent. Turning to the little black snake, Qin Shu inquired, "What is your current cultivation level? Have you already attained the ability to transform?" Those demons that have surpassed the transformation phase are formidable beings, capable of extinguishing life with but a mere finger. In this light, it was evident that his injuries were not inflicted by her hand. How audacious she had been to associate with a serpent. Had she known this earlier, even 1,000 times over, she would not have dared to bring that little black snake home. Seeing that she had wisely refrained from entering his dwelling the previous night, Xie Xiuan communicated with her through spiritual resonance, advising her not to ask unnecessary questions. True to her nature, Qin Shu's curiosity was abruptly quelled. She took 2 steps back, distancing herself from the bed, resolving not to pry or disturb his rest. Grasping her jade-white sword, she exited the cave dwelling, only to be greeted by a transmission talisman soaring from the horizon. As she caught it, the voice of Wen Qi resonated forth, instructing her to first select a cultivation method at the transmission hall of Dream Camel Peak and to return should she require further clarification. Chapter 34. She actually entered Dream Tua Peak? Qin Shu was perplexed. Where exactly was this place? Fortunately, Wen Qi had not become so unreliable as to lead her astray. As the sound transmission talisman burned out, a golden pattern gradually emerged in the air. Qin Shu stared at it for a long while before finally comprehending that it was the map of Xiantian Gate. Instinctively, she reached for her phone to take a picture. But as her hand brushed against her waist, she realized that she was now in the realm of cultivation. In the cultivation world, one would need a recording stone. Yet she possessed none. Thus, she had no choice but to commit it to memory. Each sect within Xiantian Gate boasted numerous peaks, with many secondary peaks surrounding each main summit. Given the speed at which the map dissipated, it was utterly unrealistic for her to memorize everything. She could only prioritize the route to Dream Tua Peak. As the faint golden hue vanished completely, Qin Shu sighed. It seemed that on her next visit to the mission hall, she would need to look for a sect map. She retrieved a small turtle from her storage ring, infused it with spiritual energy, and once it had grown to the size of her palm, she stepped onto it. Being afraid of heights, she found the turtle rather too small for her comfort. Fearing a fall, she used her spiritual energy to firmly adhere to the little turtle while controlling its flight to remain very low. The moment she lifted off the ground, Qin Shu felt a surge of excitement. She was truly flying. In the modern world, people had devised countless methods to counteract gravity, but in the realm of cultivation, possessing spiritual energy was all that was required. Even though she was flying low and slow, she was indeed airborne. Just as she began her descent from the mountain, her spiritual energy began to wane. Qin Shu sighed, resignedly dismounting from the little turtle and stowing it away in her storage ring. She proceeded on foot towards the transmission hall of Dream Camel Peak. However, after walking a short distance, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Had she not been here before? The cool, secluded forest, with its verdant trees, bore an uncanny resemblance to the place Rui Ming had taken her previously. If she had harbored doubts earlier, they dissipated as she advanced further, revealing a towering hall that pierced the clouds before her. This time, Qin Shu deliberately glanced at the plaque in front of the hall, where 3 prominent characters were inscribed, Transmission Hall. On her last visit, she hadn't even looked up, mistakenly believing it to be the transmission pavilion. She was astonished to discover that a single character could signify such a monumental difference. In comparison, the outer sect's transmission pavilion seemed almost trivial. No wonder so many individuals were eager to push their way into the inner sect. The disparity in resources was nothing short of staggering. This time, she had descended from the inner sect without encountering any obstruction, smoothly reaching the steps of the grand hall. The doors of the hall swung open once more, and without hesitation, she stepped inside. At that moment, Wen Qi suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to inform Qin Shu of the entrance incantation and hurried after her. Yet, Upon his frantic arrival, all he caught was the fleeting silhouette of Qin Shu. Confounded, Wen Qi found himself bewildered by how she had managed to enter. Having gained experience from her previous visit, Qin Shu knelt before the portrait and bowed 3 times. The familiar scene transformed once again, leading her back into the resplendent chamber. She adeptly picked up the transmission guide, closed her eyes, and settled into a meditative posture. Once more, a golden silhouette appeared in her consciousness. In her grasp, a pale purple sword of light materialized, embodying the fundamental sword techniques: the thrust, the upward stab, the downward jab, the probing strike. At this moment, Qin Shu had yet to cultivate her spiritual sea. Although her mental prowess surpassed that of a typical 10-year-old, it still could not endure for long. She opened her eyes, rubbed her slightly swollen head, returned the transmission guide to its place, and meticulously cleaned the cushion and table before stepping out again. Outside the transmission hall, dusk had descended, and the atmosphere hinted at an impending storm. By now, Qin Shu's spiritual energy had mostly replenished, and she summoned her little turtle, stepping upon it. However, midway through her ascent, the sky suddenly darkened, and a tempest erupted. The scant spiritual energy she possessed was insufficient to manage both the turbulence and her flight. As she felt herself being swept away by the winds, she surrendered to the inevitable, enveloping herself in her remaining energy, closing her eyes, and simply hoping for a less painful descent. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, she sensed that she had landed upon something soft and fuzzy, as if the fierce winds and torrential rain had been miraculously shielded. A flicker of confusion crossed Qin Shu's mind, prompting her to cautiously open one eye, revealing a sea of pristine white feathers. A cry of a crane reached her ears. And in that moment, realization dawned upon her. A surge of joy filled her heart as she exclaimed, "Senior brother." In response to her, a cry of the crane echoed, and Qin Shu could even discern his joy within it. The white crane spread its wings and carried her above the clouds. Only then did the voice of Rui Ming resonate in her mind. "Junior sister, where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you." Qin Shu was filled with delight, thinking that she ought to let the other 2 senior brothers witness what a true elder brother should be like. "Elder brother, I am going to Ling Xiao Peak." Ling Xiao Peak? Is that not the abode of the esteemed Ling Su? Outer disciples are not permitted to enter freely. Realizing he likely remained unaware of her recent admission into the inner sect, she replied, "Elder brother, I only just pledged myself to the esteemed Ling Su a couple of days ago." Rui Ming's speed was impressive, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Ling Xiao Peak. Once he halted outside Qin Shu's cave dwelling. As per her directions, he transformed back to his original form and, with a sulky expression, lamented, "Junior sister, how could you not share such joyous news with me? I have been thinking about you these past few days." Observing his pouting lips and the way his youthful face seemed to scrunch up in displeasure, Qin Shu felt as though she had committed a grievous error. Hastily, she clasped her hands in a gesture of contrition. "Elder brother, I was only suddenly summoned to Ling Xiao Peak the day before yesterday. I haven't even grasped the situation myself, so I failed to inform you. Please do not be angry. Next month, when I receive the spiritual stones, I shall treat you to spiritual fruits." At this, Rui Ming finally raised his gaze to her. His anger dissipated, yet he expressed his concern. "I was merely worried you might forget about me." He had few friends, and among the disciples of similar age on Meng Tuo Peak, there were hardly any with whom he could play. "I would never," Qin Shu assured him earnestly. "Senior brother is truly the best. How could I possibly forget? She has been exceedingly busy lately, with no time to play with Rui Ming. Moreover, their acquaintance is merely superficial, and she does not wish to impose upon him with her troubles." Wei Ming, however, was satisfied, a smile once again illuminating his face. "Next time you wish to visit Dream Camel Peak, simply call for me with the feather I have given you, and I shall come to greet you. Your little bit of spirit energy is hardly sufficient to make the journey on your own. Falling from the heavens would be quite painful." As the 2 were engaged in conversation, Wen Qi suddenly appeared. He gazed down at the 2 children, clicking his tongue in understanding. No wonder they had only just returned. It seemed they had been off playing with a little crane. One might think he fancied himself a sea king, sneaking around behind the back of his main partner. Wei Ming, recognizing Wen Qi, furrowed his brow upon hearing this remark and earnestly corrected him. "Senior brother Wen Qi, the junior sister did not play with me. Just moments ago, she nearly fell from the sky, and I caught her, thus escorting her back." Chapter 35. He made the little girl cry when she let out a scoff upon hearing his words, turning to Qin Shu with a hint of surprise in his expression. Fell from the sky? Little Taoist, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Qin Shu, incensed by his remarks, felt a surge of indignation, while she was aware of her limited cultivation. His words stung her pride. Indeed, I lack prowess. Next time, I shall make my own way without troubling you. Though Mount Lingxiao had its merits, these two senior brothers were decidedly lacking. Having lived for over 120 years, Wen Qi was perceptive enough to detect the dissatisfaction in her tone. He chuckled softly, noting her youthful age contrasted with her fiery temperament. Casually, he produced a small object and tossed it to Qin Shu. Here, this is a trinket I used when my cultivation was low. Take it and enjoy. Instinctively, Qin Shu raised her hand to catch it, only to discover it was a vibrant green leaf. She pouted, her complex emotions difficult to articulate. Wasn't he this akin to being chastised yet rewarded simultaneously? Then, she heard Wen Qi explain, this is a magical artifact crafted from Bodhi leaves, inscribed with formations. By placing 5 low-grade spirit stones upon it and infusing a small amount of spiritual energy, you'll be able to traverse to Dream Camel Peak and back. Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, her resentment dissipating as if it had never existed. She nearly shouted her admiration. Senior brother, you are truly exceptional.
Ah,
The old adage rings true. One is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. This green leaf artifact seemed essential for any aspiring cultivator, yet 5 low-grade spirit stones. It was neither an insignificant sum nor an exorbitant one, but over time, who could withstand such costs? How she wished it didn't require spirit stones at all. She muttered softly, yet Wen Qi caught her words clearly. Without hesitation, Wen Qi raised his hand and tapped her head with the fan he held, chiding her for wanting the horse to run while simultaneously hoping it would not graze. Such a delightful scenario simply does not exist in the world. Do not think I am unaware that last month, senior brother refined 10 batches of elixirs for you. Qin Shu cleared her throat, choosing to remain silent. Noticing her demeanor, Wen Qi inquired further, what techniques did you discover at the transmission hall today? Qin Shu lifted her gaze, staring blankly at him.
technique?
Where were the techniques? All she had encountered was a manual titled transmission guide, which had only instructed her in one seal and the fundamentals of swordplay. Furrowing his brow, Wen Qi questioned, did you not enter? Qin Shu nodded, acknowledging the truth of his statement. In that case, there were rows of techniques. Did you not select one that suited you? Seeing Qin Shu's continued confusion, Wen Qi pressed on. Did you not notice the bookshelves? Qin Shu shook her head. He then asked, what did you see? An empty room, devoid of anything. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Qi surmised the probable reason and sighed. It must still be due to the absence of the incantation. Tomorrow, recite the incantation at the entrance before entering. He imparted the incantation to Qin Shu, who silently repeated it in her mind, committing it to memory. After bidding farewell to Wen Qi, Rui Ming discreetly retrieved a qianquan bag from his storage space and offered it to Qin Shu. Junior sister, do you need this? Qin Shu met his bright, clear eyes and glanced at the qianquan bag he held. She curiously took it and, upon opening, was rendered speechless. The bag of the universe was filled with a myriad of colorful stones, not merely spirit stones, but surpassing them in essence. Typically, everyone could absorb the spiritual energy within the spirit stones, albeit not entirely, yet there existed another kind of 5-element spirit stone in this world. For instance, the fire spirit stone facilitated a remarkably swift recovery for those attuned to the fire element. The arrangement of certain formations demanded an even greater quantity of 5-element spirit stones, as a single stone of comparable quality could often be exchanged for 3 ordinary spirit stones of the same grade. This bag of the universe was nearly brimming with such 5-element spirit stones, leaving her to wonder from whence they had come. Qin Shu felt akin to a peculiar uncle deceiving an unsuspecting maiden. Facing the innocence of Rui Ming, she found it difficult to accept. Senior brother, it's not these. Rui Ming's shoulders slumped. Not even one can be of use? Qin Shu nodded but could not refrain from asking another question. Senior brother, where did you acquire so many 5-element spirit stones? Rui Ming furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before slowly shaking his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. I cannot recall. Observing his troubled expression, Qin Shu decided against pressing further, saying, Senior brother, I must focus on breaking through to the 3rd level of qi refinement during this period, and I may not have time to spend with you. Once I achieve my breakthrough, I will surely seek you out. Rue Ming nodded. All right. I shall take my leave then. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me using the crane feather. Qin Shu watched as he transformed back into his original form, swiftly vanishing into the overcast horizon. She admitted to feeling a twinge of envy. Both Rue Ming and Qi Yu possessed wings. As dark clouds loomed overhead, the restrictions of her cave could not shield her from the impending downpour, and a raindrop landed on her face. Hastily, she raised her hand to shelter herself with the green leaves provided by Wen Qi and hurried toward the interior of her abode. Just as she entered and closed the stone door behind her, shaking off the droplets from the leaves, she lifted her gaze and beheld a man, half human and half serpent, reclining upon the bed. Qin Shu. This serpent had taken residence in her cave and refused to leave, persistently devoid of clothing. His eyes were slightly closed, long, dense lashes casting dark shadows beneath them. He appeared to be asleep, and Qin Shu dared not disturb him, fearing he might cast her out as he had done the previous night. Thus, she tiptoed towards the training room. However, as she passed by Xie Shiwan, his serpentine tail swiftly swept toward her, leaving her no time to evade. She could only watch helplessly as the tail coiled around her. Xie Shiwan opened his eyes, a brooding gaze falling upon Qin Shu. Upon recognizing her, he relinquished the thought of devouring her. Suspended in the air, Qin Shu was nearly overwhelmed with fright. Yet, in the next moment, Xie Shiwan loosened his tail, and with a sharp sound, she plummeted onto the stone bed. Her still-developing chest struck the surface with considerable force, and she had no time to summon her spiritual energy for protection, resulting in a painful gasp. Before she could even utter a cry, Xie Shiwan's deep voice resonated once more. Heal my wounds. Qin Shu's breath hitched abruptly, her hands pressed against the bed, her face contorted in a grimace of pain. Yet her mind seemed to momentarily malfunction. She simply could not fathom how he could utter such cold words. Rising to her feet, she seated herself in the farthest corner of the stone bed, her voice rising in fervent accusation. I say, Xiao He, have you not grasped a single thing? I am your savior. Were it not for me, no matter how formidable you are, you would have likely turned into mere serpent fodder by now. I perform good deeds without expectation of reward, yet must you repay kindness with malice? Xie Shiwan lifted his gaze, his golden slit pupils fixed intently upon Qin Shu. She shivered, her mouth agape, yet when she attempted to speak, she found herself rendered speechless. Xie Shiwan tilted his chin, showcasing his pronounced jawline and Adam's apple, seemingly dismissive. As he turned away, pressing his injured tail against her, seeking solace in her presence. Qin Shu, the tool in this scenario, truly comprehended the meaning of being at the mercy of another. Weak as she was, the serpent could bully her, Qin Mian could bully her, the senior brother could bully her, and even when Qi could bully her, she felt utterly pitiable. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she became. And the accumulated grievances of recent days seemed to erupt at that moment, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She was overwhelmed with sorrow, hardly aware that the object she clutched so tightly was Xie Shiwan's tail, its cool touch providing a strange comfort, and she instinctively rubbed her tears against it. Xie Shiwan was witnessing such a scene for the first time. A delicate young girl, adorned in a delicate pink visage, wept pitifully. Throughout his life, Xie Shiwan had vanquished countless cultivators and demonic beasts, and whenever he took action, it was certain to be accompanied by bloodshed. Yet, he had never before encountered an assault of tears. Chapter 36. Snakes do not weep. What troubled Xie Shiwan the most was the burning sensation that accompanied the tears cascading onto his scales. A discomfort that traveled from his serpentine tail to his heart. He found himself at a loss for how to express the turmoil within, ultimately succumbing to instinct as he coiled his tail, drawing Qin Shu toward him. Engrossed in her tears, Qin Shu was suddenly swept into the air, her heart racing as she looked up to meet a pair of slit-like pupils. His exquisite features loomed close, and within the elongated gaze, her reflection shimmered, nearly causing her to forget to breathe. He lifted his elegantly defined hand, gently brushing against her cheek. The chill of his fingertips sent a shiver through her, prompting a reflexive lean back until her lower back rested against his tail. Then, his cool voice echoed within the cavern. Is that how you cry? Tears brimmed in Qin Shu's eyes, her throat tightening as she parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. Xie Shiwan narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, before finally uttering, Snakes do not weep. Qin Shu could not decipher the expression on his face, but he gazed intently at her, as if awaiting her response. She forced a smile, and in an unexpected moment of spontaneity, she replied, "You're quite impressive, actually." Xie Shiwan furrowed his brow, clearly struggling to grasp her line of thought.
What?
Qin Shu paused, momentarily taken aback, then cleared her throat, hastily clarifying, "I meant to compliment your strength." Xie Shiwan's brow relaxed, and with a slight lift of his chin and a soft scoff, he remarked, "You little one, possess quite the sweet tongue." Qin Shu had been quietly observing his expressions. With his exceptional cultivation, his senses had long surpassed those of ordinary mortals, making it impossible for him to remain oblivious. He let out a cold snort before continuing, "Sweet words are of no use. Healing must still be attended to." Qin Shu, feeling somewhat aggrieved after his teasing, found herself momentarily forgetful of her grievances upon realizing that Xie Shiyuan meant her no harm, which emboldened her slightly. Healing costs 10 low-grade spirit stones per session. The price is negligible. It's a steady stream. Xie Shiyuan raised an eyebrow, and before he could respond, Qin Shu hurriedly interjected, "My cultivation is low, and my absorption of spiritual energy is slow. After each healing session, I take quite a while to recover. Charging you 10 low-grade spirit stones is undoubtedly a fair price." Xie Shiyuan gazed at the small child before him. Should he revert to his true form, a mere flick of his tail could easily crush her. She was clearly terrified, yet mustered the courage to haggle with him. He found it somewhat amusing. Throughout his lengthy existence, he had been accompanied by blood, carnage, and death. Perhaps it was due to her frailty that he harbored no thoughts of harming her. Very well, let this little one remain by his side for amusement. Qin Shu watched as he slowly nodded, his inky hair cascading over his chest with the movement. Yes, he had agreed. A smile brightened her face, and with her hands propped on his tail, she twisted twice and managed to escape from the circle formed by his tail. Xie Shiwan did not impede her. Instead, she slid down her own tail, the sensation of the fabric's friction oddly akin to a gentle tickle. Qin Shu rose from the stone bed, clasped her hands in a salute towards Xie Shiwan, and declared, "Since you have consented, you must not waver. I shall commence your treatment immediately. After all those prior sessions, make sure you remember, do not attempt to evade your dues." Her gaze fell upon Xie Shiwan's tail, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she rubbed her hands together, as if envisioning a trove of spirit stones. She pressed her small hand against Xie Shiwan's cold scales, only to realize that each scale was larger than her hand. She inwardly gasped, acknowledging the formidable presence before her. Under the great serpent's imposing aura, she sighed, closed her eyes, and began to channel the spiritual energy from her dantian, meticulously untangling the issues plaguing Xie Shiwan's tail. Recently, she felt on the verge of breaking through to the third level of qi refinement, making her control over the spiritual energy somewhat more effortless. She could even sense the condition within the great serpent's body through the energy, discovering that his wounds were grievous, with crimson flesh marred by dark substances, emitting a nauseating stench of putrefaction. Her palms radiated a gentle green glow, as the verdant wood energy seeped through the crevices of his scales, enveloping the closest blackened spot, gradually eroding it away. Yet, after absorbing merely a fraction of that dark blemish, Qin Shu found herself drenched in perspiration, panting heavily as she withdrew her hand and sank onto the bed. Xie Shiwan, feeling the shift in toxins within, delightedly flicked the tip of his tail. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, he would typically require a century or more for recuperation. However, to his astonishment, this young girl, though lacking in cultivation, possessed a rather peculiar aura. The wounds she tended to not only saw some toxins expelled, but even the residual forces binding him from the thunder tribulation began to loosen significantly. Observing Qin Shu, who appeared quite fatigued from her efforts, he pondered briefly before retrieving an inner elixir from his spatial realm and tossing it to her. Qin Shu, sprawled upon the stone bed, was conflicted about whether to consume a restorative elixir. Suddenly, a fiery red inner elixir manifested before her. Initially taken aback, she soon recalled something, her gaze darting incredulously toward the great serpent. Her mouth agape in shock, she exclaimed, "Great serpent, is this your inner elixir?" Xie Shiwan, momentarily stunned by her words, eventually scoffed dismissively, "You little girl, how ungrateful you are. So young, and yet you dare covet the inner elixir of your superior? Do you not fear your own demise?" Embarrassed by his remark, Qin Shu sheepishly touched her nose, realizing her misunderstanding. She reached for the inner elixir he had carelessly discarded on the stone bed, feeling a potent surge of fire spirit energy upon grasping it. Curiosity piqued. She examined the elixir and even attempted to absorb its energy, only to be interrupted by the flick of Xie Shiwan's tail. Furrowing her brows, she looked up at him in a manner that conveyed her dissatisfaction.
What?
You've given it to me, and now you wish to retract it? Xie Shiwan closed his eyes, adopting an air of indifference. Do you truly dare to absorb the inner elixir of a demon beast directly? Such audacity. Qin Shu wore a perplexed expression, pondering how his words seemed to imply that his actions were for her benefit. Nevertheless, she recognized that while she may not comprehend everything, there are always those who do. She discreetly retrieved a communication jade slip and inquired, "Esteemed immortals, may we absorb the spiritual energy contained within the inner cores of the demonic beasts?" Before long, a benevolent immortal responded, "A newcomer? The spiritual energy of demonic beasts is rather violent and unsuitable for humans. Warning: meridian fracture, unless refined into elixirs. Humans cannot absorb it directly." At this point, Qin Shu grasped the situation. The inner core was indeed a valuable asset, but it required the assistance of an alchemist to transform it into a potion. Naturally, the Alchemist Alliance frequently purchased such inner cores, with those from higher-tier demonic beasts fetching even greater prices. Just as she was contemplating whether to sell this inner core, she suddenly sensed a faint breath beside her. Chapter 37. Follow your heart. What is this? A voice inquired beside her. Qin Shu was startled and instinctively turned her head, only to collide directly with Xie Shiwan's chin. At that moment, Qin Shu truly wept, for the pain was unbearable. She felt as if her skull had been compromised. Was this truly the chin of a human? The thought barely surfaced before she dismissed it. How could she forget that he was not human at all? Xie Shiwan felt no discomfort. As a beast of extraordinary strength, he took great pride in his physical prowess, and even the finest treasures could not breach his scales. Otherwise, the 8 great sects would not have chosen to strike at him during the Thunder Tribulation. When Qin Shu bumped into him, he felt nothing, merely observing the human child, who seemed on the verge of tears once more. His tail effortlessly returned his upper body to its previous resting place, and he addressed Qin Shu, saying, "So weak, so easily vanquished. You ought to practice your physique more." Xie Shiwan spoke casually. Yet Qin Shu was captivated by his words and eagerly inquired, "Physical training? Can you teach me?" Xie Shiwan scrutinized her from head to toe, finally responding with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "You are not of my kind. The Serpent Clan's methods of physical training are ill-suited for you." Qin Shu sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Noticing her despondency, Xie Shiwan added, "However, if you can reveal to me what you just used, I may consider gifting you a manual on human physical training." Upon hearing the term manual, Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hastily retrieved a communication jade slip and asked, "Is this what you mean?" Xie Shiwan nodded, and Qin Shu explained, "This is a communication jade slip. It retains the spiritual breath of the other party, allowing you to send messages regardless of their location. You can also observe conversations among other cultivators in the realm, as well as bounties and tasks being offered." After speaking, she tilted her head to glance at Xie Shiwan and inquired, "Have you never used one of these?" Xie Shiwan shook his head. Throughout his life, he had neither friends nor anyone he needed to contact at any moment. Although this object possessed some intrigue, it held no utility for him. Upon hearing his response, Qin Shu assumed he was merely a naive country bumpkin fresh from a demon mountain. Considering the modest cost of the item, she casually remarked, "Next time I visit Qijin City, I'll bring one for you." At her words, Xie Shiwan's previously steady heartbeat fluttered slightly. Others had always sought something from him. Never had anyone voluntarily offered him a gift without expectation, even if it was merely a trinket of little value. He retrieved a jade slip and tossed it to Qin Shu, stating, "This body refinement technique was obtained from a cultivator." Qin Shu caught it and pressed the jade slip against her forehead, sensing its contents, and her understanding deepened immediately. She leaped off the stone bed, cupped her fists towards Xie Shiwan, and exclaimed, "Thank you, great serpent." Noticing his slight nod, she continued, "I have exhausted my spiritual energy and cannot treat your wounds today. I shall go practice my swordsmanship." As she stepped through the stone door, a delicate mist of rain enveloped her. The rain had lightened, proving no hindrance to her sword practice. According to reason, she should have been terrified of snakes. However, in the presence of this enormous serpent, which still bore a portion of its serpentine body, she felt little fear. Qin Shu understood herself all too well. Had he not possessed such an alluring visage, she would surely have been apprehensive. This exemplifies the notion that courage often follows the contours of one's features. A striking face can enable her to momentarily forget her fear of cold-blooded creatures. She drew forth her white jade sword and assumed an initial stance amidst the rain. As soon as her posture was established, her mind instinctively silenced all extraneous thoughts, leaving only the two words, thrust and pierce. The hazy drizzle rendered the air somewhat viscous, impeding her straightforward thrusts. It was precisely this resistance that allowed Qin Shu to discern the subtle discrepancies between her movements and her spiritual essence, prompting timely adjustments. Xie Shiwan stood by the window, observing the young girl practicing her swordplay with closed eyes, reminiscent of a child engaged in a game of make-believe. Suddenly, a formidable consciousness swept through the air, prompting him to shield himself with a wave of his sleeve. Xie Shiwan's cultivation surpassed Ling Su by 2 significant realms, rendering Ling Su oblivious to his presence. Ling Su's consciousness ultimately settled upon Qin Shu in the courtyard, where he was astonished to see her practicing a fundamental sword technique. Observing her movements, which were surprisingly adept, he noted that she was solely executing thrusts and reverse thrusts, 2 maneuvers she had practiced diligently throughout the night. Ling Su had also watched for an entire evening. He found himself in a state of bewilderment. Was this indeed the alchemist sect? How could a disciple be so devoted to sword practice, surpassing even the diligence required for alchemy? Throughout the night, as the rain persisted, Qin Shu gradually discerned the trajectory of her swordplay, aided by the density of the air. The night swiftly passed until the dawn fully broke, at which point she finally sheathed her sword. It was only then that Qin Shu began to feel the soreness in her arms, as if they would not lift again in the next moment. She channeled the spiritual energy she had restored overnight into its spiritual energy, swirling it around her right hand, alleviating some of the discomfort. Qin Shu then retrieved the green leaves and 5 low-grade spirit stones that Wen Qi had given her the previous day, placing them on the formation. As she watched the green leaves activate, a surge of excitement coursed through her, prompting her to sit upon them. With a slight infusion of spiritual energy, the leaves soared toward Dream Camel Peak. Notably, these green leaves were encased in a protective shield, capable of warding off wind and rain. Upon further attunement, she could discern subtle differences. The flying artifact bestowed by her master was entirely contingent on the user's cultivation level. The higher the level, the more passengers it could accommodate, and the faster it could fly. In contrast, Wen Qi's offering was akin to a child's toy, capable of flight as long as there were spirit stones, but only suitable for 1 or 2 individuals and rather slow. However, for Qin Shu, whose cultivation was still quite limited, Wen Qi's flying artifact proved to be more practical. As she set off towards Dream Camel Peak, Ling Su could not help but reflect on the rapid progress of this girl. It was no wonder her cultivation advanced so swiftly. If one were to devote the time others spent sleeping to cultivation, the reasoning became clear. Yet, there was something about the flying artifact she had just utilized that seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of something from Wen Qi's past. Upon arriving at Dream Camel Peak, Qin Shu refrained from bowing and instead earnestly recited the incantation taught to her by Wen Qi at the entrance. Immediately, she noticed that the painting hanging before her had vanished, and the entire scene transformed. The once familiar room now appeared endless, with rows upon rows of bookshelves stretching into the distance. Qin Shu was taken aback. She blinked to dispel her astonishment and stepped forward. The shelves towered above her, their tomes beyond her reach. She initially glanced through the collection casually before finally locating the shelf that contained the martial arts manuals. When she had instructed her to select a technique suited to her, and when she inquired about what suitable meant, he only offered an ambiguous response. Follow your heart. Chapter 38. Selecting cultivation methods. As Qin Shu listened to this unconventional response, a sense of helplessness welled up within her. And one phrase echoed repeatedly in her mind. Wen Shu is unreliable. She sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, retrieving a communication jade slip to pose her query once more. Esteemed immortals, how should one select a cultivation method? Once chosen, can it be altered? It soon became evident that, regardless of the era, there are always enthusiastic individuals willing to assist. Qin Shu did not wait long before receiving replies. The selection of a cultivation method is mutual. As you choose it, it also chooses you. Are you a novice? To change your cultivation method, you must dissipate your previous cultivation and start anew. Qin Shu read through all the responses from beginning to end. It seemed she grasped the concept yet remained somewhat perplexed. What did it mean that as she chose, it also chose her? She scratched the short hair at the back of her head. Never mind, if she could not comprehend it, she would simply have to try and find out. With so many cultivation methods before her, she randomly picked one up. Great leaf cultivation? By its name, it appeared to be a wood-based method. Upon opening the cover, a vibrant green light emanated forth. However, due to her low affinity with wood, the text appeared shrouded in a thin mist, making it difficult for her to discern its contents. So, this is how one selects? Qin Shu murmured to herself. She placed the book back and meticulously chose another fire-based cultivation method, this time able to discern the contents within. She believed she had discovered her destined cultivation technique. Yet to her dismay, as she endeavored to circulate her spiritual energy according to the incantations, the energy barely coalesced before it abruptly dissipated. Qin Shu furrowed her brow. Was the fire attribute ineffective? Or was it merely this particular volume? She reluctantly resorted to another fire-based technique, only to find that her attempts with several texts yielded the same disappointing result. Remembering that she possessed an earth spiritual root, she sought out an earth technique to experiment with, but again, she was unable to harness its energy. At this point, Qin Shu was genuinely perplexed. If the methods for fire, wood, and earth attributes were unworkable, what could possibly be suitable for her? Must she then seek a metal or water technique? Seated cross-legged within the grand hall, she remained undisturbed as the daylight outside waned into twilight. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a perfect square of illumination upon the floor. A sudden realization struck her. Since no one was present, why must she return to her cave abode? The exchange for that verdant leaf amounted to 5 low-grade spirit stones, and she pondered that it would be far more prudent to reside here, waiting until her cultivation was sufficiently advanced. Surely, the sex transmission hall offered greater security than her own cave, which had been overrun by that enormous serpent. By staying here, she could avoid being bullied. She shifted to the window's edge and reseated herself, ensuring that the moonlight bathed her in its glow. Gazing at the luminous full moon above, she contentedly closed her eyes, embracing tranquility, and commenced her cultivation. Although there was no spirit formation here, the absence of the great serpent enabled her to absorb spiritual energy at a commendable pace. Having fully refined her governing meridian, she successfully broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Sensing the abundant power within her, Qin Shu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At this moment, utilizing green leaves for flight would require no more than 5 low-grade spirit stones. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find that her surroundings had transformed. For reasons unknown, she once again found herself in that resplendent chamber. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a transmission guide resting conspicuously upon her legs. Realizing that the foundational techniques would suffice until the 5th layer of qi refinement, she felt no urgency, knowing she merely needed to finalize her desired techniques before reaching that stage. Contentedly, she remained to practice her swordsmanship, retreating to the chamber for cultivation when her mental energy waned. Once her mental fortitude was replenished, she would revisit the transmission guide to re-enter that enigmatic realm. 3 months passed in this manner, and on this day, as Qin Shu opened the transmission guide once more, she noticed that the golden figure seated opposite her had altered its sword techniques. A wave of joy washed over her. It seemed her foundational swordplay had been mastered, and she could officially learn the sword techniques. This set of swordsmanship comprised only 7 moves, and Qin Shu found herself mesmerized by the intricate display. After struggling to follow along for 2 iterations, she finally paused. Yet, despite their seemingly simple appearance, executing these 2 moves proved to be exceptionally exhausting. The moment she sheathed her sword, she was abruptly ejected from the space. She rested with her eyes closed for a moment, reflecting on the fact that it had been 3 months since she departed from Lingxiafeng. It was indeed time to return. She sat upon the verdant leaves and made her way back to her mountain peak, diving into the small pond behind her cave dwelling. Just as she was delighting in the water, preparing to shed her damp garments for a bath, a sudden thought struck her. The great serpent she had abandoned for 3 long months. What if someone were to see it? How utterly embarrassing that would be. Although her physical form had only recently celebrated its 11th birthday, she found it impossible to reconcile this with her own feelings. With a sigh, she emerged from the pond, enveloping herself in a swirl of purple spiritual energy that transformed into fiery warmth, quickly drying her clothes. Pushing open the door to her cave, she was met with an atmosphere thick with dust. The sudden cloud of particles assaulted her senses, prompting a sneeze as she squinted her eyes and wrinkled her nose, waving her hand to disperse the dust before her. Once her vision cleared, she lifted her gaze, only to discover, to her astonishment, that the stone bed she had envisioned to be empty was occupied by a figure. Instinctively, she shut the door behind her and turned her attention to the great serpent lying on the stone bed. His dark robes were covered in layers of dust, and even his tail was ensnared by a spider's web. A foul odor emanated from his tail, sending a wave of dread through Qin Shu's heart.
Could it be
That she had inadvertently allowed the great serpent to perish? If he had succumbed in her absence, she would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. With utmost caution, Qin Shu approached, her small hand trembling as she reached toward Xie Shiyuan's nose. Before the hand could even reach her, she felt herself propelled backward, crashing against the stone wall with a resounding thud. The pain was excruciating for Qin Shu, as if every bone in her body were on the verge of shattering. Struggling to rise from the ground, she turned to gaze at the man upon the stone bed. At that moment, the dust upon him had rendered the entire cave immaculate. He sat casually on the edge of the bed, observing Qin Shu with a sinister glint in his eyes, uttering, "So, you decided to return, have you?" Qin Shu was momentarily speechless, clutching her nearly broken waist, and sheepishly offered an apology. Yet, as the words escaped her lips, her brow furrowed anew. Why did everything feel so amiss? She had merely gone to cultivate. Why did his words make her feel like a forsaken wife, abandoned by a wayward husband who never returned home? Time was irrelevant in the realm of cultivation. It had only been 3 months since her departure. Was his anger truly warranted? "My waist is nearly broken." Qin Shu mustered her courage to voice her grievances. Sensing her distress, Xie Shiyuan had tempered his strength. Otherwise, she might not have survived the encounter. Chapter 39. I never ask for help. Xie Shiyuan gazed at the indignant young girl, then calmly averted his eyes, his lips parting slightly to utter 2 callous words. Heal. Qin Shu's agitation intensified. Is this how one asks for help? The moment her words left her mouth, an abrupt chill enveloped the atmosphere, effectively stifling the unspoken words that lingered in her throat. She stood there, mouth agape, her entire being taut with tension, as she watched his formidable serpentine tail glide towards her, paralyzing her with fear. Xie Shiyuan regarded Qin Shu from his elevated position, his body leaning forward slightly, strands of ink-black hair cascading down to brush against her face. Attempting to evade him, she found her chin firmly grasped by his hand. He flicked his forked tongue, its triangular tip approaching her, causing her pupils to constrict in terror, involuntarily making her shiver. Ask for help?
Ah.
His tone was languid, yet each word resonated like a hammer against Qin Shu's heartstrings. In that instant, she felt as though he could extinguish her life with a mere squeeze. Panic surged within her. How had she deluded herself into thinking she had gained strength after just a few days away? This formidable serpent had remained undetected beneath her master's watchful gaze for so long, suggesting he possessed some means of concealment. Perhaps even her master would not be his equal. "Please, my lord, do not hold my faults against me. Let us not bicker," she stammered, pleading incoherently. She had surrendered, bowing to the reality of her situation. There was no shame in acknowledging defeat. In this confrontation of one human and one demon, the disparity in their powers was glaringly evident. She was no match for him. Xie Shiyuan observed her pallid face, struck with fear, and instantly found the interaction devoid of interest, thus releasing his grip on her. "In this life, I have never sought help from anyone. Your sole worth in continuing to exist is to tend to my wounds." His hands concealed within the voluminous folds of his dark robe, his expression remained inscrutable. Qin Shu sat on the ground, gazing up at him, internally admonishing herself once more. This is a serpent that could slay her at any moment. Xie Shiyuan regarded her stunned demeanor with disinterest, and returned to the stone bed. These 3 months of recuperation had not been entirely fruitless. He had at least restored his golden core cultivation, though purging the poison from his tail would demand considerable effort. "Come forth and attend to my injuries," Xie Shiyuan languidly commanded, reclining against the headboard. Qin Shu silently cursed him 100 times in her mind, but dared not refuse. She inched closer, placing her small hands against his form, channeling her meager spiritual energy into his serpentine tail. However, as soon as her energy began to seep into his tail, the previously meditative Xie Shiyuan abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon her. "Have you broken through?" His lashes, long and thick, fluttered slightly. Qin Shu averted her gaze, mentally repeating, "This is a serpent, a heartless and venomous snake." Once her heart had settled, she nodded slightly, responding with reserved assurance, "Yes." With this confirmation, Xie Shiwan fell silent once more. He waited for Qin Shu to retract her hand, and after briefly assessing the changes in his injuries with his eyes closed, he suddenly extended his hand. Observing his movement, Qin Shu noticed an unexpected jade pendant materializing in his palm. "A gift for you," he remarked nonchalantly. During his confrontation with the heavenly tribulation, many of his precious belongings had been utilized to withstand the ordeal, leaving only these smaller items behind. Upon receiving the pendant, Qin Shu discovered that it was a miniature gathering spirit array. After carefully sensing its properties, her astonishment grew. This small array proved to be more effective than the one in her cave dwelling. With this gathering spirit array, she could cultivate regardless of her location in the future. Xie Shiwan, perceiving the emotional fluctuations emanating from the young child, scoffed quietly in his heart, turned over and fell back asleep. Qin Shu returned, and naturally, Ling Su noticed her arrival immediately. He sent her a sound transmission talisman, requesting her to visit the main peak. Not daring to delay, she quickly concluded her cultivation and hurried over on her small green leaf. Upon reaching the main peak, she discovered that, apart from her third senior brother, several other senior brothers and sisters were already present. Having not seen Qin Shu for 3 months, their gazes were now fixed upon her. Ling Su was the first to notice her cultivation advancement. "You have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement? In less than 5 months since entering, you have achieved the 3rd level?" Upon hearing this, Chiyu's red feathers immediately stood on end as she swiftly turned to face Qin Shu, her eyes filled with disbelief. How did you accomplish this?" She could no longer restrain herself and finally inquired aloud. Over the past 3 months, she had refined the marrow-cleansing essence bestowed by her master, and now her spiritual root had reached a remarkable level of 100. Even a mere breath would draw countless strands of spiritual energy toward her being. Yet, despite this, she remained a step away from achieving the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, and to her astonishment, Qin Shu was poised to surpass her. Qin Shu, unsure of how to articulate her progress, could only respond vaguely. "I've simply been cultivating, and in the process I broke through." Qiyu was incredulous, but it was Ling Su who interjected. "As for my disciples, you all ought to learn from Shuer. That day it rained, I observed Shuer practicing swordsmanship throughout the night on the neighboring peak. She scarcely eats or sleeps, dedicating herself entirely to cultivation. If any of you possessed her tenacity, you would surely have transcended your current levels of attainment." The more he spoke, the more he admired Qin Shu, who claimed she had poor aptitude. Wasn't she exceptional? The notion that a slow bird must fly early was merely a saying. In his many years within the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered anyone with 3 spiritual roots who exhibited such rapid progress. Cheng Yan and Wen Qi, seasoned as they were, maintained a neutral demeanor, neither joyed nor saddened, while Qi felt an overwhelming sense of shame from Ling Su's praise. She silently vowed to strive diligently upon her return. Ling Su then turned to Qin Shu and asked, "Shuer, I heard from your second brother that you went to the Hall of Inheritance to select a cultivation method. Did you manage to find one suitable after 3 months?" Qin Shu shook her head in response, indicating no. The revelation left everyone astounded. Among the disciples, aside from the eldest and the 3rd senior brothers who found their techniques in the transmission hall, Wen Qi and Qiyu both practiced family-inherited martial arts. The transmission hall offered an abundance of techniques, and it seemed improbable that one could spend 3 months without discovering a suitable one. Ling Su also sensed something amiss and promptly inquired, "Shuer, what is happening?" Qin Shu, eager to understand the situation herself, revealed that she had encountered difficulties regardless of the techniques she attempted. "None of the 5 elements techniques work?" Ling Su retorted. Qin Shu nodded, confirming the impossibility. Ling Su furrowed his brow. "Which family do you hail from? If the 5 elements techniques are ineffective, it is likely due to some bloodline power, necessitating specialized methods." Upon hearing him inquire about her family, Qin Shu's heart raced with alarm. She had originally taken Qin Mion's place, and thus felt somewhat unjustified and lacking in confidence at this moment. "It is merely a small family in the mortal realm," she replied vaguely. Ling Su pressed further. "Are there any cultivators in your family?" Qin Shu shook her head, denying it. In truth, there was indeed a cultivator, her half-brother, Qin Waya, who was a foundation establishment practitioner. However, if she were to disclose Qin Huai's name, her true identity would be compromised. Although she had made rapid progress, she was still only at the third level of qi refinement, much weaker than the cultivation level of her original self 8 years hence. If expelled from the sect, her survival would be in jeopardy. Ling Su's frown deepened. This is indeed perplexing. As his words fell, Wen Qi suddenly produced a dark golden tome from his hand and tossed it to Qin Shu, urging her to give it a try. Qin Shu swiftly grasped the object, and Ling Su regained his composure. Wen Qi, you're home. Wen Qi responded with a bright smile, clasping his fists and saying, Master, the ability to cultivate is determined by fate. It is a choice of the techniques, not one for the disciple to make. It matters not. Chapter 40. The innate moon spirit body. Qin Shu gazed down at the technique in her hands. The azure cover bore several striking words in dark gold. With a focused look, she recognized it, Duo E method. The tome emanated a faint, ethereal glow, with dark golden patterns occasionally traversing its cover. Even someone as inexperienced as her could easily discern that this technique was far from ordinary. Listening to her master's conversation with Wen Qi, she could surmise that this method was a treasured heirloom of the Wen family. Each family's technique was the foundation of their standing in the realm of immortality, not easily shared with outsiders. Yet, Wen Qi, with such nonchalance, presented his family's technique to her. Setting aside whether she could cultivate it, the very act left her astonished. Of course, she was not the only one taken aback. Cheng Yan and Qiyu, standing nearby, also looked at Wen Qi in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Qi lowered her head, bit her lip, and retrieved another technique from her storage ring, presenting it to Qin Shu. Junior sister, you should try this one as well. Qin Shu stared in astonishment at the technique suddenly offered to her. It was even more surprising than when Wen Qi had given her his method. Senior sister, what is this? Qi lifted her chin, her expression still imbued with an inherent pride. Second senior brother is correct. If a technique chooses you, it signifies a bond between you and it. Our family's techniques are also without attribute. Give it a try and see. Qin Shu gazed intently at her insincere senior sister, making Qiyu feel somewhat embarrassed. She turned her face away and asserted stubbornly, if I ask you to try, then you shall try. Ling Su observed the interactions among his disciples, chuckling softly as he stroked his graying beard, pleased with their character. Dear Shuer, you should graciously accept the goodwill of your senior brothers and sisters. If you can indeed cultivate their family's techniques, it signifies a bond between you and them. Rest assured, I shall provide them with an explanation, so you need not worry. Ling Su's words truly conveyed to Qin Shu the comfort of finding shade beneath a grand tree. Her heart swelled with genuine emotion, momentarily forgetting how Wen Qi had previously teased her. She stepped forward respectfully, bowing to her seniors and master. Master, senior brothers and sisters, your immense kindness shall forever be etched in Qin Shu's memory. What was initially a profoundly touching scene, however, was interrupted by Wen Qi's dismissive scoff. What good is remembering if you're already so forgetful? You would do better to focus on your cultivation. Once you attain great mastery, you could catch a few cloud sea dragons to pull your senior brother's carriage. Qin Shu remained silent. Though she was somewhat naive and inexperienced, she was not foolish. The mere mention of cloud sea and dragon together underscored the absurdity of his request. With a solemn gesture, she clasped her hands in front of Wen Qi. And just as everyone anticipated her to boastfully agree, she spoke instead, relying on others, fate, or even my junior sister does not constitute true valor. If my senior wishes to harness the cloud sea dragon to draw the carriage, tomorrow I shall urge him to diligently cultivate his skills. I hope that one day he will achieve great mastery, and, in doing so, kindly catch a couple of these dragons for me. Allowing this unworthy junior sister to experience the thrill of soaring through the heavens and diving into the depths of the earth. Wen Qi. Upon hearing these words, Master Ling Su's face immediately reflected disdain. How could my disciple lack such ambition? As long as you brothers and sisters remain steadfast in your resolve and commit to diligent study and practice, you shall undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments. At that time, each of my 5 disciples shall catch 2 cloud sea dragons to pull my carriage, and I shall visit the 8 major sects every day. Innocently caught in the crossfire, Cheng Yan and Qiyu. Ling Su observed his disciples, who resembled gourd mouths sealed shut, and waved his hand at them, saying, Enough chatter. Focus on your cultivation. The sect's disciple competition is at the year's end, so do not bring shame upon me. Cheng Yan, leading the others, bowed in respect and was about to take his leave when Master Ling Su added, "Sure, stay a moment." Qin Shu paused her steps and obediently remained in place. It was not until the others had exited that Ling Su waved his sleeve and re-established the protective barrier. With a grave expression, he turned to Qin Shu and inquired, "Sure, speak truthfully to your master. Is your constitution somewhat unusual?" Qin Shu engaged in a prolonged internal struggle before ultimately recalling that once a disciple, forever a child to the master. Thus, her master would not wish her harm. She resolved herself, exhaling a breath of murky air, and raised her gaze to meet the eyes of Master Ling Shu, speaking to him in a solemn tone. "Master, my physique is indeed unique. When I cultivate under the moonlight, I absorb spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. In comparison, the pace of my practice during the day is excruciatingly slow. Thus, I typically devote my daylight hours to sword training, reserving the night for meditation." Upon hearing her words, Master Ling Shu's expression grew increasingly serious. "Innate lunar spirit physique?" he inquired. Qin Shu, upon hearing his question, was filled with curiosity. "Master, what does that entail?" Master Ling Shu elaborated. "The innate lunar spirit physique allows one to harness the essence of the moon for cultivation. A high-tier innate lunar spirit cultivator progresses at an astonishing rate. Akin to 1,000 miles in a single day, it is indeed a divine favor from the heavens." As he spoke, a hint of envy crept into his voice. In this world, there exists a myriad of innate spiritual and Tao physiques. While ordinary individuals struggle against the heavens in their cultivation, those endowed with such physiques align with the will of the cosmos. Once they embark on the path of immortality, they are as if aided by divine forces. Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she inched closer to her master, asking, "Master, does that mean I am considered a genius as well?" Master Ling Shu glanced down at the young girl. Noticing her eyes glimmering brightly, her once slender gaze now widened significantly, with a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Clearly overwhelmed with emotion, he gently patted the top of her head and sighed. Qin Shu's heart leapt into her throat. As the saying goes, one need not fear a smiling immortal teacher, but rather the size of one. Immediately after, Master Ling Shu addressed, "Sure, I have never encountered a congenital moon spirit body before. But according to the legends surrounding it, all congenital moon spirit bodies possess a singular water root, with a root value of at least 90 or above. Yet your situation." He left the remainder of his thoughts unspoken, yet Qin Shu comprehended his implication. Indeed, all three of her spirit roots bore no relation to the water root. Master Ling Shu's expression faltered, yet Qin Shu maintained her composure. She smiled at her master and said, "Master, it matters not what spirit body I possess. My cultivation speed is commendable, and that suffices." Upon hearing Qin Shu's words, Master Ling Shu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Though you are young, Shuer, your insights are remarkably clear, while I have shown a moment of weakness. Focus on your cultivation, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance." Qin Shu acknowledged his words with a respectful gesture of gratitude before gracefully exiting her master's cave dwelling. Chapter 41. You Won't Care Even If You Die revised. Upon returning to her secluded haven, Qin Shu pushed open the door to her cave, only to be met with an overwhelming stench. Frowning, she instinctively turned her head towards the giant serpent lying on the stone bed. The sight struck her heart with a heavy grip, leaving her momentarily dazed. Xie Shiyuan reclined on the stone bed, a pool of blood staining the ground beside him. His head hung over the edge, his exquisite brows and eyes closed in slumber, while a trace of crimson lingered at the corners of his lips. A cascade of dark hair tumbled over the side of the bed, intertwining with the bloodstains. It resembled a crime scene inescapably. Without the luxury of contemplating further, Qin Shu staggered towards the stone bed, her legs feeling weak beneath her. She raised her hand to check the pulse in Xie Shiyuan's neck. Yet, before her fingertips could even graze his skin, an unseen force hurled her backwards, sending her crashing against the stone wall. As she pressed against the cold surface, rubbing her flat chest, her features contorted in frustration. "Damn it! Next time, even if you truly perish, I shall not care." She seethed, her teeth clenched, wishing to lunge forward and devour him whole in her fury. Xie Shiyuan propped himself on the edge of the stone bed, slowly rising to a sitting position. His complexion was pale, one delicate hand gripping the bed tightly, the elegant joints of his fingers appearing almost ghostly white. He presented an image of fragile beauty, a stark contrast to the ruthless figure who had just exhibited such fierce prowess. Xie Shiwan narrowed his gaze, shrouding his expression in mystery. A fleeting hint of guilt flickered within his dark golden pupils, only to be quickly concealed the next moment, unnoticed by Qin Shu. He heard her words and recognized her genuine concern for him. However, defensiveness had become second nature to him. Moreover, the very spot her fingers grazed was akin to a serpent's vulnerable point. Irritated by his lack of apology, Qin Shu stormed off to the training room. Just as she settled into a meditative position, preparing to cultivate her skills, a deep, resonant voice brushed past her ear. Cultivating in a state of emotional turmoil could lead to disastrous consequences. Despite her resolve to ignore him, his words compelled her to leap from her cushion. Uncertain if the world of cultivation acknowledged ailments like breast cancer, she found herself unable to suppress her frustration any longer. What difference would it make if she went astray in her practice? It was far better than being struck down by him. Were all demon beasts so ungrateful?
No.
Xie Shiwan replied, observing the indignant girl before him, her cheeks puffed with ire. As Qin Shu prepared to retort, she noticed a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. In a light-hearted tone, he added, other demon beasts may not be, but I certainly am. Qin Shu could only think, I have encountered shamelessness before, but this is a new level. One can never rouse a person feigning sleep, just as one cannot instill a sense of honor and shame in someone with such an audacious disposition. As Qin Shu was organizing her thoughts, Xie Shiwan cast a cleaning spell, purging the filth from the cave. Young one, come and tend to my wounds, Xie Shiwan commanded once more. However, Qin Shu crossed her arms and turned her face away with a disdainful huff. Xie Shiwan, known for his irritable temperament, had gathered his spiritual energy in the palm of his hand, but this time he hesitated, allowing it to dissipate as he relaxed his grip. He lowered his gaze. Speaking softly, I did not intend it that way. Qin Shu was taken aback, looking up at Xie Shiwan. Was he actually explaining himself to her? She pouted, retorting, and what if I were to throw you out and claim it was unintentional? Would that be acceptable? After a moment of contemplation, Xie Shiwan nodded slightly, conceding, perhaps. Qin Shu was truly astonished, her gaze drifting from his exposed chest down to his serpent tail, observing the small tip that swayed back and forth. She was quite certain that she could not bear even one snake. A gentleman's revenge is not too late, indeed. When I achieve mastery in my cultivation, I shall settle accounts with you. Xie Shiwan leaned softly against the wall, raising his eyes to meet Qin Shu's spirited gaze, a charming smile curving his lips, leaving her somewhat entranced. Yet, his sharp tongue never failed to disappoint her. His lips parted as he quipped, an ant shaking a tree. Qin Shu exclaimed in disbelief. Xie Shiwan casually tossed a small object to her, saying, Here, use this to heal my wounds. It is now yours. Upon receiving it, Qin Shu discovered it resembled a turtle shell. Curiously, she flipped through the pages, prompting Xie Shiwan to explain, this is a protective talisman, capable of withstanding 3 full force strikes from a cultivator at the late nascent soul stage or below. Keep it for your own safety. Qin Shu's heart leaped with joy. Did this not grant her 3 additional lives? Resolutely, she decided to forgive him. Xie Shiwan's intention in gifting her this trinket was rather straightforward. He merely feared that one day he might inadvertently destroy such a delicate object. Having accepted his benevolence, Qin Shu placed her hand gently upon his tail, once more. Unlike others who traversed realms to acquire formidable companions or impressive beasts, she had inadvertently taken in an ancestor. After expending a considerable portion of her spiritual energy to heal him, she urged him to recuperate properly before turning to her training chamber. She first retrieved a jade slip to glance at a message from a friend, inviting her to the bustling markets of Qijin City. Remembering how long it had been since she last saw her dear companion, Qin Shu readily agreed. They arranged to meet the next day without fail. After which, she tucked the communication jade slip away. Next, she took out 2 volumes of cultivation techniques from her storage ring, one titled Doer Technique and the other Great Sun Golden Flame, both of which sounded quite formidable. With her highest affinity for fire attributed to her spiritual root, Qin Shu felt a stronger inclination towards practicing Great Sun Golden Flame. According to Qiyu, this technique was also attributeless, relying solely on the connection between her and the technique. With a spirit of experimentation, Qin Shu opened Great Sun Golden Flame, attempting to gather her spiritual energy to merge it with her bloodline. To her dismay, she was unable to even complete the first step. The technique was exceedingly tyrannical. A sharp pain coursed through her meridians, causing a tumultuous surge of energy and blood throughout her body. Her complexion turned ashen, and she spewed forth a mouthful of crimson life force. In that fleeting moment, Qin Shu was unable to maintain her meditative posture, her hand bracing against the ground as she barely steadied herself. The commotion in the training chamber did not escape Xie Shiwan's notice. His expression shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shu found herself enveloped in an icy embrace, a stark contrast to the fervent spiritual energy within her, jolting her into clarity. Though she could not discern the serpent's movements, the scene before her seemed to blur past in a rapid succession, in the span of a breath, with a resounding splash. She was plunged back into the water. The frigid lake enveloped her head, and the throbbing pain in her meridians gradually eased, prompting a sigh of relief from Qin Shu. Yet, as she perceived her predicament, a wave of panic surged within her. How could it be water again? It was all water. She could not swim. The sensation of near drowning from her previous life resurfaced as the water constricted her lungs. With every ounce of strength, she fought against the tide, yet could only watch helplessly as she sank deeper into the lake's abyss. Chapter 42. The essence of the great serpent. Qin Shu endeavored to harness her spiritual energy to stave off her descent, but to no avail. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, swiftly merging with the frigid waters of the lake. What enmity or grievance could this great serpent harbor against her? To demand her life in such a manner? Xie Shiwan cast Qin Shu into the lake, seemingly indifferent as she failed to surface for an extended period. However, after a while, he sensed the diminishing aura within the water and began to feel a sense of unease. Qin Shu felt her hand brush against a cold, unyielding object, and in the next moment, her slender waist was hoisted upward. Struggling with all her might, Qin Shu finally managed to open her eyes and glance backward, only to find herself staring into the face of a serpent's head, its forked tongue flicking menacingly. Her resolve shattered, and she rolled her eyes back, succumbing to unconsciousness. Xie Shiwan could scarcely fathom that someone could drown. His clan thrived in moisture, and he had been swimming since birth, having been nurtured in the water. It was precisely due to this element that he had escaped countless adversaries in his youth. Transforming his upper body back into human form, he lifted Qin Shu with his tail, positioning her face down to expel the water. Observing her continued lack of response, Xie Shiwan's brow furrowed with concern. As a venomous serpent, he possessed no skills in healing or rescue, and given the frail constitution of this child, the prospect of her not surviving weighed heavily on him. His expression darkened, lips pressed thin as he wrestled with the dilemma of whether this child was worth saving. Countless lives had perished at his hands. Why should he be burdened by such trivial consequences? Yet, when his gaze fell upon the small child clinging to his tail, he altered his decision. He bestowed upon Qin Shu a thread of spiritual energy to safeguard her heart, then guided her back to the cave, gently placing her upon the stone bed. He exhaled a golden-green inner dan, which, upon closer inspection, revealed slight fissures on its surface. With a mere gesture, he levitated the inner dan above Qin Shu, enveloping her in a shimmering golden light that was ethereal and dreamlike. In her dazed state, Qin Shu felt as though she had returned to the womb. Basking in warmth as an unknown force coursed through her body, prompting her to turn over in comfort. At that moment, Xie Shiwan was utilizing the inner dan to help her refine the spiritual energy within. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked towards the stone bed, only to witness his inner dan being drawn towards her lips by an inexplicable force. As she parted her mouth, she swallowed it whole. Xie Shiwan's expression darkened, and in an instant, he grasped her throat. Rarely did he show kindness to save her life, yet she dared to consume his inner dan. Indeed, humans were treacherous, and even a small child harbored such profound intentions. In her dream, it felt as if an umbilical cord constricted around her neck, causing her great discomfort. Instinctively, she raised her hand to free herself from the shackles encircling her throat. In her struggle, the inner dan that had lodged around her neck was indeed swallowed by her. Upon catching sight of the situation, Xie Shiwan was instantly taken aback. Although his inner dan had sustained damage, it was not something a mere girl at the third level of qi cultivation could possibly consume. The violent spiritual energy would swiftly rupture her meridians and dantian. He acted swiftly, lifting Qin Shu and pressing his fingers 3 inches above her navel, intending to force the inner dan out. However, after numerous futile attempts, Qin Shu suddenly coughed a couple of times, her eyes fluttering open to find herself suspended in the air by a large serpent. Upon meeting Xie Shiwan's gaze, she detected a hint of unspoken grievance within his eyes and noticed, to her surprise, that his face had acquired several dark markings. Struggling to free herself, she fell to the ground as Xie Shiwan loosened his grip. "Are you out of your mind? You tossed me into the cold pond. I can't even swim. You nearly killed me," Qin Shu exclaimed, bracing herself against the ground as she rose. Seeing her vibrant and spirited demeanor, Xie Shiwan realized that none of his worries had come to pass. He could even sense that his inner Dan was currently suspended within her dantian. Suppressing the urge to extract his inner Dan forcefully, he regarded Qin Shu with a cold gaze, stating, "You have consumed my inner Dan." As Qin Shu had only begun to respond, his sudden revelation left her momentarily speechless.
WH. What?
She stammered in disbelief. Xie Shiwan met her eyes once more and reiterated, "You have consumed my inner Dan." Suddenly, Qin Shu comprehended the trace of resentment she had observed on his face upon awakening. How could she have possibly consumed his inner core? The disparity in their cultivation levels was so vast that even 100 of her combined would not have been capable of extracting it. Noticing her contemplative demeanor, Xie Shiwan leisurely spoke, "I rescued you with good intentions, aiding you in expelling the fire poison from your meridians and retrieving you from the depths of the lake. I even used my inner core to heal your wounds. Yet, unexpectedly, you repay kindness with malice by devouring my inner core. Indeed, humans are cunning. Therefore, to reclaim what is rightfully mine, I cannot allow you to live." With his right hand concealed behind him, he raised his left hand into the air, gradually manifesting a swirling mist of golden green in his palm. The surrounding air seemed to fracture, and a chill ran through Qin Shu's heart. She had no doubt that this mist could obliterate her from existence, leaving no trace behind. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as her mind raced, and she hastily exclaimed, "Great Serpent, while it matters not if you kill me, please do not harm your inner core." Xie Shiwan flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, which only heightened her trepidation. "Fear not, I shall exercise caution in my actions," he reassured her. Qin Shu's complexion paled further. How could she have ingested the inner core of a great serpent without even being aware? Had he not stated that consuming a beast's inner core whole would lead to certain death? At this moment, Qin Shu was utterly distressed. Who could remain composed when harboring a ticking time bomb within, always at the mercy of death? Instinctively, she gazed at the golden inner elixir residing in her dantian, suspended amidst a gentle violet aura that enveloped her. Under the purifying influence of this ethereal energy, the fissures in the inner elixir appeared to be mending, while conversely, the spiritual energy within Qin Shu's dantian dwindled alarmingly, seemingly on the verge of a regression in her cultivation level. Stunned, Qin Shu lifted her gaze to the man before her, her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, "You beastly creatures are truly cunning. You intend to exploit me to restore your inner elixir. If you wish to kill me, do so. There is no need for such pretexts." Though fear of death gripped her, she realized that provoking him might be her only chance of survival. Xie Shiwan furrowed his brow. "What did you just say?" Qin Shu raised her chin defiantly, her expression displeased. "You have transferred the inner elixir to my dantian, nourishing and repairing it with my spiritual energy. Now it is nearing restoration, while I am unable to even maintain my third layer of qi cultivation." Xie Shiwan probed with his spiritual consciousness, and, upon inspection, he discerned her dire condition. The fire poison within her meridians had yet to be completely eradicated, and the inner elixir in her dantian resembled an insatiable abyss, greedily consuming her spiritual energy. The third layer of her qi cultivation, which she had only recently attained, was now precariously teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 43. Can you swim? Xie Shiwan's elegantly shaped brows slightly furrowed as he raised his hand, poised to place it upon Qin Shu's lower abdomen. Yet, he observed her swiftly retreating a few steps, her expression brimming with wariness as she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Xie Shiwan's demeanor remained unchanged. He merely spoke in a low voice, "Silence. Sit cross-legged, and I shall assist you in stabilizing your realm." Although a drop in one's level may appear inconsequential, the endeavor to achieve a second breakthrough would demand considerably more effort than the first. Qin Shu's heart wavered momentarily before capitulating. Whether she lived or perished hinged on the whim of the serpent. What if she failed to comply with his instructions and provoked his ire? With a face awash in frustration, she settled cross-legged upon the stone bed, observing as Xie Shiyuan positioned himself opposite her, his hand resting gently on her abdomen. His eyes closing in concentration. Devoid of the oppressive gaze of his golden vertical pupils, she was met solely with his exquisite visage. Even with the addition of a few dark lines upon his face, his beauty remained undiminished, perhaps enhanced by an alluring air of restraint and danger. Embrace the unity of essence. A voice resonated from above her, prompting Qin Shu to gather her focus and adhere to the guidance. Xie Shiyuan's spiritual energy infiltrated her dantian, seeking to commune with his inner elixir. However, his inner elixir seemed to possess its own volition, merely swaying amidst the pale violet energy before sinking back into silence. Xie Shiyuan was most familiar with his own inner elixir. He noticed that some of the intricate patterns on its surface had been mended, and the larger fissures appeared to have improved as well. He was somewhat astonished. After such an extended slumber and nurturing his spiritual energy for half a year, how could he have achieved less effect than this young child's dantian in such a short span? Xie Shiyuan was perplexed, even attempting to draw upon the spiritual energy within his inner elixir. Upon realizing it had no significant impact, he felt a sense of relief.
Well,
Since it proved beneficial within this child's body, he decided to temporarily entrust it to her. Xie Shiyuan extracted a thread of spiritual energy from his inner elixir and first alleviated the fire poison within Qin Shu's meridians.
yet,
Even that minuscule amount of his spiritual energy was somewhat overwhelming for Qin Shu. Moreover, the inherently corrosive toxic mist within Xie Shiyuan's spiritual energy, despite his cautious control, still inflicted slight burns upon her meridians. Qin Shu felt a twinge of discomfort. Almost instinctively, she summoned her own spiritual energy to envelop her delicate meridians with a fine layer of protection. Subsequently, her body began to operate the spiritual energy automatically, guided by muscle memory, incorporating the thread of Xie Shiyuan's energy. Sensing her withdrawal of control over the spiritual energy from his grasp, Xie Shiyuan contemplated briefly before relinquishing it. The pale purple spiritual energy enveloped the minuscule golden-green energy, absorbing it entirely, before circulating through her meridians and ultimately returning to her dantian, where it was assimilated by her inner elixir. Gradually, it appeared that a subtle microcirculation was forming within her body. Observing that her cultivation had stabilized, Xie Shiyuan withdrew his hand. Qin Shu subsequently opened her eyes, only to be met with a visage that delivered an overwhelming visual impact. Her gaze wavered uncertainly. For now, I cannot extract the inner elixir, so I shall leave it with you, Xie Shiyuan remarked. Qin Shu was taken aback, lifting her eyes to him. So, I do not have to die? Xie Shiyuan nodded slightly. For the time being, your life is spared. Qin Shu exhaled in relief, collapsing backward onto the stone bed. Observing her state, Xie Shiyuan chuckled softly and added, Do not rejoice too soon. The technique bestowed upon you by the fire spirit bird is not suitable for you. As for the other manual, it may still be worth a try. Recalling her earlier practice that led to spitting blood and the burning sensation in her meridians, Qin Shu felt a lingering trepidation. If I cannot master the technique, why is there such a severe backlash? She pondered, perplexed. Do you think the core techniques of a family lack prerequisites? Moreover, the fire spirit bird clan is indeed a race of extraordinary beasts. Their physical prowess renders their techniques more formidable, Xie Shiyuan replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Understanding dawned upon the disheartened Qin Shu, who resolved to prioritize body refinement. Yet, before that, she needed to learn how to swim. One cannot repeatedly stumble in the same place, especially since she had already faltered twice here. The sensation of drowning was one she wished to never experience again. Great Serpent, do you know how to swim? She recalled the final scene she witnessed before losing consciousness, a colossal serpent's head, its mere cranium larger than her entire being. Suddenly, she deemed her previous inquiry pointless. How could he possibly be unable to swim? Never mind. Let's disregard that question. Xie Shiyuan cast a glance her way and, noticing her readying her disheveled hair, remarked, To think that one could drown in water. Humanity is truly frail. The fragile human, Qin Shu, promptly leaped from the bed, declaring, You'd best not provoke me, or I shall detonate alongside your inner elixir. She recalled tales from her readings where individuals sacrificed their entire cultivation in explosive displays, seemingly wielding tremendous power. Upon hearing her words, Xie Shiyuan's lips curled slightly in amusement, as if he found her plight humorous. Yet, he coldly laid bare the truth. I fear you may reduce yourself to mere ash, without so much as touching my inner elixir. 81 bolts of heavenly thunder merely created a fissure. What could your meager cultivation achieve?
Ha!
Qin Shu genuinely wished to cease converse with him. It became evident that this great serpent was merely a blusterer. He threatened her life, yet offered to purge her of the poison. He had rescued her from drowning, using his injured inner elixir to heal her. A classic case of a sharp tongue and a tender heart. Indeed, the men of the cultivation realm are all rather peculiar. Her senior brother, Wen Qi, was no different. Gazing at Xie Shiwan, she raised her hand, and a wisp of golden-green mist began to rise from her palm. Meeting Xie Shiwan's astonished gaze, she boldly proclaimed, "Since I cannot explode, I shall deplete all the spiritual energy within your dantian." Xie Shiwan's serpentine tail coiled into concentric rings reminiscent of annual growth rings, while his human form gradually faded, reverting to his original shape and lying upon the stone bed. "I advise you against such actions. Should my enemies be drawn here, it would be beyond your capacity to contend with them." Qin Shu felt a jolt of alarm as she observed the great serpent had closed its eyes, becoming utterly still. She couldn't help but ponder that without the inner core, his strength must have diminished significantly. Thus, she needed to devise a plan to extract his inner core. Harboring such a volatile essence within her dantian left her in a state of unease regarding her cultivation. After a couple of days, she would venture to the library to seek any clues. Rising, she consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, restoring her spiritual energy fully before extending her hand to cover Xie Shiwan's scales. Tending to his wounds, the great serpent merely opened one eye to glance at her before closing it once more. Chapter 44. The art of overcoming calamities, perhaps bolstered by the support of the great serpent's inner core. Qin Shu found that her healing this time endured for a notably longer duration. As she gradually withdrew her hand, an unexpected thought surged within her. The condition of the great serpent was dire, even more so than before. It was a struggle for him to maintain his human form, likely a consequence of his lost inner core. Qin Shu furrowed her brow, realizing why he had been so intent on throttling her moments ago. She instinctively touched her throat, feeling a lingering trepidation. Her gaze returned to the obsidian scales of the great serpent, noticing that he seemed to have succumbed to slumber. Quietly, she rose and made her way to the training chamber. She was uncertain of the great serpent's origins, yet it was evident that he possessed far greater strength than herself. Since he suggested that the technique bestowed by Wen Qi might be worth attempting, she resolved to give it a try. In truth, she had no alternative paths to pursue. First, she settled into a meditative state, allowing her energy to replenish until she felt restored to her optimal condition. Then, she delicately touched her storage ring, and a tome materialized in her hands. The title read, "The Art of Overcoming Calamities." The original text did not elaborate on Wen Qi's lineage, yet Qin Shu surmised that a technique bearing the term overcoming calamities must be far from trivial. As she opened the book, the first page bore an inscription: "Each life encounters its share of calamities. Through ritual one may evade them," thus termed as overcoming calamities. Instantly, Qin Shu's interest was piqued. When it came to calamities, could there be anyone more unfortunate than her? First, she tragically drowned after being accepted into her dream university. Then, upon transmigrating, she was brutally stabbed to death. In her rebirth, she found herself entangled with an unfortunate serpent, oscillating precariously between life and death each day. If only there were a way to alleviate her misfortunes and allow her a smoother path, even with her slightly inferior aptitude. She should at least be able to carve out a niche for herself in the realm of cultivation. Resolutely, she turned to the next page, where intricate diagrams of human anatomy were meticulously illustrated, accompanied by explanations of how spiritual energy circulates within the body and which acupoints to prioritize. Qin Shu finished reading a book, closed her eyes to assimilate the knowledge she had acquired, and then stored away the cultivation technique. She assumed the 5 hearts facing heaven posture and began her inaugural attempt at practicing the technique as described in the text. The Dewey technique was indeed a high-level method. Qin Shu found herself struggling to control the spiritual energy with her current cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. As the spiritual energy traversed the designated acupoints, her heart raced with anticipation. In previous attempts, the energy had dissipated at this critical juncture, and another failure would mean starting over from scratch. However, when the spiritual energy returned to her dantian, it persistently failed to enter the Guanyuan acupoint. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Qin Shu's forehead. She gritted her teeth in agony, her gums bleeding from the pressure. Yet, the golden-green inner Dan within her dantian seemed to contest her spiritual energy, thwarting her efforts to complete this final step. Gradually, she began to discern the source of her frustration. She was incensed, wishing she could reach in and extract the inner Dan, only to shove it back into that wretched serpent. She felt utterly victimized by its presence. The edges of the smoky purple aura she had condensed began to show signs of disintegration, causing Qin Shu's heart to feel as though it had turned to ash, her facial muscles trembling in distress. Could it be that all her efforts would be in vain once again? If only she could persist for just a moment longer, perhaps success was within reach? Hold on. Her complexion was pallid. At this moment, she was utterly depleting her mental energy to control this mass of spiritual essence. Just then, a golden speck of light emerged from her forehead. Had Qin Shu been able to see it, she would have recognized that this golden point was a drop of blood gifted to her by Wen Qi on that fateful day. The speck of light radiated brilliantly, suddenly fracturing into countless tiny particles that melded into her being. With the infusion of this golden light, the smoky purple aura, which had previously been on equal footing with the golden-green inner elixir, suddenly gained the upper hand. The thick, smoky purple essence slowly entered her Guanyuan point, gradually enveloping the golden-green inner elixir that had lain dormant in her dantian. The inner elixir sensed the impending threat and attempted to leap from the sea of qi, yet it seemed ensnared in quicksand, being pulled back in bit by bit. When the inner elixir was completely encased, Qin Shu reopened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with a trace of golden light, and in the next moment, the corners of her lips curled upwards, her eyes reflecting joy. It worked, however. Before she could revel in her triumph, the enormous serpent lying on the stone bed suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, its scales darkening further. Qin Shu was taken aback, realizing she had not anticipated that the inner elixir within her could also inflict harm upon him. She felt a surge of panic as she watched the great serpent lift its head once more, its forked tongue flicking out menacingly at Qin Shu. A chilling dread enveloped her. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her feelings as bone-chilling. Hastily, she rose and waved her hands, exclaiming, "I truly did nothing. This has nothing to do with me." Deep down, she understood the implications of the technique known as Dewey, yet this serpent was a venomous one, and its inner core was the very source of misfortune. Given the domineering nature of this technique, it was likely that the inner core would have to be purified before any resolution could be attained. In her mind's eye, Qin Shu imagined that the serpent was likely contemplating tearing her apart, but its response was unexpectedly mild. The serpent merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before lowering its head once again. Since Xie Shiyuan had instructed Qin Shu to practice this particular technique, he surely anticipated the ramifications it would have on his inner core. Nevertheless, every matter in this world carries both advantages and disadvantages. While the Dewey technique might inflict harm upon his inner core, it would also grant him a semblance of protection against certain cosmic revelations. Observing Xie Shiyuan return to his previous position, Qin Shu finally exhaled in relief, patting her chest. Just then, however, the barrier at her door was unexpectedly triggered. Startled, she regained her composure and glanced outside, only to discover that the visitor was none other than Qiyu. Not daring to entertain any guests within her abode, Qin Shu quickly performed a cleansing spell to tidy her disheveled appearance before stepping outside. Qiyu remained adorned in her vibrant crimson feathers, and Qin Shu took a step forward, clasping her fists in greeting, "Junior sister." Akabane nodded slightly and inquired, "Have you practiced the technique I bestowed upon you?" Qin Shu, perplexed yet respectful, gently retrieved the technique and returned it, stating, "Thank you, senior sister. I have indeed practiced it, but alas, it seems I am fated to be incompatible with this method." She felt a genuine sense of disappointment. The Great Sun Golden Flame technique resonated far more harmoniously with her fire affinity, yet it was regrettably too demanding. Furrowing her brow, she inadvertently missed the peculiar expression on Akabane's face. The Great Sun Golden Flame was notoriously domineering, and Akabane had come to deliver healing elixirs out of concern for Qin Shu's well-being, only to find her seemingly unaffected. This junior sister, selected by their master for her triple spiritual root talent, likely possessed depths far beyond her apparent simplicity. Chapter 45. The Pavilion of Radiant Attire. Qiyu pondered for a moment before retrieving a healing elixir. Although Qin Shu appeared to be relatively unharmed, the possibility of internal injuries posed a significant concern. She handed a white porcelain vial to Qin Shu and remarked, "Junior sister, This is a potion to dispel fire poison. You must take it without delay. It is imperative that the fire poison does not linger within your meridians for too long, as it may hinder your cultivation. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback by the vial presented to her, never expecting her junior sister to offer such thoughtful aftercare alongside the technique. With genuine gratitude, she clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "Junior sister, you truly are my timely rain." Qiyu's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, as she realized she had somewhat neglected this aspect. In truth, her family's lineage had rarely encountered mishaps. It was only upon returning to her dwelling that she recalled an incident where a distant relative had suffered severe backlash after receiving a technique from their ancestor. This memory prompted her to hastily deliver the elixir to Qin Shu, and fortunately, she had arrived just in time. After carefully stowing away the technique returned by Qin Shu, she turned to leave but paused to offer some consolation. "Junior sister, do not be disheartened. The selection of a technique often hinges on fate. Even if our family's methods do not suit you, there are certainly others that will." She maintained her characteristic haughty demeanor, even when offering words of comfort that sounded almost like commands. Qin Shu found it amusing, yet she understood the good intentions behind her words, and thus acquiesced with a nod. "Thank you, senior sister, for your comforting words. I shall endeavor to try the techniques of second senior brother once more. If they prove ineffective, I will contemplate alternative methods." Qiyu bestowed upon me a pill before taking her leave. As I watched her transform and soar away, I found an unexpected charm in the peculiar antics of that little bird. My gaze returned to the porcelain vial in my hand, and I uncorked it to consume one of the pills. The high-level elixir dissolved instantly upon contact, leaving no residue to chew, and a refreshing chill enveloped my entire being, nourishing my meridians. The sensation was akin to the delightful burst of a mint candy when one is feeling elevated, truly invigorating. I stored the remaining pills away, committing Qiyu's kindness to memory. In the future, should the need arise, I shall undoubtedly reciprocate her generosity. The following morning, my communication jade slip illuminated, and upon opening my eyes, I heard the voice of He Xian emanating from it. "Qin Shu, let us set forth. We should leave early today. I have heard that the Rainbow Attire Pavilion is hosting an event, buy one, get one free on the second item. First come, first served." A thrill coursed through me. No one could resist the allure of a complimentary second item, least of all myself. I quickly rose, cast a cleansing spell, and neatly tied my hair before descending the mountain upon the verdant foliage. He Xian, in a state of ennui, idly kicked at the stones beneath her feet, sighing for the 100th time. The distance from the inner sect to the outer sect was considerable, and I could only wonder how long it would take for me to emerge. It was clear that we would miss the opportunity for the buy one get one free offer. Had I known, I would have sent a message to Qin Shu yesterday, inviting her to stay with me. Yet at this juncture, even if her heart brimmed with a myriad of reluctances, it would be of no consequence. However, in the next moment, a familiar voice resonated from above her. "He Xian,
Come up."
He Xian instantly looked up and beheld the verdant leaves hovering above her, upon which sat a petite girl, none other than the eagerly awaited Qin Shu. Her eyes sparkled with delight as the green leaves descended slightly, allowing He Xian to clamber aboard with both hands and feet. "Oh, Qin Shu, have you truly attained a magical artifact?" He Xian remarked with a hint of envy. Qin Shu chuckled softly, replying, "My senior brother lent it to me. The spirit stones are quite scarce. Had it not been for the urgency of today, I would have hesitated to utilize it." As the two soared towards the teleportation array, He Xian witnessed the spirit stones embedded within the green leaves formation gradually dimming, prompting her to inwardly marvel. Isn't this akin to burning money? At the perimeter of the teleportation array, there were already 8 individuals gathered. Including He Xian and Qin Shu, they formed a complete group. Drawing from her previous experience with the teleportation array, He Xian took a breath from her snuff bottle before closing her eyes and stepping onto the array. When she opened her eyes again, they had already arrived in the city of Crimson Gold. They had come early that day. The sun had yet to rise, and the entire city had not yet been bathed in the hue of crimson gold. As Qin Shu disembarked from the teleportation array, before she could steady herself, He Xian grasped her small hand and dashed towards the Rainbow Garment Pavilion, cautioning, "There will be many people today, so hold on tight. We mustn't be separated." Qin Shu responded affirmatively and quickened her pace, as the two of them jogged to the Rainbow Pavilion, only to find a considerable queue outside. He Xian, while pulling Qin Shu to stand at the end of the line, craned her neck to count the number of people ahead of them. Fear not. There are just over 30. We should be able to make a purchase. Qin Shu nodded, her concern not about the number of people, but rather about the affordability of the items she desired. He Xian, what do you intend to buy? Qin Shu inquired. He Xian shook her head. How could I possibly know? We shall see when we arrive. Qin Shu, noticing her friend's rapid pace, had assumed He Xian had a clear objective, only to realize she too was swept up in impulsive shopping. The Rainbow Pavilion had its own regulations to ensure the best service for its patrons. Only 10 individuals were allowed inside at a time. By the time it was their turn to enter, a quarter of an hour had already passed. The Rainbow Pavilion was the largest marketplace in Crimson Gold City, where one could procure anything from elixirs, magical artifacts, and martial arts techniques to exquisite beauties and mythical beasts. If it had a name, it could be found here. The attendant who greeted Qin Shu and He Xian was a lad of about 15 or 16 years, who did not treat them with any disdain simply because they were young girls. He patiently explained everything they showed interest in. He Xian found numerous appealing items, regrettably. Her purse was too modest, for her hard-earned 40-odd low-grade spirit stones were insufficient for any significant purchase. Qin Shu, however, had spotted something of interest and asked the young attendant, "Is the second item free of charge in your establishment applicable to everything?" The young attendant nodded with a smile, affirming that the two fairies need only pay for the more expensive item. Qin Shu inquired further, asking if other items could be exchanged. The attendant courteously nodded again, explaining that while exchanges were indeed possible, the items would need to be evaluated by the elders to determine their specific value, with any discrepancies being adjusted accordingly. Understanding this, Qin Shu found the rules of the Rainbow Garment Pavilion to be quite reasonable. She accompanied He Xian on a leisurely stroll, during which He Xian selected a hairband and a gown. Due to the hairband's initial stage of barrier-breaking properties, it was slightly more costly than an ordinary dress, totaling 49 low-grade spirit stones. After rummaging through her Qianquan pouch for quite some time, He Xian managed to find only 42 stones, leaving her to supplement the remainder with a spirit-replenishing pill. Qin Shu, on the other hand, was captivated by a necklace imbued with the ability to alter one's appearance. Once she adorned herself with this exquisite piece, it rendered her undetectable to anyone below the golden core stage. Chapter 46. Zhang San and Li Si. How many spirit stones does this necklace cost? Qin Shu inquired, tilting her head towards the shop assistant while pointing at the display case. The necklace was quite simple, adorned with a string of Eastern pearls and a piece of Xianyang glass, which bore a formation that was crucial for concealing one's cultivation level. In response to the lady's question, "This necklace requires 11 mid-grade spirit stones," the shop assistant replied with a smile. Before Qin Shu could utter a word, He Xian gasped in astonishment. She almost exclaimed aloud but recalled that times had changed. Her sister had now become an inner disciple under the esteemed Ling Xuzhenren. Perhaps her master had bestowed upon her some wealth. Qin Shu was equally taken aback. Indeed, mid-grade magical artifacts were in a league of their own, with prices skyrocketing exponentially. At this rate, her few vials of top-grade spirit-replenishing pills would hardly suffice. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she retrieved a demon beast's core from her storage bag and asked the shop assistant, "How much can this core offset?" Being outside, she was wary of attracting unnecessary trouble and dared not wear her storage ring openly. The shop assistant, taken aback by the fiery demon beast's core in Qin Shu's hand, quickly regained his composure and respectfully replied, "Esteemed lady, this demon beast's core appears rather extraordinary. I cannot set a price for it without first consulting the elder. What do you think?" With the Nizhao Pavilion nearly ubiquitous across the eastern continent and the advent of communication jade slips, they were cautious not to engage in any underhanded dealings, for the wrath of the proprietor would be unbearable should they tarnish the shop's illustrious reputation. Qin Shu, with a delightful ease, tossed the demon beast's inner core towards him, suggesting he inquire further. The attendant, cradling the inner core, retreated, while Qin Shu and He Xian casually perused the shop. Just as He Xian took a few steps, she noticed that Qin Shu had vanished. In a flurry, she scanned the surroundings, ultimately discovering Qin Shu standing before a counter adorned with medicinal pills, gazing intently at the items displayed. Approaching her, He Xian inquired, "What catches your eye?" Qin Shu pointed at the counter and replied, "This one." Leaning in to inspect, He Xian read the label, 5 Elements Blood Condensing Pill. The name alone suggested it was a healing remedy. Why was Qin Shu interested in it? Curiosity piqued, she glanced back at Qin Shu. who had straightened up and was now asking the attendant, "How much for this pill?" 36 medium-grade spirit stones. The attendant responded with a warm smile. Qin Shu's expression stiffened slightly. She pursed her lips and asked, "For one vial?" The attendant's smile widened further. "Fairy, you jest. The 5 elements blood-condensing pill is at least a 3rd-grade elixir. It cannot possibly be that inexpensive. It is 36 medium-grade spirit stones per pill." Qin Shu. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, attempting to muster a nonchalant smile, yet the effort proved futile. Moments later, the attendant who had initially taken the inner core for appraisal returned, beaming as he addressed Qin Shu. "Fairy, this inner core belongs to the heart refining by Tai Shi, a 5th-grade demon beast. Upon the assessment of our elders, this demon beast inner core can be exchanged for 2 superior spirit stones." Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated that the item handed to her by the great serpent held such value. He Xian, standing beside her, was equally astonished, feeling her tender heart profoundly impacted. When she first entered the sect, her companions were as destitute as she was. Yet now, even a casual offering of fine goods seemed so precious. Qin Shu quickly inquired, "Is the purchase of the elixirs also eligible for the 2nd item free of charge?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, she beamed with delight, exclaiming, "In that case, if I purchase 27 of these elixirs, will you not give me another 27? The shop attendant paused, taken aback, and after a moment, he managed a wry smile. "Fair maiden, but our shop enforces a purchase limit." Qin Shu, stroking her chin, probed further, "How many elixirs are contained in a bottle?" 25, came the reply. "Then, I shall procure 1 bottle, and you shall gift me another." Content with her spoils, Qin Shu emerged from the Rainbow Attire Pavilion, having acquired 2 bottles of elixirs along with a string of exquisite ornaments. In comparison to the elixirs, the ornaments merely required 11 medium-grade spirit stones, a trivial expense in the grand scheme. Taking advantage of the 2nd item free offer, Qin Shu also selected a pair of swift fabric shoes valued at 11 medium-grade spirit stones. After completing her purchases, the shop attendant returned to her 1 superior spirit stone and 89 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon exiting the Rainbow Attire Pavilion, Qin Shu noticed that He Xian was regarding her with an unusual expression. "Qin Shu, why have you bought so many healing elixirs? Are you injured?" He Xian inquired. She was not envious of Qin Shu's abundance of spirit stones. She believed that with diligent cultivation, she would surely gain entry into the inner sect by the end of the year, thus earning her own spirit stones. Qin Shu sighed and explained, "Oh, it's not mine. I bought it for someone else. How could I possibly possess the inner core of a 5th-tier demonic beast?" Upon hearing this, He Xian's imagination filled in the gaps, envisioning that a certain senior brother had battled a refining heart-blue rhinoceros, sustaining grave injuries, and thus had entrusted its inner core to the junior sister for assistance. However, she pondered, weren't they all disciples of the pill sect? Why would they need to purchase pills? Before she could contemplate this further, a commotion arose nearby. As she regained her focus, she noticed Qin Shu had become animated. He Xian, let us go take a look. I heard them mention signing up to mine spirit stones. In Qin Shu's mind, spirit stones equated to money. The act of mining spirit stones was akin to acquiring wealth. Anyone who dared to impede her in this pursuit was effectively threatening her very existence. Upon hearing this, He Xian, too, was swept up in excitement, momentarily setting aside her other thoughts. She perked up, looking around. Where? How did I miss that? Let us hurry. We can't let anyone else get ahead of us. At this point, He Xian was merely at the first layer of qi refinement, yet to break through to the 2nd layer, rendering her senses considerably less acute than those of Qin Shu. The two of them ran ahead for a while, and it was only then that He Xian began to catch snippets of the conversations around them. They were discussing the discovery of a spirit vein to the north of Qijin City, which had been purchased by the wealthy Zhong family within the city, who were now offering remuneration to cultivators to assist in mining the spirit stones. They only accept disciples who have reached the first 4 levels of qi refinement. Beyond that, as one's cultivation deepens, the means at their disposal multiply, making it uncertain whether they might conceal their true abilities. Qin Shu pulled He Xian into the crowd and approached a table where a stern-looking man was registering newcomers. She addressed him, saying, 2 of us. The man glanced at them and inquired, from Xiantian sect? What is your cultivation level? We are both at the first level of qi refinement. At that moment, adorned with a dazzling necklace, Qin Shu knew that in such a place, there would be no high-level cultivators to unveil her true prowess. The man nodded and asked, "What are your names?" Just as he Xian was about to respond, Qin Shu tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to instinctively close her mouth and look at Qin Shu. Without a flicker of her composure, Qin Shu replied to the stern man, "She is Zhang San, and I am Li Si." He Xian. Chapter 47. I wish to cultivate here. As soon as Qin Shu spoke, the dark-faced uncle's expression darkened even further. He paused in his writing, raising his gaze to the two young girls before him, a hint of impatience evident in his demeanor. "Are you jesting with me?" Undeterred, Qin Shu's expression grew more sincere. "My surname is Zhang, and I am the third child in my family. My companion here is Li, the fourth in her household. We hail from the mortal realm, and we girls have no proper names. Uncle, even if you find it hard to believe, please do not take offense. We are not deceiving you." As she spoke, she sighed, her countenance tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing this, he Xian quickly joined in, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at her eyes. The uncle, witnessing this, was taken aback and hastily waved his hand, conceding, all right, I'll note it down." "Why the tears? Do you wish for others to think I am bullying children?" Qin Shu watched as he inscribed the characters Zhang San and Li Si onto two wooden tokens. Before she reached out to accept them, bowing respectfully, she declared, "Uncle, you truly are a good person." With the tokens in hand, the two young girls boarded the nearby flying vessel without a hitch. Although the spiritual vein was located near Qijin City, this short distance required 3 days of flight for foundation-building cultivators, and it remained uncertain when Qin Shu and her companions would arrive. The two young girls, being of tender age, attracted considerable attention as they settled into the flying vessel. Some, recognizing them as disciples of the Xiantian sect, approached them with enthusiasm. Initially, Qin Shu was concerned that he Xian might inadvertently reveal their true identities. However, as she conversed with others, XN and her sister lamented their lack of affection at home due to their gender. They had finally arrived in the realm of cultivation, yet they remained mere outer disciples, unable even to afford proper clothing. QNSH couldn't help but click her tongue in amusement. This individual certainly knew how to craft a persona for herself. The others around them seemed uncertain whether to believe her, but at the very least, the image of the two sisters as destitute individuals devoid of any valuable possessions had been firmly established. Finding a quiet corner of the flying boat, QNSH seated herself upon the floor, while her friend XN rummaged through her storage pouch to retrieve a coarse bun. After much effort, she managed to break off a piece and placed it into QNSH's hands. "SHer, have a bite to stave off hunger." QNSH gazed down at the unrefined bun devoid of any spiritual energy, feeling a deep sense of empathy. It was indeed a feat to encounter such sustenance in the realm of cultivation. She took a bite, nearly choking on the dense texture. XN was hardly in a better situation. The two of them patted each other on the back to ease the struggle, exchanging a glance filled with bittersweet smiles. After flying for over an hour, the vessel finally descended into a valley. The area was rich in spiritual energy, with flourishing trees and vegetation, suggesting that the beasts residing within were likely formidable. The steward of the Zhang family gathered them together and conveyed, "We have dispatched individuals to clear 3 mines. The larger beasts have been driven away. However, some creatures may still inhabit the underground, so exercise caution." QNSH silently noted this information. It appeared that mining for spiritual stones was not as safe as she had initially anticipated. Immediately thereafter, the steward of the Zhang family spoke once more. "Each of you at the first layer of Qi cultivation must contribute at least 10 low-grade spirit stones daily. Those at the second layer, 20, and so forth. Should anyone possess the skill to extract more, it shall rightfully belong to you." Upon hearing this, the assembly was thrown into a frenzy. If they could unearth a few extra stones, would it not all be for their own benefit? Yet, Qin Shu understood that the reality was far more complex. Capitalists are not philanthropists, and it is unlikely they would generously increase their wages. It was quite possible that, in the end, some might even find themselves incurring losses. Naturally, there were astute individuals among the crowd. One voice rose above the rest, inquiring, "What if the task is not completed?" Those who failed to meet the requirements within 3 days would be expelled from the mine's vicinity. Qin Shu and he Xian lined up to receive their picks and proceeded into the mine with a throng. As they approached the entrance, They distinctly sensed the crossing of an invisible barrier, beyond which a celestial maiden awaited them. Two little fairies, would you like to rent a bright moon pick? It is a fine low-grade spirit tool, she offered. Xian appeared tempted and inquired, what are the costs? The maiden, with a warm smile, replied, only 5 low-grade spirit stones per day, a mere trifle. With this bright moon pick, you shall be able to extract even more spirit stones. Qin Shu, with a solemn expression, shook her head in refusal. She could not afford the rental. 5 low-grade spirit stones constituted half a month's wages for her. Moreover, what benevolence could one expect from a capitalist? This so-called bright moon pick was likely nothing more than a flashy fade. He and Xian were successfully dissuaded by the exorbitant price, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual financial strain. With a shared sigh, everything remained unspoken between them. They walked until reaching the fork at 3 mine entrances, where Qin Shu finally paused to inquire, Xian, which path will you take? Any path is fine. I'll follow you, came the reply. Being outside, with their modest cultivation levels, they understood the necessity of sticking together. Qin Shu nodded, finding this agreeable. Having learned the duo technique, she had developed an instinct for discerning profit from peril, feeling a slight trepidation towards the left and central mine entrances. Thus, applying the process of elimination, she decisively chose the rightmost mine, which exuded the least spiritual energy. Not long after setting forth, they began to notice the glimmer of spirit stones, with many already halted to commence their excavation. Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Shu, these are indeed spirit stones. We're going to strike it rich. With a small pickaxe in hand, she dashed forward, but after laboriously chipping away for some time, she failed to extract even a single stone. Xian furrowed her brow, perplexed by the difficulty of the task. Qin Shu chuckled. If they were easy to mine, why would they promise us more than 10 stones? She continued, if I'm not mistaken, as cultivators at the first level of Qi training, we might only manage to unearth 10 stones at most each day. Xian's expression shifted to one of realization. So, we would essentially be working for free for them? Qin Shu shrugged. Who is to say otherwise? However, we can strategically use these spirit stones to replenish our energy, potentially allowing us to extract an extra stone or 2 each day. Xinyan also thought that after digging for half a month, she could accumulate 20 to 30 spirit stones, which would far exceed her monthly allowance. She infused her meager spiritual energy into the small pickaxe and, after striking forcefully more than a dozen times, finally unearthed a stone. Initially, she was elated, but upon sensing the spiritual energy in her dantian, her expression swiftly soured. It was indeed too taxing on her energy. Qin Shu smiled lightly and said, let us move deeper. It will get crowded here soon. As they ventured further in, the surroundings grew increasingly dark and desolate, illuminated only by the faint glow of the spirit stones. Qin Shu halted and declared, this shall suffice. Any deeper would be excessive. No sooner had she spoken than Xinyan raised her pickaxe and began to dig. With a resigned smile, Qin Shu decided to give it a try as well. Initially, she enveloped the entire head of the pickaxe with her spiritual energy, but soon realized that was a waste. It sufficed to concentrate her energy at the single point in contact with the spirit stone. Xinyan managed to extract 3 low-grade spirit stones, nearly exhausting her energy, compelling her to sit in meditation to recover. Glancing over at Qin Shu, she was astonished to see her friend had already amassed 10 spirit stones, appearing utterly unfazed. Was this the advantage of higher cultivation? Xinyan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. However, as she meditated to restore her energy, she suddenly opened the door to a new world. Qin Shu, there are spirit stones everywhere. I want to cultivate here. Chapter 48. The moving treasure basin. The cultivators at the first level of Qi refinement must contribute at least 10 inferior spirit stones daily to exit the mine. For those at the second level, the requirement doubles to 20 stones, and so forth. Due to their youth, Qin Shu and Xian had not yet undergone a cultivation assessment, and the stern-faced uncle simply recorded them as first-level cultivators. This was quite advantageous for Qin Shu, who was actually at the third level of Qi refinement. However, with the abundance of mineral veins owned by the Zhong family, they likely did not concern themselves with such trivial matters. The spirit stones saved would be allocated to Xian, allowing her to cultivate diligently. Xian had already brushed against the threshold of the second level of Qi refinement. If she could break through here, it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Qin Shu glanced at He Xian, who was engrossed in her meditation, and stepped back a bit to avoid disturbing her with the sounds of mining. She placed her hand against the stone wall and, channeling her spiritual energy, sensed the surroundings of the cavern. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within her, and her gaze was drawn to a nearby section of the wall. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense, suggesting the presence of high-grade spirit stones. If she could unearth a superior spirit stone, it would be a remarkable windfall. Filled with excitement, Qin Shu rubbed her hands together, identified the optimal spot, and began to excavate with a small iron pickaxe. The hard rock, under the influence of her spiritual energy, yielded to the pick with astonishing ease, akin to cutting through tofu. With only a few strikes, she managed to dislodge a considerable chunk. After approximately 7 or 8 more hits, the tip of her pick struck something of considerable hardness. Based on her prior experiences with spirit stones, it seemed her intuition had not failed her. There truly were spirit stones beneath the surface. Moreover, considering the richness of the spiritual energy, it was estimated that it would at least be a medium-grade spirit stone. With this thought, Qin Shu suddenly felt invigorated. As she cleared away the rubble surrounding the spirit stone, its true form emerged before her eyes. The spirit stone, roughly the size of her fist, radiated an exceptionally pure luster, even more pristine than the superior spirit stones she had previously encountered at the Rainbow Pavilion. Qin Shu's heart raced uncontrollably. It must be an extraordinary spirit stone. Such a sizable stone could likely be cut into 6 or 7 pieces of a more manageable size. With a flick of her wrist, she placed the stone into her jade pendant. Subsequently, Qin Shu worked even harder in her excavation. However, she could not unearth any more high-quality spirit stones, only 3 medium-grade spirit stones and around 20 inferior-grade spirit stones. Once her spiritual energy was depleted, she consumed a replenishing spirit pill, as inferior-grade spirit pills were of little value at their alchemy sect. While she was engrossed in her labor, He Xian also ceased her efforts and began to excavate with her small pickaxe. Hearing the movement, Qin Shu turned to glance at her and asked why she had stopped practicing. He Xian continued her work without pausing, flashed a smile, and replied, "If I break through, I would have to surrender 20 inferior spirit stones daily. It's not worth it." Unable to suppress her laughter, Qin Shu remarked on He Xian's meticulous approach, commending her as her sister. He Xian resolved to excavate for another 10 days before calculating her gains and then breaking through. However, just as she had successfully unearthed a medium-grade spirit stone and was about to boast about her find, a shadow suddenly emerged, snatched her spirit stone, and swallowed it whole. He Xian was startled, letting out a shriek. Immediately, a series of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Qin Shu paused in her actions and looked up to see 3 individuals approaching them. The foremost was a young man, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. Upon noticing the 2 young girls, he exhibited a hint of disdain. "Little girl, have you seen a frostfire rat?" No sooner had he finished speaking than He Xian exploded in indignation. "What rat? I know nothing of such creatures. That thing is nearly the size of a spirit hound." The trio exchanged glances before inquiring, "Do you know which direction it went?" The labyrinthine nature of the mine made searching quite arduous. He Xian, still somewhat shaken, patted her chest and pointed ahead. "It stole my spirit stone and fled that way." The 3 men clasped their fists in gratitude and hurried off in pursuit. As He Xian watched their figures vanish into the depths of the corridor, she turned back to find Qin Shu engrossed in a communication jade slip. The frostfire rat is a second-tier demon beast, exceedingly finicky, only consuming spirit stones of medium grade or higher. It possesses a pouch in its abdomen, allowing it to store food. Upon hearing this, He Xian's trepidation dissipated, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Isn't that akin to a moving treasure trove?" Qin Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words, yet added, "However, we cannot catch it, nor can we overpower it, so let us not dwell on it." Resigned, He Xian sighed and resumed her digging with a small pickaxe. Yet, after only striking the rock twice, she heard a disturbance emanating from the nearby stone wall. Just then, a loose stone tumbled from the cliff, and a shadowy head emerged from the opening, its eyes glowing a menacing red. Xian instinctively took a step back. "Qin Shu, there is a monstrous beast." Qin Shu also recognized the creature, its aura reminiscent of the previous one, suggesting that even such a minor entity knew to target the vulnerable. The beast revealed its sharp incisors, swiftly fixing its gaze upon Qin Shu. An unprecedented sense of peril surged within her, prompting her to draw the white jade sword from her back, channeling her spiritual energy into a defensive stance. In the next instant, the frostfire rat lunged towards her without warning, its speed astonishing, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Qin Shu pressed against the cave wall, raising her hand to parry its assault. The rat's intent was clear. It aimed for the jade pendant hanging around her neck, and its movements grew increasingly frenzied, causing Qin Shu to struggle under the pressure. Simultaneously, she discerned that the rat must have caught a whiff of the exquisite spirit stones lingering above. After several failed attempts to attack, the creature seemed to grow enraged. It abruptly halted, for bristling, and in the next moment, a fiery blade shot towards Qin Shu. She leapt aside to evade, yet the rat seized the opportunity to lunge at her once more. Instinctively, Qin Shu raised her sword to block, but the rat's bite landed squarely on the midsection of her blade, followed by a sharp crack. Her heart sank as she quickly looked down, only to witness the shocking sight of her white jade sword snapping cleanly in two. Qin Shu was utterly bewildered. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. After all, it was 8 spirit stones. How could it possibly falter at such a critical moment? However, the subsequent developments surpassed her wildest expectations. She watched in astonishment as her sword split into two, transforming into a translucent purple jade blade. She raised her hand to catch it, finding the sword in her left hand somewhat unfamiliar. If only this blade were a tad longer, every inch adds strength, and it could assist in parrying. Just as this thought flickered through her mind, she noticed that the precious sword had indeed lengthened by 3 inches. Qin Shu beamed. Splendid. Meanwhile, Xian, who was observing the fierce skirmish between Qin Shu and the frostfire skin mouse, was utterly dumbfounded. Their movements were so swift that she could hardly discern them. Even if she wished to assist, she found herself at a loss for how to intervene. When Qin Shu had previously mentioned her intent to practice swordplay, Xian had thought it a jest. Now, however, it was clear that honing her sword skills was indeed prudent. Otherwise, as 2 alchemists facing a second-tier beast, wouldn't they have met their demise on the spot? Chapter 49. The earth trembles. Qin Shu wielded her sword, appearing capable of contending with a frostfire rat. Yet deep within, she recognized the futility of breaching the creature's defenses. She understood that once her spiritual energy was depleted, both she and Hexin would be in grave peril. The frostfire rat seemed to sense the challenge posed by Qin Shu, halting a yard away, its beady eyes darting about, exuding an eerie aura within the darkness of the cavern. Qin Shu remained on high alert. The second-tier beast had already attained a degree of sentience, and this creature was particularly renowned for its cunning among its kind. The rat emitted a series of sharp squeaks, its front paws scratching the ground, igniting sparks in the dim light. Observing this, Qin Shu wished fervently for a heightened awareness, her vigilance reaching its zenith. A scratch from those claws could result in grievous injury. However, as they faced each other, the rat unexpectedly began to retreat cautiously. Hexin, witnessing this, felt a modicum of relief. It appeared the beast intended to flee. Yet, in the next instant, the creature lunged forward with astonishing swiftness. Its speed was so formidable that Hexin barely had time to react before the beast's crimson eyes were mere inches from her. At the moment the rat sprang into action, Qin Shu hurled her amethyst sword with precision. Hexin watched as the sword embedded itself in the earth before her, prompting the rat to leap aside in a desperate attempt to evade the impending strike. Xian instinctively began to fight back in a bid for self-preservation, conjuring the only offensive technique she had mastered, the fireball spell, which she hurled towards the demon rat. However, the speed of the frostfire rat was astonishingly swift. Not only was it uncertain whether she could hit her target, but even if she did, the creature's inherent resistance to fire, being a second-tier beast, might render her attack ineffective against its hide. Yet, despite her strike missing its mark, she momentarily succeeded in hampering the frostfire rat's advance. In that fleeting moment, Qin Shu completed her seal, her hands thrusting forward in an unprecedented application of this technique. The golden sigil descended gracefully, yet it reverberated through the entire cavern. The frostfire rat was abruptly embedded into the stone wall, its tiny legs flailing in a futile struggle before falling limp, the crimson in its eyes extinguished. Xian paused, her breath catching, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Qin Shu. What kind of technique was this? With a single move, she had slain the demon rat? A second-tier demon beast was at least on par with a human cultivator at the fifth stage of chi refinement. The three cultivators from earlier had only dared to confront it together. Only Qin Shu was aware that she had expended nearly all her energy. This technique was indeed not to be wielded lightly. She felt utterly drained, and now, even a mere child could likely topple her with a single finger. Hastily, she consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, and upon confirming the demon rat's stillness, she approached to pry it from the stone wall, stowing it within her storage jade pendant. "Let us depart from this place. The commotion we just caused is bound to attract others," she remarked, turning to He Xian. He Xian hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I do not desire it. You are the one who vanquished the demon rat. I contributed nothing." Qin Shu, wielding a dark iron pickaxe, was chipping away at the marks on the wall when she overheard He Xian's words. She grasped He Xian's hand and urged, "We must leave at once. Others are surely on their way." Not long after their departure, indeed, the three individuals pursued them once more. They produced a lantern, illuminating the dark stone walls, and ultimately discovered a trace of residual blood beneath the markings that Qin Shu had deliberately destroyed. The leader crouched down, dipped his finger into the blood, and, after a brief examination, brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff before rising and declaring, "It appears someone has gained the upper hand." The swift frostfire rat was known for its speed and burrowing abilities. Within the intricacies of the mine's terrain, they had repeatedly lost track of it. One of his companions remarked, "According to the Zhao family stipulations, only those below the fourth level of qi refining are permitted to mine here. Yet that frostfire rat is a second-tier demon beast. How could it possibly have been so swiftly defeated?" Wei Wufeng cast a languid glance at him and replied, "Do you truly believe that the recent disturbance could have been created by someone below the fourth level of qi refining?" His companion fell into contemplation at this, pondering the possibility of someone concealing their true cultivation level. Wei Wufeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, nodded slightly, affirming the notion. "And what of the two young girls?" his companion inquired. Wei Wufeng scoffed, likely having fled upon sensing the unfavorable situation. What could two young girls, barely 11 or 12 years of age, possibly accomplish? If they were truly the chosen ones hailing from esteemed families, would they even deign to covet such meager spirit stones? Qin Shu, accompanied by He Xian, attuned themselves to the direction of the wind and hastened towards the exit. They had scarcely traversed half the distance when the ground beneath them began to tremble, and stones began to cascade from above the cave. Realizing the dire predicament, Qin Shu swiftly donned her rapid footwear, hoisted He Xian onto her back, and dashed towards the outside. Numerous others were also sprinting alongside them. And as they barely escaped the cave's entrance, an eerie roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. Almost immediately, two of the three tunnels collapsed, specifically those that Qin Shu had previously avoided. He Xian tightened her grip on Qin Shu's hand, her voice trembling with trepidation as she whispered, "How could digging two spirit stones nearly lead to being buried alive? The Zhong family is truly unreliable. They haven't even cleared out the beasts before sending us in." At that moment, Qin Shu's mind was remarkably clear. It was imperative to vacate the premises swiftly, as this was beyond the realm of their capability. She urged He Xian to submit the spirit stones before making their exit. The woman guarding the barrier warmly attempted to retain them, but Qin Shu politely declined and led He Xian away from the area. Inside the barrier, gasps of astonishment reverberated, and Qin Shu retrieved the small turtle bestowed by her master, transforming it into a palm-sized creature before leaping onto its back. As Hsien observed her movements, her curiosity about the hidden treasures she possessed intensified. Suddenly, she saw Qin Shu turn around and beckon Hsien come up. Hsien, taken aback, pondered, "Up? How exactly? That little turtle can only support 1 foot. Am I to stand on its back?" She was at a loss for where to position herself, her expression a delightful mix of confusion and intrigue. Qin Shu promptly patted her back, urging, "Come on. I'll carry you." Hsien eyed her petite frame with hesitation, but Qin Shu, sensing her reluctance, pressed on, "Hurry. If you don't come now, it will be too late." With a determined bite of her lip, Hsien steeled herself, lifted her skirt, took a couple of quick steps, and leapt onto Qin Shu's back. The moment she ascended, Qin Shu grasped her arms to steady her and propelled the little turtle into a swift escape. Given that Hsien was 2 years older and half a head taller than Qin Shu, her position on Qin Shu's back was decidedly awkward, with her feet dangling in the air. Nonetheless, Qinshi had little time for concern. Her focus was consumed by the rapid activation of her escape techniques, a profound sense of urgency coursing from her toes to the crown of her head, with a singular thought resonating in her mind. Escape. Chapter 50. The beast tide approaches, carrying He Xian on her back. Qin pushed her cultivation technique to its utmost limit, the turtle beneath them soaring swiftly through the air, leaving behind a refreshing trail of emerald light. With reckless abandon, she stuffed countless spiritual elixirs into her mouth as they fled, having just barely escaped 10 miles when an eerie roar suddenly shattered the tranquility of the sky. The force of the sound wave nearly dislodged Qin from the turtle's shell, causing sharp pain to stab through her ears. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such discomfort. After traveling another 20 miles, her body could endure no more, and she unsteadily guided the turtle to descend. As they approached the ground, still 2 zhang above, the last remnants of her spiritual energy were completely drained, and both she and He Xian plummeted from the sky along with the turtle. He Xian, with her lower cultivation level and clinging to Qin, suffered greatly from the sonic assault. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment of weightlessness, she summoned her remaining strength, wrapping her arms around Qin and twisting her body to cushion their fall with her meager spiritual energy. With a sharp gasp, He Xian inhaled cold air, rolling over to rub her tailbone. Qin, are you alright? She inquired. However, the figure sprawled atop her remained unresponsive, motionless and silent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, He Xian disregarded the buzzing in her head, hastily propping herself up with one hand to gaze at Qin in her embrace. There lay Qin, utterly still, her hair tie inexplicably severed, inky strands cascading around them like a dark veil. With a sudden pang of anxiety, He Xian quickly scrambled to her feet, turning Qin over and cradling her in her arms. Her trembling fingers approached Qin nose, and upon detecting a faint breath, He Xian's shoulders finally relaxed. Lacking any healing elixirs, she could only feed Qin 2 replenishing pills. The severity of Qin condition was alarming. Her dantian was nearly depleted. Yet the inner elixir continued to emit a slow stream of golden-green spiritual energy. The snake's spiritual power inherently bore toxicity. Previously, Qin dantian meridians had their own spiritual energy to counter this poison, but now they faced it unflinchingly. Only after He Xian administered the 2 replenishing pills did a faint trace of spiritual energy begin to surge within Qin dantian. As she gradually opened her eyes, she was met with He Xian's anxious expression. Qin, how are you? Do you need more replenishing pills? I have some left. Qin shook her head, retrieving a porcelain vial from her jade pendant, from which she took out a 5 elements blood condensation pill and consumed it. This 3rd-grade elixir quickly enveloped her in a soothing, cool sensation that spread through her dantian and along her meridians. The dull ache in her body dissipated, and she rose to offer He Xian another pill. The thought that this elixir had cost her 36 mid-grade spiritual stones made He Xian adamantly refuse to accept it.
No.
No. It's unnecessary. I'm perfectly fine. Just a little ear discomfort, nothing serious. However, as Qin spoke, she unceremoniously pressed the pill into He Xian's mouth. He Xian covered her lips in disbelief as she gazed at Qin. In response, Qin calmly capped the bottle and remarked, "Let us consider this a treat from the Rainbow Pavilion. What is there to lament about a buy one get one free offer? Let us indulge ourselves first to avoid any lingering repercussions." It appeared that a high-level demon beast was roaming near the mine, and the roar had inflicted varying degrees of injury upon their eardrums and internal organs. Qin, having traversed from a later era, harbored deeply ingrained notions influenced by her time, such as the irreversible nature of bodily harm. For instance, damage to the eardrum could lead to lasting hearing impairment. After consuming a 3rd-grade elixir, He Xian felt the pain in her torn muscles and expanded meridians gradually mending under the potion's potency, a sensation so delightful it nearly coaxed a moan from her lips. She stood and stretched languidly before turning to Qin, smiling as she exclaimed, "It truly lives up to its reputation as a 3rd-grade elixir. It feels wonderful." However, Qin settled into a cross-legged position and instructed, "Keep watch around us while I meditate and recuperate." Although her internal injuries had improved, the venom from the great serpent remained unpurged, and her dantian was still shrouded in a golden-green mist. She consumed a supreme spirit-replenishing pill, absorbing its spiritual essence while enveloping her dantian and meridians anew, gradually devouring the golden-green energy. He Xian, seated beside her in meditation to restore her own spiritual energy, refrained from entering a deep trance, for in this desolate wilderness, a sudden encounter with a demon beast could spell disaster. As the sky grew darker and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, the occasional sight of sword-flying cultivators darting towards the Zhong family's mine pierced the stillness. He Xian observed the serene visage of Qin Shu, her eyes tightly shut, and unease gnawed at her heart. For the first time, she felt a profound disdain for herself. Her cultivation was woefully inadequate, rendering her unable to assist her sister and merely a burden instead. Biting her lip, she mustered her resolve, vowing to train diligently upon returning to the sect. Even if she could not catch up with her companions, she aspired to ensure she would not hold them back in the future. When the moon rose, Qin Shu's innate constitution began to reveal its potency, gradually gaining the upper hand in the contest against the inner elixir. As she refined the gold-green toxic mist within her meridians, she finally opened her eyes when her body was once again suffused with violet spiritual energy. The cacophony of beastly cries echoed through the forest, causing He Xian to pale in fear, curling up with her legs hugged against her chest beside Qin Shu, trembling uncontrollably.
Yet,
She could not shake off her concern for Qin Shu's condition. Upon noticing Qin Shu stir, she quickly crawled over, tugging at her sleeve. "Sure, you're finally awake. Are you feeling better? We must leave this place quickly. There are countless demonic beasts in the mountains, far too many." Qin Shu's Dui cultivation technique had begun to operate autonomously, but in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. This time, she did not retrieve the little turtle. Instead, she produced the green leaves given to her by Wen Qi earlier, pressing 5 mid-grade spirit stones onto them. "Hurry," Qin Shu urged, taking the lead as she sat down and invoked a spell. Without a moment's hesitation, He Xian followed suit and leaped onto the platform behind her. As the flying apparatus soared ever farther, He Xian furrowed her brow and pouted in exasperation, lamenting, how could a simple mining endeavor lead to such unforeseen troubles? One can only wonder what secrets lie beneath that mine. Countless cultivators hastened towards the site during the day, uncertain if they could capture whatever lurked there. Qin Shu listened quietly to her musings and, after a moment, replied, "I believe they will. This area falls under the jurisdiction of our Xiantian sect, and the sect will undoubtedly dispatch personnel." Upon hearing this, He Xian felt a sense of reassurance. With so many elders in the sect, it seemed unlikely that anything would go awry. However, just as her words faded, Qin Shu suddenly interjected, "The beast tide is approaching." Chapter 51. Thankfully, we ran fast just as He Xian managed to relax. Her heart was once again set aflutter by a single phrase. She stared wide-eyed at Qin Shu, exclaiming, "A beast tide?" Qin Shu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there are numerous demonic beasts in the mountains we were just in. Their presence is unmistakable. Had we delayed our departure any longer, those beasts would have descended upon us." He Xian gasped in trepidation, her heart racing as she patted her chest. "Thank goodness we fled quickly. Otherwise, with our slight physiques, we would undoubtedly have been devoured to the last morsel." After uttering those words, a sudden thought struck her. She whirled around to face Qin Shu again, inquiring, "Qin Shu, do you believe the number of reinforcements sent by our sect is sufficient? What if they encounter the beast tide? Wouldn't they be caught in a perilous ambush?" Qin Shu found herself at a loss, hastily retrieving a jade slip to send a message to her master, only to remember that she lacked her master's spiritual resonance. Reluctantly, she decided to reach out to her second senior brother instead. "Second senior brother, it seems there is a beast tide near the mines of the Zhong family. Are the reinforcements from our sect adequate?" However, there was no response from Wen Qi, leaving Qin Shu anxious, wishing fervently that her green leaves could traverse vast distances in an instant. The situation was grave. Despite the lingering fear she harbored for her elder brother, she resolved to send him a message as well. Yet, to her surprise, her message to her elder brother also vanished into silence. How peculiar. Could it be that both her elder and second senior brothers were simultaneously in seclusion? The elder brother as well, but hasn't the second brother just emerged from seclusion? Is he retreating again? Are they intent on exhausting one another? Qin Shu, without the luxury of contemplation, hurriedly sent a message to her junior sister, Qiyu, wondering if she too had gone into seclusion. Fortunately, Qiyu did not disappoint her. It was not long before a reply arrived, stating that 4 golden core cultivators and 15 foundation establishment cultivators had been dispatched. Moreover, Both the elder and second brothers were among them, with 2 from our Dan sect and 2 from the neighboring Sword Peak. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, realizing why there had been no response from the 2 of them. However, her brows soon furrowed in concern as she quickly replied, "Junior sister, urgently seek master. Request reinforcements. The situation here is dire. The beast is formidable, and it seems there's a beast tide occurring nearby. I fear our brothers may be caught in a pincer attack and fall into peril. How do you know this, junior sister? Are you perhaps there as well?" Chi Yu's tone rose, her voice edged with anxiety. "I just escaped from that place, sister. There's no time to waste. Hurry and send word," Qin Shu urged. Relieved that she was unharmed, Chi Yu instructed her to return to the sect swiftly before turning to fly towards their master's mountain for an audience. Meanwhile, Wen Qi and Cheng Yan had already arrived at the Zhong family mine, located within the Huangshi Valley. Armed with a formation plate, they immediately sealed the area. The beast, resembling both a leopard and a dog, relentlessly assaulted the formation. With each impact, the golden barrier trembled. First, organize the retreat of the lower-tier cultivators. The grand formation is unlikely to hold for long. We must act swiftly. As Cheng Yan issued commands, he infused his spiritual energy into the array. The Zhong family promptly responded, organizing the lower-tier cultivators who had survived the beast's onslaught to escape the area as quickly as possible. When Qi glanced at the departing low-level cultivators and inquired if any disciples from the Zuantian Gate had come to mine. After a moment of contemplation, the Zhong family's steward replied, "It seems there were indeed a couple of young girls in their early teens who arrived." Upon hearing that the girls were merely in their adolescence, both Wen Qi and Cheng Yan felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and simultaneously asked, "What are their names?" I believe they are called Zhang San and Li Si," the steward cautiously answered after some thought. "Wen Qi, Cheng Yan." Though the names did not match, an inexplicable intuition stirred within both of them. It must be her. Where is she? Is she still alive? When Qi's expression darkened, as if he could glean moisture from it, Cheng Yan remained silent, yet his demeanor was hardly more favorable. The steward pondered whether those 2 young girls had somehow incurred the wrath of these 2 with their spiritual stones. Why else would they be so agitated? "I do not know, but previously, someone reported seeing them surrender their spiritual stones to the creature before it arrived," the steward hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi and Cheng Yan's expressions softened slightly. "It is for the best if she remains unharmed. Otherwise, not only will this beast perish, but your Zhong family shall accompany her in demise." The expression on Wen Qi's face was as calm as water, yet his words struck like a thunderclap, causing Cheng Yan to involuntarily glance over. The steward of the Zhong family wore a bitter countenance. Acquiring a spiritual vein should have been a fortuitous endeavor. Yet how had circumstances spiraled into this predicament? Hadn't the master consulted the Tianji Pavilion, who proclaimed this place a land of opportunity? Instead, it appeared to be a harbinger of calamity. In the square where the communication jade slips circulated, countless individuals were refreshing their messages, some seeking their missing kin, while others inquired about potential opportunities to seize. The most frequently circulated message was a piece of gossip. Did the Tianji Pavilion falter? The Zhong family initially consulted Elder Li of the Tianji Pavilion, who divined that the spiritual vein of the Huangshi Valley was indeed a land of fortune, prompting their high-priced acquisition. Who could have anticipated not only the loss of numerous lives, but also the collapse of the mine? Li? Qin Shu silently blacklisted this individual in her mind, resolving never to seek his counsel at the Tianji Pavilion should she require divination in the future. With the intention of not wronging an innocent, she reached out to her friend, Sui Han from the Tianji Pavilion, to inquire further. "Master Xianshi, I have heard that your elder Li, has deceived the Zhong family. Is there any truth to this?" After posing the question, she felt the flavor of sensationalism in her inquiry was perhaps too pronounced, so she hastily added, "If it is false, please clarify swiftly. Rumors can be deadly." However, she soon received a message confirming the unfortunate truth. Qin Shu had sent a message, while the other party responded with a voice note. She could hear the cool timbre of his voice, as crystalline and soothing as the sound of water droplets cascading over stones. Possessing such a duality of character, he was indeed an enigma, making it all the more difficult for Qin Shu to dissociate him from the image of a slovenly online persona. Could he possibly be a crossdresser? Clearing her throat, she pulled her thoughts back and grappled with how to respond. Only to see another text from him. "The fairy has experienced this encounter without peril. If there are no further matters, It would be wise to refrain from leaving the sect for the time being. Staring at the words, Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing in astonishment. She had disclosed no information to him, yet he seemed to know that she had just escaped danger. How curious. Had the Zhong family sought this particular celestial master from the Tiangong pavilion, they might have avoided the ensuing complications. Chapter 52. I fear you cannot breach its defense. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shu picked up the jade slip and began to scribble, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia for the various input methods of the future. Master, I perceive that your predictions are rather accurate. Might you assist me in discerning whether my two senior brothers are in peril? Although Qi Yu had already sought assistance from their master, she still harbored some concerns. The strength of that demon beast remained a mystery to her. When she previously perused the original text, it primarily conveyed the perspective of the female protagonist 8 years hence. Thus, despite having traversed into this narrative, Qin Shu found herself rather isolated. She yearned for the supernatural ability of foresight, yet given the current circumstances, she could only act recklessly. Sui Han, observing the clumsy characters inscribed on the jade slip, frowned and retorted, "My services come at a steep price." As soon as his voice resonated, Qin Shu instinctively covered the jade slip with her hand, her ears tinged with warmth. Divorced from context, his tone, coupled with that statement, certainly bore a hint of predatory implications. Beside her, He Xian leaned in, inquisitive. "Qin Shu, with whom are you conversing?" The word netizen nearly escaped her lips, but she swiftly suppressed it and composed herself, replying candidly, "A fortune-teller." She almost forgot that she was no longer that 18-year-old maiden, and such fanciful thoughts were unseemly. A fortune-teller? From the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? He Xian's interest piqued. Qin Shu nodded affirmatively, yes.
And?
Is he accurate? You must have him read my fortune as well. Ask if I can break through to the golden core stage. Qin Shu shrugged. He mentioned that his fees are quite exorbitant. He Ting silently caressed her flat little pouch, resigned to the thought that perhaps she was unworthy. Qin Shu chuckled, urging, "Do not be hasty. Allow me to cultivate a closer rapport with him." She inscribed another line and sent it to Sui Han, stating, "My alchemy practice is also quite costly. Do you truly intend to measure the bond of friendship with a future alchemist by mere spirit stones?" As soon as she dispatched the message, regret washed over her. If he could deduce her perilous situation, what secrets could he not unveil about her? Did he not realize that she, as an alchemist, was utterly inept at the craft? Yet, as these thoughts swirled, confusion settled in. If he possessed such remarkable insight, why had he so easily divulged the whereabouts of the sunsetting ice? Was it merely a fortunate guess? While Qin Shu was lost in her turbulent musings, Sui Han had already received her message. The pallor of his lips curled into a faint smile as he shook his head, unabashed. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Your senior brother is fine. There is no need for undue concern." Whether true or false, his words served as a balm for Qin Shu's anxious heart. She exhaled in relief and tentatively inquired, "Then, could you assist me in discerning my friend's fortune?" Sui Han, I have heard tales of overstepping bounds, but now I truly comprehend. The friendship of a future alchemist does not appeal to me. Qin Shu, is this truly a game I cannot afford to play? If you refuse to assist, so be it. Yet, there is no need for threats. This bond of friendship must be secured. Qin Shu turned to He Xian, exhaling a sigh, lamenting her failed attempt at camaraderie. "My dear sister, once I have amassed wealth, we shall seek out a master to divine your fate from head to toe." He Xian burst into laughter, dismissing it as mere jest. "If it's not meant to be, then so be it. Besides, there's no need for divination. I am destined to achieve the golden core." As her excitement peaked, she rose with a flourish, exuding an air of confidence. Her exuberant movements caused the green leaves to sway vigorously in the air. Qin Shu quickly grasped her arm, urging, "I believe in you. Not only the golden core, but with hard work and a touch of fortune, ascension is indeed possible. But, can we perhaps sit down and converse?" He Xian, startled by her own fervor, quickly settled down beside Qin Shu. "How long until we can return? I hardly paid attention during our journey on the flying vessel. You're impressive for remembering the way." Qin Shu lifted her gaze, feigning innocence. "In truth, I do not recall either." He Xian was taken aback. "What? Then, where are we headed now?" Qin Shu cleared her throat, admitting, "I'm not sure. At that moment, I was too preoccupied with escaping to think clearly. It's a case of panic leading to erratic choices." He Xian pursed her lips, suddenly feeling that her once utterly reliable friend was not as dependable as she had thought. Observing the myriad of emotions on He Xian's face, Qin Shu feigned calmness and lightly coughed. Fear not. When we reach the city, we shall inquire, and surely someone will have the answers we seek. Her words served as a reminder to He Xian. Indeed, our sect has establishments in every city. When the time comes, the senior brothers will surely escort us back. The two soared for approximately an hour, and the mid-grade spirit stones on the green leaves had already been replaced. At that moment, a colossal city finally emerged before their eyes. Compared to the city, Qijin City seemed merely a small marketplace. Qin Shu descended from the sky, retrieving the corpse of the frostfire rat she had slain, along with her unified white jade sword, gesturing towards the creature's belly. He Xian, upon witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Do you intend to do it yourself? Qin Shu, surprised by the question, wondered if taking action herself violated the laws of the cultivation world. He Xian quickly shook her head, her brow furrowed with concern. No, that is not it. It's just that this is a corpse. Realizing the misunderstanding, Qin Shu understood that He Xian had yet to acclimate to this merciless world. She lifted her gaze to He Xian and solemnly said, He Xian, you must comprehend that we are currently in a survival of the fittest cultivation world, where danger lurks at every corner. Whether it be demonic beasts, ghosts, or humans, if you cannot take action, you will merely be prey. The hides, inner cores, and even bones of these beasts are valuable resources. Must you always rely on others to handle them for you? Though she was young, with a youthful visage, she now adopted a serious demeanor reminiscent of an adult, which was indeed somewhat intimidating. He Xian indeed absorbed the advice, contemplating the matter with great care. This time, they were confronted by a beast. She could act decisively. However, what if they were to face a member of the human race? Would she still possess the resolve to act? Qin Shu's words acted as a clarion call for He Xian, prompting her to regard this issue with newfound seriousness. Qin Shu had already inquired through the communication jade slip, discovering that the fur of the flying frostflame rat was an exceptional material for crafting boots, enhancing speed. In order to fetch a good price, she needed to devise a method to meticulously strip the fur. Just as she was about to take action, He Xian, who stood beside her, suddenly suggested, Qin Shu, why not allow me to do it? Qin Shu's hand, which held the sword, hesitated momentarily. After some reflection, she ultimately shook her head. Observing her reaction, He Xian became anxious, exclaiming, with you by my side today, let me at least practice my courage. Qin Shu's expression betrayed her dilemma as she sighed. It was not that she was unwilling to let He Xian gain experience, but rather, she feared that He Xian might not be able to breach its defenses. Chapter 53. The vigilance of the heart. He Xian fell into a profound silence. For Qin Shu's words left her utterly speechless. The second-tier demon beasts possess tough hides and thick flesh, lacking both a spirit weapon and sufficient spiritual energy. She realized she could not breach its defenses. Even though the demon rat lay lifeless, its defenses remained impenetrable to her. He Xian sat down on the grass, propping herself on her hands as she gazed skyward, lamenting, I truly feel so useless. However, Qin Shu replied with earnestness, that is not the case. Your presence alleviates my fears. Do not despair. Once I have dispatched this demon rat, we shall divide the spiritual stones it concealed. Qin Shu infused her white jade sword with spiritual energy and executed a precise strike at the spot she had initially identified. Having assisted the headmaster's mother in slaughtering chickens before, she found this level of bloodshed within her tolerable limits. She skillfully stripped the fur and flesh from the frostfire skin rat, aware that its bones were also a form of medicinal material. Soon they would venture into the city, where she hoped to sell the remnants. Upon opening the bulging pouch of the frostfire skin rat, she discovered it brimming with spiritual stones. In total, there were over 80 superior-grade stones, around 300 medium-grade stones, and 11 premium-grade stones. Additionally, she found 2 yellow crystals, the nature of which both Qin Shu and He Xian were unfamiliar with. Qin Shu promptly divided the spiritual stones equally, offering half to He Xian. Yet, He Xian adamantly refused, insisting, I cannot accept this. You single-handedly vanquished the demon rat. How can I claim such a bounty? If I were to accept it, it would surely tarnish my moral integrity. With unwavering resolve, she spoke. After much contemplation, Qin Shu replied, You have indeed drawn its attention and provided me with protection. You have not been idle. Among these spirit stones, a portion rightfully belongs to you. If you feel any pangs of conscience regarding this small contribution, simply gift me the two smallest ones. Following a spirited negotiation between the two, Qin Shu ultimately counted out 10 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them to He Xian. Elated, He Xian exclaimed, "This will last me quite a while." Qin Shu casually performed a cleansing spell, erasing all traces of blood and dirt from their bodies and surroundings before readying her high ponytail. "Let us proceed into the city," she declared. After approximately 3/4 of an hour, they arrived at the city gates. Large cities are surrounded by flight-restraining formations, necessitating that all travelers dismount and walk inside. Tai Lai City. Qin Shu glanced upwards. Beside her, He Xian's excitement bubbled over. I know. Tai Lai City, one of the 5 major cities of the Eastern continent. When it came to matters of gossip, He Xian certainly outshone Qin Shu. Though they had been in the cultivation realm for half a year, Qin Shu was still unclear about the number of continents in this realm. In which direction is Tai Lai City relative to our Xiantian sect? Qin Shu inquired. To the west. He Xian replied enthusiastically. Now that we have established our bearings, if we head east, we shall return home. Entering Tai Lai City requires 5 low-grade spirit stones, which will save us some money. Qin Shu shook her head and remarked, "My friend, have you forgotten about the beast tide?" He Xian's smile abruptly faded as she grasped Qin Shu's hand and began to stride towards Tai Lai City, murmuring, "In the grand scheme of heaven and earth, life is paramount. One must not have a life to earn yet lack the means to enjoy it." As they proceeded, Qin Shu and her companion first ventured to the merchant guild to sell the fur of the frostfire rat, and then visited various shops to peddle the inner dan and bones. The rat meat garnered no interest, and Qin Shu contemplated hosting a small barbecue upon their return to the sect at her mountain peak. He Xian, perplexed by Qin Shu's insistence on this arduous journey, questioned the necessity of such exertions. Qin Shu patted her shoulder and, feigning maturity, replied, "My dear, one must always be vigilant against potential threats." He Xian's smile faltered, and with a slight grimace, she remarked, "Though you appear youthful, your cunning surpasses that of many." Qin Shu chuckled, aware of her own insecurities and heightened sense of caution. In this unfamiliar territory, her approach would indeed mitigate a plethora of unnecessary troubles. After a series of challenges, they finally located the residence of the Xiantian sect within Tai Lai City. Gazing at the grand sign displaying the words Xiantian Sect Office, both Qin Shu and He Xian were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes as if they had encountered long-lost kin. The senior brother at the office received them warmly and was about to escort them back to the sect when suddenly, the city's protective formation flared to life. A deep voice resonated throughout the city, proclaiming, "The beast tide is upon us. All cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, please ascend the city walls for defense. After the event, the city lord will surely reward according to merit." Qin Shu and He Xian exchanged glances, and simultaneously turned their attention to their senior brother at the office. "Shuha, how could there suddenly be a beast tide?" Qin Shu inquired. Shuha sighed. "In the past few days, I have received some whispers of information. It seems that a great demon has awakened. Nevertheless, this is not something you should concern yourselves with. For the next couple of days, stay here and do not wander about. Once I have arranged matters, I shall escort you back to the sect." After saying this, he prepared to leave. He Xian hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, will you also go to resist the beast tide?" Shuha nodded slightly. The demon beasts are aware of the strength in numbers. If humans fight individually, then should the city fall, it is certain that scarcely 1 in 10 will survive. Qin Shu pondered for a moment, then retrieved a bottle of premium spirit replenishing pills from her storage bag and handed it to him. "Senior brother, my cultivation is insufficient to lend aid in defending the city. Presently, I possess only this pill, which may assist you in some way." Shuha had initially intended to suggest that a newly initiated disciple could not possibly offer anything of value and that she should keep it for herself. However, the moment Qin Shu uncorked the vial, the words he was about to utter instantly lodged in his throat. He realized his narrow-mindedness. Indeed, the Dan sect was not lacking in resources. While he might not have use for other items, the premium spirit replenishing pill was akin to a timely gift amidst adversity. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Shu and said, "Junior sister, thank you. Once the beast tide is past, I will surely return the favor in full. The distance from Tailai City to the Wangshu Valley is still considerable. Although the beast tide is formidable, only a fraction of it has reached Tailai City due to the diversion in between. Qin Shu and He Xian are squatting at the entrance of the Xiantian Gate's office, their gaze lifted towards the sky, where the aquamarine barrier almost seamlessly melds with the heavens. A few formidable figures, presumably the city lord and others of his ilk, stand aloft in the air. Observing the citizens within the city, they appear utterly unfazed, going about their affairs as if nothing amiss has occurred. However, upon reflection, it is understandable they are of little assistance in such matters. Qin Shu, resting her chin on her hands in a state of ennui on the threshold, suddenly furrows her brow and retrieves a communication jade slip, upon which she finds a flourish of elegant characters inscribed, "Little Taoist, where art thou?" Without needing to glance at the sender's name, she instantly recognizes who it is. Second senior brother, I am at the Xiantian Gate office in Tailai City. Wen Qi and Cheng Yan, having just successfully resealed the Great Demon with a few other senior brothers, have finally found a moment to check the communication jade slip. Where is she? Cheng Yan inquires. Chapter 54. He resembled a valiant warrior as he rushed towards Tailai City. Wen Qi furrowed his brow and spoke. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan's expression shifted dramatically. This was dire. I just heard someone mention that Tailai City is besieged by a beast tide. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi, disregarding the restoration of his spiritual energy, sprang to his feet and swallowed a top-grade spirit-replenishing pill. How could this young girl, despite her tender age, possess such a disastrous constitution? Wherever she goes, calamity follows. With her meager cultivation, a beast tide is utterly beyond her capabilities. A single demon beast could easily swallow her whole. As he grumbled, he retrieved his flying artifact. Cheng Yan had seldom witnessed Wen Qi in such a rage. Although their brotherly bond was tenuous, he still intervened, stating that with the city lord, Master Yan Yi, stationed in Tailai City, a mere minor beast tide should hardly breach its defenses. Inquire further about her. Do not wait until you arrive only to find she has already been sent back to the sect. Wen Qi's elegant brows knitted together in frustration. If she had indeed returned, it would be advantageous for him to unleash his full strength against the demon beasts and rescue Tailai City. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. Cheng Yan gazed at the spot where he had disappeared, lost in thought. He had never realized before that Wen Qi possessed such a compassionate heart. Furthermore, it seemed he was particularly invested in Qin Shu's affairs. This was quite perplexing. Master Cheng Yan, do you believe this great demon will emerge again? Inquired the steward of the Zhong family, standing beside him, his face etched with concern. Cheng Yan regained his composure and cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking nonchalantly, "It is difficult to say. Return and inform your family head that the spiritual vein here should not be exploited for the time being." The steward of the Zhong family grew anxious, his features contorting in distress.
How can this be?
This spiritual vein was acquired by our family at a considerable expense. Cheng Yan clasped his hands behind his back and scoffed, "If you wish to exploit it, let your family head come and slay this demon beast." The steward fell silent. The people from Xiantian sect had utilized a 7th-tier array disc and expended countless high-grade talismans, yet failed to vanquish the formidable beast, merely managing to seal it in this location for the time being. The cost for the Zhong family to capture this demon beast would likely suffice to purchase another spiritual vein entirely. Cheng Yan continued. This spiritual vein was originally planted here for the express purpose of sealing this demon beast. Your reckless exploitation has loosened the seal. Should this beast escape again, it will be up to your Zhong family to resolve the matter. Upon hearing this, the steward felt a surge of anxiety, his face etched with bitterness as he inquired, "Master Cheng Yan, may I ask what kind of demon beast this truly is? Please enlighten me, so I may report back to my lord."
Huang Guang Yetian Lingti, Cheng Yan Lepiet.
The steward repeated the name quietly, intending to ask further, but found that Cheng Yan had already vanished from his sight. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and summoned his flying artifact, hastening back to the Zhong family. It seemed their family head had been deceived, spending a substantial sum to acquire this spiritual vein, only to discover the peril that lurked beneath. The malevolent puppeteer deserves condemnation. As when she sent a message to Qin Shu, urging her to remain in Tailai City and not to wander, he skillfully wielded the jeweled fan to its utmost potential. The distance from Tailai City to the illusory valley was not particularly great, employing his swift method of travel. When she arrived at the grand formation surrounding Tai Lai City in no time, observing the unscathed city, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief after a journey fraught with tension. The aquamarine barrier enveloped Tai Lai City like an eggshell, while hordes of demonic beasts relentlessly assaulted the defensive array. In the skies above the city, several cultivators continuously channeled spiritual energy into the formation, gazing at the demonic creatures. A flicker of disgust crossed Wen Qi's brow. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a spell targeting the most ferocious attackers at the forefront of the protective shield. Now at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, these lesser beasts, devoid of spiritual intelligence, stood no chance against his strike. In an instant, it seemed he had drawn the ire of all the demonic beasts. Those soaring in the sky and scurrying on the ground turned their attention toward him. Unperturbed, Wen Qi retrieved a handful of spiritual talismans from his storage ring, casting them around as if they were of no consequence. On the city walls, the defenders, fighting valiantly against the beasts for the meager rewards promised by their lord, felt a pang of envy as they witnessed him effortlessly tossing talismans with each hand. Just then, a voice of astonishment erupted from an unknown source.
Wow.
How brave! How impressive! So handsome! Soon after, Wen Qi was recognized by someone. Isn't he one of the top 10 handsome men in the cultivation world, the esteemed Wen Qi? His face is unforgettable. He is even more stunning than in the light and shadow. How delightful! I never expected Wen Qi to be the kind of person who stands up against injustice. Qin Shu led He Xian up to the rooftop of the Xiantian gate office, and the view suddenly became much broader. However, as she glanced up, she spotted a man standing outside the barrier, floating in midair, resembling a celestial being scattering flowers. Qin Shu squinted her eyes and leaned closer to He Xian, asking, "Doesn't that man look like a flamboyant peacock?" He Xian leaned in as well and whispered, "I think he bears some resemblance to our second senior brother." Qin Shu gasped in shock, stepping back half a foot, her eyes wide as saucers. What keen eyesight! You recognized him from this distance? Besides, isn't the second senior brother fighting that great demon? How could he possibly be here? He Xian's expression was even more incredulous than hers. You mean to say you can't recognize your own fellow disciple? Even if you can't identify him, shouldn't you recognize his magical artifact? Look at what he is standing on. Isn't that the Zhujiu Liuguang fan? Qin Shu was at a loss for words. She had only seen the Zhujiu Liuguang fan when it was the size of 2 palms. Now it had grown so large that no one could recognize it. But upon closer inspection, as He Xian pointed out, it did indeed resemble the Zhujiu Liuguang fan. What could her senior brother possibly be doing here? In light of the message he had just sent her, Qin Shu suddenly entertained a thought. Could it be that he was coming to her rescue? To her surprise, she found herself playing the role of a cherished junior disciple. A gentle breeze swept by, sending a chill down her arm, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. She shivered and quickly buried this notion deep within her mind. How absurd! It was inconceivable that when she would travel all this way just to rescue her, he would be far more inclined to torment her, as his heart would not find satisfaction otherwise. The motives behind his actions would be more compelling if he were to embark on a quest to save the world. Her second senior brother was indeed one of the 10 most handsome men in the realm of cultivation. Just look at the way he cast spiritual talismans, so dashing. With Xian Shizi by his side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Truly, no matter their age, women cannot resist a handsome face. Of course, he was handsome. Qin Shu curled her lips and remarked, "If you had as many talismans to cast, you would be handsome too." Xian, momentarily pausing as she tugged at Qin Shu's sleeve, eventually nodded earnestly and uttered 3 words, "Indeed, that is reasonable." Chapter 55. You shall not complain. Qin Shu cast her gaze towards the outside, where a flower peacock danced. Oh, no, it was the second senior brother, and a twinge of concern crept into her heart. With so many demon beasts lurking outside, despite his high cultivation and esteemed status, there would come a time when his resources would run dry, leaving him a mere target. At that moment, a silhouette faintly appeared on the horizon. Even in ashes, Qin Shu would recognize this figure. The first senior brother had arrived. He Su felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that the demon beasts of the illusory valley would soon be dealt with, Qin Shu mused, stroking her chin. With both the first and second senior brothers taking action, a mere minor demon would be a trivial matter. He Su exclaimed with exuberance. Listening to her words, Qin Shu felt her own heart swell with pride. This insufferable sense of camaraderie amongst fellow disciples. However, upon seeing the first senior brother come to their aid, Wen Qi's expression soured. What brings you here? You are not the only one with a connection to the master. She is also my junior sister. Would you care to explain my presence? Cheng Yan replied calmly, observing the flustered Wen Qi. Although there was some discord between them, Wen Qi, upon seeing him, devised a different plan. He stowed away the spiritual talisman in his hand and said to Cheng Yan, "Assist me in protecting the law." With that, the luminous fan returned to his grasp, and he stood suspended in the air, his hair billowing without wind, his hands forming intricate seals at a speed that seemed to blur into mirages. Cheng Yan has spent over a century with his fellow disciples, engaging in countless sparring sessions each year, and he is profoundly familiar with their techniques and spells. Observing his current hand seals and the terrifying power gradually manifesting in his grasp, it becomes evident that he is employing the second form of the unblemished formation. A lethal technique learned from Wen Qi after a considerable pause. Wen Qi slowly opens his eyes, his gaze shimmering with a faint golden hue, his expression inscrutable, reminiscent of a deity poised to rescue the world. The formation he has crafted is propelled forth from his hands. Instantly, a burst of golden light erupts, prompting Qin Shu, who had been seated on the rooftop, to instinctively slap her thigh and rise in astonishment. What on earth? This. Her eyes widen in shock and exhilaration. Xian, not comprehending her elation, assumes it to be mere admiration for her senior brother and joins her in standing, grinning foolishly. As Qin Shu gazes at the distant golden radiance and glances at the naive Xian beside her, she is grateful that the girl lacks the insight to discern that her own technique for vanquishing the frost flame rat is derived from the very move now demonstrated by her second senior brother. It dawns on her that she is not alone in her ability to perform hand seals. Wen Qi's technique must also have been acquired from the Hall of Transmission. A weight lifts from Qin Shu's heart as she realizes that since everyone possesses the skill, there is no need for her to conceal it any longer. Once she returns and elevates her cultivation further, she resolves not to resort to siphoning the serpent's spiritual energy again. The risk of attracting the serpent's enemies due to a mere trickle of energy would be a perilous endeavor indeed. What has transpired? Has the beast tied outside subsided now that second brother has unleashed his formidable technique? Inquired Qin Shu. Upon turning around, she was startled to see 2 lines of tears cascading down Xian's cheeks, prompting her to ask, "Are you overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears?" "Surely it cannot be so." Xian raised her arm to wipe the tears from her face before responding. "The golden light is simply too dazzling." With a sigh of relief, Qin Shu noticed that as they conversed, the golden radiance gradually diminished, allowing her to glimpse the scene beyond the city walls. Swarms of demon beasts had been forcefully expelled by Wen Qi's powerful strike, creating a void in their ranks, while the lower-tier beasts were utterly obliterated. This sight caused Qin Shu's heart to ache. The numerous beast cores and pelts represented a significant fortune. Moreover, reflecting on the multitude of spiritual talismans Wen Qi had carelessly discarded, her heart and liver felt as though they were being crushed, leaving her breathless. How could her extravagant senior brother have delayed in unleashing such a powerful move? Had he acted sooner, he would not have squandered so many talismans. Wen Qi opened his eyes, nearly struggling to maintain his levitating stance as his internal energy had been completely depleted. Just then, his elder brother, who had been situated 8 zhang away, suddenly materialized beside him, gently supporting his arm, allowing him to stabilize. Wen Qi furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand. Cheng Yan then inserted a top-tier spirit replenishment pill into his mouth, exclaiming, "If I weren't concerned about you embarrassing our sect, do you think I would bother with you? Instead of bickering with me, you would do better to protect me." With the potency of the premium spirit replenishment pill coursing through him, combined with the extraordinary artifact he wore, Wen Qi's energy swiftly regained more than half of its strength. "Guardian?" Wen Qi expressed some surprise. Cheng Yan noticed that his complexion had improved slightly, which prompted him to release his grip and draw the sword from his back. "Now that you have taken action, how could I stand idly by? Do not think of returning to report this to Master." As soon as his words fell, he brandished his sword and charged out. Qin Shu, clutching her heart, momentarily disregarded the pain, her gaze fixated on her elder brother's movements. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was utterly captivated. This was the first time she had witnessed someone wielding a sword, allowing her to grasp the true essence of swordplay. Cheng Yan wielded a heavy sword, his technique unembellished, following a straightforward and grand approach. Yet, precisely because of this, Qin Shu found the display more visceral. In her eyes, The sword was an extension of his arm. Although his movements were not rapid, the sword seemed to stir up the very winds and clouds with each motion. One strike descended, infused with the might of heaven and earth, cleaving a chasm 2 yards wide between the city and the beast horde outside the gates. This single maneuver elicited an involuntary admiration from the lord of Tai Lai City, who hovered above. Remarking on the young man's profound understanding of the sword path at such a tender age, his future was indeed boundless. Meanwhile, the chaos in Qin Shu's mind suddenly cleared, as if clouds had parted to reveal the moon. She lifted her robes and seated herself in a cross-legged position, closing her eyes and entering a state of deep contemplation. A sword is merely a weapon, whether it be a spiritual tool or a treasured artifact. To regard it merely as a medium for expressing one's power is to adopt a narrow perspective. Drawing upon the momentum of the sword, the forces of heaven and earth, the tempestuous winds and clouds, and the thunderous might. If such is the case, then harnessing power through strength, even the most mundane iron, should not be underestimated. As Xian observed Qin Shu suddenly close her eyes in meditation, she felt perplexed but dared not disturb her, remaining dutifully by her side to guard her. It was not until the beast tied outside the city receded that when Qi and Cheng Yan, along with brother Shu He, entered the Xiantian gate office. Upon entering, when Qi called out loudly, "Little Daoist nun,"
Come fort.
after calling for a considerable time without catching sight of Qin Shu, it was Xian who came rushing down from the loft. She greeted several senior brothers and then heard Shu He inquire, "Where is junior sister Qin Shu?" With an odd expression, Xian pointed towards the loft, indicating that she was in meditation on the roof. Chapter 56, The Path of Simplicity. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yan and the others were taken aback, utterly astonished by such a remarkable mindset. Even as the beast tide besieged the city, she was still able to enter a state of meditation and cultivation. Shu was equally baffled, turning to Cheng Yan and inquiring, "Has junior sister Qin always been this diligent?" Before Cheng Yan could respond, when Qi proudly lifted her chin and remarked, "Of course. Otherwise, with her mediocre talent, how could she possibly progress so rapidly?" Cheng Yan, in rare agreement, nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that the junior sister had always been quite industrious. As soon as Cheng Yan's words fell, when she had already ascended the steps of the pavilion, declaring, "I shall go and see her," the others followed closely behind. However, when they reached the rooftop and beheld Qin Shu, who was with her eyes closed and seemingly merging with the essence of the universe, they were once again rendered speechless. In that moment, she was indistinguishable from the very tiles and bricks of the rooftop. They could sense neither her spiritual energy nor her pulse or breath. The notion of the path being exceedingly simple implies that the more unadorned it is, the more extraordinary her understanding of it must be. Shu forced a smile that was tinged with both envy and bitterness, glancing at Xian and asking, "Junior sister, is this what you call entering a state of meditation?" Xian, unable to decipher the expression on his face, tilted her head in bewilderment and retorted, "Isn't it?" When she waved her folding fan with a flourish, a smile dancing on her lips as she proudly stated, "Certainly not. Her current state must indicate a moment of profound enlightenment. TSK. My junior sister is indeed a genius." Upon hearing Wen Qi's words, Xian's face lit up with excitement, her chest swelling with pride. Even senior brother Wen Qi praises Qin Shu as a prodigy. She must indeed be exceptional. With such an extraordinary friend, how could one not feel a sense of pride? Beside them, Cheng Yan observed the subtle interactions between Xian and inquired, when did she attain this epiphany? What did she witness at that moment? Xian pondered carefully before raising her head to meet the piercing gazes of 3 pairs of eyes, nodding emphatically, yes. It must have been when she saw senior brother wielding his sword.
Sure.
He also witnessed it, so why did he not experience an epiphany? Clearing his throat, Shuha ventured, "If I may ask, is junior sister Qin from the sword peak?" Upon uttering these words, he caught a meaningful glance from Wen Qi. As if to say, "Junior brother, your understanding is rather superficial." What does that mean? Shuha felt somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Xian's innocent yet slightly boastful voice chimed in, "My Shu Shu is destined to be a master alchemist. How could she possibly belong to the sword peak?" Shuha's incredulous gaze darted between Qin Shu and Cheng Yan, utterly astounded. How could it be that these two, both alchemists, possessed more talent in swordsmanship than he, a sword cultivator? A sudden feeling akin to the age-old rivalry of Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi blossomed within him. Noticing the apparent instability in Shuha's composure, Chung Yan lifted his gaze towards him and called out, Shuha. The utterance, laced with a hint of a Buddhist calming chant, seemed ordinary to others, yet resonated profoundly in Shuha's ears, striking him with a sense of awakening. As Shuhi regained his composure, he heard Chung Yan remark, everyone's circumstances vary. Understanding comes at different times, yet all paths ultimately converge. It was merely a casual suggestion, yet Shuhi realized that he had nearly faltered in his resolve due to it. With a hint of shame, he bowed deeply to Chung Yan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. When Chi chuckled softly, come, let us not disturb our junior sister's enlightenment. Let the senior brother guard her here. Chung Yan replied with a frown, you certainly know how to delegate. A glimmer of triumph danced in Wen Chi's elongated eyes as he said, if the senior brother is unwilling, I am more than capable of taking over. Chung Yan waved his hand dismissively. Very well, you may proceed. When Chi led He-Xian and Shu-He down from the loft, and a junior disciple from the office brought them tea. When Chi took a small sip, frowned, and set it aside. In contrast, He-Xian quickly finished her cup and then turned to Wen Chi, asking, senior brother, how long will it take for Shu to attain enlightenment? Wen Chi, fanning himself, leaned back in his chair, his languid voice reaching the ears of those present. That is difficult to say. It depends on her innate understanding. If her comprehension is profound, it is not impossible for her to achieve this in a year or so. However, given Qin Shu's youth and lack of experience, it should not take her that long. He-Xian's mouth fell open in surprise, and Wen Chi, retracting his fan, stood up and inquired, is there a vacant room? I shall rest for now. Call me once that little girl awakens. Yet, none anticipated what was to come. They indeed waited for half a year. During this time, Hashin had advanced to the second level of Qi training. Although her cultivation was still modest, it was sufficient to meet the threshold for the new disciple trial. The senior brother sat on the rooftop meditating with Qin Shu, while the second senior brother remained secluded in his room. Bored, Hashin could only converse with Shu-He. This year's trial for new disciples would be led by the senior brother, who would provide a spiritual talisman should they encounter danger. It would automatically transport them out of the trial's secret realm. Curious yet apprehensive, Hashin leaned over the table and asked Shu-He, what is there in the secret realm? Is it dangerous? There are spiritual plants as well as demon beasts, Shu-He replied. Some of the demon beasts can be tamed as pets, and there are also rare treasures of heaven and earth. The demon beasts within have been screened by the sect, intended to train and reward the junior disciples. While there is a degree of risk, the path of cultivation itself is an endeavor against the heavens. One cannot expect it to be devoid of danger. Compared to other secret realms, our sect's new disciple trial is quite manageable. You will understand this in due course. Upon hearing his words, Hashin became even more intrigued, wishing fervently that the trial could commence the very next day. I hope Shu awakens soon, otherwise, missing this secret realm would be such a pity, Hashin sighed. Shu-He chuckled softly and said, if she can gain further insight during this time, she may achieve more than she would in the trial. The senior brother is right. Everyone has their own destiny. Who knows if a setback could be a blessing in disguise. However, just a couple of days later, Chung Yan, who had been in deep meditation with his eyes closed, was the first to open them. He turned his gaze towards the little girl who had been sitting motionless for half a year, and soon noticed her fingers twitching, followed by a slight movement of her shoulders. It seemed she was on the verge of awakening. Just as a smile began to form at the corners of his lips, an earth-shattering sneeze erupted. The people downstairs were startled and hurriedly rushed up to the loft. Qin Shu attempted to rise, but wavered and inhaled sharply. Chung Yan swiftly dashed over, steadying her shoulders. When Qin Shu turned her head, she was met with his face, and she forced a smile that resembled a cry, calling out, senior brother. Chung Yan quickly channeled his spiritual energy to examine her meridians, inquiring, what's wrong? Qin Shu instinctively bent down to massage her legs, offering an awkward smile. It's nothing, just sitting too long. My legs have gone numb. Chapter 57, No Merit, No Reward. Chung Yan fell into a moment of silence, just as a few individuals from downstairs hurriedly ascended, coincidentally overhearing Qin Shu's remark. He-Xian could not suppress a chuckle, prompting Qin Shu to awkwardly straighten up and glance at them. To her surprise, after spending so much time on the rooftop exposed to the elements, she was now covered in a layer of dust, and every slight movement sent particles cascading down. Unable to contain herself, Qin Shu let out a loud sneeze, and Chung Yan, unable to bear the sight any longer, casually cast a cleaning spell on her. At last, Qin Shu felt some relief in her nose and raised her hand to clasp it in gratitude towards Cheng Yan, murmuring her thanks. Thank you, senior brother. However, upon raising her hand, she noticed that her sleeves had become noticeably shorter. She paused for a moment, tugging at her garment, and looked down, pondering, have I
grown taller?
It's the age for growth. Isn't it wonderful to be taller? He Xian remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is, Qin Shu softly replied.
Yet.
She soon fell into contemplation, recalling how the innkeeper had assured her that the attire would adapt to fit her perfectly. Why does it feel so short now? Upon hearing her lament, Shu He chuckled, suggesting perhaps the clothing was imbued with a temporary enchantment, which has since worn off. Qin Shu wrinkled her nose, concluding, indeed, one gets what one pays for. After a moment of thought, Shu He produced a set of garments from her storage ring and offered them to Qin Shu, saying, Junior sister, I have a dress here that has never been worn. I hope you will not find it unworthy. Before Qin Shu could respond, Cheng Yan interjected, There is no need. Qin Shu turned her head to glance at him, only to see Cheng Yan presenting a set of garments to her. This was a celestial silk robe, not in a color I favored. You may wear it, junior sister, he offered. Qin Shu's gaze fell upon the attire he held, reminiscent of dawn's first light, and then shifted to the long robe he donned. She found herself utterly perplexed. How could the senior brother utter such outrageous words with a composed demeanor, as if his heart betrayed no flutter? One must not accept rewards without merit. I cannot accept such a generous gift from you, senior brother, she said, pressing her lips together and clasping her fists in respect. Cheng Yan's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unperturbed by her response. It's of no consequence. If you feel uncomfortable, bear in mind that I owe the sect 60 years' worth of elixirs. You may assist in refining them at your convenience. 60 years. Qin Shu was taken aback. In 2 lifetimes, she had scarcely accumulated half of that. Did he truly expect her to compensate for his 60-year obligation with a mere garment? She clasped her fists again, her tone earnest. Senior brother, I have come to realize that although this robe may be slightly short, it does possess a certain charm. I shall accept it for now. Cheng Yan frowned, but before he could respond, He Xian, brimming with excitement, had already pulled Qin Shu aside for whispered conversation. Shu, your epiphany took quite a while. What insights have you gained? As they were all fellow disciples, Qin Shu felt no need to withhold, and casually replied, I have grasped a fragment of harnessing the power of the heavens for my own use. She lifted her gaze to meet He Xian's sparkling eyes, who eagerly urged her. What is it? Quickly demonstrate a technique for me. Qin Shu displayed a look of hesitation. Are you truly eager to witness this? She inquired. He Xian nodded her small head enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. With a resigned sigh, Qin Shu acquiesced. Very well then. Upon her words, Shu He gazed at her with anticipation, eager to witness the fruits of her 6 months of enlightenment. With a graceful motion, Qin Shu extended her hand, and with a flicker of intent, a tender green leaf from a large willow tree beside the loft floated delicately into her palm. A spark of excitement ignited within her as she proudly displayed the leaf, exclaiming, What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? He Xian, appearing somewhat bewildered, mimicked her actions and summoned a leaf from the tree with her own spiritual energy, looking at Qin Shu for affirmation. Is this how it's done? Qin Shu paused, observing both her leaf and He Xian's with a furrowed brow, scratching the back of her head in contemplation. Only Cheng Yan understood the distinction. Qin Shu had harnessed the wind's force, allowing the leaf to be carried to her, while He Xian had independently plucked hers using her own spiritual energy. It was evident that this young junior sister possessed remarkable insight at such a tender age, promising a boundless future ahead. As they descended from the loft, Qin Shu suddenly recalled the matter of the beast tide. Has the beast tide receded? She inquired. He Xian replied, It has long since retreated. Your moment of enlightenment lasted 6 months. The world outside has already returned to peace. 6 months. Qin Shu exclaimed in astonishment. They often say that in the realm of cultivation, time flows differently, yet she had not anticipated the passage of time to be so swift. No wonder her garments felt a tad snug. Indeed, at first, the senior brothers believed you would awaken in just 10 days or a fortnight. Who could have predicted you would slumber for so long? As a few individuals engaged in conversation, Shu He went to summon Wen Qi. who usually embodied an ethereal presence, appeared somewhat drowsy this time. Little Taoist, your enlightenment has certainly taken a considerable amount of time. If this continues, I might be compelled to break through right here, he remarked. Qin Shu observed him, clearly resembling someone who had just awakened. Could it be that he had been cultivating in his dreams? This remarkable ability sparked a twinge of envy within Qin Shu, prompting her to tentatively inquire, "Brother, can you truly cultivate in your dreams? Might this technique be imparted to your younger sister?" Upon hearing her words, Wen Qi let out a derisive laugh. "How naive of you to think so." At his response, Qin Shu slumped like a wilted flower, resting her head on the table in despondency. Cheng Yan, unable to bear her disappointment, interjected, "This is not a method of cultivation. It is a unique bloodline ability possessed by the Wen family." Qin Shu felt a genuine sense of envy. No wonder certain families held such lofty status in the realm of cultivation. They had already secured an advantage at birth, leaving others to concede defeat.
How immortal.
Unlike her, with mediocre talent and an unremarkable bloodline, she had to rely solely on competition. Enough lamentation. It's been half a year since we left. If we don't return soon, Master might think we've sold you off, Wen Qi said, fanning himself. It was only then that Qin Shu recalled the enormous serpent she had left in the cave for 6 months. In her previous life, she had once cared for a small cat, and on one occasion, she had to return home to transfer her household registration, leaving for 3 days. Upon her return, the little cat regarded her with a nose that was not a nose and eyes that were not eyes. Not only did it refuse to let her touch its soft paw pads, but it also scratched her with its tiny claws. This time, she had raised a large snake, which had been absent for half a year. How it would react remained a mystery. Nevertheless, it was not the first time she had been away for such a duration. It was merely a matter of a slight temper. The group of senior and junior disciples bid farewell to Shu He and stepped onto the teleportation array of the Xuantian Gate. Originally, returning from Tailai City to Xuantian Gate required a gathering of 20 individuals, but thanks to the affluent second senior brother, they were able to enjoy the luxury of a private carriage. Upon returning to the sect, Qin Shu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although Xuantian Gate had not been particularly kind to her original self, it still provided a sense of belonging for Qin Shu, who had no relatives here. She stretched languidly, bid farewell to her companions, and took out a green leaf to prepare for her flight home. At that moment, she heard her companion Wen Qi call out to her. As she turned her head, a pile of fabric was suddenly thrown onto her face. "Senior brother, what is the meaning of this? Look at your attire. It is truly shabby. Do you not realize that stepping outside in such a state would tarnish the reputation of Master Wen Qi?" he urged. "Quickly change at once. I cannot accept anything without merit." Qin Shu felt her resolve as a member of the proletariat wavering. Could he not refrain from attempting to corrupt her impoverished spirit with material wealth? Wen Qi scoffed lightly, "Little girl, do you truly wish to keep such meticulous accounts? And what of the Bodhi leaves?" Note: the relationship between Wen Qi, Qing Yan, and the female protagonist is purely that of siblings, remaining unchanged from beginning to end. Chapter 58. The return of the belongings. Qin Shu's resolute demeanor began to crumble gradually, ultimately reducing her to mumbling feebly. "Did you not say I could borrow it for a while? Would it be acceptable if I paid rent?" Wen Qi observed her lowered gaze, catching only a glimpse of her high ponytail. Amusement welled up within him. He had never encountered a child quite like her. At times, he found her cleverness to be excessive, while at others, he deemed her adorably naive. "Very well," Wen Qi readily acquiesced. Noticing this, Qin Shu felt a twinge of regret as she touched her small storage ring. She inquired with a hint of apprehension, "May I ask how the rent is calculated?"
Senior brother?
With one hand resting behind his back and the other idly tapping the jade fan in his grasp, he replied, alternatively, "You could complete the alchemy task owed to the sect on my behalf." Upon hearing this, an unsettling premonition surged within Qin Shu. Tentatively, she probed, "Senior brother, how many years do you still owe?" A slight smirk played on Wen Qi's lips, his handsome visage adorned with a teasing expression as he responded, "Neither more nor less. Just 60 years. Qin Shu. She found herself gravely suspicious that these two senior brothers had colluded, each owing 60 years. Why had the sect leader not expelled the two of them? "Can I refuse?" Qin Shu attempted to resist.
"Well,
perhaps you would prefer to undertake another task for me instead?" Wen Qi regarded her with the gaze of a fisherman eyeing a fish about to take the bait. Qin Shu, clutching her garments, lifted her gaze towards him. "What? When Qi turned his head, laughing freely as a gentle breeze tousled the strands of hair at his temples. His lips parted slightly as he playfully teased, "Shall we capture a couple of cloud sea dragons?" The anticipation on Qin Shu's face vanished in an instant. "Forget it. I shall choose to refine elixirs instead." When Qi chuckled heartily, his form gradually fading from her sight. The echoes of his voice lingered at the vast entrance of the Dan sect. "Once we finish this 60-year elixir, our debts will be settled in one stroke. And you need not return the Bodhi leaves." Qin Shu withdrew her gaze from the spot where he had disappeared, glancing down at the garments she held in her arms. The weight of the 60-year elixir refining task that had inexplicably fallen upon her shoulders brought tears to her eyes.
Oh.
And let us not forget the half-year she owed herself, 60 years and half. But alas, she mused, since I have yet to practice alchemy, I might as well consider this an opportunity to hone my skills. Once these debts were settled, her mastery of elixir refinement should undoubtedly reach an exceptional level, and she could perhaps even be regarded as a future master alchemist. Qin Shu tucked away the enigmatic garment into her storage ring before retrieving a green leaf and leisurely making her way to her cave dwelling. Passing by the quaint wooden cabin where she had once resided, she noted that a year had passed and the plants in the nursery had blossomed beautifully, the flowers seemingly flourishing with an extraordinary vibrancy. The midday sun cast its warm glow upon the blossoms, making them appear even more resplendent. Observing that the cabin seemed unoccupied, Qin Shu contemplated whether it would be acceptable to pluck a single flower she had tended to for several days, just one to take home and place in a vase. Indeed, she truly desired only one. She skillfully guided the flying vessel down, and an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Qin Shu inhaled deeply, a blissful expression gracing her features as her gaze fell upon a particularly vibrant crimson flower, its hue reminiscent of petals nourished by blood. Rubbing her hands together, she felt the urge to pluck the flower. However, after a moment's contemplation, she decided against it and instead uprooted it entirely. With a mischievous grin, she intended to bring it back to accompany the roses outside her dwelling. Yet, as she brushed away the loose soil above, her fingertips grazed something hard. Intrigued, she unearthed the object, revealing two shimmering scales. A sudden change swept over Qin Shu's expression as she pondered their significance. Hastily, she tucked them back into her storage ring before swiftly extracting the flower. Employing a soil-based spell to restore the area to its original state, she then soared back onto her flying vessel, directing her course toward Lingxiao Peak. The great serpent was fond of slumber and likely had not yet awakened. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decided to inform her master of her findings, only to discover he was in seclusion. With that, she returned to her own mountain, carefully disengaging the protective wards of her cave. Contrary to her expectations of a dusty scene, the interior was remarkably clean, and the serpent was nowhere to be found. Had it left? Oh well, if it had departed, so be it. After all, she had nurtured it for so long without a word of farewell. She first hurried outside the cave, planting the flower she had unearthed. Then, she made her way to the pond behind the cave, intending to take a bath. One hand held a cloth while the other gathered a handful of rose petals for a floral soak. However, as she rounded the corner, she unexpectedly spotted a man reclining at the edge of the pond. His serpentine lower half glimmered in the water, the sunlight dancing upon it, while his dark robe was already soaked, clinging to his form, revealing his silhouette to Qin Shu. How curious, someone bathing without shedding their clothes. What a peculiar habit. Xie Shiwan turned over, propping his head on one hand, squinting as he raised his gaze towards the seemingly slightly taller young girl. He had thought she would abscond with her inner elixir, yet she returned, bringing a flower with her. He could distinctly sense the aura emanating from that flower. It was his. After a long absence, Qin Shu felt a twinge of awkwardness and attempted to dispel it with a light laugh. Xie Shiwan's cool voice soon followed, remarking, "After half a year, your cultivation remains stagnant." Qin Shu. Suddenly, she felt disinclined to engage with him any further. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a cleansing spell and strode towards the cave. As she stepped through the door, Xie Shiwan followed closely behind. Qin Shu paused and glanced back at him, just as she braced herself for another acerbic remark from the serpent, only to hear him inquire, "From where did that flower come?" Faced with the topic-shifting serpent, Qin Shu felt a wave of lethargy wash over her. In the quaint wooden cabin of the outer sect, she had previously discovered the two missing scales. She gently touched her storage ring, retrieving the scales and presenting them to him, saying, "Here, Let this return to its rightful owner. Xie Shiwan's gaze calmly swept over her delicate hand as he casually remarked, "It's yours now." There was no point in trying to return them. With his neck shutting, the scales would regenerate, rendering the items useless. His words successfully left Qin Shu in a state of astonishment. He had given her both his inner core and his scales? Would the next offering be serpent blood, followed by an attempt at possession? Surely not. Did a serpent of his caliber truly find her, with her inferior 3 spiritual roots? Appealing? Qin Shu's expression shifted dramatically. She could not accept this. Xie Shiwan glanced at her, letting out a light scoff. "I have no desire to bestow this upon you. I merely fear that your frailty may lead to your untimely demise, thereby jeopardizing my inner core." Chapter 59. It is time to depart. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shu's expression faltered. "Even if you are doomed, I shall not perish," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. Xie Shiwan slightly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, calamities can linger for 1,000 years." Qin Shu was taken aback. Is there truly no shame in a serpent? Can it not discern its own folly? How could one utter such brazen words? Who is truly the calamity here? Are you oblivious to it? She glared at him. Xie Shiwan raised an eyebrow, appearing unconcerned as he replied, "Oblivious? The only thing I am aware of is that my inner core has been devoured by a certain little child." In a fit of frustration, Qin Shu stamped her foot. "Hurry and retrieve your inner core, then leave this place." Xie Shiwan cast a glance her way and softly murmured in response. Qin Shu thought she had misheard him, but soon after, he continued, "It is indeed time to depart. The inner core cannot be extracted for the moment, so it shall remain with you." Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback. "You are not taking your inner core with you?" Hearing her words, Xie Shiwan shot her a fleeting, indifferent glance. "Do you presume I desire to leave it behind?" Qin Shu did not overlook the hint of melancholy in his tone. She fell silent, conceding, "Very well, let it be. Remember to return for it once your cultivation improves. I have suffered greatly due to your inner core." With that, Qin Shu handed him 2 bottles of essence blood pills that she had exchanged at the Yichang Pavilion. "I traded the inner core you provided for these 2 bottles of elixirs." After speaking, she handed him a communication jade slip, saying, "This is the communication jade slip. And I have also procured one for you. Once you drop your blood on it, it will be activated." After entrusting these items to Xie Shiwan, Qin Shu turned towards the training room. "Remember to close the door as you leave. I am going to practice." Xie Shiwan lowered his gaze to the items in his hands, then looked at Qin Shu's retreating figure, a tumultuous tide of emotions stirring within him. Beasts of the demon realm grow wildly, seldom engaging in alchemy. The 5 elements blood condensing pill is, after all, a 3rd-tier elixir, and it would undoubtedly hold significant value among the demon clan. How could she so readily gift it to him? Xie Shiwan's long, fair fingers caressed the porcelain vial repeatedly, his mind unable to comprehend the situation fully. Humans are notoriously cunning and selfish. Why does this young girl seem somewhat different? His spiritual sense scrutinized her, noticing a new necklace adorning her neck, which could obscure investigations below the foundation establishment stage. Yet, the spell imprint he had placed upon her could shield against inquiries below the mid-core formation stage. Truly an unnecessary redundancy. Xie Shiwan lingered at the doorway for a considerable time, casting one last glance at Qin Shu before the porcelain vial vanished from his grasp. Qin Shu had been attentive to his movements, and only after he had completely departed the cave did she quietly exhale in relief. The great serpent would remain undetected even beneath her master's watchful eye. He must indeed be a formidable character, one she could not afford to offend. With such a serpent nearby, how could she cultivate in peace? It was perhaps for the best that he had left. Tomorrow, she must visit the library to investigate her peculiar constitution and determine how to extract the essence from the great serpent. If she fails to retrieve it, the serpent will inevitably seek her out for the essence. During the 6 months of enlightenment, her cultivation made no tangible progress. Yet she could distinctly sense that her mental state had advanced significantly, promising a swifter path to improvement in her future training. As the moon hung low over the willow treetops, Qin Shu closed her eyes, her mind focused and undistracted. Suddenly, Xie Shiwan, who had been absent for much of the day, reappeared in the courtyard. He raised his hand, allowing a droplet of his blood to fall upon the petal of a blossom. The once vibrant snake blood flower deepened to an even richer crimson. With a flick of his wrist, he erased his presence from the flower, casting a glance around the cave dwelling before vanishing entirely. From that moment on, the entire Xuantian gate bore no trace of him. It was not until dawn broke the following day, with the moon having set, that Qin Shu finally opened her eyes. After stretching and performing a cleansing incantation, she consumed a pill to suppress her appetite before rising and making her way to the library. Her current level of cultivation permitted her to access only the first floor's texts, and she hoped to find what she sought there. The library of Xuantiangate housed a vast collection of diverse works, and during her first visit, she had unexpectedly stumbled upon a dual cultivation technique, which had left her blushing and speechless, prompting her hasty retreat. This time, she deliberately bypassed the section on techniques and headed directly toward the shelves of informative literature. For an entire month thereafter, Qin Shu devoted her nights to rigorous training while soaring through the vast ocean of knowledge during the day. When a month had passed, Chengyan noticed that Qin Shu had not registered for the sect's new disciple trials and was unable to reach her. After extensive inquiries, he finally gleaned some clues from Hexian. He hurried to the library where Qin Shu was situated and found her seated on the ground, engrossed in a book, surrounded by numerous volumes. A cursory glance revealed titles such as Annotations on Human Anatomy, 31 Questions Regarding Human Dissection, and The True Strength of Innate Spiritual Bodies. Chengyan called out softly, "Junior sister." Interrupted from her thoughts, Qin Shu looked up with mild annoyance. Upon recognizing her elder brother, she paused for a moment before inquiring, "Elder brother, what brings you here?" Chengyan furrowed his brow as he responded, "I couldn't get in touch with you. The sect trials are about to commence. Registration began 7 days ago, and today is the final day. Are you not planning to sign up?" Qin Shu had heard Hexian mention this before. Every new disciple who reached the second level of qi refining could participate in the sect trials at the beginning of their second year. The trials? Was this not akin to the legendary quest for advancement? All tales of the Chosen One's triumphs began with such trials. She was not even contemplating a grand reversal. Merely entering to collect a few precious resources seemed reasonable. Hastily, she closed her book, stood up, and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I will register. I will." In front of her, Changyan raised his hand, and a scroll materialized in his palm. He unfurled the scroll and retrieved a pen, inscribing the name of Qin Shu upon it. Qin Shu bestowed upon him a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for taking the trouble to run this errand." Chengyan nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, "How do you intend to express your gratitude?" When she had boasted countless times before him, declaring that Qin Shu had accepted the task he had accumulated over 60 years. This revelation stirred a sense of imbalance within Chengyan. Why had she not accepted his own task? Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu paused momentarily, contemplating before responding. "How about I treat you to a meal?" "A meal?" Chengyan was taken aback. At the age of 137, having joined his master at the tender age of 7, he had not partaken of food for over a century. Qin Shu nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed. A meal. Let us return to my mountain top for a small barbecue. With a gentle breeze caressing us, savoring grilled meat, and sipping on a few cups of wine. Ah, it would be nothing short of divine." Chapter 60. Cultivation should not be devious. Qin Shu's thoughts had already drifted to the bustling food stalls at the entrance of her high school. Recalling the day of their graduation when they joyfully indulged in copious amounts of barbecued meat, accompanied by a couple of bottles of beer. The atmosphere was a bittersweet blend of joy and sorrow, with promises to reunite whenever possible. Little did they know that day would mark a final farewell. She sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her reverie, saying, "No drinking." Qin Shu was taken aback and instinctively looked up at Chengyan. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, head bowed, his expression grave as he admonished, "Children should not indulge in alcohol. If master were to find out, you would surely be punished with sweeping the mountain path." Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu felt a peculiar sensation within her. Seeing her gaze lowered and her demeanor somewhat dispirited, Chengyan assumed she had absorbed his advice and then inquired, "What is this small barbecue you mentioned?" Qin Shu was astonished that he was unaware of such a delightful treat, and she gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother master, you are truly an otherworldly being." Chengyan wrinkled his nose and replied, "Your words do not seem to bode well." Qin Shu chuckled and asked, "So, shall we still go for the small barbecue?" "Yes," Chengyan responded. Although he had no particular craving, he found himself intrigued by the small barbecue Qin Shu had mentioned. As she stood to return her book to its rightful place, Chengyan finally caught sight of the title she held, on the possibility of transplanting the most potent traits of beastly creatures to humanity. Chengyan, The methods of cultivation may vary greatly, yet they must never veer into the realm of the sinister. Concerned for Qin Shu's tender age and the potential for her to stray from the righteous path, he seized the opportunity to impart a solemn warning. Upon turning around, Qin Shu was met with his gravely serious expression, one that could undoubtedly intimidate even the most unruly of students in a primary or secondary school. Startled, she cautiously inquired, "Brother, I haven't misplaced any of the books, have I?" Cheng Yen furrowed his brow and shook his head, observing the young girl discreetly patting her chest in relief. He continued, "You may read, but henceforth, refrain from delving into those chaotic texts. There are no shortcuts on the path of immortality. One must earnestly devote oneself to diligent practice." After listening to him for a while, Qin Shu gradually comprehended. It was evident that he had merely noticed the title of the book. She had no interest in the strongest characteristics of any demonic beasts. Her sole intention was to extract the inner elixir residing within her. Once Chang Yen concluded his admonishment, he inquired, "Have you taken note of this?" Qin Shu realized that her elder brother could be quite verbose when it came to imparting lessons, and she dared not utter a word of dissent. She promptly nodded, assuring him that she would remember. Seeing her response resolute, Chang Yen led her out of the library and summoned his flying sword, inviting her to join him. Recalling a rather unpleasant flying experience from her youthful ignorance, she promptly shook her head in refusal. "Please, brother, proceed without me. I shall follow shortly." As she spoke, she deftly retrieved her green leaf. After all, it was a task she had borne for 60 years. How could it be squandered? Cheng Yen leisurely soared ahead, occasionally using his spiritual awareness to check on Qin Shu, who trailed behind like a tortoise. Fortunately, the confines of their alchemy sect were limited. Otherwise, they might as well have dined at supper. When Qin Shu finally landed on her mountain peak, she was surprised to find Wen Qi already there. Upon seeing Qin Shu and Cheng Yen return together, Wen Qi expressed his curiosity, inquiring how they had come back simultaneously. Qin Shu replied, "Senior brother helped me register, and I invited him to feast on roasted meat." At these words, Wen Qi's expression shifted as he wrinkled his nose. Pondering the merit of such a dish, was it not both fishy and unpalatable? Qin Shu, somewhat perplexed, countered, "How could it be unappetizing?" Only after saying this did she remember to ask, "By the way, second senior brother, what brings you here?" Wen Qi's smile faded as he responded, "I naturally had to come and see. I couldn't reach you through the communication jade slip, and after a month of promising to undertake a task, not a single pill has been refined. I wanted to check on my junior sister to see what she has been occupied with." Qin Shu cleared her throat, replying, "I have been reading in the library." As she spoke, she discreetly shot a glance at her senior brother, fearing he might say something reckless, which would lead to further explanations she preferred to avoid. Fortunately, Cheng Yen remained silent this time, while Wen Qi appeared even more astonished. "Reading? Why wouldn't you ask your senior brother if there is something you wish to learn?" Qin Shu was taken aback. She had grown accustomed to forging her own path and had not considered that she might seek guidance from them. Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at the warm pool and then at Cheng Yen, addressing them with a curious tone. "Do you think there exists a possibility, just a possibility? Mind you, that if a human were to consume the inner core of a demon beast, not only would nothing happen, but they might also harness the core's spiritual energy?" No sooner had she spoken than Wen Qi struck her sharply on the head with a fan, admonishing her in a stern voice. "What nonsense are you daydreaming about all day? The path of cultivation requires diligence. There is no room for deviation." The force of his blow was indeed substantial, leaving Qin Shu cradling her head, feeling as though she might sprout horns at any moment. She lifted her gaze to Wen Qi in a manner reminiscent of a complaint. "I'm not straying from the path, I simply..." After struggling to articulate her thoughts, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, she couldn't very well confess to having swallowed a snake's inner core, could she? It was a frustrating predicament, prompting her to mutter softly, "I'm just curious." Curiosity is not an excuse. Wen Qi's rare display of severity astonished Cheng Yen, who stood nearby. Qin Shu wrinkled her nose. Whether it was permissible or not, she couldn't help but wonder. Was there truly such a possibility? Wen Qi regarded her with a look that suggested a child was beyond instruction, and just as she braced herself for another reprimand, unexpectedly, Cheng Yen interjected. "No," he said in response to Qin Shu's inquiry. She turned her face towards him, listening as he elaborated. "The elements within a demon beast's inner core are excessively violent. Should one ingest it directly, Even if one were to suppress the violent elements with spiritual power, they would not dissipate entirely, but rather accumulate within the body. As one's cultivation deepens, these elements may trigger inner demons at any moment, and such demons surge forth with ferocity, making it rare for anyone to overcome them. Qin Shu's small face, no larger than a palm, was filled with astonishment. When Qi then took the opportunity to admonish her further, do not entertain the notion of taking shortcuts. The path of cultivation has spanned countless millennia. The detours have already been traversed by those who came before you. What remains now is the essence distilled by our ancestors from the dross. Your little cleverness is utterly insufficient. It would be wise to put it away before it leads you astray. Although Qin Shu could not articulate her current predicament, one thing was abundantly clear. Her two senior brothers were indeed imparting their wisdom for her own benefit. Chapter 61. The trial begins. Qin Shu chuckled. I have taken note of everything. Since both of you senior brothers are here today, why don't we invite our junior sister to join us for a barbecue? When Qi let out a scoff at her suggestion, you want to feed a fire spirit bird meat? Qin Shu, taken aback, quickly replied, I hadn't considered that. However, I can always roast some spirit fruits for our junior sister instead. This left Wen Qi and Cheng Yan in a state of astonishment. Can spirit fruits even be roasted? With a serious expression, Qin Shu responded, everything can be grilled to perfection. Though perplexed, Wen Qi and Cheng Yan, intrigued by her conviction, felt a spark of enthusiasm. At that moment, Qin Shu thought of her junior brother and exclaimed, since we are roasting spirit fruits, I shall invite brother Wei Ming to join us, along with my dear friend Hsien. Even Cheng Yan himself was unable to comprehend how what began as a simple meal of gratitude from his junior sister had transformed into a gathering of many. When Qin Shu sent a message inviting Qiyu, he hesitated momentarily before accepting. However, when it came to Hsien and Wei Ming, they eagerly replied without a hint of hesitation. Unfortunately, Hsien could not enter the inner gate and had to rely on brother Wei Ming to help her find a way in. The two senior brothers, who had long since abstained from earthly desires, accompanied the four young souls with hearty appetites. As they watched Qin Shu ignite a fire using branches she had scavenged from the golden rainbow pomegranate trees on the western mountain, with the meat obtained through their hunts in the same region. Using fresh water from the backyard, she meticulously cleansed the pieces of meat, threading them onto branches, and then seasoned them with salt and various other ingredients. During the marination, Qin Shu prepared an abundance of spiritual fruits, following the same method. Once everything was set, she conjured a small fireball, skillfully roasting the meat skewers before everyone's eyes, intermittently sprinkling an assortment of mysterious seasonings. To everyone's astonishment, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Qin Shu casually offered 2 skewers of roasted spiritual fruits to Wei Ming and Qiyu, only to find them gazing longingly at her meat skewers. With a playful smile, she inquired, "What's the matter? Are you tempted to break your vows?" They both shook their heads, merely intrigued. Cheng Yan, the one whom Qin Shu had invited for a meal, was the last to receive his well-cooked meat. The fragrance was irresistible, prompting an undeniable urge to taste. At that moment, when she had already taken a bite of the roasted meat, he recalled having tasted it before, but this flavor was leagues apart. Could the distinction lie in the peculiar seasonings sprinkled by his junior sister? Once they had indulged sufficiently, Cheng Yan reminded the young ones, "Tomorrow's trial begins at the hour of Jin. We must arrive at the Sex Square on time. Do not forget, punctuality is essential." As he spoke, his gaze rested on Qin Shu, who nodded obediently, assuring him, "I am never late." Though she appeared somewhat unreliable, she was indeed a very punctual child. Cheng Yan then glanced at the other 2 junior sisters, who nodded in agreement. After Qin Shu bid farewell to them, she employed a cleaning spell to tidy up the area outside her cave abode. She cast a glance at the flower she had transplanted beside the rose bush. Although there was nothing overtly amiss with the flower, Qin Shu couldn't shake the feeling that it appeared even more beautiful than before. Had its colors grown more vibrant? What kind of flower was this? Despite having perused countless botanical encyclopedias of the cultivation world, she had yet to encounter it. However, Qin Shu did not dwell on it for long and turned back to her cave. She intended to practice for another night, as she would soon venture into the secret realm. With a small spirit gathering array gifted by the Great Serpent, even during the day, the replenishment of spiritual energy was not particularly slow. Yet, she could never have anticipated that in the latter half of the night, after refining the last segment of her meridians, she would effortlessly break through. The fourth level of Qi training arrived as if summoned, and she hastily guided the spiritual energy to circulate within her body. Once her realm stabilized completely, Qin Shu opened her eyes. Oh no! She was running late. Just the day before, she had confidently assured her senior brother that she would never be tardy, and the slap of fate came too swiftly. She took out a small green leaf and leaped onto it, hastening her descent down the mountain. When she arrived in her haste, everyone else had already gathered. Cheng Yan cast a glance at Qin Shu and noted her cultivation progression, regarding her with a hint of surprise, though he chose not to elaborate. He merely reminded everyone on how to properly utilize their protective talismans, explaining that upon their entrance into the secret realm, they would be randomly dispersed, rendering group formations ineffective. They were to remain in the secret realm for 10 days, and he urged them to cherish every moment of those 10 days. In the span of merely 10 days, the gains he acquired may well surpass what they would harvest in the next 4 to 5 years. He possessed a naturally imposing countenance, and when he adopted a serious demeanor, it exuded the authority of a principal. His words stirred a mix of excitement and restraint among the crowd. It was not until he produced a flying vessel and beckoned them aboard that the children erupted into uncontainable enthusiasm. He Xinhui and Qiu approached, with he Xinhui eagerly grasping Qin Shu's arm, inquiring, "Why have you only just arrived? If it weren't for the fact that our senior brother is presiding over the trial today and waited for you for a quarter of an hour, you would likely have missed this opportunity altogether." Qiu, standing calmly beside them with her arms crossed, remarked nonchalantly, "She has broken through." This revelation took Qin Shu by surprise. She had invested a considerable sum in a gem that could shield her from scrutiny, ostensibly rendering her cultivation invisible to anyone below the golden core stage. How could the junior sister perceive her progress? Had she merely squandered her money? "Can you see my cultivation?" Qin Shu inquired, gazing at Qiu. Noticing her reaction, Qiu deduced that Qin Shu must possess some form of concealment against divine perception, and casually explained, "It is the innate skill of the fire spirit bird clan." Qin Shu felt a sense of relief wash over her, yet could not suppress her envy. Why did it seem that both of them were endowed with such extraordinary abilities? How wonderful! As they conversed, the majority of the younger disciples had already boarded the flying vessel, prompting the three of them to hasten aboard as well. The trial's secret realm was not far from their sect. It was a secluded little world sealed off by the founder of their school. They journeyed for approximately half a day before arriving at their destination. The flying vessel came to a halt amidst a vast and uninterrupted mountain range. Chang Yan unfurled a scroll and inscribed a spell upon it, causing the air to ripple as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending concentric circles outward. Gradually, a gaping hole, tall enough for a person to enter, materialized in the atmosphere. Only then did Cheng Yan stow away the scroll and turn to his group of young disciples, declaring, "The gateway to the trial has been opened. You may enter forthwith." The disciples exchanged glances, each hesitating, none daring to take the initiative. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shu stepped boldly into the portal, her determination evident. Isn't the pursuit of treasures worthy of enthusiasm? One must examine their mindset, she mused. Chapter 62. The beasts here fear the unknown Qiyu, and he Xian stood beside her, momentarily stunned as they witnessed her charge straight into the vortex. Regaining their senses, they promptly followed suit, rushing towards the revealed swirling portal. The others, seeing them enter, suddenly began to stir restlessly. "Don't crowd. Who trampled my shoe? Help. Stop pulling, or I'll go bald." Chang Yan observed the throng jostling at the entrance and, unable to contain himself, waved his sleeve, ushering the crowd through. Instantly, the noise subsided. Chang Yan casually cast a spell, causing the vortex-shaped doorway to gradually shrink until it eventually vanished entirely. He settled cross-legged on the ground, knowing that his junior disciples would take 10 days to emerge, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful respite for the same duration. As Qin Shu stepped through the swirling portal, she felt an unexpected force pulling her, followed by a disorienting whirl, reminiscent of her childhood days on the amusement park's swinging pendulum. This sensation was fleeting, soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of weightlessness.
Ouch!
She exclaimed, rising from a tangle of grass, rubbing her backside. As she surveyed her surroundings, confusion enveloped her. She found herself in a vast swamp, surrounded by muck and puddles, with only the patch beneath her feet remaining dry. She retrieved a Bodhi leaf, intending to attempt an escape from the mire, but to her dismay, as soon as the verdant leaf lifted and wobbled, it plummeted back down. Stunned, Qin Shu pondered, What is happening? Is there a flying restriction in this place? Didn't we agree that the sect trial was merely an opportunity to collect treasures? How is it that she finds herself ensnared upon her very entrance? It seems she truly embodies the essence of a chosen one. Qin Shu pondered the survival videos she had viewed in a future world, recalling that to traverse a swamp successfully, one ought to bind wooden planks to the soles of their shoes to increase the surface area. However, she possessed no planks, only 2 scales. She extracted the 2 scales belonging to Xia Xiwan, feeling they were rather diminutive. Frowning, she rubbed her chin, caught in a quandary. If a great serpent could alter its size, why could these scales not do the same? Contemplating this, she raised her hand, wishing to test if infusing spiritual energy would enlarge them. Yet, her own energy elicited no response. Nevertheless, she had the serpent's inner core. Gently, she enveloped the golden-green energy with her own spiritual essence and carefully transferred a small portion into the scales in her hand. With a pop, she watched as the scales expanded 2 to 3 times their original size, delight swelling within her. She continued to infuse them with energy until they resembled the size of a basin. It appeared these serpent scales were indeed remarkable, comparable to a spiritual artifact. Should Xia Xiwan discover Qin Shu's true thoughts, he would surely scoff, deeming her a naive and sheltered individual. She affixed her spiritual energy to the soles of her feet, placing the scales beneath her, testing their grip. Finding them secure, she finally ventured into the swamp. At the very moment she stepped onto the serpent's scales and entered the marsh, a series of bubbles suddenly emerged not far from her and began to drift away. However, Qin Shu, utterly engrossed in the ground beneath her feet, remained oblivious to this occurrence. It was only when she realized she had not fallen that joy filled her heart. Indeed, the scales of the great serpent were remarkably effective. She gazed into the distance and chose a direction that led towards the forest. Just as she took a couple of steps, a peculiar sensation washed over her, prompting her to halt abruptly. She turned back to observe the patch of grass where she had just been standing. Why was there solid footing in the very center of the marsh? Moreover, she had only taken 2 steps. How could she have distanced herself so drastically from that spot? Pretending to turn away, she swiftly pivoted once more, only to witness the patch of grass swaying as it stealthily retreated. It dawned on Qin Shu that this was no ordinary solid ground. It was clearly a cunning disguise employed by some beast for hunting. Casting her gaze downward upon the seemingly endless mire, Qin Shu felt a wave of trepidation. At any moment, a little creature could emerge from the depths. She immediately steeled herself, trudging forward step by painstaking step towards the marsh's edge. Fortunately, due to the long abandonment of this mire, she managed to gather a few ancient spirit herbs along the way, turning misfortune into a blessing. During her journey, she also received messages from Xian and Chiyu, informing them of her predicament in the swamp, estimating that it would take at least another 10 hours before she could escape. In the next moment, the remarkably skilled Hexin unexpectedly sent her a map. Qin Shu was taken aback upon seeing it. Hexin, where did you acquire this? Sister, I never engage in battles unprepared. I purchased this map from a senior sister who participated in the trials before, and I promised her 1/10 of my gains from the trials. Hexin's voice resonated. Qin Shu clicked her tongue, acknowledging that this was indeed a formidable individual, fully aware of the adage that one must risk something to gain something. However, with this map in hand, their journey became significantly more convenient. Qin Shu glanced over the map, noting that according to her current direction, she should soon reach the Whispering Forest. She stowed the jade slip away and hurriedly continued on her path. She could distinctly sense the undercurrents stirring beneath the swamp, yet to her astonishment, not a single beast dared to attack her as she traversed the marshlands. In fact, it seemed as though they were retreating from her presence. Were the beasts here truly that skittish? This was rather excessive in its timidity, wasn't it? Upon exiting the swamp, she also collected the scales in her possession. Turning her back to the marsh, she entered the Whispering Forest, completely unaware that the swamp behind her had come back to life. Everyone else was relieved, rejoicing that the terrifying creature had finally departed. The Whispering Forest lay on the outskirts of the entire secret realm. At the center of the map was a palace, which, after years of exploration by the disciples of the Xiantian sect, had long since been stripped of any valuable treasures. Qin Shu had previously agreed with the Xian and Chiyu that given their disparate locations, there was no need to waste time searching for one another. Instead, they should seize the opportunity to gather valuable items and reconvene at the palace at the end. The forest was eerily silent, and as she ventured deeper, the pungent aroma of decaying leaves intensified. Qin Shu swiftly sealed her mouth and nose with her spiritual energy. Was it miasma? The sunlight barely penetrated the dense canopy, and the depths of the forest were exceedingly cold, creating a conducive environment for poisonous creatures to thrive. Resolutely, Qin Shu drew her jade-white sword, channeling her spiritual energy into it, remaining ever vigilant. Suddenly, a small creature emitted a sharp cry as it plummeted from the sky. Qin Shu's sword was quicker than her thoughts, slicing through the air with precision. The creature, however, reacted with surprising agility, deftly altering its trajectory midair to land on a nearby tree. In that brief encounter, Qin Shu discerned that this small being was no match for her. One must choose the ripe fruit to squeeze. One must target the weak to strike. Onward. Chapter 63. The packed Qin Shu concentrated her spiritual energy in her legs. Her gaze fixed upon the diminutive brown figure, and with a swift motion, she pursued it. The creature, though small in stature, was surprisingly nimble. Yet with her swift shoes and the assistance of spiritual energy, Qin Shu moved with remarkable speed. After a considerable chase, however, the elusive creature suddenly vanished from her sight. Qin Shu halted, frowning as she scanned her surroundings. This creature would not simply disappear without reason, suggesting its lair was nearby. She explored meticulously, ultimately uncovering a clue upon a tree that was large enough for a person to embrace. This little creature employs a form of misdirection? Qin Shu mused with a slight click of her tongue. Yet, the ruse was rather clumsy. Who among them would have grass growing on a tree? She found it amusing, thinking that even a few vines would be more convincing. As she approached, the entrance of the tree remained eerily silent. Qin Shu casually formed a hand gesture and tossed a clod of earth into the hollow. The small creature, seemingly startled, sprang forth from within, catching Qin Shu off guard. Observing the figure dart into the canopy, she refrained from pursuing it this time, opting instead to peer into the tree hollow. To her delight, the small creature did not disappoint. From within, Qin Shu extracted a bountiful collection of spiritual fruits and plants, among which were 2 clusters of white flame roots. These roots could be used to refine body-tempering pills, a cherished item among body cultivators. Given that Qin Shu was soon to embark on her own journey as a body cultivator, her eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight. Without hesitation, Qin Shu thoroughly ransacked the little creature's nest, reflecting for a moment before placing 3 Jiling fruits, which she had brought from her sect, into it. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed a small brown squirrel perched on a branch, clutching a Jiling fruit, its large, watery eyes gazing at her as if on the verge of tears. An unexpected discomfort washed over Qin Shu, yet she quickly steeled her resolve. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, endearing gestures held no weight. You initiated this. With a stern visage, she admonished the creature. The little squirrel emitted a couple of pitiful chirps, its response utterly mismatched with her words, leaving both parties in a state of confusion. If you continue to whimper, I shall have no choice but to turn you into squirrel jerky, she warned. The squirrel merely chirped again in reply. As Qin Shu turned to leave, she had taken only a couple of steps when the little creature leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully on the ground before scampering up her pant leg. Instinctively, she reached out to embrace it, finding it to be no larger than her 2 palms, its tiny body topped with a sizable tail, gazing up at her with bright, black eyes that seemed to hold an irresistible charm. I shall not return you. You struck first, and thus you must learn to be a proper squirrel, Qin Shu stated emphatically. The pitch of the squirrel's chirp rose slightly in response. Since she could not comprehend its utterances, Qin Shu decided to ignore it and continued onward. Should you linger any longer, you may very well become my dinner. Upon hearing her words, the little squirrel became agitated and bit her hand. A sharp pain shot through Qin Shu's palm, prompting her to look down. She noticed an ancient pattern surfacing in the squirrel's eyes, and instinctively believed it sought to form a bond with her. However, this pattern lingered for a while before dissipating from its gaze. Qin Shu could distinctly sense its frustration, and soon another pattern emerged in its eyes, which settled upon her chest before vanishing. Taken aback, Qin Shu instinctively reached for her chest and circulated her spiritual energy within her body twice, yet she detected no anomalies. Just as she contemplated dismissing the little squirrel, a childlike voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Bad person. Qin Shu glanced down at the squirrel in her hand. Were you the one speaking? It was me. You big bad egg. Its eyes brimmed with grievance, stirring a twinge of guilt within Qin Shu for feeling as though she was bullying a child. You attacked me first. You even bit me. You're the one who's bad. Qin Shu retorted, her boldness unwavering. Aren't we all just children at heart? I wasn't trying to bite you. I wanted to bond with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand your words. The little squirrel's soft tail swayed, as if it took pride in its cleverness. Qin Shu fell into silence. The foolish creature was indeed rather naive, completely unaware of the contract it had just signed with her. However, the next utterance from Xiao Xiao left Qin Shu utterly astonished. Xiao Xiao wishes to form a bond with you, yet you have bonded with another. Xiao Xiao could only establish a master-servant contract, which left her feeling quite irate. Despite the tongue-twisting nature of this exclamation, Qin Shu comprehended its meaning. She had formed a bond with another? Who could this other be? Since her entry into the sect, she had taken full possession of this body. Qiyu belonged to the demon race, possessing innate spiritual intelligence, having long since transcended the beast clan, while senior brother Rui Ming had been nurtured by the elder Fu Cheng and forged a bond with him. Aside from that, the only demon beasts she had encountered were the Frostfire rat, which she had slain, and that massive serpent. Contemplating this, Qin Shu's pupils constricted, leaving only 3 words echoing in her mind. No way? Yet, upon further reflection, if he had not established a bond, how could he allow her to roam about with his inner core? As a neophyte in the realm of cultivation, the concept of forming contracts with demon beasts was still an area of ignorance for her. With a sheepish smile, she retrieved a Ji-Ling fruit from her storage ring and presented it to Xiao Xiao, inquiring, what contract did I form with another before? An equal contract. Can one only establish a single equal contract? Qin Shu asked, not hesitating to seek clarification. Of course not. It is merely that your spiritual sense is still too feeble, while the one you bonded with possesses great strength. After some lengthy explanations from Xiao Xiao, Qin Shu finally grasped the situation. Simply put, her spiritual capacity was insufficient. Well, it is not my fault. Look at the two of you, forming bonds with me as you please, leaving me with no room to resist. Qin Shu sighed. Is this the sensation of being at the mercy of others, like a fish on the chopping block? My heart feels heavy, and the little squirrel in my hand feels equally burdensome. Yet, one can resist, for like our master-servant contract, you may dissolve it at any moment. However, should you choose to terminate it, my voice shall be silenced. The cheeks of the little squirrel are puffed, as if still in a state of indignation. And what of the equal contract? Qin Shu inquired. An equal contract requires the approval of your consciousness, yet, when the counterpart's realm is significantly superior, your consciousness will lack the will to resist, leading to an automatic binding. Qin Shu curled her lip in disdain, asserting that this hardly qualifies as an equal contract. In her view, it is evidently an unequal treaty. Chapter 64. She just wanted to depart. Is the equality contract subject to termination at any time? Qin Shu inquired. Xiao Xiao nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, indeed. Just as joy began to illuminate Qin Shu's visage, she was met with Xiao Zhao's jubilant proclamation, the party with superior cultivation can. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had unwittingly become the unwitting victim of a binding contract. She had merely perceived herself as a mere vessel for safeguarding the great serpent's inner elixir, unaware that Xiao Xiao had withheld crucial information. The unspoken truth was that while the party with superior cultivation could dissolve the contract, it would necessitate the forfeiture of half their own power. If I were to sustain injuries, would it affect the contract with the great demon? Indeed. Should I be harmed, you would also be affected, for we share a soul bond. If injured, our spirits would suffer. Thus, you must protect me. Xiao Xiao seemed elated, her dark eyes sparkling with delight. Qin Shu clicked her tongue, realizing the true reason behind Xiao Zhao's reluctance to depart. She had been harboring such intentions all along. After posing her inquiries, Qin Shu chose to cast aside any disheartening thoughts and led Xiao Xiao forward, simultaneously asking, having grown up here, do you know of any rare treasures or resources in this place? Perched on her shoulder, Xiao Xiao, with her fluffy tail swaying gently, replied, of course. But the rare treasures are guarded by formidable beasts, and you cannot defeat them. If I cannot, then what of you? Together, we shall prevail. As the conversation unfolded, Qin Shu suddenly realized that she was entirely oblivious to the circumstances of the little squirrel. She inquired, what is your cultivation level? What innate abilities do you possess? Can you learn techniques? Xiao Xiao was taken aback by the weight of her expectations, questioning why she would send herself to seize treasures from formidable demons. Was this not akin to risking her very life? The fruit of the Jiling she had been nibbling on suddenly lost its appeal, her small ears drooping in dismay. Yet, Xiao Xiao was merely at the first level of cultivation. This level of prowess fell within Qin Shu's expectations, and she did not feel particularly disheartened. To her, a pet was just that, a pet. If it could assist her, that would be splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. The path of cultivation favored the strong. Both pets and magical artifacts were mere embellishments. It was the strength of the individual that provided the foundation for survival in this world. As Qin Shu strolled along, she produced a jade slip and examined the map, while Xiao Xiao leaned in to take a peek. The two little heads huddled together. Are you truly planning to go? That wolf is quite ferocious. Without lifting her gaze, Qin Shu merely replied with an affirmative hum. Did you not claim to be swift? Can you not outrun a wolf? Xiao Xiao felt tears welling up at this remark, for the gale wolf was of the wind element, and it could run even faster. But you can use illusions, cannot you? If you cannot escape, simply hide, Qin Shu suggested. Suddenly recalling something important, she added, just remember one thing. Grass grows on the ground. Xiao Xiao, both timid and fearful, endeavored to persuade Qin Shu to abandon her reckless thought. What if I fail to evade it? You would be left without me. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, her delicate fingers toying with her fluffy tail. It was no wonder that people often described her as timid as a mouse. This little creature truly possessed a diminutive courage. One could hardly fathom how such a fearful being had once dared to confront her. Xiao Xiao felt a profound regret. All she had desired was for this young girl to lead her away from the perilous realm. Who could have anticipated that not only would she refuse to flee, but she would also court danger? The gale wolf was a second-tier beast, a creature of the wind, endowed with the innate skill of wind blade, possessing remarkable speed. There was no chance of victory, nor any hope of escape. The outcome would be utterly dire. Qin Shu cast a languid glance at her, noticing that the little beast was nearly wearing the word frustration upon its face. She nearly chuckled, as she had already instructed, I will distract that wolf. You must stealthily procure the Ji Du Xianlan. Was it not she who should be filled with trepidation? If only Xiao Xiao could act with swiftness, they both might evade their impending doom. She had already discerned that once they exited the marsh, the flying restriction had been lifted, and this place permitted flight. As soon as Xiao Xiao managed to steal the precious Ji Du Xianlan, she would hastily mount her little turtle and flee with Xiao Xiao in tow. The Ji Du Xianlan was a rare treasure, an essential ingredient for crafting the soul restoration pill, which possessed the remarkable ability to mend the spirit. Just a single specimen could fetch an exorbitant price. Qin Shu recalled the scarred serpent, still lacking its core, and felt an urgency to prepare this elixir for herself, lest she become entangled in its fate and suffer spiritual harm. The saying goes that fortune favors the bold. Today, the treasures of heaven and earth have presented themselves. If she allows her fear of death to deter her from even attempting to seize this opportunity, what significance does her journey hold? Xiao Xiao trembled with fear along the way, yet even as they approached the lair of the gale wolf, she made no attempt to flee. Clinging to Qin Shu's shoulder, she covered her eyes with her tiny hands and wrapped her tail tightly around herself, her small body shivering uncontrollably. Qin Shu halted her steps, turning to gaze helplessly at the frightened creature upon her shoulder. If you are so afraid, then perhaps you should not go, she suggested. A second-tier beast was still within her capabilities to handle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao sprang into action, leaping onto Qin Shu's head and bouncing playfully. But that won't do. We have a contract. Qin Shu chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Fear not, little one. I possess a teleportation talisman. If we cannot defeat that wolf, I shall carry you away. Xiao Xiao paused, sitting atop her shoulder with a pout of indignation. Why didn't you say so sooner? I was so frightened. Qin Shu reflected on the need for this timid creature to cultivate some courage. Could she truly only return home to be sheltered on her mountain? Prepare yourself. I will draw it out from its den. Once we are a safe distance away, you may enter, Qin Shu instructed before stepping boldly into the territory of the gale wolf. From that moment, she resolved to remain fully alert. However, as she reached the entrance of the wolf's lair, an unsettling silence enveloped her, with no signs of movement detected. Qin Shu found it somewhat peculiar. Could it be that the wolf was not at home? Was she truly so fortunate? Despite such speculation in her heart, Qin Shu remained vigilant. casting a fruit pit into the cavern as a test. The sound of the pit hitting the ground echoed through the empty cave, gradually fading into silence. It seemed as though the cavern harbored nothing at all. At this moment, Qin Shu's sense of alertness reached its zenith, and suddenly, a profound sense of danger surged within her. As she activated her defensive technique to its utmost, the white jade sword in her hand swiftly swung behind her. A resonant clang of stone striking stone reverberated through the air as she successfully deflected a gust of wind. Almost immediately, a shadowy figure, tinted in green, lunged at her from above the cave. Qin Shu hastily retreated, yet the creature's speed was astonishingly swift. In that critical moment, she summoned the power of the wood spirit to ensnare one of the wolf's legs with a vine. Just as she exhaled in relief and turned to investigate, she noticed a wind blade forming at the crescent mark on the wolf's forehead, aimed menacingly at the vine binding its leg. Chapter 65. The death of the rabbit and the sorrow of the fox. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Qin Shu inwardly exclaimed her misfortune. Once more, she transformed her spiritual energy into earthy essence and pressed her palm firmly against the ground. The very spot where the Gale Wolf stood suddenly collapsed, eliciting a howl of surprise from the creature. It raised its gaze towards the detestable young human before it, only to find that she had already fled 2 miles away. In comparison to her prior encounter with the Frostfire fiery rat, this confrontation with the wolf seemed far more manageable, perhaps due to her recent elevation in cultivation. Clad in her swift shoes, she dashed toward the distant forest, her mind remarkably clear. Although she sported a small spirit-gathering array gifted by the Great Serpent, the rate of her spiritual energy recovery was undoubtedly inferior to its consumption. The wolf, renowned for its endurance, posed a significant threat. Even if they were to deplete their energies simultaneously, it could easily dispatch her with a single swipe. A swift resolution was imperative. Grasping her sword with one hand, she recalled a technique she had recently comprehended, leveraging momentum. Standing amidst the densely wooded area, rich in wood essence, she resolved to harness the power of the forest. She was eager to see how this so-called jungle wolf would evade her. Merely creating the earthen pit earlier would not suffice to ensnare the Gale Wolf. She was acutely aware of her limitations. Closing her eyes, she melded her being with the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, her ears twitched at the sound of the wind, approaching. With a swift motion, she executed a simple thrust, and the wolf howled in response. Qin Shu opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon the snarling Gale Wolf. Undeterred,
Come again.
she raised her sword with both hands as the wolf arched its back and propelled itself forward with a powerful leap. Qin Shu's blade deftly intercepted the wind blade it unleashed, and her jade-white sword swiftly split into two, effectively countering the wolf's assault. Little creature, you must strive harder, Qin Shu remarked with a smile. Had she encountered such a fierce beast upon her arrival, it would have surely terrified her. However, after her ordeal with the giant serpent, these creatures seemed diminished in ferocity, losing much of their terrifying presence. Her sword techniques became increasingly fluid, and in an instant, as the wolf regained its footing, she instinctively raised her hand to defend herself. No wonder the disciples of the sword sect spend their days in combat. For them, this is indeed a form of cultivation. Qin Shu regarded her confrontation with the Gale Wolf as practice for her swordplay, and when she deemed the moment ripe, she employed her familiar tactic, ensnaring the wolf with vines and smearing mud onto the crescent mark on its forehead. A perfect hit.
Now run.
Indeed, she now possessed the strength to slay the wolf. But considering the time it had spent training with her, it deserved recognition for its efforts. Moreover, they had taken the treasure it had guarded for so long. To kill the wolf now would be excessively cruel. Qin Shu swiftly dashed toward the direction she had arranged with Xiao Xiao, but halfway there, she heard the furious howl of the Gale Wolf behind her, likely realizing its precious possession had been lost. She swiftly retrieved the little turtle and scooped up the energetic Xiao Xiao, who was frantically gesturing at her. After consuming a rejuvenating elixir, she urged the turtle to soar into the distance. Have we succeeded? Qin Shu inquired. Xiao Xiao produced the carefully concealed Jidu Xianlon from its pouch, exclaiming, "Of course. Xiao Xiao is quite formidable." Noticing that the Gale Wolf behind them had vanished, Xiao Xiao's spirits lifted. However, their joy was short-lived, as the next moment, Qin Shu found herself thrust into an area solely occupied by silver spirit trees. She gasped in terror, her entire being bristling with alarm. "How did you come in here? Quickly, get out. Get out." Qin Shu, perplexed, paused to ask, "What is wrong?" This place is a forbidden zone within the entire secret realm. It is toxic. Inhaling even a single breath of spiritual energy will ensnare you in poisonous mist. Once the spiritual energy is devoured, it will consume your flesh and blood.
Run.
Xiao Xiao doesn't wish to perish. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastened to fly in the opposite direction. Yet, it seemed as though they had stepped into some sort of formation. No matter how they flew, they always returned to the same spot. Sister, look at that skeleton. We're back again, Xiao Xiao remarked. Qin Shu furrowed her brow and nodded. I noticed. Are you alright? Xiao Xiao shook its small head, appearing rather dispirited compared to its earlier vivacity. Qin Shu frowned, sensing something amiss. However, she felt perfectly fine, her spiritual energy intact, without a hint of anomaly. Observing that Xiao Xiao appeared somewhat unwell, Qin Shu gathered her spiritual energy to help clear her meridians. Noticing a slight resurgence of vitality in Xiao Xiao, Qin Shu continued, I shall place you within my jade pendant space for you to rest. You cannot endure here for long. With misty eyes, Xiao Xiao looked at Qin Shu. Her voice laced with concern. But what about you? Qin Shu replied calmly, I am fine. Do not worry, I will ensure your safety. Her jade pendant space was the sole realm capable of harboring living beings, devoid of toxic miasma. Once they departed from this secret realm, she would release Xiao Xiao. Left alone, Qin Shu chose not to fly any longer. Instead, she descended to the ground, determined to thoroughly investigate this eerie place and unravel its mysteries. The ground was carpeted with a layer of fallen leaves, and as she walked, she inadvertently stepped upon something unusual. Pausing, she retracted her wrist, and with a swift motion, her palm swept through the leaves, revealing a stark, white layer of bones beneath. Qin Shu furrowed her brows and took out a communication jade slip, intending to inquire about any forbidden areas within the Hexian secret realm. However, the slip was blank. She was unable to reach anyone, nor could she access the usual square for various messages. It appeared that this place was a barrier against spiritual resonance, entirely negating her chances of seeking external assistance. With a sigh, Qin Shu stowed the communication slip, closed her eyes, and activated her Dewey technique to its utmost limits, ultimately relying on her instincts to select a direction. This time, Qin Shu truly did not linger in place. As she journeyed forth, she collected numerous inner elixirs from the demon beasts. Along her path, she also encountered many human skeletons, inevitably evoking a sense of melancholic sympathy. Following her instincts, she traversed for what felt like an eternity until she finally beheld the sky. At that moment, she realized that she had not exited the Silver Spirit Forest, but rather, the very heart of the forest had been violently cleaved open by some unknown force, creating a colossal pit. Within this chasm swirled a mist of pink hues, beautifully juxtaposed against the silvery silver spirit trees, a sight both breathtaking and perilously enchanting. The pink mist bore the same origin as the fog lingering at the forest's edge, yet it was far more dense, likely the principal cause of the demise of these demon beasts and cultivators. Although Qin Shu was unaware of the reason, it seemed that this pink mist posed little threat to her. Her spiritual energy remained intact. She even dared to cast a fireball spell into the depths of the pink fog, and in an instant, the mist erupted like a grand fairy wand, crackling with sparks. Qin Shu gasped in awe, exclaiming, How beautiful! Chapter 66. The unfortunate one without a protagonist's halo. As the flickering flames dissipated, the pink mist in the air seemed to fade considerably. Qin Shu stood at the edge of the deep pit, gazing downward. The once vibrant pink haze had dulled somewhat, allowing her to glimpse the bottom of the chasm. The lake shimmered with a rosy hue, perfectly still, presenting an exquisite yet bizarre sight. Instinctively, Qin Shu felt that the answers concealed within this pink mist lay below, compelling her to descend and investigate. According to the law of traversing realms, the more absurd the location, the more likely treasures would be found. However, she was not the protagonist of this tale, lacking the halo of a hero. Yet attempting to explore was certainly worth the risk. Qin Shu consumed a spirit-replenishing pill, restoring her energy to its fullest, and summoned the wood element to encourage the growth of surrounding vines. Once the vines reached the bottom of the cliff, she tugged at them, finding them relatively sturdy. She then enveloped her feet in earth energy, carefully descending the precipice step by step. As she approached the lake surface, the pink mist thickened, prompting her to cast 2 small fireballs to clarify her vision. After descending further and assessing the height, She felt confident in making a safe landing. She wrapped herself in a layer of earth energy and released her grip on the vines. However, just as Qin Shu's feet touched the ground, Xie Shiwan, who had only just stepped into the illusory valley, felt a sudden stir within his heart. Damn, this little girl truly overestimates herself. Before he could finish his thought, he vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, the ethereal knight Tianlingdi grew anxious, hastily sending him a message. Are you toying with me? Xie Shiwan let out a soft snort, his leisurely voice resonating within the ethereal realm of Huanguang Yi Tianlingti, declaring, what of your mockery? Merely a sealed wretch. A mere serpent dares to exhibit such arrogance before me. Ah, before he could complete his utterance, he sensed an additional layer of barrier enveloping him. The noxious mist of the barrier proving far more troublesome than the initial formations conjured by the members of the Xian Tian sect. The greenish haze seeped into his wounds, gradually devouring the little spiritual energy he had painstakingly restored. He had continuously and discreetly emitted the universal distress signals of the beast clans, yet after a prolonged wait, only this serpent had arrived. Even more astonishingly, this serpent was a lackey of the Xian Tian sect. You aid the tyrants. May you meet a most untimely demise. Ah! Xie Shiwan casually tore open a rift in space, stepping through it, and the cacophony of lamentation was completely silenced. When seeking assistance, one must adopt the demeanor of a supplicant. Though once glorious, he was now but a prisoner in chains. He had failed in his ascension, yet had successfully weathered the heavenly tribulation, merely a dog, yet it dared to bark before him. It was time for punishment. Xie Shiwan reappeared in the small secret realm of Qin Shu's trial, once again amidst the murky swamp. The once placid marsh erupted in turmoil, akin to a pot of porridge boiling over, surging wildly within the dark, murky waters. Initially, a mere breath had terrified them all. Now that the true body had arrived, who among them would dare remain? Those creatures that dwell in water for their entire lives yearn to sprout wings and soar into the sky. However, at this moment, Xie Shiwan had no inclination to engage with these lowly demonic beasts. That small creature intended to take his inner core to its demise, and delaying any further could mean a loss beyond salvation. His serpentine tail sliced through the mire with remarkable swiftness, propelling him ashore in no time. Despite Qin Shu having traversed nearly 12 hours of arduous journey, the tail left a lengthy trace through the thicket, which was swiftly concealed beneath a thick carpet of fallen leaves as the wind whispered through the trees. Qin Shu felt a sudden flutter of trepidation as she trod upon the chilling bones scattered beneath her feet, which markedly differed from the silver spirit woods above. These bones radiated a delicate pink luminescence. A thought pierced her mind like a fleeting shadow. Could this be a formation? No sooner had this notion taken root than the pink waters of the lake beckoned her with an irresistible allure, compelling her steps closer to its edge. The nearer she approached, the more numerous the ominous bones became. Unconsciously, she lifted a foot, and just as she was about to immerse herself in the water, a fierce gust swept in from behind. A dark, metallic-tinged tail coiled around her waist, and in the next instant, she found herself unceremoniously tossed back among the silver leaves. Qin Shu landed sharply upon a leg bone, wincing in pain as she inhaled sharply, jolted back to reality. As she gazed at the sudden appearance of the dark figure before her, the ethereal pink mist enveloped him like a backdrop, even softening the chilling aura that emanated from him. A serpent? Qin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as she rubbed her eyes, questioning her own perception. How did you end up here? Xie Shiwan looked down at Qin Shu from his elevated position, his voice cold as he remarked, If you wish to court death again, do so alone. Do not drag my inner core into your folly. It was at that moment that Qin Shu realized she was precariously perched on the edge of a pit. Remembering the sights she had encountered moments before, she furrowed her brow, pondering, what just happened? Something within the lake had captivated her, compelling her to approach and investigate. Her low cultivation had rendered her susceptible to such allure. Although Xie Shiwan's expression was far from pleasant, he nonetheless answered Qin Shu's inquiry. His words only deepened her confusion. Who had bewitched my mind? Is there something alive in that lake? Xie Shiwan responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement before instructing. Remain here and do not wander. I will descend to investigate. Before Qin Shu could respond, he had already vanished from sight. Hastily, she crawled to the edge of the pit and peered down, only to find that the swirling pink mist had thickened once more, obscuring her view. In frustration, she unleashed a series of fireballs into the depths. Xie Shiwan, having just reached the bottom, heard the commotion above and looked up, witnessing a dazzling display of fireworks. While the entities within the lake might pose a threat to others, for him, they were a source of great nourishment. He transformed into his true form and plunged into the lake. In the very center of the lake, a cluster of ominous white bones encircled a delicate pink lotus. Beside the lotus stood a seed pod, its green seeds plump and full, indicating their maturity. The lotus exuded ethereal pink mist, tinting the entire lake in a soft hue, reminiscent of a maiden's dream yet to bloom, a sight that beckoned curiosity. However, this time, he encountered the unromantic Xie Shiyuan. Xie Shiyuan had no intention of admiring the scene. With a flick of his tail, he uprooted the entire seed pod. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at the lotus and decisively plucked it as well. Qin Shu, who had been waiting to observe the spectacle, noticed no commotion beneath, no fights, no shouts, not even a sound. She sat idly on the edge of the cliff, her legs swinging in the air. The sky was darkening, and counting the days, she realized she had been there for 5 days already. In another 5, she would be free. There were still so many places on the map she had yet to explore. Would she truly be trapped here? The thought was unbearable. Just as she indulged in her musings, the fallen leaves beside her stirred without a breeze. She turned her head and found herself face to face with a magnificent pink lotus. Chapter 67. Committing mischief with one's own body. Qin Shu was initially taken aback, but in the next moment, a delightful fragrance surged into her nostrils, enveloping her in a haze that transformed her surroundings into a rosy hue. Even the dark serpent before her appeared to don a pink veil. She had no time to contemplate the bizarre occurrence before she succumbed to unconsciousness, her body feeling as if it had lost all rigidity as she plummeted toward the depths of the pit. Xie Shiyuan, acting almost instinctively, reached out to assist her, swiftly flicking his tail to grasp her leg and pull her back. Observing Qin Shu's unusually flushed complexion, Xie Shiyuan's brow furrowed even deeper. How could she be weaker than he had anticipated? Could she not even withstand the fragrance of these flowers? He placed his hand upon her dantian, channeling the spiritual energy from his own inner elixir to assist Qin Shu in purging the toxins within her. Her reckless venture into danger was likely linked to his inner elixir, which held a considerable allure for this ancient strain of poison. Gradually, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the bright moon hung like a mirror, casting an ethereal glow. Xie Shiyuan glanced upward at the sky, contemplating the extraordinary nature of this little being, and decided to retract his hand, using his tail to gently drag her further into the moonlight's embrace. The moment the moonlight touched her, she became enveloped in the trifold spiritual energy present in the air, compelling even the lingering pink mist to retreat from her brilliance. Witnessing the speed at which she absorbed the energy, even Xie Shiyuan could not help but feel envious. When he was but a small serpent, had he possessed such a pace of cultivation, he would not have suffered the indignity of having his tail bitten off by other serpents. Certainly, those beasts that once tormented him have long since perished. Had it not been for Qin Shu's current insufficient cultivation, these pink mists would not have affected her in the slightest, as her vibrant spiritual energy coursed through her meridians. With each complete circulation of her energy, the remnants of the pink mist within her diminished significantly. At last, Qin Shu awakened once more. It was then that Xie Shiyuan withdrew his hand. Qin Shu's gaze wandered before settling back upon Xie Shiyuan, and with a blink of bewilderment, she inquired, "Why are you no longer pink, Xie Shiyuan? When had this black serpent ever been pink?" Noticing the indifference in the giant serpent's demeanor, Qin Shu finally sat up, tousled her slightly disheveled hair, and murmured softly, "But just now, you were definitely pink?" Xie Shiyuan, unable to contain himself any longer, offered a brief explanation. "You were poisoned." Qin Shu gasped, recalling the large pink flower she had seen just before losing consciousness. "Was it not a lotus? Were you attempting to poison me to use my body for nefarious purposes?" Qin Shu's lips pressed into a straight line, her expression unusually grave. Xie Shiyuan was both amused and exasperated by her allegations, chuckling at her small limbs. In the tranquil silver spirit forest, only his deep, mocking laughter echoed. In the next moment, Qin Shu found herself ensnared by his tail, drawn before his gaze. His dark golden vertical pupils locked onto her clear black eyes. She distinctly noticed the subtle curve of his thin lips as his teasing voice echoed in her ears. "Is it not delightful to indulge in wickedness with one's own body? Qin Shu, great serpent, do restrain yourself. Your forked tongue is nearly grazing my face." Xie Shiuan instinctively considered flicking his tongue, but upon hearing her words, he forcibly withheld the impulse. As the tip of his tail loosened, Qin Shu tumbled onto the thick layer of fallen leaves. Propping herself up with her hands behind her, she observed the great serpent before her, whose expression remained unchanged, yet clearly bore an air of displeasure. She hastily redirected the conversation, inquiring, "What is that flower?" She could hardly believe that the serpent would present her with a bloom merely to amuse her. It was only natural to pursue benefit and avoid harm, a sentiment shared by both humans and serpents alike. Heavenly Heart Rakshasa, ensnaring lotus. At the mention of this name, Qin Shu's body stiffened in surprise. It was one she vaguely recalled encountering before. The Heavenly Heart Rakshasa ensnaring lotus was a toxic entity known for ensnaring its prey through the release of poisonous mists. Yet, the texts had not indicated such formidable power possessed by the lotus. Where had the discrepancy arisen? Could it be that formation she had witnessed below? She lifted her gaze towards Xie Shiuan, asking, "Is it that formation?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Xie Shiuan regarded her with newfound respect, realizing she possessed a degree of discernment. Frustrated, Qin Shu crossed her arms and turned her face away, wishing to ignore him. Xie Shiuan continued, "This flower must be cultivated by someone. That formation is an illusionary array, which also possesses the ability to gather spiritual energy. Regardless of whether one belongs to the human race or the beastly kind, once they step into this realm, they are inevitably drawn towards the center of the lake, ultimately becoming sustenance for this enchanting flower." Xie Shiuan retrieved the flower once more. However, rather than discarding it entirely, she plucked 2 petals and offered them to her. Qin Shu gazed at the magnificent blossom, perplexed by the mere 2 petals she now held. As she meticulously recalled the knowledge she had once studied, her confusion deepened. The Tianxin Luoshalian, a toxic entity, serves as an exceptional material for the crafting of magical artifacts and puppets. Yet, as a practitioner of the righteous path, she had no inclination to delve into such nefarious arts. What use would this poisonous plant be to her? The serpent, while the petals may be visually appealing, hold no utility for a practitioner of the righteous path. Are they perhaps intended for a floral bath? Upon hearing her words, Xie Shiuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, a slight scoff escaping her lips. Righteous practitioner, indeed, one who harbors the inner Dan of their true self within their dantian? Even we, from the unorthodox sect, are not as sinister as you. The smile on Qin Shu's face faltered, and she hastily defended herself, insisting, "I am indeed righteous. Just you wait. I shall eventually digest your inner Dan." Xie Shiuan dismissed her with a derisive snort, and as Qin Shu observed this demeanor, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to inquire, "How is it that you are here? Was it not stated that practitioners above the foundational stage are barred from entering this secret realm?" Xie Shiuan furrowed her brow, maintaining her usual tone, warning her not to inquire into matters that should remain unasked. However, Qin Shu's curiosity lingered as she studied him intently. And suddenly, a light flickered in her mind. Her gaze brightened as she locked eyes with Xie Shiuan, exclaiming, "You cannot possibly be." Upon hearing her words, Xie Shiuan felt a tightening in her chest. However, in the next moment, Qin Shu playfully winked at him and inquired, "Have you lost your inner Dan, resulting in a significant decline in your cultivation? Are you now merely at the qi refining stage?" Xie Shiuan responded with a questioning expression. His previously tense pupils gradually relaxed, yet he ultimately chose silence, casting her a meaningful glance instead. Qin Shu blinked, somewhat perplexed by the serpent's gaze. Could it be that she had inadvertently exposed his hidden insecurities? However, if he were truly only at the qi refining stage, why was she left utterly defenseless against him? Reflecting upon her recent visits to the library, she recalled that before a demon beast could transform, it was incapable of cultivating skills, relying solely on its innate abilities and primarily its physical strength in combat. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her as she recalled the possibilities of body refinement mentioned in the potential for a wastrel's reversal. The wisdom of the ancients did not deceive her. If she possessed such formidable physical prowess, wouldn't she be able to contend with the serpent even at the qi refining stage? Chapter 68. Is the life of others truly so important? Xie Shiuan observed the ever-changing expressions on her face, utterly perplexed by her thoughts. He glanced up at the sky and remarked, "These 2 petals can aid in the restoration of my inner elixir. Once my inner elixir is fully restored, it shall no longer linger in your dantian." Qin Shu was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Xie Shiwan watched as she eagerly took the petals and prepared to consume them. Unable to contain himself, he eventually inquired, "Have you forgotten that you are an alchemist?" Surely, any alchemist would prioritize refining the elixir upon acquiring the plant.
Who would eat it raw like this?
Her reminder sparked a realization in Qin Shu. Indeed, she was still an alchemist, albeit one who had yet to refine a single batch of elixirs. It dawned on her why her senior brothers owed the sect so many years of alchemical tasks. It seemed that the sect could only allow a debt of 60 years at most. If it were possible to extend the debt to 120 years, they would likely manage to fulfill their obligations. With an awkward smile, she spat out the bitten lotus petal and returned it to her storage ring. "It's simply a matter of my insufficient rank. Never mind, I shall save it for later refinement," she insisted, striving to maintain her dignity. Xie Shiwan appeared to be accustomed to her clever repartee, merely responding with a nonchalant before stating, "It is time to depart." Qin Shu turned to survey the formation below and inquired, "What shall we do about this array?" Although the lotus below has been plucked by the great serpent, one cannot dismiss the possibility that, should this formation persist, other malevolent strains may emerge to wreak havoc. Perceiving her thoughts, Xie Shiwan raised an eyebrow, suggesting that might be even better. Qin Shu was taken aback, her brow furrowing in contemplation for an extended period, yet she remained unable to depart with grace. However, her current cultivation was insufficient. Should she act recklessly, she might endanger herself as well. Xie Shiwan looked down upon the young child before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his dark golden vertical pupils. Was the life of others truly so significant? Qin Shu, astonished, lifted her gaze, but upon further reflection, she realized he was indeed a venomous serpent. How could she expect him to grasp human emotions? After a brief moment of pondering, she finally articulated her thoughts. "The lives of others may not pertain to me, yet if a single act of kindness on my part could help them avert these dangers, I believe it is worthwhile. It is just, my current abilities are somewhat lacking, which is rather regrettable." Xie Shiwan observed the youthful visage of hers, which bore an expression of complexity beyond her years. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "You may go. I will await your return." Qin Shu was momentarily stunned, gazing up in surprise at the man before her. She too wished to venture forth. Had she possessed his capabilities, she would have acted long ago. How could she possibly hesitate? Seemingly attuned to her inner thoughts, Xie Shiwan added, "You may draw upon the spiritual energy within my inner core." As his words fell, they met with a pair of gleaming eyes filled with astonishment. "Really?" The wind that weaves through the forest caressed the wide sleeves of his robe. His gaze fixated on the distant precipice, his expression imbued with a peculiar tranquility. Yet, Qin Shu distinctly heard his response, a mere hm. The smile at the corners of her lips widened incrementally. If she could harness his spiritual energy, perhaps she could indeed give it a try. Xie Shiwan's cold voice resonated once more, cautioning, "Do not rejoice too soon. Even if you can wield my spiritual energy, it does not guarantee the destruction of that formation. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, I assure you, I will not extend my assistance again." Qin Shu solemnly clasped her fists in gratitude. "Thank you." She promptly turned and descended once more, utilizing the vines she had previously left behind to navigate her way down. Xie Shiwan stood at the edge of the cliff, observing the diminutive figure as she skillfully descended along the vines. He remained skeptical of her abilities, even with his spiritual energy at her disposal. Given her current level of learning, dismantling such a formidable array would prove to be a daunting task. Before long, she halted just shy of the pit's bottom, her feet enveloped in earthy spiritual energy, firmly adhering to the cliffside. Xie Shiwan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether she was a timid creature, too frightened to approach, let alone disrupt the formation. However, in the next moment, he witnessed her deftly forming intricate hand seals. As the complexity of her gestures increased, he could distinctly sense the burgeoning spiritual energy coalescing beneath her hands. Xie Shiwan could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. It seemed that this little one was somewhat more formidable than he had initially perceived. Qin Shu's movements grew increasingly swift, yet her spiritual energy began to wane. At that moment, the power of the seal in her hand was still insufficient. Recalling the words of the great serpent, she endeavored to draw upon the spiritual energy contained within its core. Having nurtured its essence in her dantian for so long, she was astounded to discover that she could indeed harness its energy. The true extent of the serpent's cultivation remained a mystery to her. but she could sense a continuous flow of energy being siphoned from it, seemingly inexhaustible. A growing sense of alarm enveloped her until she realized that the energy she had amassed in her hand had reached the limits of her capacity. It was only then that she propelled the seal forward. The golden-green talisman shimmered with tendrils of purple mist as Xie Shiwan, standing atop, watched the unfolding scene with a gradually numbing expression. She had actually mastered such a technique, requiring merely an infusion of sufficient spiritual energy to unleash its formidable power. Clearly, the formation at the bottom of the pool could not withstand this. The golden-green seal gracefully descended to the center of the grand array, and in an instant, it erupted into a mushroom cloud interspersed with vapor. The shockwave from the explosion nearly toppled Qin Shu. She had expended nearly all her spiritual energy in forming the seal, leaving her devoid of any resistance. Her hair was swept up, tugging at her scalp, causing her hairline to recede slightly. The sheer force pinned her against the cliff, distorting her features grotesquely. However, in the next moment, a figure appeared beside her, hoisting her onto his shoulder and carrying her back up the cliff. The suffocating sensation dissipated, replaced by an uncomfortable pressure in her stomach. It is fortunate that she relies solely on the consumption of fasting pills to survive. Otherwise, she would surely be retching up even the remnants of her previous meal. With her petite hands resting on Xie Shiwan's shoulders, she caught her breath, only to nearly find her head caught in a tree branch. Is this what it feels like to stand upon the shoulders of giants? Truly, it is not a delightful experience. After regaining her composure, Qin Shu hastily exclaimed, "Put me down." "Yet," Xie Shiwan replied, "I will take you away from here. You cannot escape on your own." Naturally, Qin Shu was eager to seize this opportunity. His pace was remarkably swift. Relying on her own flying artifacts would either be a costly endeavor or require excessive effort. "However, the bones in your shoulders are digging into my stomach." Could you possibly, before she could finish her sentence, she found herself lifted and repositioned. Now, she perched upon Xie Shiwan's left shoulder, reminiscent of the small creature that had once squatted there. Qin Shu thought to herself, though this sensation is absolutely delightful, it is stable, with a splendid view and a high degree of comfort. In a flurry, she retrieved a healing pill for herself, and after a moment's consideration, she produced a premium healing pill and pressed it into Xie Shiwan's mouth. It would be rather inconsiderate to indulge in snacks alone. Even a 3-year-old understands the importance of sharing, so how could she not? Caught off guard by her unexpected offering, Xie Shiwan initially hesitated. But upon realizing that she had placed a premium healing pill into his mouth, he fell into silence. How wonderful it is to be an alchemist. I wonder what the chances are that he might pursue the art of alchemy now. Once Qin Shu had regained a measure of her spiritual energy, she promptly enveloped herself in a protective shield of earth elemental energy to prevent the nearby branches from striking her head. Having completed this task, her gaze shifted to the colossal serpent beside her. Despite its rugged exterior, she found herself reluctant to mar its visage, so she decided to adorn it with a protective shield as well. "Xie Shiwan, what on earth is this?"
Ah.
It appears to be a shield so fragile that even a sneeze could shatter it. Though he was not particularly fond of such a contraption, he refrained from breaking the shield. Thus, the two of them donned these earthy yellow helmets as they raced through the silvery woods. The sensation could easily be described as exhilarating, truly an understatement. Xie Shiwan's speed was remarkable. He effortlessly navigated through the formation that had long hindered Qin Shu and Xiao Xiao. Chapter 69. Fear of involving my inner Dan cultivation. Why did you manage to emerge so effortlessly? I wandered for quite some time with Xiao Xiao yesterday and could not find my way out. Standing at the edge of the Silver Spirit Woods, Qin Shu turned back with curiosity and inquired once more. This place is a natural formation. The one who cultivates flowers has utilized this formation to conceal his activities, explained Xie Shiwan to the little creature perched on his shoulder. If it were not for the obscuring nature of this formation, the Xuantiangman would not have left this malevolent object to persist until today. Although, for him, this lotus flower is indeed a valuable item. At this moment, Qin Shu noticed her communication jade slip was fervently signaling, indicating that she could likely connect with the outside world here. She retrieved the slip and observed a brilliant glow emanating from it, revealing a flurry of unread messages that left her uncertain of where to begin reading. 2 senior brothers had sent her trial strategies, and there was a message from Chiyu warning her of troublesome beasts in a certain area, advising her to take a detour. Of course, the majority of the messages were from Xian. Shuju, I found a rising dragon riddlegrass. The trials are indeed a treasure hunt. I can probably exchange it for a considerable amount of points when I return. Shuju, I just exited the purple bamboo forest. The bamboos there have become sentient, and their strikes are quite painful. Believe it or not, I was just chased by 2 rabbits. I barely escaped. When I return, I must learn a lightness technique. Qin Shu, why haven't I heard from you? Shuju, where are you? Have you encountered any danger? As time progressed, her tone grew increasingly anxious. The final message read, Are you by the swamp? I'm coming to find you. 2 hours had elapsed since Qin Shu had gone missing. Startling her into a swift reply, I was just trapped in a formation, and my communication jade was also blocked. I've just managed to escape. I'm fine. You needn't come. At that moment, Qin Shu felt a warmth in her heart. Despite knowing the dangers that lay ahead, Xian had come without hesitation. One could wonder whether to commend her innocence or chastise her foolishness. Now that she had freed herself and was intending to head towards the center of the map, there was truly no need to send her back again. However, in the next instant, her jade once again illuminated. Help! A jolt of alarm surged through Qin Shu as she quickly inquired, Where are you? I'll come immediately. There are 3 rabbits chasing me on the grass. Oh my goodness! Xian gasped in response. Just as Qin Shu was about to retrieve her small turtle to assist Xian, she suddenly remembered that she was still seated upon the shoulder of the great serpent. Raising her gaze, she met the serpent's inquisitive eyes. Of course, his curiosity was not directed at her, but rather at the jade in her hand. Why is there no one speaking on my communication jade? Xia Shiwan asked, his handsome brows furrowing in confusion. Qin Shu, she silently tucked the small turtle back away and negotiated with Xia Shiwan. I'll teach you something. But would you mind taking me part of the way? Xia Shiwan grasped Qin Shu's collar and unceremoniously tossed her onto the ground, declaring his intent to cease their studies. Qin Shu, taken aback, remained silent. Xia Shiwan crossed his arms and turned his face away. Undeterred, Qin Shu leaned in from another angle, a playful smile gracing her lips as she inquired, Did you not just say that if anything were to go awry this time, you would refrain from intervening? Xia Shiwan's gaze fell upon her sparkling eyes, his dark golden irises calm as still waters. Yet, the words that escaped his lips bore an unsettling weight. I fear that should you perish below, it would jeopardize my inner Dan. Even Xia Shiwan himself was perplexed by his own actions. It was evident that her demise would render his inner Dan recoverable. An inner Dan, impervious even to the tribulations of ascension, would certainly not tremble at such trivial disturbances. Yet, before he could fully comprehend his own motivations, he had already acted to extricate her from danger. Qin Shu touched the tip of her nose, acknowledging that the disruption of the formation was largely thanks to the great serpent. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved 2 yellow crystals from her storage pouch, prized possessions obtained from the Feishuang Yenpi rat, and presented them to Xia Shiwan. Xia Shiwan gazed down at the 2 earth-type spirit stones cradled in her hands, extending his own to accept them. He delicately pinched the small objects between his long fingers, chuckling softly before tossing the spirit stones back to her. Keep them for yourself. Safeguard the integrity of my inner Dan. Before his words had fully dissipated, he had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a carpet of fallen leaves and the eerie silence of the forest. Qin Shu gazed in admiration at his ability to appear and disappear like a wisp of smoke. One day, she too shall attain such prowess. Qin Shu retrieved her small turtle and, following the directions indicated on the jade slip, soared towards the grassy expanse where Xian resided. The distance to the meadow was considerable, and as she traversed the path, she consumed spirit-replenishing pills while hastening her pace, not neglecting to envelop her head in an earthen protective aura. After all, despite her youth, her hairline could scarcely withstand further strain. Upon reaching the lush emerald grassland where Xian was located, Qin Shu had expended an entire vial containing 50 low-grade spirit-replenishing pills. With a pang of regret, she clenched her fists, vowing to vent her frustrations by dispatching 2 rabbits. Before long, Qin Shu spotted Xian racing towards her. Trailing closely behind were 3 rabbits. Qin Shu nearly bulged her eyes in disbelief. These creatures were indeed rabbits? Towering over Xian, they were as robust as pigs, with crimson eyes and elongated incisors. A bite from such a beast would surely take a substantial chunk of flesh. Swiftly, she hurled 2 fireballs, managing to divert a significant portion of the relentless pursuit away from He Xian. He Xian glanced up and beheld Qin Shu balancing on one foot atop the turtle. Shu Shu. Qin Shu, alarmed at the sight of He Xian nearly being overtaken by the pursuing rabbits, quickly cast another fireball to provide her with some respite. First, they would deal with the rabbits, then they could reminisce. He Xian, well prepared for the trial, had also mastered several offensive spells. Firelight, she exclaimed. As Qin Shu silently cast her fireball spell, she was startled by a loud shout and quickly turned to see her companion unleashing a fire-based technique resembling a pulse wave. Qin Shu was taken aback. This technique was incredibly impressive. She resolved to learn it upon her return. However, she pondered, why must one shout when casting a spell? Did it confer some sort of advantage? With a spirit of experimentation, Qin Shu called out, "Fireball." He Xian glanced back at her, and the two exchanged looks filled with mutual incomprehension. They then instinctively turned away, refocusing on the rabbit before them. He Xian, with her cultivation, could barely manage a single rabbit and even managed to cast a couple of spells while retreating. Meanwhile, Qin Shu noticed that the damage from her fireball was minimal, prompting her to draw her sword instead. "Behold my blade," she declared. During her first year of training, aside from cultivating and comprehending the Tao, she had devoted all her time to sword practice. Although she had only mastered the most basic sword techniques, they were her most reliable means of attack. Dismounting from the small turtle, she charged toward the rabbit with her sword drawn, fiercely proclaiming, "He Xian, tonight, we feast on roasted rabbit." She thrust her sword forward, infused with the momentum of nature, piercing toward the unsuspecting rabbit, which had no time to react and let out a piercing shriek in response to the attack. Chapter 70. Sisters, may I borrow a flame? Qin Shu resolutely abandoned her defense, skillfully twirling her sword and launching an assault. The rabbit, faced with her ferocious onslaught, attempted to counter but found itself unable to evade the impending harm, resorting instead to frantic evasion. Yet, it was not long before Qin Shu dispatched it beneath her blade. With one foe eliminated, the remaining adversaries became significantly easier to handle. Once they had thoroughly vanquished the rabbits, the two collapsed onto the ground, their foreheads touching. Compared to Qin Shu, He Xian appeared considerably worse for wear. Prior to Qin Shu's arrival, she had been relentlessly pursued by the rabbits, leaving her in a state of disarray, her face and body marred by conspicuous scars. Nevertheless, this did not diminish her gaze towards the sky, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Qin Shu, your swordsmanship is so impressive. I too shall return and practice my sword techniques." Qin Shu chuckled. "See? I told you that learning swordplay would prove beneficial." As they conversed, Qin Shu's communication jade slip abruptly reacted. Upon opening it, she discovered a message from Qiyu. In the next moment, He Xian received an identical message. "Qiyu is calling us to gather mushrooms. Is the rabbit meat still suitable for roasting?" He Xian inquired, rising from the grass and looking at Qin Shu. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shu shook her head. "Let us first gather mushrooms. We can roast the meat later. And perhaps I can prepare a couple of mushrooms for Qiyu as well." Qiyu had discovered a vast expanse of Qingguang Xianlin mushrooms in the ghostwood forest, a rare fungus found solely within its depths, serving as a primary ingredient for crafting the cooling pills. When the practitioners with fire spiritual roots ascend to higher realms, the intense fire spiritual energy can scorch their meridians. In such moments, it becomes quite essential to consume a cooling pill beforehand. Of course, those like Qin Shu, who refine their meridians during their cultivation, find little need for such remedies. After refining the essence of cleansing and golden transformation, Qiyu has now become a practitioner with a singular fire spiritual root, her body continuously nourished by the fire spiritual energy, rendering the pill unnecessary for her as well. She likely called upon them to collect it for points. Qin Shu pondered for a moment and decided to share her meridian refining experiences with He Xian. "Consider your own pace of cultivation carefully. Do not let the meridian refinement hinder your breakthrough," Qin Shu advised, adding a reminder. If one cannot establish a foundation by the age of 60 without other extraordinary encounters, their journey may conclude at the golden core stage. He Xian contemplated Qin Shu's words thoughtfully. "I have made up my mind. I shall cultivate at night like you, which will grant me at least 3 additional hours for refining my meridians." The ghostly wood forest truly lives up to its reputation. As they stepped inside, a chilling aura enveloped them. Fortunately, Both possessed fire attributes in their spiritual roots, allowing the fire spiritual energy to circulate around them, dissipating the bone-chilling cold. Following Qiyu's guidance, they ventured towards the southwest, and after a while, they indeed beheld a grove teeming with the azure-glowing xianlin mushrooms. Akabane also noticed the two of them, placing the azure-glowing xianin mushrooms he had picked into his storage ring, and stepped toward them. I cannot possibly collect all of these by myself, so I thought you might find them useful and called you over to join me, Akabane remarked. Qin Shu smiled at him. Thank you. I'll roast a couple of mushrooms for you later. Akabane was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Sounds good. While other cultivators would likely hesitate to consume such chilling mushrooms, Akabane, being of the fire element, had little to fear. Why couldn't I reach you yesterday? Akabane inquired casually. Hexn, overhearing, nodded vigorously from the side. I was worried sick. You said you were trapped in a formation? Are you alright? Qin Shu shook her head. I'm fine. It was probably a natural formation. I just wandered around a bit and found my way out. She spoke lightly, omitting the more harrowing details of her experience. As she surveyed the area filled with luminescent green mushrooms, Qin Shu found something peculiar. Look, mushrooms are growing on this side of the tree, but not on the other. The outermost circle is all like this. Also, have you noticed that the area filled with these azure-glowing xianin mushrooms is even colder than the surrounding ghostly woods? Listening to Qin Shu, Akabane stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, Hexn gazed at Qin Shu with curiosity and asked, What is going on? Where is it cold? I can't sense anything. Akabane cast a glance at the two of them and remarked, Junior sister is right. It does feel considerably chillier here. Her gaze then fell upon Qin Shu as she inquired, Do you sense something amiss? Qin Shu, vigilant, surveyed her surroundings and nodded slightly, suggesting that there might be something hidden here. Akabane also turned her gaze towards the mushroom patch, a flicker of firelight igniting in her eyes. The innate skill of the fire spirit bird, the true sight, had been employed to its fullest extent, yet yielded no results. There were no illusions. If anything were truly present, it would manifest as a real attack. Everyone, remain cautious, Akabane admonished. However, Qin Shu interjected. The azure light mystic spirit mushroom is a companion organism of the yin-yang nether vine. I suspect there may be yin-yang nether vines in this vicinity. So we must be particularly careful, as we cannot predict from where that entity might emerge. Akabane, observing the eloquent Qin Shu, suddenly experienced an epiphany. It was no wonder that their master had made an exception to accept her as a disciple after taking Akabane under her wing. Clearly, there was profound reasoning behind the master's decision. As soon as Qin Shu's words fell, Akabane unsheathed her red twilight sword. Hexn, filled with admiration, glanced at the two of them, further solidifying her resolve to practice swordsmanship upon their return. A pill-maker who cannot wield a sword is unworthy to claim lineage from the Xiantian sect's alchemy school. The three of them, while foraging for mushrooms, remained vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a small bulge emerged just 3 feet away from them. Qin Shu detected a faint sound and promptly halted her actions, drawing her white jade sword in readiness. In the next instant, a pitch-black nether vine lunged towards the trio. Qin Shu and Qiyu simultaneously unsheathed their swords to fend off the attack, exclaiming, Look at the sword. Hexn stood still, unable to join the fray. The two women had been engaged in combat with the ominous vine for quite some time when, unexpectedly, another one emerged on their left. Upon seeing this, Hexn became alarmed and shouted, Fire! Despite the formidable nature of the ominous vine, it remained a creature of the wood element, inherently fearful of flames. Qin Shu had grown accustomed to Hexn's battle cries, while it was Qiyu's first experience, causing her swordplay to falter momentarily. Qin Shu burst into laughter, using her own wood element spirit energy to manipulate an ordinary vine, binding it to the ominous vine. She then turned to Hexn, calling out, Hexn, lend me a flame. Hexn grinned widely and shouted, Fire! As the ominous vine ignited, both Qiyu and Qin Shu swiftly retreated, observing as the vine instinctively burrowed into the ground. Qin Shu remarked to her companions, We've gathered enough. Let us go. Leave some mushrooms for the junior brothers and sisters. Upon exiting the ghostwood forest, Qin Shu noticed Qiyu, who seemed hesitant to speak. She inquired, Junior sister, what troubles you? Qiyu, her expression conflicted, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Junior sister, why do you call out before striking? Chapter 71. My knee feels as if struck by an arrow. Chin Shu and He Xian exchanged a glance, unable to suppress a sudden burst of laughter. Flushed with embarrassment, He Xian stamped her foot and shot her a reproachful look, exclaiming, "That was merely to embolden myself. You cannot fathom how terrifying it is to be pursued by 3 rabbits alone." Chi raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his features, which was indeed a delightful habit. Qin Shu retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring, glanced at the map of the secret realm, turned in a circle to orient herself with the sun, and declared, "Let us head south. There lies a river." Second senior brother mentioned a fish called silver white inhabits its waters, which would pair splendidly with the roasted rabbits. By the time the trio reached the riverbank, dusk had fallen. The luminous moon cast its reflection upon the winding river, where lush green grass flourished, and emerald fireflies danced in the air. Occasionally, silvery fish leaped from the water, tracing shimmering arcs through the night sky. Setting aside the fish's attack power, the scene imbued one with the enchanting illusion of stepping into a fairy tale. Yet in the next moment, He Xian was unexpectedly knocked down by a jet of water sprayed from the silver white. She inhaled sharply, rubbing her knee, exclaiming, "Ouch. It feels as if an arrow has struck my knee." Qin Shu hurried over to check on her, raising her hand to apply the gathered wood spirit energy to He Xian's knee. Gradually, the pain emanating from her knee began to subside. Her furrowed brows gradually relaxed as she lifted her head, her large eyes turning towards Qin Shu, filled with delight and exuberance. Shu, I never imagined the wood spirit energy could be utilized in such a manner. I've learned." Her affinity for the wood spirit root surpassed Qin Shu's, boasting a value exceeding 60. Mimicking Qin Shu's actions, she gathered the wood spirit energy in her palms and applied it to the wound inflicted by the bamboo. As she observed the wound healing, He Xian's joy soared. It was indeed effective. Noticing this, Qin Shu smiled and gently reminded her, "Perhaps you could directly channel the spirit energy to the injured area, and the outcome would be the same." He Xian paused, and then burst into laughter. "How foolish of me. Now I truly understand." Seeing the camaraderie between the two, Chiyu felt a twinge of envy. Why did she suddenly perceive her own heavenly root as mediocre? If only she possessed a wood spirit root as well. Qin Shu retrieved rabbit meat and mushrooms from her storage ring, preparing to wash them by the riverbank. When He Xian called out, "Qin Shu, be cautious of that fish." Qin Shu glanced back and winked, "Fear not, for the mountain dweller has its clever strategies." He Xian widened her eyes, eager to witness her clever ploy, only to see a translucent, earthy yellow protective shield manifest around Qin Shu. Crouching by the river, Qin Shu began rinsing the rabbit meat and mushrooms, while He Xian contributed several segments of bamboo she had cut down in the purple bamboo forest to vent her frustrations. The lingering scent of blood on the rabbit meat attracted a multitude of beasts from the river. Suddenly, Qin Shuqing halted her cleansing motions, swiftly raising a hand to conjure a thick, earthy shield. In the next moment, countless streams of water erupted from the river. The shield she wielded faltered after a brief resistance, and the protective barrier enveloping her teetered precariously after withstanding the onslaught. Qin Shuqing hastily retreated beyond range, turning to find Hsien gazing at her disheveled appearance. Her once pristine attire was now speckled with mud, prompting Hsien to stifle a laugh. Mimicking Qin Shuqing's earlier gesture and winking at her, as if to say, "The sage has her own clever stratagems?" Looking rather disheveled, Qin Shuqing casually cast a cleaning spell and remarked to Hsien, "It's fortunate I am unscathed. Dirt is inconsequential." Observing this, Chiyu inquired, "What about the fish? Will you still consume it?" "Indeed." Both Qin Shuqing and Hsien replied in unison. Though the fish's offensive capabilities were mediocre, the challenge lay in their aquatic domain while they remained on shore, making them difficult to catch, Chiyu reasoned. Qin Shuqing seized one of the bamboo poles offered by Hsien. Turning to Chiyu, with a glimmer of inspiration, "Perhaps we could fish?" Before Hsien and Chiyu, she retrieved the rabbit fur she had initially stowed away, skillfully twisting the soft fibers into a lengthy line, which she secured to the bamboo pole. At the other end, she affixed a bamboo skewer, on which she had impaled a piece of expired rat meat. Hsien and Chiyu were nearly left speechless. Is it truly possible to catch fish this way? As Qin Shu commanded her companions to prepare the rabbit meat skewers, she sat calmly by the riverbank, shielded by a thick, earthy-colored barrier. In her heart, she felt an unparalleled tranquility. A true warrior not only dares to confront the ferocious fish lurking in the waters, but also possesses the skill to catch and consume them. Her entire focus was directed towards the fishing rod. The slightest movement would elicit an immediate response from her. Before long, a fish was caught. How could these first-tier fish resist the allure of second-tier rat meat? A smile spread across her face as she lifted the rod and exclaimed, "Sisters, quickly, we've hooked one. Revenge for grievances is at hand." Xian and Chiyu hurried over to witness the catch. "Did you really catch one?" Qin Shu detached the hook and handed it to them, saying, "Prepare the fish. I will catch a couple more." By the time they had their fill, the sky had turned dark. Xian was the first to sit cross-legged and begin her cultivation. Among the three, her cultivation level was the lowest, and she dared not let her guard down. Chiyu turned to Qin Shu and said, "You should restore your spiritual energy. I will keep watch tonight." Qin Shu quickly shook her head, apprehensive about cultivating in the dead of night. If they sensed any unusual fluctuations in her energy, her secret would be exposed.
There's no need for that.
My recovery is slow. It would be better to consume a couple of spiritual recovery pills. You should focus on your cultivation. The spiritual energy here is quite abundant, Qin Shu advised. Chiyu acquiesced, replying, "All right, you can keep watch tonight and I will take over tomorrow night." Qin Shu chuckled lightly, no need for formality. "Over the past couple of days, I have gleaned some insights while practicing my swordsmanship. You may meditate here. I shall practice by the riverside without causing any delay. The long night stretches ahead. Would it not be a pity to do nothing?" As dawn gradually broke, Chiyu opened her eyes and beheld Qin Shu diligently practicing her swordplay by the riverbank. She deftly evaded the water jets propelled by silver fish, countering with a precise slash. Just as she sidestepped one spray, another surged forth. She seamlessly switched her sword to her left hand, parrying it with grace. Chiyu watched in astonishment. Her junior sister indeed possessed an extraordinary comprehension of the martial arts, and her adaptability was impressive. Turning her gaze back to Xian, who remained deep in meditation, Chiyu decided to rise and join the practice at the river. In contrast to Qin Shu's foundational sword techniques, Chiyu's style was considerably more flamboyant. Observing her junior sister emulating her methods, Qin Shu beamed. "Sister, this technique is quite effective, isn't it? If only there were a place to store them, I would catch a few fish to practice my swordplay with." Her words struck a chord with Chiyu, who paused momentarily before turning to Qin Shu, a smile slowly blossoming on her lips. "I have." Chapter 72, A Fire That Burns One's Own When Hsien Awoke. She found Qin Shu and Chiyu standing by the riverbank, each holding a hand-woven fishing net. The net, infused with Qin Shu's wooden spirit energy, was resilient enough to withstand the silver-white bites. "Is this really possible?" Hsien exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Sensing the moment was right, Qin Shu swiftly gathered the net, having indeed managed to catch a few small fish. Chiyu produced a small bottle, carefully placing the fish within it, then proceeded to fetch some water from the river. Qin Shu cast the net a couple more times until Chiyu's bottle could hold no more. "With this many fish, we certainly have enough for sword practice, and if we feel peckish, we could always catch a couple more for a feast." After tidying up the traces they left by the river, the trio unanimously decided to head towards the central palace marked on the map. Despite the common belief that it held nothing of value, every new disciple felt compelled to visit it at least once to dispel their doubts. With only 4 days remaining until the trial's closure, Qin Shu and her companions had consumed 2 days on their journey. As they drew closer to the central palace, they began to encounter other disciples from their sect. "Hand over the radiant, glorious orchid." "On what grounds? Why should I relinquish what I've gathered? I discovered it first. It was I who lured those rabbits away. What one possesses is rightfully theirs. You are far too naive. Merely spotting something does not entitle you to it." At the mention of rabbits, Hsien's ears perked up instinctively. "Rabbits? I lured so many away, yet I saw no sign of the radiant, glorious orchid." In a moment of distraction, Chiyu and Qin Shu had already ventured far ahead. Regaining her senses, she hurried after them, asking, "Shouldn't we intervene?" Chiyu remained silent, but Qin Shu glanced back at her and chuckled. "If you go over now, they certainly won't believe you're there to mediate. They might even think you wish to partake in the spoils." Xian frowned as she overheard them mentioning rabbits. They had already dispatched 3 of them, yet there was no sign of the rainbow god orchid. Noticing her troubled expression, Qin Shu lightly patted her shoulder, saying, "Xian, try to be more at ease. What is destined to be yours will eventually come to you. What is not meant to be should not be forced." Xian understood, but just then, Qin Shu continued, "It seems that in the realm of cultivation, One requires not only good fortune but also keen eyesight. He Xian pondered. Could it truly be that she simply failed to see? No. She resolved to diligently search for any techniques to enhance her vision. Once she perfected her skills, no treasure would escape her sight. However, just as they prepared to depart, the two individuals embroiled in conflict unexpectedly united their forces. Halt! Qin Shu and her companions ignored them, and in an instant, a spiritual talisman soared through the air. Qin Shu swiftly conjured a protective barrier of earth energy, encasing all three of them within. He Xian was startled when the talisman approached, but her disappointment quickly followed as it merely emitted a faint spark. The power it displayed was trivial, far less impressive than the firecrackers they set off during the New Year celebrations in the mortal realm.
Indeed.
The prowess of the second brother is remarkable. That is what one truly calls a spirit talisman, capable of obliterating a horde of demonic beasts with a single stroke. I wouldn't even bother to glance at such a talisman if it were tossed out as a firecracker during the New Year festivities. Listening to He Xian's complaints, Qin Shu could not help but chuckle, suspecting that the new disciples of the talisman sect had yet to hone their skills to perfection. As she dispersed the spiritual energy in her grasp, the protective shield before her dissipated as well. Turning her gaze to the two individuals opposite her, she inquired, "What is it? Are you two disciples intent on keeping us here, perhaps hoping to claim a share of this splendid neon orchid for yourselves?" Upon hearing her words, the two individuals instantly grew vigilant. One clutched a piece of talisman paper, while the other wielded a sword, their waist tokens indicating they were disciples of the sword sect. To harm fellow disciples is to face the dire consequence of being stripped of one's cultivation and expelled from the sect. One of them proclaimed loudly, "If you do not wish to harm your fellow disciples, why do you call out to us? Are you seeking our assistance in resolving a dispute?" Qin Shu inquired with curiosity. The two exchanged glances, initially fearful that these three might summon others to their aid. Qi Yu, however, possessed little patience. As a fire element spiritual root, her temper was as fiery as her abilities. She drew her sword and confronted the two, asking, "Are you looking for a fight?" Qi Shao's sword? The disciples of the sword sect recognized it immediately. "Qi Yu, we must retreat." Among the newly initiated disciples of the Shantian sect, who had not heard of Qi Yu's illustrious reputation, it was said that she had joined the Pill sect, where the esteemed Lingshu Jinren bestowed upon her the transformative wash marrow elixir, and now she possessed a spiritual root value of 100. Who could possibly contend with her? Moreover, given her lineage from the demon clan, they realized that even if they fought tirelessly, their hidden strengths would likely be insufficient to breach her defenses. "Do not flee. This radiant divine orchid must be mine." The disciples of the talisman sect, upon witnessing the escape, hastily pursued. Qi Yu felt a twinge of disappointment at their retreat. Qin Shu, standing nearby, remarked, "This sword cultivator is truly timid. A sword cultivator who shies away from battle is no true swordsman." Qi Yu nodded in agreement, firmly believing that a swordsman must embrace conflict. Without the courage to forge ahead, how could one master the art of the sword? Just as she sheathed her blade, the two who had initially fled returned, but this time, a formidable creature accompanied them. "Help! Help!" Qin Shu turned her gaze to see a colossal beast resembling an ox thundering after them, kicking up a storm of dust akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses. The two diminutive figures before it seemed as if a single hoof could crush them. A pang of anxiety gripped Qin Shu as she prepared to flee. Noticing He Xian still frozen in place, she swiftly pulled her along, exclaiming, "What are you doing?"
Run.
That SA third-tier demon beast, the Qingman Niu. Collectively, we are no match for it. A third-tier demon beast is nearly equivalent to a human cultivator at the Foundation establishment level. The four of them, mere trifles, would not withstand even a single blow from it. As she sprinted, she retrieved a Bodhi leaf, tossing it to He Xian before leaping onto it herself. Meanwhile, Qi Yu had an easier time, transforming into her original form and soaring into the sky. Qin Shu sat upon the Bodhi leaf, assisting her two fellow disciples in drawing fire away from them with spells such as Fireball Technique, Binding Technique, and Earth Split. She had exhausted every possible means, yet was utterly unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon the formidable beast, the wild bull. The only achievement was to secure a fleeting moment of survival for themselves. Observing this, He Xian imitated her actions, launching fireballs towards the bull. However, their meager assault was akin to a mere tickle against the bull's thick hide. Yet, even a tickle can become a nuisance with repetition. The wild bull bellowed, uprooting the grass and roots beneath its hooves, then turned its head towards Qin Shu and the others, charging at them. No matter. It cannot fly. Just as He Xian's words faded, a sudden bolt of lightning descended from the clear sky towards the two of them. Fortunately, Qin Shu dodged in time, but they could only watch in despair as the lightning crackled around the bull's horns. Qiyu expelled a burst of flames at the wild bull, but her two fellow disciples fled without a shred of solidarity. At that moment, Qin Shu could hardly afford to be angry. She hastily retrieved the little turtle and swallowed a healing pill, then turned to Qiyu, shouting, "Junior sister, we cannot defeat it. We must flee. You go ahead. I will hold it off." Qiyu's voice reached her. Qin Shu glanced at her agile movements and quickly cast a Fisher spell along with a binding spell. "Let's run together," she shouted, swiftly carrying He Xian away, and at that instant, He Xian released her binding spell as well. Chapter 73. The Frog Statue, revised. Qin Shu swiftly glided atop the little turtle, while Qiyu seized the opportunity to make a hasty retreat. The enraged bull snorted loudly, steam billowing from its nostrils as it pawed the ground, its horns crackling with increasingly frequent sparks of lightning. In that moment, Qin Shu could scarcely afford to glance back. Instead inquiring of He Xian, "Did you see if junior sister has escaped?" "She has. Right above us," He Xian replied. Just as Qin Shu exhaled in relief, He Xian's voice rang out from behind. "Run. That bull is about to unleash its skill." Qin Shu's doer technique surged to its zenith, and at He Xian's startled exclamation, she instinctively projected her meager spiritual energy into a gossamer shield, making a desperate final stand. Yet, the little turtle beneath Qin Shu's feet accelerated to its utmost limit, evading the impending strike of lightning. A nearby maple tree was charred black by the bolt, leaving both Qin Shu and He Xian shaken. Suddenly, the Qiyu that had been soaring above transformed into human form, perching atop a nearby treetop. A spiritual talisman materialized in her hand, and with a surge of spiritual energy, she deftly hurled it toward the bull, exclaiming, "Invoke." Qin Shu observed her movement and quickly looked up at the fierce bull. The talisman morphed into a golden cage, ensnaring the bull within its confines. The bull bellowed, charging its horns against the golden bars. The sound of metal clashing reverberating through the air, yet it remained trapped. At this moment, Qin Shu comprehended why Qiyu had urged them to leave first. The young master of the Fire Spirit Bird clan undoubtedly possessed more hidden cards than they did. Qiyu visibly exhaled in relief and turned to Qin Shu and her companion, saying, "We must hurry. This talisman will not hold for much longer. Let us make our way to the central palace, where the array is operational, preventing these surrounding beasts from entering." Qin Shu nodded in agreement. Her escape method, a little turtle, was exchanged for a Bodhi leaf. She also deftly stowed away the maple tree that had been struck by the lightning of the Qingman bull, as it could serve as a valuable piece of thunderstruck wood in the future. He Xian glanced at Qin Shu's actions before turning to Qiyu and inquiring, "Junior sister, did they not say that this small secret realm had already been cleared by the sect? How can there still be third-tier beasts?" Qiyu landed on the edge of the leaf and replied, "It must have broken through. We shall report this matter to the sect upon our return." Since third-tier beasts now roamed this area, it was indeed unsafe for them, as junior disciples, to enter for trials. Along their path, they spotted the sword sect disciple who had just fled, while the talisman sect disciple was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had utilized the teleportation talisman provided by the sect. At that moment, the disciple from the sword peak was engaged with a silver glowing by Pabi. Observing this, He Xian indignantly remarked, "Humph. We offered them our assistance, yet he abandoned us to flee alone." Qin Shu smiled and replied, "In this world, one must eventually pay their dues. See, trouble has found him once again." They were not meddling this time, as the opposing party possessed a sect-provided teleportation talisman, allowing them to escape whenever they found themselves at a disadvantage. Such individuals were not worthy of their repeated interventions. After soaring through the sky for approximately an hour, they finally emerged from the lush forest. Before them stood an ancient and dilapidated palace, constructed from large blocks of white stone, now partially collapsed, with only the southwestern corner retaining its original form. "This palace is rather different from those we have encountered before," He Sun exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Qin Shu, however, accepted this new sight with composure, recognizing this architectural style from many examples she had seen in her future life, resembling more Western constructions. It seemed to her that this small secret realm likely did not belong to the Eastern continent. She quietly speculated. As they approached the palace, the vibrant green leaves suddenly plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground. In that moment, Qin Shu understood that flying was also prohibited in this area. She quickly harnessed her spiritual energy to stabilize her form and slow her descent. Numerous disciples had already gathered at the palace, for it was the only structure within the entire secret realm. Who knew what undiscovered treasures might lie within? Upon noticing their arrival, the other disciples merely peeked over, displaying no emotional reaction, as it was evident that this palace yielded no valuable discoveries. The trio of Qin Shu stowed their flying artifacts and proceeded on foot towards the palace. As she walked, Qin Shu observed her surroundings. Even a randomly fallen stone towered above the three of them, like a giant. Qin Shu. Upon hearing someone call her name, Qin Shu looked up to see a familiar figure standing on the steps, waving at them. It was Chun Rong, her neighbor from her time at the outer gate, who had arrived merely 2 hours earlier. Overjoyed to encounter an acquaintance, she eagerly ran towards them. "You all have come too. What a coincidence." Qin Shu greeted her in return, only to hear Chun Rong remark, "If it weren't for your influence, I probably wouldn't have made it to the second layer of qi refinement in time to arrive at this small secret realm." Qin Shu's smile momentarily faltered before she regained her composure. "That is entirely your own diligence. I shall not claim any credit for it." Her evening meditations were solely due to the better absorption of spiritual energy at night, nothing more. Perhaps feeling grateful for her encouragement, Chun Rong leaned in and whispered, "I've been here for 2 hours already, and I've thoroughly explored this palace, even the ruins over there, but found nothing of interest." Qin Shu thanked her for the information. Expressing her appreciation, Chun Rong then smiled. "You just arrived. You must explore a bit. I shall take my leave now." As they watched Chun Rong depart from the central palace, Qin Shu turned to Qi Yu and He Xian, inquiring, "Do you wish to explore?" Without a moment's hesitation, He Xian replied, "How can one be satisfied without seeing it for themselves?" Qin Shu then glanced at Qi Yu, who nodded in agreement. She smiled as well, pondering that opportunities such as these can only be encountered when fate permits. "Let us explore together and reconvene here shortly." The three of them each chose a different direction. As Qin Shu activated her unique cultivation technique, it felt as if an unseen force was guiding her towards a dilapidated wall. This place appeared to have once been a garden, with a white pavilion now in ruins, its roof torn away, and several columns broken, as if severed by a single strike. Standing there, she noticed that the murals on the columns had long since crumbled under the relentless passage of time, and the crystals that once adorned them had been pried off. All that remained for them was a desolate ruin. So why did she still feel drawn here? Qin Shu stepped over a broken column and pushed aside a large expanse of foliage, revealing a long dry fountain. She approached and, upon examination, found nothing of value. Just as she was about to depart, she was suddenly caught by something. Looking down, she discovered a fallen frog statue, presumably once a decoration within the fountain. After a moment's contemplation, she thought it might be quite lovely to place this piece in the pond behind her dwelling. Chapter 74. Such a large spirit stone. Qin Shu bent down to pick up the frog lying on the ground, inspecting it from various angles, yet found nothing remarkable about it. It appeared to be an unremarkable stone. She casually tossed it into her storage ring, unaware that the statue was rolling and had blended seamlessly with the spirit stones contained within. Qin Shu had thoroughly searched this garden, and nearly all items of any significance had been taken by the senior brothers and sisters before her. With a sigh, she realized that just as she was about to depart, the peculiarities of the Dewey technique compelled her to pause once more. What could be the cause of this? Frustrated, Qin Shu wished fervently for the technique to articulate its secrets, rather than merely hinting at their existence. Resolutely, she seated herself cross-legged in the center of the broken pavilion, focusing her mind and spirit, striving to discern the elusive anomaly that lingered in her heart. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Shu suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed upon the broken columns before her, which appeared no different from ordinary stones. After a moment's contemplation, she raised her hand and channeled a stream of spiritual energy toward one of the columns. At last, one of the columns responded, as if it had momentarily frozen. It emitted 2 flashes of white light before the illumination stabilized. A beam of light projected before her, revealing the silhouettes of 2 figures, a man and a woman, both with golden hair and blue eyes. The backdrop was the very pavilion, albeit intact in the image. With a moment of reflection, Qin Shu grasped the truth. This column was, in fact, a memory stone. She sat cross-legged, enveloped by the lush foliage surrounding her, watching an intimate romantic film. The protagonists, a couple, engaged in tender embraces and affectionate exchanges, lost in their own world, when suddenly a group of armored warriors burst forth, encircling the lovers and interrupting their blissful moment. The beautiful girl, her face etched with terror, instinctively extended her arms to shield her beloved behind her. A middle-aged woman, seemingly incensed, uttered some words that sparked a fierce argument. The lovely girl then began to chant incantations, or perhaps spells, as a colossal fire dragon gradually emerged behind her. Despite the residual power of the viewing stone being but a fraction of its former glory, it was sufficient to leave Qin Shu in awe. The blaze illuminated the sky, as the fire dragon let out a resounding roar, and torrents of flames cascaded from the heavens. In disbelief, Qin Shu could no longer remain still. Her eyes widened as she focused on the girl's lips, eager to decipher the technique she had employed. Yet, in an instant, the fire dragon charged towards Qin Shu. Acting on instinct, she rolled to the side, only to realize that the dragon merely passed through her and surged towards the group behind her. The woman raised her hand, conjuring a water-based shield that enveloped everyone, and once the fire dragon had vanished, she dismissed the shield and commanded that the man be captured. Unexpectedly, the man seized the beautiful girl, drawing her into his embrace, while a dagger pressed ominously against her throat. The expression in the girl's eyes was truly heart-wrenching, enough to move onlookers to sorrowful tears. The stone of memories came to an abrupt halt here, leaving Qin Shu in a state of astonishment. She clicked her tongue, finding this romantic short film surprisingly devoid of a happy ending and rather cliché. However, the fire dragon piqued her interest immensely. Such a dazzling technique, if she could master it, would surely earn her a place among the illustrious names of the Eastern continent. After contemplating, she suddenly raised her hand and struck the pillar. It was difficult to discern anything at the moment, so she thought it best to take it back for further study. After all, it was merely a mantra. With enough viewings of the short film, she would eventually comprehend it. Once she secured the pillar, the inexplicable pull she felt dissipated. She couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that this technique of overcoming tribulations was quite whimsical, getting ensnared by the short film. Nevertheless, this excursion was not in vain. She had obtained a sizable piece of memory stone and a frog statue, both of which could be used for landscaping back home. Her gaze swept around once more before she tentatively practiced the technique twice again, confirming that there was nothing more to discover. She turned to head toward the meeting spot she had arranged with the Xian and the others. Upon her arrival, she found the Xian and the others already waiting for her. "So, did you find any opportunities?" Qin Shu inquired first. The Xian shook her head, indicating there was nothing to report. "What about you?" Qin Shu shrugged, picking up 2 stones with the intention of using them for landscaping at the pond. The two then turned their attention to Qiyu, who also shook his head, suggesting that there was likely nothing left here. "We might as well venture outside again. Perhaps we can unearth a few more herbs." "That's a good idea. With 3 days remaining, the more we gather, the fewer tasks we will have to undertake upon our return." As the Xian spoke, the trio reached a consensus and departed from the central palace. 3 days later, a resounding rumble echoed through the sky, reminiscent of distant thunder. Qin Shu paused her sword practice and looked up, only to witness the once solid sky beginning to dissolve into abstraction, the clouds and moonlight contorting into a Van Gogh masterpiece. Realizing they were about to exit, she hastily roused her 2 companions from their meditative states. "Junior sister, the Xian, awaken quickly. We are about to leave." Qi Yu and the Xian opened their eyes in succession, and at that moment, they noticed that Qin Shu herself was beginning to blur. Instinctively, the Xian retrieved her snuff bottle and took a deep inhalation, following which the 3 of them were propelled forth from that place. When the Xian next opened her eyes, she still clutched the snuff bottle in her hand. Regaining her composure, she took another 2 vigorous inhales. Qin Shu, feeling somewhat disoriented, as if imbued with half a gene of strong liquor, found her footing unsteady. The Xian swiftly offered her the snuff bottle, exclaiming, this is quite intoxicating." The familiar chatter returned to her ears, prompting Cheng Yen to resign himself to the reality and emerge from his meditative state. His gaze swept over the disciples. Nearly all had returned, with fewer than 5 casualties, a figure well within acceptable limits, allowing for a satisfactory report upon their return. He produced a spiritual vessel and escorted the disciples back. Upon arriving at the sect, Qin Shu made a beeline for her peak, dispelling the protective wards and adopting an air of solitude that signaled her desire for privacy. Wencheng sent her a message, but it vanished into silence. With a sigh, he pondered when this little one would remember the promise of the 60-year elixir task owed to him.
Meanwhile,
Qin Shu entered the cave abode and casually cast a cleansing spell. Her first task was to retrieve the tiny figure from the space jade pendant. At that moment, the little one had already fallen into a deep slumber. Qin Shu infused her spiritual energy through the delicate meridians once more and, upon discovering that there were no significant issues, she finally felt at ease. Startled awake by this sudden surge of energy, the little one blinked her large, dark eyes at Qin Shu before recognizing her. Shu, you finally let me out. I've already slept through 2 dreams, she exclaimed, joyfully clasping Qin Shu's wrist, her tail wagging vigorously. Qin Shu replied with a soft informing her that they had exited the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the little one, filled with excitement, was eager to dash outside. However, Qin Shu's warning echoed behind her. I will be secluding myself for the next few days. You may play in the courtyard, but do not wander off. If you get captured, I will not come to your rescue. The little one nodded obediently, assuring Qin Shu that she would not stray. Observing her compliant demeanor, Qin Shu opened the stone door, allowing her to venture out. Once the stone door was securely shut again, Qin Shu retrieved her storage ring to sort through the treasures acquired from the secret realm. However, upon inspecting its contents, she was left utterly stunned. Where were her spirit stones? What had happened to the substantial, translucent superior-grade spirit stone she possessed? Chapter 75. Seemingly lacking alchemical talent at first, Qin Shu was reluctant to accept the notion that she possessed no innate talent for alchemy. She emptied the contents of her storage ring, meticulously searching through all her belongings, yet found nothing. Reflecting on the possibility that she might have inadvertently misplaced something while retrieving her items seemed unlikely. The storage ring was designed to operate at will, only retrieving what was necessary. How could anything be lost? Puzzled, she furrowed her brow until her gaze fell upon the frog statue she had carelessly discarded nearby. And she suddenly froze. What is this? She murmured, lifting the statue into her hands and scrutinizing it from every angle. This frog. Why does it appear somewhat greener? When she had picked it up that day, it certainly had not looked like this. These 2 observations swiftly connected in her mind, prompting her to channel her spiritual energy once more over the frog statue, yet she still discerned nothing of significance. Frustrated, Qin Shu angrily shook the statue, turning its mouth downward, but to no avail. What on earth are you? Spit out my spiritual stones. The frog remained utterly unresponsive, resembling a mere inanimate object. Disheartened, she cast the frog aside, crossing her arms in a huff. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck her. She retrieved another low-grade spiritual stone and tossed it into the frog's mouth, gritting her teeth as she declared, "You had better find some use for that spiritual stone you just consumed. Otherwise, I shall toss you into the alchemical furnace." It is uncertain whether her warning had any effect, but suddenly a beam of white light flashed across the frog, and when Qin Shu looked again, she discovered it had expelled a seed. Indeed, a seed, green in hue. Qin Shu crouched down to pick up the verdant seed, examining it closely, yet unable to identify its species. After pondering for a considerable time, she concluded that since she could not recognize it, she might as well plant it and see what would emerge. Resolute in her decision, Qin Shu retrieved 4 low-grade spirit stones and offered them to the frog, which indeed responded by producing another 4 seeds. Based on her limited knowledge and keen observation, she noted that these seeds varied in appearance, suggesting the frog randomly generated them. She designated a corner of her courtyard as a test plot, hoping that whatever grew would be worth at least one of her low-grade spirit stones, or else she would be compelled to refine the frog. Prior to planting the seeds, Qin Shu enhanced their chances of survival by nurturing them with wood spirit energy for half a day. Having completed these preparations, she retreated into her room, closing the stone door behind her to focus on studying the image recording pillar she had salvaged from the secret realm. Living alone while watching a short film may be solitary, yet if done for the sake of learning, it becomes invigorating. Qin Shu repeatedly mimicked the lip movements of the beautiful blonde girl featured in the film. As the image recording stone lacked a pause or rewind function, she was compelled to start from the beginning time and again. By the end, whenever she closed her eyes, The film replayed in her mind, and she unconsciously imitated the lip movements. Uncertain of how many days had passed outside, she finally reached this moment, successfully mimicking the obscure and profound Sanskrit sounds. Behind her, a faint silhouette, glowing with fire, began to materialize. It was accomplished. Qin Shu opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. She let out a long, triumphant cry towards the heavens, her heart soaring with exhilaration. Truly, she was a genius.
Ah!
With a flick of her hand, she cast a cleansing spell and tidied her hair, intending to visit the task hall to exchange her points for a bottle of fasting elixir. Additionally, she planned to convert the spiritual plants she had acquired in the secret realm into points. Just as she stepped out, Xiao Xiao descended from the sky and landed atop her head. Zhu Zhu, you've finally come out. Qin Shu brushed aside the long tail that had draped over her face and asked, Did you cause any trouble while I was in seclusion?
No.
Xiao Xiao has been watering the plants for you. The seeds have grown tall. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, bouncing excitedly and standing proudly on Qin Shu's head, puffing out her chest. Though unfortunately, Qin Shu could not see her.
Oh, seeds?
Let me take a look. She made her way to the enclosed experimental plot and discovered 5 tiny sprouts, each barely 2 inches tall, yet all had indeed survived. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, How long have I been in seclusion? Xiao Xiao pondered for a brief while before responding, It has been 67 nights. Qin Shu was taken aback. 2.5 months? Has it truly been that long? As she marveled at the passage of time, she pulled out a communication jade slip, eager to peruse the information platform for any significant news she might have missed. However, the moment she brought it out, she was bombarded with countless messages. This time, besides her close friends and Xian, there was also her second senior brother, Wenqi. I said, Little Daoist, have you forgotten something? Have you vanished again? The task hall has begun to urge for the elixirs. Where are the promised potions? Qin Shu fell silent. It seemed the creditors were demanding repayment, and with her sex tasks, she was now 2 months behind.
She sighed,
thinking she might as well exchange for some points and give alchemy a try. After all, as an alchemist, she had never refined a single batch of elixirs. Upon exiting the task hall, she headed straight to the alchemy room. Before entering, she refreshed her memory of the alchemy guidelines twice at the door and boldly claimed 10 sets of herbs as she stepped inside. After all, she had reached the 4th layer of qi cultivation. Surely 10 sets of herbs would yield at least 1 successful batch, right? Yet, reality proved to be harsh. Her theoretical knowledge was impeccable, but something went awry, and at the moment the elixirs should have formed, they exploded instead. As fate would have it, after 3 unsuccessful attempts with her furnace, Qin Shu finally gave up on her solo endeavors and sent a message to Wenqi's senior brother. Do you think it's possible that I lack the talent for alchemy? Wenqi responded swiftly. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to shirk your responsibilities? I came to the alchemy room today and attempted 3 batches, all of which exploded, and my hairpin is broken because of it. Wenqi, what? The furnace exploded. You truly have a knack for this. When a furnace explodes, you must compensate with spirit stones. Qin Shu, with her small, dark hand, touched the tip of her nose and offered an awkward smile. So, I have come seeking your assistance. Dear senior brother, I urgently need help from the martial world. If this continues to explode, I shall have no choice but to sell myself to repay my debts. Wenqi, momentarily at a loss for words, simply replied, Wait. Seated cross-legged in the alchemy chamber, Qin Shu focused her gaze inward, contemplating her actions and methods, gradually descending into existential doubt. This shouldn't be happening, she pondered. I am merely following the instructions from the book. How could the furnace possibly explode? At worst, the elixir might not succeed, but to have the entire alchemical furnace detonate, what could possibly be amiss? Wenqi, concerned that she might truly incur a mountain of debt for Ling Xiao Peak, hurried over. Upon opening the door, he was met with a scene of utter disarray, alongside a small, dark figure that was almost too pitiful to behold. Chapter 76. The most reliable man is the second senior brother, I said. Junior sister, your commotion seems rather excessive, does it not?
Wenqi remarked,
resting his hand on his forehead. Qin Shu's shoulders drooped in dismay as she replied, I am not certain. I simply followed the techniques I learned previously. But I cannot discern where the issue lies. Wenqi sighed and addressed the young boy behind him in the alchemy room, saying, Please arrange for my junior sister to have a different alchemy chamber. It seems the feng shui of this place is unfavorable. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu looked up at him and exclaimed, "Oh."
How did I not think of that?
When she shot her an exasperated glance, yet he said, "Once you have changed chambers and attempted alchemy anew, I shall be intrigued to see the outcome." Qin Shu gazed at him, her heart swelling with gratitude. Can you believe it? After more than a year in the sect, she was finally receiving proper guidance. Previously, people often said, a master leads you to the door. But cultivation is up to the individual. And what of her? After a year of apprenticeship, her master had been in seclusion for the better part of 6 months. She had scarcely glimpsed her master's face. "Thank you, senior brother, for your kind attention," Qin Shu expressed with genuine emotion. The new alchemy chamber was oriented north to south, with a cauldron placed centrally, crafted by an apprentice of the Qi sect, she presumed. Qin Shu began by performing a cleansing technique, then bowed to the 4 directions. Upon raising her head, she was taken aback to see a pair of elegantly knotted hands before her, holding a stick of incense. Startled, she followed the hands upward and was met with a face so exquisite it could incite the wrath of gods and spirits alike. At that moment, the expression on her face appeared somewhat vexatious. He remarked, "Such misfortune cannot simply be resolved with a mere farewell. Sincerity is essential. Do light an incense stick." Qin Shu, realizing that her innermost thoughts had been discerned, pursed her lips into a straight line and maintained a wooden expression as she complied. With a casual snap of her fingers, the incense in her hand was ignited, and she solemnly offered her prayers. When she lifted her gaze once more, she met his contemplative stare. "Sister, to whom do you offer your prayers?" With a calm demeanor, Qin Shu replied, "To the way of heaven." When she appeared momentarily taken aback, then remarked with profound significance, "Sister, you truly possess remarkable courage." Qin Shu was puzzled by his words. With a swift motion, she extinguished the incense, leaving it to burn down completely. "Brother, I am ready. Shall we commence the alchemy?" When she took a seat at the farthest diagonal from her, giving a slight nod. "Let us begin." The preliminary actions were so familiar to Qin Shu that she could perform them with her eyes closed, including the elimination of impurities from the spiritual plants, which she executed with considerable ease. However, as she prepared to intensify the fire spirit energy to amalgamate several liquids,
Boom.
with an impassive expression, Qin Shu was entirely unfazed. This level of explosion had already occurred 4 times that day. She glanced at Wen Qi, who had enveloped himself in a protective shield, while the room, now clouded with alchemical dust, remained pristine beneath his feet. Qin Shu exhaled a long breath of frustration. "Brother, can you discern what the problem is? If we can identify the issue, then perhaps my alchemical furnace has not been in vain." However, when Qi clenched his fist and lightly coughed into it before slowly speaking, "I didn't see clearly. Why not try again?" Qin Shu almost lost her breath. If there were a few more explosions, she might as well write a sequel titled A Century of Alchemical Explosions. "Senior brother, are you reliable or not? If not, I might as well summon the eldest senior brother." Although she harbored some psychological shadows regarding the eldest senior brother, perhaps it was a matter of familial closeness. For at present, she could not equate him with the person from her previous life. Upon hearing her words, Wen Qi's expression turned serious as he declared, "Try again. If this one blows up, it's on me." Instantly, Qin Shu's lips curled into a smile. She was not a materialistic person, but if anyone mentioned material matters, she would find herself rather easily swayed. Qin Shu requested a new alchemical furnace from the young attendant in the alchemy room, which Wen Qi had already prepared. Qin Shu settled into a cross-legged position, and this time, Wen Qi did not keep his distance. Instead, he squatted beside her. "Junior sister, do we still need to pay homage to the heavenly way?" Qin Shu shook her head but refrained from being too casual, saying, "Perhaps the heavenly way is currently preoccupied with matters beyond our trivial concerns. We should explore on our own." Wen Qi's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gently tapped her head with his fan. "All right, enough banter. Let's commence the refinement. Senior brother will ensure you realize that there is no man in this world more dependable than your second senior brother. Not even the eldest senior brother." As Qin Shu gently massaged her temples, she inquired softly, "What about our master?" Instantly, the smile on Wen Qi's face vanished, and he shot her a stern glance, exclaiming, "Alchemy." Pouting, Qin Shu sat up straight with a pitiful expression, raising her hand to touch her storage ring, from which she retrieved another batch of herbs. Carefully repeating her previous actions, she was particularly cautious. However, at the moment several elixirs began to merge, the alchemical furnace threatened to explode. Having gained some experience, Qin Shu quickly enveloped herself in a protective earthy yellow shield. Yet this time, when Qi, who was crouched beside her, directed a surge of spiritual energy at the furnace, causing it to wobble in midair before it emitted a soft pop, akin to a damp firecracker. When it settled back down, it appeared normal once more. Hastily, Qin Shu employed a spell to lift the lid, and a wave of charred aroma assaulted her senses. She waved her hand at her nose, then performed a gesture before turning to Wen Qi and asking, "Brother, have you discerned the issue?" Wen Qi gazed at her intently, a look that left Qin Shu perplexed. Yet she was certain that if he instructed her to attempt the process again, she would promptly seek out their master to lodge a complaint. However, this time, Wen Qi did not disappoint her. He nodded slightly and replied, "I have figured it out." Qin Shu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What is it? Please elaborate, brother." Without offering an explanation, Wen Qi retrieved another alchemical furnace from one of his storage rings and placed it before Qin Shu, instructing her to use this one. Qin Shu gazed at the luster and intricate patterns of the alchemical furnace, hesitant to take action. Wen Qi, observing her hesitation, urged, "Why are you still dawdling? It's time to concoct the elixir." Qin Shu stammered, "Senior brother, what if I accidentally cause this furnace to explode? I am utterly destitute and cannot afford to make amends." Upon hearing this, Wen Qi let out a light scoff, unfurling his jade bone fan with a flourish, and replied leisurely, "If you were capable of blowing up this furnace, you might as well abandon alchemy altogether and pursue talisman crafting instead. Your power would undoubtedly be formidable." Qin Shu recognized his playful jest. Yet his words instilled a measure of confidence within her. Closing her eyes, she calmed her mind and cast a spell upon the furnace lid, from which a continuous flow of vital energy emanated. At that moment, even a fool would comprehend that this alchemical furnace was no ordinary artifact. Chapter 77. The Art of Perfect Alchemy. Could it truly be that merely changing the alchemical furnace would lead to success? Qin Shu remained perplexed. Yet her hands continued their meticulous work. Thanks to the 5 previous failures that had forced her to refine her technique, she now executed the process of condensing the medicinal materials with remarkable finesse. As the ingredients melded into a liquid state, a sudden thought flickered in her mind. This time, it should yield a pill. Her spiritual energy gradually permeated the entirety of the alchemical furnace, and with utmost care, she enveloped the purified liquid with her essence, as if her energy were a great hand gently constricting around it. Qin Shu's focus sharpened as she attuned herself to the state of the spiritual roots within the furnace. At last, under the impetus of her incantations, the individual spiritual roots began to show signs of merging. A surge of joy filled her heart, prompting her to proceed with even greater caution. After what felt like an eternity, marked only by the burning of incense, her gestures suddenly transformed, and she could barely contain her excitement. Finally, the time had come to employ the mark of successful alchemy. At this juncture, the probability of success soared to an impressive 99%. Even if she were to falter, the remnants of the pill would still possess some efficacy. Meanwhile, Wen Qi, who had been attentively observing her, relaxed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, how could his junior sister lack the talent for alchemy? It was not that she was devoid of aptitude, rather, her gifts surpassed all expectations. With her movements accelerating, Qin Shu continued her work until the final incantation was executed, at which point the temperature of the furnace gradually began to descend. Qin Shu opened her eyes and glanced at the alchemical furnace, her voice brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "Senior brother, have I succeeded?" Wen Qi nodded slightly, affirming her success. "Indeed, let us commence." However, Qin Shu remained seated cross-legged, motionless for a considerable time. Wen Qi cast her a puzzled glance, only to notice a bead of perspiration trickling down her forehead. "What troubles you?" he inquired. Qin Shu rubbed her hands together. "Senior brother, I feel a bit anxious. Could you perhaps take a look for me?" Wen Qi, taken aback, flicked his fan, causing the lid of the furnace to fly off. "Look at your lack of composure." No sooner had he spoken than the fragrant aroma of the elixirs wafted through the air. Startled, Wen Qi sprang to his feet, raising his hand as the medicinal pills soared from the furnace. There were a total of 9, each adorned with intricate dark golden patterns, all of superior quality. He turned to Qin Shu, who was gazing up at him, her face awash with trepidation. Senior brother, is it acceptable? When Qi found himself at a loss for words. He, too, had been a prodigy in his youth, yet his first batch had yielded only 6 intermediate-grade pills. Observing the hesitation in his expression, Qin Shu's anxiety deepened. This shouldn't be, she thought. I can already smell the fragrance. Pondering her confusion, she decided to support herself off the ground and approached the alchemical furnace. With a wave of her hand, she cast a spell towards the airborne pills and plucked one from the air.
Wow.
She gasped, turning to Wen Qi, her eyes sparkling with delight. Senior brother. 9 superior-grade pills. At this moment, Wen Qi had already unraveled his complex emotions, and with an air of nonchalance, he opened his folding fan and waved it gently. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Qin Shu, brimming with joy, retrieved a porcelain vial she had exchanged for an advance and carefully placed the 9 superior spirit-replenishing pills inside. Hearing herself praise, Wen Qi chuckled heartily, declaring that, given the circumstances, he would rent the alchemical furnace to her. However, Qin Shu's smile faded in an instant. Clutching her little porcelain vial, she turned to him, incredulous. Rent? Brother, have we become so estranged? Wen Qi lowered his gaze to the small object before him, realizing that due to his considerable debts, he could no longer afford to be obstinate. Oh, who was it that once proclaimed to reap no rewards without effort? Qin Shu. Digging one's own grave, indeed. Ultimately, the words were her own, and with her head hung low, she inquired of Wen Qi. What is the rent? Wen Qi waved his fan, his chin slightly raised, and a charming smile graced his lips. Not much. For every batch of pills you successfully refine, you shall offer me 1 as rent. If you fail, then it shall not count.
1.
Qin Shu's voice rose in pitch. Brother, even usury does not charge such rates. Yet when Qi replied, Sister, consider this. With any other alchemical furnace, you would likely cause an explosion. Only my furnace can withstand your rigorous trials. Tell me, if you succeed in refining pills, does it not owe some credit to this furnace? Upon hearing his reasoning, Qin Shu found herself reluctantly conceding that he had a point. Wen Qi's gaze settled upon her face, observing the shifts in her expression, before he smiled and remarked, Junior sister, there is no need to rush into a decision. Ponder it carefully before responding. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually summoned the alchemical furnace and turned away. Seeing him about to leave, Qin Shu quickly called out, Wait. Wait. Senior brother, can I not rent it after all? She certainly felt like the most unfortunate alchemist in the world, for every batch of elixirs she concocted resulted in one destined for her second senior brother. Wen Qi, upon hearing her voice, appeared utterly unfazed. He smiled as he placed the furnace back in the center of the alchemical chamber, saying, Since junior sister sincerely wishes to rent it, I shall leave this furnace in your care for now. Observing Qin Shu's discomfited expression, he then turned and, with a playful flick of his fan, vanished from sight. After his departure, Qin Shu found herself alone in the chamber. Facing the furnace, she displayed a contemplative demeanor. It was said that a flawless alchemical process could yield 10 elixirs from a single batch. However, her current batch had produced only 9. If she could perfect her technique to create 10, the surplus could serve as rent for her second senior brother. With this thought, the burden on her heart eased somewhat. She touched the jade pendant hanging around her neck and retrieved her book, Summary of 100 Explosions in Alchemy. She needed to conduct further research to identify which steps required improvement. One day, she would undoubtedly concoct the most exquisite elixir. According to the text, Qin Shu summarized the 3 essential elements of alchemy. Firstly, it is imperative to eliminate impurities from the spiritual herbs, leaving only the purest medicinal properties. Any slight excess of impurities can adversely affect the final elixir. Secondly, the sequence in which the medicinal properties are combined during the condensation process also holds significance. Thirdly, and most importantly, the hand seals employed in the elixir's formation must be executed swiftly. Any delay can similarly impact the final outcome. Upon concluding her summary, Qin Shu settled into a meditative posture, practicing the hand gestures for an entire afternoon. Only when her fingertips moved with such speed that they left behind but a fleeting shadow did she finally open her eyes and resume the alchemical process. Meanwhile, after leaving the alchemical chamber, Wen Qi made his way directly to his master's dwelling. His master had been in seclusion for some time, and it was uncertain when he would emerge. After encountering a closed door, Wen Qi ultimately left a message for his master and returned to his own abode. Chapter 78. The concealed spirit pill on the 30th day of Qin Shu's seclusion for alchemy, the esteemed Lingshu Jinren finally emerged from his retreat. During this period, he had delved into an ancient alchemical formula. In the primordial era, the cultivation realm was abundant with spiritual energy, allowing practitioners to progress swiftly. It was a time of flourishing diversity. Many formidable beings devised various techniques, leading to a remarkable explosion of cultivation methods during that epoch. The formula he had comprehended was also a relic of that time. In the ancient days, practitioners devised a method to conceal their less favorable spiritual roots in order to focus solely on those with superior attributes, thus preventing the diversion of their energies during cultivation. This innovative approach was known as the concealed spirit pill. Lingshu Jinren clicked his tongue in admiration, marveling at the ingenuity of the ancients. He rose and stretched lazily, suddenly recalling that he had taken on 2 young disciples before his retreat. He wondered how these 2 young girls had progressed. At that moment, he sensed a transmission talisman at the entrance. He raised his hand to dispel the barrier outside his cave and summoned the talisman, which ignited spontaneously upon entering. Immediately, the voice of Wen Qi resonated from within. "Master, my junior sister has begun to refine pills, but there's been a minor mishap. Once you emerge from seclusion, I shall explain in detail." Upon hearing that Qin Shu had encountered a small issue, Lingshu felt a surge of urgency and swiftly cast a spell to summon Wen Qi. Upon receiving a missive from his master, Wen Qi disregarded his cultivation and instantly darted towards the peak where his master resided. "Master." Before Wen Qi could pay his respects, the venerable Ling Su inquired with a frown, "What predicament has Shuer encountered? I entrusted my junior sister to your care, and this is how you oversee her?" Wen Qi hastily bowed, eager to defend himself. "Master, this predicament is not as dire as it seems. Perhaps we have underestimated my junior sister's innate talent." Ling Su's expression softened as he regarded him. "Oh, pray, elaborate." "My junior sister commenced alchemy a month ago and has inadvertently caused 5 cauldrons to explode." Upon hearing this, Ling Su's demeanor grew serious. Typically, when novice disciples begin their alchemical practices, failure to produce elixirs is common. However, for one to cause an explosion is rather unusual. "Is it possible that the cauldrons provided by the Qi sect are of inferior quality?" Ling Su queried. Wen Qi shook his head. "Not quite. Rather, my junior sister's fire spirit energy possesses unique properties. From my observations, while her fire spirit energy is not particularly potent, its temperature is exceedingly high, rendering ordinary cauldrons incapable of withstanding it. The elevated temperature of her fire spirit energy can indeed be advantageous for us alchemists. Certain spiritual herbs have high melting points, and if our fire spirit energy is insufficient, we must resort to external means for assistance. While securing such aid is beneficial, the inability to do so can indeed impose limitations. Typically, the temperature of fire spirit energy correlates with the value of one's spiritual root. The higher the root value, the greater the temperature of the fire spirit energy. In the realm of alchemy, the esteemed fire spirit root, boasting a value of 91, had never encountered a furnace explosion during its initial endeavors. Yet, how peculiar it was that Qin Shi, with a mere 73 root value, experienced such a calamity. The master and disciple found themselves perplexed, yet a flicker of insight glimmered in Lingshu Jinren's mind. Perhaps this incident was related to Qin Shi's unique constitution. With a newfound understanding, he cheerfully remarked, "Is this not a fortuitous occurrence? It signifies that my little disciple is a born alchemist." His sentiment found agreement from Wen Qi, who nodded slightly before adding, "Master, I lent the swallowing heaven furnace to my junior sister. Can you guess how many pills she produced in her first attempt? What was their quality?" Lingshu Jinren stroked his beard, pondering thoughtfully. "My disciple possesses commendable talent. Undoubtedly, her first batch must be impressive. 7 pills?" Wen Qi shook his head, and Lingshu Jinren pressed further. "Then how many?" 9, Wen Qi revealed, a hint of satisfaction evident as he uttered the words. Lingshu Jinren gasped in astonishment. "What? 9? Wen Qi, pleased with his master's shocked reaction, elaborated, "Of high quality." At that moment, Lingshu Jinren, who had been dormant for centuries, was utterly awakened. 9? Of high quality? Wen Qi nodded affirmatively and respectfully clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Indeed, when my junior sister crafted the pills, I was by her side, witnessing it firsthand." Lingshu Jinren fell into a contemplative silence, sifting through the treasures he had amassed over 8 centuries, deliberating which of his valuable gifts would be most fitting for his beloved disciple. There exists a fortunate disciple, indeed. The expression on his face, as perceived by Wen Qi, transformed into a reflection of self-doubt. He added, Master, the junior sister is currently in seclusion within the alchemy chamber. Would you care to pay her a visit? No sooner had he spoken than his master vanished from sight. At this moment, Qin Shu had become a soulless alchemical automaton, her movements in refining elixirs growing increasingly adept, managing to harness every ounce of spiritual energy without waste. Over the course of a month, through relentless toil, she had reduced her second senior brother's 60-year alchemical burden by 8 years. The elixirs she now produced boasted clear patterns, each of them of exceptional quality, and she consistently yielded 10 at a time. If one were to proclaim such a success rate, who would dare believe that this was merely a novice disciple who had only commenced her alchemical journey a month prior? Qin Shu executed a spell upon the alchemical furnace and retrieved a spirit-replenishing pill, consuming it to restore her energy. At that moment, the space before her suddenly warped, and an elderly man with white hair and a youthful countenance materialized before her. Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, before recognizing that this was indeed her esteemed master. She nearly failed to identify him. Hastily, she rose and bowed. Disciple Qin Shu pays her respects to the master. Her body felt as though lifted by a gentle force. Rise, spoke the esteemed Ling Su, as his consciousness swept through the celestial devouring furnace. It was this very sweep that rendered him even more astonished. To achieve perfect alchemy without guidance? The talent of his junior disciple truly stood out. He noticed a sheet of paper beside Qin Shu, densely filled with small characters. Curiously, he raised his hand, using his spiritual power to unfurl the paper before him. The handwriting remained rather unpleasing, yet the content within utterly astounded Master Ling Su. It outlined the 3 essential factors for enhancing the success rate of alchemical elixirs and their quality, along with 10 intricate details. Qin Shu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched the back of her head and explained, Master, I have a habit of casually jotting down notes and sketches. I compiled this from what I read in books. Master Ling Su nodded, returning the paper to her. This habit of yours is indeed commendable. While learning may be simple, summarizing is quite challenging. Your diligence places you ahead of many practitioners on the path of cultivation. Chapter 79. Is this the life of an immortal? Qin Shu mused that in the 21st century, summarizing one's studies was merely a mundane skill every examinee was expected to possess. She offered an awkward smile, relieved that her classmates had not all crossed over. Otherwise, this group of indolent cultivators would have surely been overwhelmed and perished. Master, this hardly qualifies as a remarkable ability. Realizing she was merely being modest, Ling Shuzhenren's opinion of the young girl only improved. Gently stroking his beard, he regarded Qin Shu with a benevolent smile and inquired, Shuer, what is your success rate for perfecting the refinement of the spirit-replenishing pills? With utmost respect, Qin Shu clasped her fists and replied, responding to Master, I have been producing 10 top-grade pills from every furnace since half a month ago. Ling Shuzhenren was secretly astonished, but soon smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Sure, you have now adeptly grasped the essence of refining spirit-replenishing pills. In my view, it is time for you to learn the crafting of other elixirs. As soon as he uttered this, Qin Shu offered a bitter smile and said to Ling Shuzhenren, Master, I wish to, but I have yet to clear my debts. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuzhenren was even more perplexed. What debts? Have you not settled your obligations after half a month of producing top-grade spirit-replenishing pills? She had only been in the sect for a year. How could she have accumulated such a substantial debt? Qin Shu sighed and explained, My second senior brother once bestowed upon me a flying artifact, and in return, I promised to assist him in fulfilling his 60-year alchemical duties to the sect. Not long ago, the second senior brother rented the alchemy furnace to his disciple, who agreed to pay him with one of the elixirs produced from each batch. Ling Shuzhenren remarked, This Wen Qi, truly, the wealthier one becomes, the more miserly they are. He keeps such meticulous accounts even with his fellow disciples. Realizing this, Ling Shuzhenren casually produced an alchemy furnace from his storage ring and handed it to Qin Shu, saying, Return your brother's furnace to him. Use this one instead. Our alchemy sect is never in short supply of furnaces. Qin Shu gazed at the furnace placed in her arms, its purple-gold surface intricately engraved with runes. Momentarily taken aback, her expression shifted to concern. Master, my spiritual energy seems rather unique. I have already destroyed 5 furnaces while using the second senior brothers. Before she could finish her sentence, Lingshu Jinren understood her apprehension and reassured her, "Fear not, this furnace is sturdy. You need not worry." A smile graced Qin Shu's face, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." She promptly stored away the original furnace and prepared the purple gold one, ready to commence her alchemical work. Seeing her actions, Lingshu Jinren assumed she intended to practice her skills with a single batch and stood nearby, ready to offer guidance. However, to his surprise, Qin Shu completed one batch and seamlessly continued to the next. Lingshu Jinren watched in astonishment as she finished 5 batches, her spiritual energy depleted. Skillfully, she consumed a recovery elixir and then raised her hand, poised to begin another round of alchemy. The oft-overlooked Lingshu Jinren could not contain himself and called out to her.
Shaya.
Qin Shu, startled, turned to face the Lingshu Jinren, her reaction more astonished than his. "Master? Why have you not departed yet?" The last phrase lingered unspoken. Yet Lingshu Jinren discerned her unvoiced thoughts. "Have you always concocted elixirs in this manner?" he inquired. Qin Shu shook her head, and just as Lingshu Jinren sighed in relief, she naturally replied, "Disciple only concocts elixirs during the day. When the moon graces the night, I must still devote myself to cultivation." Lingshu Jinren was taken aback, pondering, "By the heavens, if all the disciples of our alchemy sect were as diligent, they would not be burdened by 60 years of debt, and our sect would have long prospered." Although shaken, he merely left her with 2 additional bottles of fasting elixirs before taking his leave. However, no sooner had Lingshu Jinren departed than Qin Shu sent a message to Wen Qi's second senior brother, "I am returning your alchemy furnace. We shall no longer indulge in high-interest loans." Wen Qi responded swiftly, "What? Have you completed the task? Master has gifted me a new alchemy furnace, and you, when the skinflint, can no longer exploit me." Qin Shu's melodious voice resonated, causing Wen Qi to chuckle heartily. This little one seems to have acquired an array of fresh expressions from somewhere, which is rather amusing. Initially, Qin Shu believed that he was merely reluctant to lower his pride. However, she soon received a message from Wen Qi stating, "A little squirrel unexpectedly appeared on my mountain, and it has damaged one of my golden feather orchids." Qin Shu's expression froze. A thought flickered in her mind. Could she possibly deny the existence of that little squirrel? Yet, Wen Qi's voice shattered her delusions. "How could I not detect your aura on that squirrel?" Qin Shu responded with silence, feeling as though her heart was bleeding. In light of this incident, she lost all motivation to continue refining her elixirs. At this moment, she had already fulfilled 8.5 years of her senior brother's 60-year task. She stowed away her furnace and exited the alchemy room, directly stepping onto a Bodhi leaf and soaring towards Wen Qi's cave abode. This was her first visit, and due to the myriad of restrictions surrounding Wen Qi's peak, she could only obediently send him a message at the entrance. The more she pondered, the more curious she became. How had such a small creature managed to breach the layers of security surrounding her senior brother's dwelling? Before she could unravel this mystery, the restrictions before her were lifted. What had appeared to be an unremarkable peak now seemed to unveil a layer of gossamer, revealing pavilions, towers, and ethereal palaces, where leisurely clouds and wild cranes danced into view. This must be the life of a celestial being. In comparison to his mountain, Qin Shu felt akin to a primitive cave dweller. It is likely that even the astonished Lu Laolao, upon her initial entry into the Grand View Garden, did not experience the same level of shock as she does now. She lifted her jaw, which had dropped in disbelief, and stepped into this ethereal realm. As she traversed the small bridge over flowing water, a school of koi swarmed around her, each fish glowing a vibrant red, reminiscent of the sunset on the horizon. She wished fervently for 8 pairs of eyes to fully absorb the splendor of her senior brother's abode. The residence of Wen Qi was situated within a grand palace, and just as she arrived at the foot of the stairs, a radiant beam of light extended from the palace, reaching directly to her feet. Qin Shu pondered, "Is this the elevator of the immortal realm?" Cautiously, she stepped onto it and was pleasantly surprised to find herself steady, as the light gently lifted her towards the palace atop the mountain. "Junior sister, brother is eagerly awaiting your arrival." A voice echoed softly from within the palace as she approached the entrance. Chapter 80. Drawing boundaries, the mere thought of the third-tier plant that Xiao Xiao had acquired sent a shiver down Qin Shu's spine. Bearing such a heavy burden of debt at such a tender age made her yearn to escape her obligations. As she hesitated at the threshold, torn between entering or simply turning away, when Chi's voice echoed once more, "Junior sister, you aren't contemplating a retreat, are you?" Feeling as though he had pierced through her thoughts, Qin Shu realized that one could flee the monk, but never the temple. With a resigned sigh, she steeled herself and crossed the threshold. When Qi, clad in a robe of pale moonlight, seemed to be woven from the very essence of twilight. His attire shimmered as though enveloped in a soft glow, and combined with his ethereal visage, he exuded an aura of celestial grace. At his knee lay a small squirrel sprawled in a comical manner, and Qin Shu's heart leapt at the sight. She hurried forward, asking, "What happened to Xiao Xiao?" Having established a master-servant bond with a spiritual tether, she would surely sense if anything were amiss with her companion. When she lifted the squirrel by its tail, its tiny paws dangling helplessly, evoking a sense of pity within Qin Shu. A pang of concern struck her. What could possibly be wrong? When she gently cradled the little creature in his arms and approached her. As he drew nearer, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to that of a creditor demanding repayment, prompting her to instinctively step back. When she observed her subtle movements, a faint smile gracing his lips, as a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Such is the consequence of gluttony, a first-tier illusion-breaking mouse daring to pilfer a third-tier golden feather orchid. TSK, TSK, TSK. If she does not suffer, who will? Senior brother, I notice that your cave is replete with restrictions. How could a mere first-tier squirrel gain entry?
Qin Shu inquired,
A look of perplexity adorning her face. Before she could finish her sentence, she glanced up to find her second senior brother regarding her with an expression of profound difficulty. What is it? When she extended a long, bony hand, a flash of golden light revealing a massive tome. Junior sister, take this and peruse it at your leisure. Qin Shu's gaze fell upon the book, whereupon she discerned the bold characters on the title page, a comprehensive guide to beasts of the immortal realm. Qin Shu was taken aback. She acknowledged her naivety in this regard, yet she dared not accept the tome from her second senior brother's grasp. What if he casually handed her this book, trapping her in a debt lasting decades? How could she then pursue her path to immortality? Even an ordinary worker would find her plight dire in comparison. She shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. I shall simply borrow a volume from the library later. When she, perceiving her thoughts with uncanny clarity, let out a derisive laugh. Look at your lack of ambition. This book is for your use, free of charge. At last, Qin Shu breathed a silent sigh of relief, her face brightening as she flashed a smile at Wen Qi. Senior brother, then I shall not hold back. Observing her excitement as she clutched the tome, nearly her height, Wen Qi found the scene rather amusing. With kind intent, he offered her an explanation. The innate skill of a first-tier illusion-breaking mouse is immunity to all restrictions. Thus, this little creature effortlessly made its way to its peak. And upon witnessing Qin Shu's enlightened expression, when she continued, "You should be grateful that she has come to me. Had she ventured to places she ought not to have, it is likely that you too would find yourself entangled in her troubles." Qin Shu furrowed her brow, her demeanor gravely serious. Thank you, senior brother, for keeping her here. I shall compensate for that golden feather orchid, she spoke earnestly. When Qi, however, paid little heed to her words, for his courtyard was abundant with various spiritual plants. Even a careless step could lead to the demise of several third-tier specimens. His remark was merely a jest aimed at amusing the young girl. Yet, seeing her take it to heart, he pondered for a moment and added, "There is no need for that. Did I not advise you to capture a few silver whites within the secret realm? You may use those as compensation." Upon hearing this, Qin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. While she lacked in many things, she indeed possessed an ample supply of silver whites. With a careful exchange of payment for the creature, she gingerly retrieved the little one from Wen Qi's hands, the small being nestled against her forearm, its eyes tightly shut, and if one were to lean in closely, a faint sound of snoring could be heard. Qin Shu tugged at the corner of her mouth. Lifting her gaze to Wen Qi's senior brother, "When do you think this little one will awaken?" Wen Qi returned to his jade seat and replied, "That depends on when she can fully absorb that spiritual plant. It may take 3 months or perhaps even 3 years, entirely contingent on her own fortune." Qin Shu let out a sigh, resigning herself to the notion that it would be safer to keep the little creature within the jade pendant space. Observing her worried expression, Wen Qi offered her a comforting remark, reassuring her that in the realm of cultivation, time holds little significance and she need not burden herself excessively. By the time she awakens next, she should have ascended to a higher level. Qin Shu nodded in agreement, considering this a piece of good news. After departing from Wen Qi's abode, she found herself seated upon a Bodhi leaf, returning to the entrance of her own cave. Over a month had passed, and she was curious about the progress of the 5 spirit plants she had sown. As soon as she landed, she made her way directly to her experimental plot. Upon inspecting the field, her gaze fell upon the vibrant crimson flower, which she had casually planted beside the rosebush, and she sensed something amiss. The rosebush, which had once flourished in close proximity to the brilliant red flower, appeared to be wilting, as if it had been deprived of sustenance. Strangely, the 2 spirit plants that had originally been situated alongside it had mysteriously migrated to the opposite side. What was happening here? Did spirit plants possess the ability to wander? Curiosity piqued, Qin Shu decided to take action rather than merely ponder. She enveloped one of the plants in wood spirit energy, delicately excavating it with the intention of relocating it beside the crimson flower. However, as she planted it anew, she noticed the 2 leaves of the spirit plant quivering slightly. Rising to return to her cave, she was astonished to witness the spirit plant stealthily shifting to the side. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she marveled at the peculiar sight before her. Could it truly be that spirit plants were capable of movement? What manner of oddity was this? In the tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Flora in the Realm of Cultivation, she had previously encountered a mention that if one were to discover a ginseng-like spiritual plant, it was imperative to promptly employ the technique of delineating a boundary. Otherwise, the next appearance of that ginseng could be uncertain. Could it be that this particular spiritual plant was also a form of ginseng? With this conjecture taking root in her mind, Qin Shu felt a surge of satisfaction. If it indeed was a ginseng, its grade would likely not be insignificant, thus rendering the need to refine the stone frog sculpture unnecessary. This time, she refrained from forcibly planting them together. Instead, concerned that this ginseng might wander about like the little one, she casually enacted the boundary technique around it. Upon returning to her mountaintop cave, she finally allowed herself to relax completely. Indeed, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own cozy abode. She placed the little one on her lap and casually retrieved the complete compendium of beasts in the realm of cultivation provided by her second senior brother. Flipping to the chapter dedicated to the little one. The chapter detailed the phantasmal rat, a first-tier beast capable of growth, with its ultimate potential remaining an unknown pinnacle. Chapter 81. Unable to identify as species, unknown. Qin Shu felt a sense of confusion. Typically, the term unknown implies 2 extreme possibilities. It could either signify extraordinary strength or something indescribable. She dared not dwell on it too much. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. It was best not to hold too high hopes for a creature capable of growing grass into trees. The substantial tome in her hands proved somewhat cumbersome, prompting her to gently lift the small creature, soundly asleep on her lap, and place it upon her shoulder. She spread the book across her legs and turned to the next page. This page meticulously detailed the specific habits and skills of the illusion-breaking mouse, which feeds on nuts and spiritual fruits, displaying a timid yet astute nature. There had been reports of sightings of this diminutive creature in the dense jungles of eastern continent. Yet those encounters were fleeting, vanishing almost instantaneously. Qin Shu read the lines again with care, then cast a glance at the small being, whose 4 tiny paws dangled and whose tail hung limply, utterly defenseless in slumber. She fell silent. Timid yet astute? Could it be that the only reckless one was the one she had inadvertently stumbled upon? As she pondered, since she had borrowed the book, she decided to delve deeper into the realm of mystical beasts within the cultivation world. She also discovered the Weiming senior brother's wind-returning crane lineage, alongside the silver-white creature raised in the small pond at the back courtyard. However, what perplexed her was that despite her thorough search through the entire volume, she could not uncover the identity of the great serpent. Its scales were a lustrous black with a metallic sheen, its eyes dark golden with vertical pupils, and its spiritual aura shimmered in a golden-green hue, imbued with potent venom. The book indeed contains a considerable number of serpent species. However, after meticulously comparing them for quite some time, she realized these serpents were still quite different from the large one she had raised. Could it be due to hybridization? Or perhaps mutation? Qin Shu closed the book, resting her chin on her hand, and muttered to herself. With no other leads, she decided to abandon her thoughts and promptly made her way to her second senior brother's cave to return the grand tome and his alchemical furnace. When she received them with a half-smile, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Shu as he casually inquired, "Are you truly not renting anymore? What kind of furnace did the master gift you?" Can it withstand your mischief? Yet. Qin Shu resolutely shook her head and presented her newly acquired small furnace for him to see. No need. Senior brother, look. The alchemical furnace bestowed by our master is quite remarkable. I find it very convenient to use, so you needn't worry about it. Wen Qi merely scoffed at first, but as his gaze fell upon the purple gold furnace in Qin Shu's hands, he found it impossible to maintain his amusement. Isn't the master being a tad biased? He gifted you the purple gold furnace.
Wen Qi exclaimed.
While the purple gold furnace could not be compared to his own swallowing furnace, it was indeed a far cry from the alchemical furnace his master had casually gifted him when he first entered the sect, which had been intended for novice disciples to practice with. Qin Shu tucked the small purple gold furnace away and retrieved 96 bottles of elixirs from her storage ring, arranging them neatly across Wen Qi's jade table until it was completely filled. Senior brother, the rent is all settled. Initially, Wen Qi had been intrigued as he watched her pull out the bottles, but as the collection grew increasingly abundant, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Is this rent? Qin Shu nodded, affirming, indeed. The rent for a furnace of elixirs is merely a single pill, little junior sister. You must calculate carefully, should you err. Elder brother will not reimburse you. His eyes sparkled with amusement as they swept over the array of jars and vials, eventually settling back on Qin Shu. With a serious nod, Qin Shu clarified, there will be no mistake. I have refined a total of 960 furnaces of elixirs, which rightfully entitles you to 960 pills as rent, arranged in 96 bottles, 10 pills per bottle. The fan in Wen Qi's hand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, yet he paid it no mind, his gaze fixed on Qin Shu, astonishment etched across his features. In just a month, you refined 960 furnaces of elixirs? Over 30 furnaces each day? The incredulity in his tone made Qin Shu feel as though she had accomplished something extraordinary. However, in truth, she had merely refined a few furnaces of elixirs. Though it was somewhat tedious, she had grown accustomed to it over time. Yes, it may be a bit slow, but I need time for cultivation at night. Wen Qi's pupils dilated as he regarded Qin Shu as if she were a rare species. You cultivate at night as well? He asked, his tone light yet incredulous. Qin Shu continued to nod, her expression puzzled as she wondered why he would pose such a question. Of course. If one does not diligently cultivate, would they not fall far behind others? Wench. She has already reached the 4th level of qi refinement, while her fellow disciples who entered the sect alongside her remain stagnant at the 3rd level. Only a few exceptional talents like Qi Yu have managed to attain such a cultivation level. Who, then, is truly lagging behind? Suddenly, he comprehended why the master had been particularly fond of the junior sister. Diligent children indeed attract more affection. Furthermore, it seemed that this year, the alchemical tasks of the Dan sect would largely fall upon her shoulders. However, on this matter, he was mistaken. The news of the junior sister Qin Shu's month-long seclusion in the alchemy chamber, during which she successfully refined a staggering 9,600 pills, quickly spread among the disciples of the alchemy room. Thanks to her substantial contribution, the number of restorative pills available for exchange among the disciples of Shantian sect had notably increased this month. Upon receiving this news, Wench felt utterly numb. She had refined 960 cauldrons of pills, yielding 9,600 exquisite elixirs, each batch reaching its peak quality. He casually picked up a porcelain vial from the jade table, and as soon as he uncorked it, a rich aroma of elixirs wafted forth. Wench! He found it hard to believe and proceeded to open several more vials, only to discover that each contained top-tier restorative pills. It turned out that his junior sister had achieved perfect pill refinement within just 1 month. Qi Yu also received the news. She held the communication jade slip. Lost in thought for a long time, after much deliberation, she resolved to send a message to Qin Shu, expressing, Junior sister, I find myself with some uncertainties regarding alchemy. Might I request your guidance? The esteemed master has been in seclusion for quite some time, and the message she sent to her senior brother has seemingly vanished into the abyss. It is likely that he too is in retreat. Unable to discern any profound insights herself, she finds the sudden emergence of her junior sister to be the most opportune choice. Qin Shu had just completed refining a batch of elixirs when she saw the message and promptly responded, assuring her elder sister that she would share everything she knew. On the other end, Qi was likely awaiting her reply, for in the next moment, a message swiftly returned, with Qin Shu hearing her junior sister articulately inquire, what should be done about the exploded furnace? Qin Shu. while she might be at a loss concerning other matters. When it comes to the subject of a furnace explosion, she is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable in the entire sect. A smile broke across her face as she replied, "This is a lengthy tale. If my junior sister finds a time, do come to the alchemy chamber, and we shall discuss it together." Chapter 82. Remember this feeling? Chi-Yu retrieved the jade slip and, with a flick of his hand, cast a cleaning spell to restore order to his disheveled cave abode. He plucked the severed red feather from atop his head before transforming into his original form and soaring towards the alchemy chamber with great fervor. A crimson shadow streaked across the sky, landing outside the alchemy room, striding purposefully towards the chamber where Qin Shu was situated, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Upon seeing Chi-Yu enter, Qin Shu glanced at the absent mark of the small red feather on his head and, recalling her own broken hairpin, immediately understood the situation. Chi-Yu noticed Qin Shu examining the top of his head, feeling a twinge of discomfort as if exposing a personal flaw. Who could have imagined that he had singed his own feathers during alchemy? Observing the gleam in Qin Shu's eyes as she gazed at him, he was momentarily stunned when she approached him warmly, whispering, "Senior sister, did you also experience an explosion in the furnace?" Chi-Yu keenly seized upon the pivotal word "also," suddenly awakening to a realization. He looked at Qin Shu incredulously and inquired, "Junior sister, could it be that you too?" To his astonishment, Qin Shu nodded subtly, a sigh escaping her lips as she confessed, "I've had 5 furnaces explode." Upon hearing this, Chi-Yu felt as if he were reuniting with a long-lost kin. Grasping her hand eagerly, Shu, what did you do afterward?" "I had 3 explosions as well. All the alchemy furnaces I brought from home have been destroyed. I sent out anonymous messages via the communication jade slips, but to no avail." Qin Shu responded, "That day, I consulted second senior brother, who mentioned that the issue lay with the alchemy furnace." After a moment of contemplation, she grasped Akabane's hand, urging her to take a seat in her place, and then spoke, "Senior sister, why not try using my alchemy furnace? Perhaps the issue lies with the furnace itself." Upon hearing Qin Shu's words, Akabane felt a sense of reassurance and settled down before Qin Shu's alchemy furnace. Just as she closed her eyes, preparing to channel her spiritual energy, a sudden thought struck her, and she turned to Qin Shu, saying, "Little junior sister, do not worry. If my attempt causes your furnace to explode, I shall certainly compensate you with an even finer one." Qin Shu chuckled, reassuring her, "Senior sister, there's no need for concern. If an explosion does occur, we shall seek our master for a solution." Akabane then shut her eyes once more, channeling her spiritual energy. The intense fire energy surged into the alchemy furnace, its temperature surpassing even that of Qin Shu's. Even Qin Shu, seated beside her, began to perspire lightly. However, Qin Shu remained undeterred, her focus unwavering as she intently observed the alchemy furnace, sensing the spiritual herbs within gradually dissipating into nothingness under the searing heat. This time, the furnace did not explode. Yet the spiritual herbs inside had been entirely consumed, leaving no residue behind. Slowly, Akabane opened her eyes, and as Qin Shu contemplated how to comfort her, she was taken aback when Akabane turned to her, beaming with excitement. "Little junior sister, I did not cause an explosion this time," Qin Shu replied. "I suppose that counts as a form of progress?" Through her observations, she deduced that the likelihood of Akabane successfully refining a pill was quite slim. It was not due to a lack of fiery intensity, but rather because she lacked Owood's spiritual root, making it difficult for her to master the delicate balance required. No wonder everyone claims that to become a master alchemist, possessing the fire and wood's spiritual roots is essential. However, this is not entirely insurmountable. Much like how they address the challenge of unremarkable children in academia, the solution remains singular: rote memorization. There exists no formula that cannot be mastered. Only those who lack diligence. "Little junior sister, do not fret. I have discerned the reason," said Chi-Yu. "This time, gradually infuse the fire's spiritual energy. I will instruct you to stop." Upon hearing this, Chi-Yu felt a sense of calm. Qin Shu then presented her with materials for a spiritual enhancement elixir. She cast a medicinal herb into the alchemical furnace and, adhering to Qin Shu's guidance, first flicked a small orb of spiritual energy into it. The alchemical furnace began to warm gradually. Observing this, Qin Shu raised her hand to direct a hint of wood's spiritual energy into the furnace, simultaneously sensing the condition of the spiritual plants within. She spoke to Chi-Yu, "Add a little more, yes, just right, that's sufficient." Chi-Yu promptly stabilized the fire's spiritual energy, daring not to raise the temperature further. The crimson alchemical furnace glowed intensely from her unique fire energy. Qin Shu instructed her to add the second spiritual plant, continuing in the same manner. After several iterations, all the spiritual plants condensed into a liquid state. Qin Shu quickly commanded, "Little junior sister, swiftly spread the spiritual energy. Prepare for fusion." Qi responded affirmatively, following her directions. As the flowing fire spiritual energy enveloped the entire alchemical furnace, carefully encasing the spiritual liquid, the impurities within having long since evaporated due to the elevated temperature. In the alchemy chamber, the temperature soared, and one could even hear the spiritual liquid sizzling within the furnace. Qin Shu and Qiyu both flushed, one from excitement, the other from the heat. At last, as all the spiritual liquid melded into a single mass, Qin Shu urged, "Quickly, form the seal. The elixir is ready." Qiyu's movements shifted, and gradually, the temperature within the furnace began to subside. Qin Shu also withdrew her with spiritual energy. When Qiyu opened her eyes and gazed at Qin Shu, she was met with a radiant smile. "Junior sister, let's open the furnace." Qiyu's eyes sparkled with joy, yet a hint of anxiety flickered across her expression. She bit her lip and nodded earnestly. "Yes." As Qin Shu observed, Qiyu cast a spell upon the alchemical furnace, and her own tension mounted. With a flick of her hand, 5 elixirs soared into the air. The pills she had concocted appeared diminutive compared to those of others, resembling the size of a Wuji Baifeng pill or a Luowei Dihuang pill. Qiyu's brow furrowed in concern. "Is this a failure?" Qin Shu examined one of the replenishing pills for a moment, unable to discern any flaws, and decided to consume one. The gentle spiritual energy surged through her meridians, and after a while, Qin Shu finally opened her eyes. Qiyu hurriedly inquired, "How is it?" With a thumbs up, Qin Shu exclaimed, "Incredible. Senior sister, your elixirs take up minimal space, yet their efficacy is remarkable." Qiyu, somewhat skeptical, was met with Qin Shu's encouragement. "Try one yourself, and you'll see." Akabane pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to swallow one of the pills. She herself had realized that the efficacy of the elixir she had concocted was indeed commendable. However, it was rather diminutive in size. Qin Shu remarked, "Senior sister, I surmise that it is due to your overly concentrated fire spiritual energy, which has rendered the spiritual liquid particularly pure. Nonetheless, this is quite advantageous. It will be more convenient for consumption, and you could sell a bottle containing 20 pills to advanced practitioners who typically consume them by the bottle. Many would undoubtedly make a purchase." Akabane had also sensed the wood's spiritual energy emanating from Qin Shu's alchemical furnace, prompting her brow to furrow once more. "Junior sister, I cannot seek your assistance every time I refine pills. Lacking a wood's spiritual root, I am unable to perceive the changes in spiritual plants." However, Qin Shu replied, "There is no need for that, senior sister. Do you recall how long it took you to refine a spiritual plant? And how long the fusion process lasted? As long as you remember that sensation, you will be able to concoct pills independently." Chapter 83. Modeling Experiment. Akabane gazed at Qin Shu's beaming smile, suddenly filled with a sense of bewilderment. Could this truly work? "Junior sister, is it enough to simply remember the time required for refining spiritual plants? Shall I attempt it once more?" Qin Shu pondered for a moment before replying, "Senior sister, if you wish to enhance the success rate of pill formation, we must conduct several more experiments." "Experiments?" Akabane questioned, intrigued. To a student of the sciences, this concept might seem trivial, yet for Akabane, a native of the demon clan, it was a novel term. Qin Shu guided her to a nearby mat and seated her. "Senior sister, the efficacy of medicinal materials varies with their age. Naturally, the time required to eliminate impurities differs as well. While you lack a wood spirit root and cannot precisely sense the optimal extraction time, similar ages yield comparable potency. Through our trials, we can estimate a rough time frame, thereby resolving the issue of gauging medicinal potency." Upon hearing this, Akabane's spirit soared, her lively eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "If I master pill refinement, I shall become the sole alchemist of our fire spirit bird clan." Qin Shu detected her excitement, her tone lifting in response as she smiled. "Then allow me to extend my early congratulations, senior sister." Akabane blushed, smiling shyly. "Shall we try it now?" In her efforts to assist her second senior brother with his tasks, Qin Shu had acquired an array of spiritual plants, ranging from 10 to 20, 30, and even 50 years old. "Senior sister, Let us begin with the 10-year-old specimens. You must remember this sensation. In the realm of cultivation, individuals possess remarkable memories, and she harbored confidence in her junior sister. Chi-yu, with a grave expression, nodded slightly, observing as Qin-shu cast the spiritual herb into the alchemical furnace. She swiftly gathered her focus, drawing forth a dense strand of fire spiritual energy to infuse into the furnace. Once more, the process of experimentation invariably demands patience. In the world of cultivation, the concept of time is rather nebulous, often stretching over months or even years. Qin-shu mused that perhaps having a stopwatch would enhance her junior sister's alchemical skills more effectively at this moment. She had contemplated creating an hourglass for her sister. Yet they lacked the ability to forge instruments and were unacquainted with disciples of the craft sect, leaving them uncertain of how to procure such an item. After conducting over 100 experiments together, they finally began to see results, with Chi-yu's control over the fire spiritual energy advancing significantly. Qin-shu once again retrieved a spiritual herb and handed it to her. Sister, this time you shall do it yourself. Chi was taken aback. The fire spiritual energy she had gathered dissipating as a flicker of doubt crossed her gaze. Junior sister, I. However, Qin-shu resolutely pressed the spiritual herb into her hands. Sister, we have refined over 100 batches of elixirs. You can certainly do this. With that, she swiftly added, even if it fails, it is merely a single spiritual herb. It is of no consequence. Upon hearing these words, Chi found a semblance of reason in them and gradually regained her composure. As soon as the spiritual herb was presented, she quickly discerned its age and casually tossed it into the alchemical furnace. Before she began, a sense of apprehension lingered within her. However, once she commenced her task, tranquility enveloped her. If one were to inquire as to the reason, it could be succinctly articulated. Practice breeds familiarity. As her spiritual essence infused the mixture to a sufficient degree, she instinctively paused to add another herb, continuing her work with movements as fluid as a flowing stream. At last, her actions came to a halt, and an intuitive sense whispered to her that she had successfully crafted the elixir. She opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath of impure air. Qin-shu, standing beside her, urged, Senior sister, quickly unveil it. With a soft acknowledgement, Chi-yu executed a spell, and the violet gold lid was lifted. Chi-yu formed hand seals, channeling a spell that summoned 6 plum pills, suspended gracefully in the air by her spiritual energy. A relieved smile graced Chi-yu's face as Qin-shu, overflowing with excitement, began to praise, Junior sister, we have succeeded. Chi-yu turned to meet her sparkling gaze, seemingly inspired, and joined in her laughter. Shu, I owe you my gratitude this time. Qin-shu winked at her, saying, Senior sister, you're being too modest. Our master has said that fellow disciples ought to assist one another. Chi-yu shook her head, clarifying, it's not solely that. All the spiritual herbs I utilized this time were provided by you. Junior sister, do tally the number of herbs I consumed, and I shall replenish your supply. Hearing this, Qin-shu chuckled heartily. Senior sister, I truly must thank you. Thank me?
Chi-yu echoed, intrigued.
Indeed. Qin-shu inquired, Senior sister, do you still remember the matter of the 60-year alchemical task I owe to second brother? Chi-yu, having pieced it together, glanced at the scattered alchemical bottles on the ground before raising her gaze to Qin-shu. Junior sister, do you mean all of these are made for second brother? Qin-shu's eyes crinkled with a smile. Indeed. I must say, I owe a great deal to you, senior sister. Without your assistance, I would have no idea when I could finish refining such a plethora of elixirs. Refining alone consumes spiritual energy rapidly, and she could only persevere thanks to the replenishing spirit pills. However, with her younger sister aiding in channeling fire spiritual energy, the situation transformed. She only needed to infuse a minor portion of wood's spiritual energy. As their collaborative synergy flourished, their alchemical efficiency soared. Indeed, they had repaid over a year of second brother's debt. Her unrestrained laughter resembled that of a mischievous kitten who had pilfered a treat, and Chi-yu, witnessing this, felt no ire but rather found her junior sister endearing. Mimicking Qin-shu, she winked playfully, saying, Junior sister, if that's the case, we are all squared away now. Unbeknownst to them, while they were engrossed in their secluded cultivation, whispers concerning their exploits had already circulated throughout the entire Xiantian sect. As Cheng Yan emerged from his seclusion, he overheard that Chi-yu had sought trouble with Qin-shu. It was said that she stormed into Qin-shu's alchemy chamber with great fervor and had yet to emerge, leaving one to wonder whether a confrontation had indeed occurred. A confrontation? Cheng Yan was oblivious to the fact that his month-long seclusion had caused him to miss so much. You, too, wait. He called out to the two young disciples who were conversing. They turned, and upon noticing the inner sect badge hanging from his waist, their expressions shifted, and they quickly bowed respectfully. Senior brother. Cheng Yan, with a stern countenance, inquired, "What were you just discussing? Did Qiyu and Qin Shu have a quarrel?" The two disciples exchanged glances and burst into laughter, responding, "Senior brother, you also enjoy hearing about this. The tale of Qiyu and Qin Shu has spread throughout the sect. It is said that Qin Shu has caught the eye of second brother Wen Qi, who has personally guided her in alchemy, much to Qiyu's displeasure, prompting him to confront her with great fervor." Chapter 84. The Celestial Master and Fortune-Telling. Cheng Yan pondered. Were those two little ones truly vying for attention over Wen Qi? To be honest, he found it quite difficult to fathom. Whence did this rumor originate? With a furrowed brow and a solemn expression, he inquired. The two obedient disciples before him, resembling quails, lowered their heads and replied earnestly, "We are unsure, but that day, Qiyu stormed into the alchemy room, and many witnessed the scene." Cheng Yan massaged his throbbing temples and asked, "Can two children, merely 11 or 12 years of age, possess such thoughts? They are neglecting their duties, slandering their peers, and should be summoned to the task hall to undertake another year of alchemical assignments." Although he harbored doubts regarding the likelihood of Qiyu and Qin Shu clashing over Wen Qi, he could not simply turn a blind eye. After reprimanding the two little rascals, he hastened toward the alchemy room. However, upon arriving at the door, he cautiously probed with his spiritual senses and discovered that the two individuals inside each occupied a mat, conversing while holding a communication jade slip. Their demeanor was lively and jovial, entirely unlike the rumored confrontation. Nevertheless, should a conflict truly arise between them, it would be difficult to ascertain who would prevail. He gently rapped on the door and entered, just in time to overhear. The little senior sister is now excelling in alchemy. However, the little senior sister's ordinary furnace often explodes. "Master, what shall we do? Perhaps you could see if there are any spare furnaces available." Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback, and when he regained his composure, he found himself meeting the curious gazes of the two uplifted little heads. His gaze once again fell upon the alchemical furnace situated at the center of the room, a furnace of exquisite purple and gold. How did it come to be here? Could it be that my master has visited? Before he could fathom any conclusions, he heard the voices of Qiyu and Qinshu calling out, "Senior brother." Cheng Yan returned to his senses, catching a whiff of the fragrant elixirs permeating the air, and casually inquired, "Have you managed to refine any elixirs?" Both Qinshu and Qiyu nodded eagerly, prompting Cheng Yan to further ask, "Oh, you both have succeeded in alchemy?" The response was met with two enthusiastic nods. A smile then graced Cheng Yan's face as he remarked, "It seems that Wen Qi's guidance has indeed borne fruit." However, the smile on Qinshu's face quickly faded as she lamented, "Senior brother, the rental fee for second senior brother's furnace is exorbitant. I paid him 960 elixirs as rent." Even Cheng Yan, who prided himself on his worldly experience, couldn't help but gasp at her revelation. 960? Isn't Wen Qi afraid that master will seek him out for an explanation? Qinshu shrugged her shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. Cheng Yan then turned his attention to Qiyu, inquiring, "You too have succeeded in alchemy, junior sister?" This was indeed unexpected. The demon race typically possessed singular spiritual roots, which greatly limited their development in the realms of alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. Now, Qiyu possessed a fire-attributed celestial spiritual root, her body teeming with potent fire spiritual energy. If such innate talent were harnessed for swordsmanship and spells, her progress would be remarkable. Yet, applying it to alchemy proved to be quite challenging. How had she managed to refine elixirs? Cheng Yan was genuinely curious. If this were known among other demon clans, it would surely incite a wave of envy. His keen eyes quickly spotted the paper that Qin Shu had casually discarded on the ground, which contained various durations required for the refinement of spiritual herbs from different years. With just a glance, he recognized the handwriting as Qin Shu's. His expression shifted from surprise to astonishment, as if he had received a profound revelation. Could it truly be this way? If this method were to be widely disseminated, disciples of any spiritual affinity could engage in alchemy. The absence of fire affinity would not pose a problem. One could utilize earth fire instead. And if one lacked wood affinity, it was of no consequence. As long as one memorized the refinement durations for the spiritual herbs, it sufficed. A myriad of thoughts surged in his mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular resolution: seek the master. Before departing, however, he did not forget to advise his two junior sisters. Diligence in cultivation is commendable, yet it is equally essential to take occasional breaks. A balance between exertion and relaxation is the true principle. Qin Shu clasped her hands in gratitude, thanking her senior brother for his guidance. After Chung Yen left, Qin Shu turned to her companion, Qiyu, and inquired, "Shall we venture out?" Qiyu shook her head, replying, "You go ahead. I have just mastered this technique and wish to refine it further for a few more days." Qin Shu acquiesced, for she indeed had matters to attend to. Upon exiting the alchemy chamber, she noticed a peculiar gaze from those around her, though she could not fathom the reason and did not inquire further. She hastened to submit a portion of her tasks, then retrieved the crane feather given to her by Rui Ming. "Rui Ming, are you there?" Rui Ming's voice soon echoed back, "I am here. Junior sister, where are you?" "I shall come at once." Upon reporting her location, Qin Shu remained seated, awaiting his arrival. Rui Ming, being a wind-type demon beast, possessed remarkable speed. Coupled with the urgency invoked by Qin Shu's call, he soared through the air with even greater haste. A mere 15 minutes later, Rui Ming appeared before Qin Shu. Transforming into his human form, he exclaimed joyfully, "Junior sister, have you come to play with me?" Qin Shu smiled brightly, replying, "Senior brother, I have mastered the art of alchemy." Rui Ming, exhibiting even more exuberance than Qin Shu, responded, "Junior sister, you are truly amazing." In a display of generosity, Qin Shu produced 10 bottles of exquisite spirit-replenishing pills and presented them to Rui Ming. "Senior brother, these are my own concoctions, just for you. As we agreed, I shall provide all the elixirs you need for your cultivation from now on." Rui Ming was utterly delighted, being a demon beast. His thoughts were typically straightforward, devoid of unnecessary complexities. He readily accepted Qin Shu's kindness and reciprocated it with his own. He accepted the pills and, from his internal space, retrieved numerous spirit herbs to offer her. "Since you are now an alchemist, these spirit herbs are yours. I have an abundance." As Qin Shu beheld the spirit herbs he had produced, she noted that nearly all of them were of at least third-tier quality, with even 3 rare treasures among them. She realized that her exquisite spirit-replenishing pills could scarcely exchange for even one of those rare treasures. "Senior brother, this is far too precious." Rui Ming, however, countered, "But did you not say that you would provide all the elixirs I need for my cultivation? Does that promise hold no weight?" Qin Shu quickly shook her head, insisting, "No, it certainly does. If you do not believe me, senior brother, I can vow with my heart." However, Wei Ming also dissuaded her, saying it was unnecessary. "These spiritual plants would serve no purpose in my possession, but they would be invaluable to my junior sister, who possesses the remarkable ability to refine pills." Ultimately, Qin Shu accepted the spiritual plants, contemplating that she might concoct a special elixir suitable for beast consumption next time for senior brother Wei Ming. "Senior brother, I plan to take a stroll in Qijin City. Will you accompany me?" Wei Ming's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Although Qijin City was not as bustling as during the gatherings, it still held a certain liveliness. At the street corner, a fortune-telling booth had appeared since Qin Shu's last visit, adorned with 4 grandiose characters that read divine calculation, recalling the incident when Sui Han was reluctant to seek a fortune for Hshin. She thought that inquiring here might not be a bad idea, though she first needed to ascertain the accuracy of the fortune-teller's predictions. Approaching, she saw the booth owner, engrossed in a communication jade slip, and called out, "Master, do you offer fortune-telling?" Chapter 85. Beginning to doubt life as the stall owner raised his head, he was met with the gaze of 2 young children, barely taller than the divination table before him, clearly of tender years. How could they possibly be engaging in fortune-telling at such a young age? Surely, they were still oblivious to the very concept of fate. He held a crow feather fan in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the strands of hair at his temples danced in tandem with his movements, revealing a countenance that appeared quite youthful. However, Qin Shu understood well that in the realm of cultivation, one must not judge by appearances. There were those who, despite their youthful demeanor, could very well be 8 or even 1,000 years old. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu deliberately raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Could it be that your fortune-telling skills are not as accurate as you claim?" Her elongated eyes, paired with her tone of skepticism, immediately unsettled the stall owner. He let out a derisive snort, leaning back in his chair with an air of arrogance, and retorted, "Have you not inquired elsewhere? Do you doubt that I, Lu Li, am anything but precise?" Qin Shu's brow furrowed in contemplation. She ran her fingers through her hair, pondering the name Lu Li. Why did it sound so familiar? After a prolonged moment of reflection, a fleeting spark of recognition ignited in her mind. She tilted her head and, with unmasked astonishment, stepped forward to ask, "Are you Lu Li, from the Tianji Pavilion?" The crow feather fan in Lu Li's hand began to sway, with renewed vigor as he affirmed, "Indeed, that is I. Since you have heard of my name, do I need to elaborate further on my fortune-telling prowess?" Qin Shu's expression grew solemn as she shook her head decisively. Indeed, no further elaboration was necessary. As Lu Li's expression began to display a hint of arrogance, she overheard the little girl beside her whispering into the ear of the crane, saying, "If he is indeed Lu Li, then we should take our leave. Others may charge for divination, but he demands a life." Rui Ming had no intention of practicing fortune-telling. He was merely a crane, and even if the sky were to fall, the fortunate old man would shield him. Hearing Qin Shu's words, he nodded slightly, suggesting, "Then let us depart. My senior brother will buy you some spiritual fruits." Lu Li, upon catching wind of their exchange, felt her forehead throb with irritation. Was it possible that there existed individuals who did not know how to transmit sound? They audaciously engaged in covert conversation right before the very subject of their discussion. She called out to the two children, "You, halt." Qin Shu glanced back and noticed Lu Li had risen, her hands trembling with anger. Lu Li pointed her fan at Qin Shu, reprimanding him. "Clarify your words. What do you mean by others charging for divination while I demand a life?" Rui Ming instinctively stepped forward, shielding Qin Shu from view. This celestial master possessed cultivation that surpassed theirs, and combined, they were no match for him. However, as a beast, his innate defenses were considerably higher than those of his young disciple, affording him a greater capacity to endure. Nevertheless, Qin Shu remained relatively composed. Though Red Gold City did not compare to a grand city like Tai Lai City, it was still an affiliated city of the Shantian sect, where combat was prohibited, a protective measure for the disciples under its aegis. She imitated Lu Li's movements, slightly raising her chin, narrowing her eyes, and arching her brows. Lu Li, a wise individual, surely held his own judgments regarding my mere 2 words, whether they were right or wrong. Upon hearing her words, Lu Li's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Suddenly, the little girl before him smiled brightly and uttered 2 words, "Spiritual pulse." Lu Li's heart skipped a beat, and with a quick flick of his eyes, he hastily conceded, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication, saying, all right, I shall read your fortune for free. Is that satisfactory? Please, no more." Seeing his reaction, the corners of Qin Shu's lips curled into a deeper smile. "Thank you for your kind offer, but we shall forego the reading and take our leave." As she and the little girl, accompanied by the crane, walked away, Lu Li furrowed his brows, turning to slam his fan against the table, where a flash of white light revealed a set of oracle bones. "If you refuse to let me read, I shall insist on it." He recalled the day he had attempted to divine the spiritual pulse for the Zhong family, only to be thwarted by an unknown force that obscured the heavenly secrets, preventing him from uncovering the hidden intricacies, which nearly led to calamity. Consequently, he found himself on the verge of losing his standing in the eastern continent, and in utter desperation, he had fled to Red Gold City. Here, fewer people recognized him, and it was also the stronghold of the Zhong family. If he could devise a way to assist them in the future, it would serve to rectify his own entanglements. However, he never anticipated that good news would remain within the confines of home while bad news would spread like wildfire. Even the children of Red Gold City were aware of his ineptitude in fortune-telling. Would he have to adopt a pseudonym when venturing outside in the future? As Lu Li swiftly formed a seal with his fingers, he opened his heavenly eye to observe the divination symbols on the oracle bones. To his utter bewilderment, he pondered, what manner of divination is this? Are the oracle bones damaged? Or could it be that he has truly lost his abilities, unable to discern even the fate of a mere child? No, a true man must never concede defeat. He resolutely formed another seal, extracting a drop of his essence blood and applying it to his brow. With a sudden spurt of blood, Lu Li's countenance paled significantly. Damn it! Who exactly is this child? Has he been rebounded upon? While being rebounded is of little consequence, the fact that he perceived nothing is troubling. After years of cultivation, Luli had prided himself as a prodigy, yet now he found himself questioning his very existence. Could it truly be that he has faltered in the art of divination? The moment this thought surfaced, he forcefully suppressed it, reciting a couple of calming mantras in his heart. After expelling a breath of turbid air, he retrieved a jade slip for communication and sought the spiritual presence of his junior brother, Sui Han, sending him a message. Junior brother. No sooner had he called out than a reply materialized. Senior brother, is your heart wavering? As Luli gazed at the familiar characters on the communication slip, an upheaval stirred within him. Although he was reluctant to admit it, his master was indeed correct. Sui Han possessed greater talent than he. The veins on the back of his hand throbbed before gradually subsiding. He understood well that only his junior brother, Sui Han, could assist him at this juncture. He was uncertain of the emotions that led him to inscribe this single character, yet Sui Han comprehended all too well. He casually sketched a line and sent a message. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Luli's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly as he inquired. Junior brother, do you mean for me to seek the Zhong family? Chi Sui-an, unable to contain his impatience, promptly sent a voice message stating, what I mean is, you should confront the one who has cast doubt upon your resolve. This time Luli comprehended. It referred to that young child. He glanced at the communication jade slip in his hand, then at the oracle bones laid out on the table, before lifting his gaze towards the bustling street, his expression gradually solidifying with determination. With a flick of his sleeve, the small stalls lining the street vanished from sight. He set off in pursuit of Qin Shu, who had departed, and though his pace was unhurried, he soon disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Qin Shu was crouched before a stall, examining several jade slips. A familiar voice drifted from behind her, asking, Are you learning the art of movement? Turning around, she found Luli standing beside her, his hands clasped behind his back, his body slightly bent as his gaze fell upon the jade slips she held. Chapter 86. There was once no path in this world if the fairy wishes to learn the art of movement. Perhaps I could impart my knowledge to you. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shu's heart was instantly filled with alarm. As the saying goes, a kind gesture without cause is either deceitful or malicious. She was not a Na'vi 11-year-old. How could she possibly be oblivious to such wisdom? No, I shall not learn. As a practitioner of physical cultivation, I never flee, Qin Shu declared with exaggerated seriousness. The earnest and straightforward Rui Ming was momentarily taken aback by her statement, gazing up at Qin Shu with a puzzled expression. Junior sister, you are not a Dan cultivator, are you? However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shu interrupted him, asserting, Brother, I am indeed a practitioner of physical cultivation. Rui Ming accepted this explanation, his admiration for Qin Shu growing. His master had often stated that humanity possesses the potential to master various techniques and comprehend the Tao. While the heavens bestowed upon them remarkable talents, they also endowed them with the frailest of bodies. For a human to cultivate their physique, they must endure the forging of their muscles and the tempering of their skin, suffering far greater than that of any beast. The fact that this young junior sister could endure the pain of physical cultivation at such a tender age was truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, Rui Ming's thoughts would have left her feeling rather ashamed had she known. After all, she had never undergone any form of physical cultivation. At all. Standing beside her, Luli observed Qin Shu's slender limbs and saw no signs of physical training. He didn't even need to consult the omens to know she was speaking fancifully. Does this fairy truly not wish to learn the art of movement? In the past, I acquired a unique technique within the realm of the spirit, enabling me to traverse distances with ease. If you wish to learn. The legendary art of shrinking space stirred a tempest of excitement within Qin Shu's heart. However, an incessant voice echoed in her mind, reminding her that opportunities without cost are mere illusions. Even if such opportunities existed, they would likely serve as bait for deceit. She gazed at Luli, her dark, luminous eyes resolute, declaring, I shall not learn it. Luli, taken aback, mused, how could anyone refuse the art of shrinking space, which he believed was universally desirable? This inexperienced child, was she truly oblivious to the extraordinary opportunity she had just dismissed? As he prepared to speak further, the stall owner, unable to bear the unfolding scene, interjected loudly, Is it not enough that the little fairy wishes to examine my jade slips? Must you steal my business so brazenly? What is this shrinking space nonsense? It sounds like a ruse. I have encountered many smooth-talking merchants like you, promising wonders only to deliver mediocrity. Qin Shu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I do not trust you. Lu Li, feeling a misunderstanding had arisen, persevered in his explanation. I never suggested a fee. To which the stall owner turned directly to Qin Shu, asserting, Little fairy, feel free to consult your elders. Do you truly believe there exists a method in this world that requires no payment? Qin Shu shook her head vigorously, fear evident in her demeanor, unwilling to take the risk. She not only spoke this way, but also turned to admonish her junior brother, Wei Ming, with utmost seriousness. When venturing outside, one must not be tempted by the seemingly benevolent offerings of strangers. The human heart is treacherous, and in these chaotic times, malevolence lurks abundantly. Wei Ming nodded in agreement. You too must exercise caution, junior sister. If you find yourself in peril, call for me using the crane feather technique. I am quite resilient. Qin Shu felt a warm glow in her heart. Her senior brother was truly endearing. Meanwhile, the scheming Lu Li stood nearby, his expression fraught with complexities. What wicked intentions could he possibly harbor? He merely wished to uphold his own convictions. It had been a considerable time since he last ventured out, and he was unaware that the vigilance of these young ones had become so pronounced. Lu Li followed Qin Shu closely, effortlessly keeping pace with her and Wei Ming. Regardless of how swiftly they moved, his formidable cultivation allowing him to traverse distances with ease. He refrained from confronting the two youngsters, instead waiting for them to halt before showcasing his ability to traverse space. He was certain that no one in this world could resist the allure of such a skill. Eventually, Qin Shu could no longer endure the situation. She stopped and turned to inquire, Lu Li, what do you truly desire? Lu Li waved his crow feather fan, a serene smile gracing his features. What do I desire, my little fairy? Is my technique merely, fade?
Inshu, exasperated, exhalif starply. No.
That is not it.
Is it?
Satisfied at last, Lu Li remarked, Well done. You possess keen insight. Just as Qin Shu was about to retort, she heard him say, All right.
Take me to meet your master.
Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. Her master was not someone one could simply meet at will. She had been under her master's tutelage for over a year and had only encountered her 3 times. However, in the next moment, a paper crane flew before her, igniting spontaneously. Her master's voice emanated from it. Sure. Do not be disrespectful. Take immortal Lu Li back to Ling Shao Peak. It turned out to be a sound transmission talisman, and its impressive display was rather intimidating. Suddenly, Qin Shu felt disinclined to use the jade slip for communication and considered purchasing a stack of sound transmission talismans for amusement. Beside her, Lu Li gazed at the young girl and remarked, Since your master has spoken, I must be able to meet her, right? Qin Shu recalled the gossip she had seen on the communication jade slip. Lu Li must be an elder from the Tiangong Pavilion, indicating that his cultivation was considerable, and it was plausible that he had a past connection with her master. Yet, how could an elder be so childish? Qin Shu found it perplexing, but she ultimately adopted a more respectful demeanor, saying, Immortal, please follow me. Lu Li accompanied Qin Shu to the teleportation array of the Xiantian Gate. Although he lacked the waste token of the Xiantian Gate, he possessed one from the Tiangong Pavilion. The Xiantian Gate and Tiangong Pavilion had a friendly relationship, and it was indeed common for them to engage in exchanges and discussions. Wei Ming parted ways with them at the sex entrance, while Lu Li followed Qin Shu. Step by step, as they ascended to the peak of the Ling Shao real person. It was not until they reached the mountainside that Lu Li could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Little fairy, why must we climb this mountain? Why do you not employ your agility? Qin Shu fell into a moment of silence. Was it that she did not wish to use it? Surely she possessed such skills. Originally, she had intended to utilize her childish tricks to ascend the mountain, but now she hesitated to reveal them, allowing this boastful fellow to endure a bit of hardship instead. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, yet her expression remained tranquil. Master, I am merely a practitioner of physical cultivation. Even Lu Li began to gradually accept that she was indeed a novice in her training. However, was her master not the esteemed Ling Su? Was not Ling Su a master of 8th grade alchemy? At last, the two of them reached the summit, and the path that Qin Shu had forged became even more solidified. Lu Li stood at the peak, gasping for breath, gazing at the once seemingly impassable terrain, inquiring casually, Did you truly carve this path? To which Qin Shu solemnly replied, In this world, there was originally no path. It is only when many tread upon it that it becomes a way. Chapter 87. An epiphany triggered by a famous quote. Lu Li stood frozen in place. turning back to gaze at the path he had just ascended, then glanced at Qin Shu. His long lashes fluttered slightly, and a look of dazed contemplation washed over his eyes. Subsequently, before Qin Shu, he elegantly swept aside his garment and sat cross-legged. Observing him close his eyes, Qin Shu noted that the restless aura surrounding him seemed to settle in an instant. She then turned her gaze towards the entrance of her master's cave dwelling, pondering why Lu Li had chosen to sit down just as they had reached the threshold. Could it be that he was fatigued from the journey? As Qin Shu pondered this, she sensed a subtle shift in the air around her. Turning her head, she saw her master materializing beside her. He has attained enlightenment. I never anticipated that Master Lu Li would visit, only to encounter such fortuitous insight, Ling Su remarked, stroking his beard with a hint of barely perceptible envy in his tone. Enlightenment? Qin Shu could scarcely believe it. The offhand remark she had made about a famous saying had led to such a profound realization for him. Not only was Qin Shu astonished, but even Ling Su was intrigued. He turned to her and inquired, "Sure, what did Master Lu Li perceive? What prompted this sudden epiphany?" He had gazed upon the landscapes of his mountain for centuries without such an opportunity for realization. How could it be that Lu Li encountered it during a single visit? Qin Shu pressed her lips together, her expression a mixture of complexity as she recounted how she had guided him up the mountain, casually sharing a particularly exquisite saying along the way. As more tread upon a path, it inevitably becomes well-trodden. The gaze of Ling Shu Jinren seemed to be fixed upon the void, and he repeated, "Wonderful, wonderful. My dear Shuer, though young, possesses a remarkable insight to articulate such profound words." Qin Shu felt her cheeks flush. No matter how brazen she might be, she dared not accept such praise. Quickly, she waved her small hands, insisting, "No, no, no. Those words are not mine. How could I possess such talent? They were spoken by a predecessor before I entered the realm of cultivation." Hearing this, Ling Shu Jinren chuckled, for it made sense. He had initially wondered how such a young child could understand the wisdom of someone with considerable experience. Qin Shu gazed thoughtfully at Lu Li's figure, contemplating the possibility of compiling all the renowned sayings into a book entitled The Book of Enlightenment. "Let us return," Ling Shu Jinren declared, turning to leave. Noticing this, Qin Shu glanced back at Lu Li and asked, "Master, shall we not assist immortal Lu Li in protecting the law?" Ling Shu Jinren replied with a smile, "This is my celestial mountain. I shall watch over him. There is no need for concern, dear Shuer." With his words, Qin Shu felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. After all, he was someone she had enlightened, and it was indeed his fortune to attain understanding from such a remark. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed as Lu Li absorbed the essence of enlightenment. When he finally opened his eyes, they shone with brilliance as he exhaled a breath of stale air. Rising, he performed a cleansing spell, gazing at the path he had ascended, and felt his heart's burdens dissipate like a flowing river. Indeed, he is favored by the heavens. Just as he faltered and his resolve wavered, the divine providence bestowed upon him such an extraordinary opportunity. The path he traverses may be one never before walked by another, yet it is certain that successors shall follow. It is commonplace for divination to yield uncertain results, after all. How often can one expect the secrets of the cosmos to be revealed with unwavering accuracy? A subtle stir caught his attention, and Lu Li withdrew his thoughts to behold the gradual manifestation of the figure of the esteemed Ling Su. "Haha, congratulations, Lu Li." Lu Li returned the greeting, saying, "It is thanks to the blessed sanctuary of Ling Su that I find myself here. Had I known that coming here would lead to such enlightenment, I would have sought your company much sooner." Ling Su, with a smile, replied, "Fortune and opportunity are inextricably linked. My little disciple has only recently been accepted under my wing. Had you arrived sooner, you might have missed her entirely." Curiosity piqued, Lu Li promptly inquired, "Might I ask the name of your disciple, Ling Su?" Her surname is Qin, and her given name is Shu." As he uttered this name, a radiant smile graced Ling Su's face. Without needing to perform any calculations, Lu Li could discern that this young celestial being, Qin Shu, was indeed the cherished disciple of Ling Su. "Oh, pray tell, where might the enchanting Qin Shu be at this moment? I would like to express my gratitude in person." Lu Li, now over 300 years of age, had once been quite adept at divination, with many seeking his counsel, bringing gifts in hopes of his insight. If he were to express his gratitude, it would surely be with generous offerings. Upon reflecting on this, Master Ling Shu decided to forego pleasantries and stated, "Shuer. She resides on the opposite mountain. I shall call her over. However, to his surprise, Lu Li interjected, since we are aware of her location. I shall make the journey myself. Little Shuer is a physical cultivator. If I wait for her to come, it may take an eternity. With that, Lu Li set off, running down the mountain. This time, he discreetly employed the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, and in but a moment, Master Lingxiu could no longer perceive his presence. Master Lingxiu gazed upwards, his eyes fixed on the mountain where Qin Shu resided, murmuring to himself, a physical cultivator? Is not my disciple a pill cultivator? That seems incorrect. She ought to be a sword cultivator. How has she become a physical one? Upon Lu Li's arrival at Qin Shu's mountain, he found her diligently tending to her small seedlings in the experimental field. For the past couple of days, the little ones had been in a deep slumber, unattended. Today, as Qin Shu stepped out, preparing to practice her swordsmanship, she noticed the drooping seedlings and hastily used with spirit chi to revive them. Little Shuer, how have you been? Upon hearing the voice, Qin Shu turned to see a figure clad in a blue robe approaching her with a leisurely grace. In the next moment, he stood right before her. Qin Shu felt a surge of envy. His movement technique was exceptionally efficient. If only she could travel with such ease, it would surely surpass her own methods. Once, an opportunity to learn the art of movement presented itself before her, yet she failed to cherish it properly. If fate were to grant her another chance. Xiao Shuer, are you lost in thought? Do you truly not wish to learn this technique of spatial contraction? The expression on Lu Li's face conveyed a sense of understanding, as if he could see through her inner turmoil. Reluctantly, she acknowledged her lack of ambition. Indeed, she yearned to learn. He was eager to impart his knowledge, offering her a chance that was ripe for the taking. If she were to turn away from it, how could she ever grasp that destiny had once nourished her? Master Lu Li, I find myself puzzled. Why is it that you are so intent on teaching me this technique? The young girl stood before him, barely taller than his waist. Her slender brows and eyes, coupled with the high ponytail atop her head, imparted a certain spirited charm. Seeing her earnest inquiry, Lu Li assumed a serious demeanor and replied, perhaps it is due to our shared destiny. However, at present, it is indeed because you have provided me with an opportunity for profound enlightenment, which has steadied my resolve. Chapter 88. I shall begin alchemy. Qin Shu gazed at Lu Li, her eyes reflecting a newfound peculiarity. As she understood, a person's Tao heart is the most resolute aspect of their being, seldom swayed. Yet if it were to waver, it would be akin to undermining the very foundation of a towering edifice, leading to utter ruin. His candid admission eased Qin Shu's vigilance, albeit slightly. She pondered where he had discerned such connections, for she had never encountered him before. Manipulating the small shovel in her hands, she mused. Lu Li chuckled, attributing his insight to the guidance of a wise master. The master, Sui Han, somewhat inexplicably sneezed and turned his attention to Lu Jin. How would I know where your brother has gone? It seems junior sister Lu must have mistaken the person. Lu Jin furrowed her brow, the small red mole at her forehead appearing even more pronounced. Senior brother, can't you simply divine it? She inquired. It is merely a matter of locating someone. Sui Han's eyes were shrouded in despondency. Even Lu Jin's words failed to stir any emotion within him. His response was devoid of sorrow or joy. If it were as simple as divining, why wouldn't you attempt it yourself, junior sister Lu? With a huff, Lu Jin retorted, Senior brother, do you truly refuse to assist me? Sui Han slowly shook his head. It is not that I refuse, but rather that I am powerless to help. In a fit of anger, Lu Jin swept her sleeve, sending the items on his table crashing to the floor. What do you mean powerless? Is there truly anything in this world you cannot divine? Do not think I am unaware. You simply do not wish to assist me, hoping I will distance myself and cease to trouble you. The eyes of Sui Han remained a grayish white, tranquil and undisturbed. The words of the junior sister were misguided. I had not anticipated my own blindness. His gaze was devoid of focus. Lu Jin had departed without uncovering the whereabouts of his brother, leaving Sui Han quite agitated. With a flick of his hand, the scattered items on the floor returned to the table, each one neatly arranged. Meanwhile, the Lu Li they spoke of was currently imparting the technique of spatial contraction to Qin Shu. Following Lu Li's instructions, Qin Shu concentrated her spiritual energy in her legs, feeling its guiding force. Eventually, she took a step forward, which felt no different from her usual stride, merely a bit larger. Observing this, Lu Li chuckled and reassured her. Do not be too impatient. Though I seem effortless in using this technique, it took me over half a year to master it. Qin Shu nodded slightly, sensing that she had some additional insights into the operation of this technique. If we consider the heavens and the earth as an axis, establishing an XYZ coordinate system with her current position as the origin, the next landing point would be x, 0, 0, where the value of x represents the threshold supported by her current spiritual energy. The variable x is most significantly influenced by Earth-type spiritual energy. If she could establish a bond between the landing point and the origin using Earth energy, would it not enable her to traverse 3,000 miles in a single day? Closing her eyes, Qin Shu attentively attuned herself to the spiritual energy beneath her feet. The Earth's spiritual energy was profound and ceaseless, emanating from the ground. If one were to perceive all the land as countless minuscule molecules, they would harness the ethereal energy to rearrange these molecules, utilizing this newfound configuration to traverse vast distances. To put it simply, it is akin to employing the elemental energy of the earth to animate the very ground beneath one's feet. Qin Shu, in essence, is akin to running on a conveyor belt. Though it appears she has taken a single step, she has actually advanced significantly. After considerable contemplation, she revitalized her spirit and endeavored once more. Lu Li observed with astonishment as Qin Shu transformed the energy beneath her feet into earthy essence. To his surprise, she possessed an affinity for earth. This realization cast doubt on her potential, for a lack of innate talent in the realm of cultivation often impedes significant accomplishments. Yet, he found himself perplexed. He could not discern the fate of this seemingly unremarkable girl, suggesting she possessed an extraordinary quality. Then, he beheld Qin Shu in motion. She lifted her foot and took a step forward, and in the next moment, she stood on the opposite side of the nursery. The raven-feathered fan that Lu Li had been idly waving came to a standstill as he widened his eyes in disbelief, urging her once more. Please, do it again. Qin Shu stepped forward once again, and once more she materialized before Lu Li from across the nursery. As a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, Lu Li could discern that while Qin Shu had indeed succeeded, her technique seemed somewhat distinct from his own. With genuine curiosity, he inquired, Little Shu, how did you accomplish this? In the realm of cultivation we inhabit, all things in heaven and earth possess a certain spirituality. The vital energy we breathe and the very ground beneath our feet each harbor their own unique power. I merely harnessed the earth's spirit energy to augment its force, allowing me to advance a little further. At this juncture, even Qin Shu herself became aware of it. The technique of compressing space in her hands differed significantly from what Lu Li had described earlier. Compressing space is fundamentally rooted in a complex spatial structure. However, with Qin Shu's current level of cultivation, she could not yet grasp the intricacies of space. Nonetheless, her simplified version of compressing space proved to be more practical. Drawing upon strength, Lu Li's eyes gradually brightened. An epiphany dawned upon him. Little girl, despite your tender age, your understanding is quite remarkable. If only your aptitude were a tad higher, ascension might indeed be within your reach. He inwardly sighed, lamenting her three-rooted constitution. Logically, Lu Li's resolve should have been fortified enough to return, yet he found himself unwilling to depart. The disciples of Mount Lingxiao had arranged for his accommodation, which he declined, insisting instead on meditating at the foot of Master Lingxiu's mountain, claiming it was more convenient for his daily climbs. Climbing? Master Lingxiu was taken aback, pondering if his thoughts were indeed correct. Lu Li, with a smile, clarified, I have a special affinity for your Mount Lingxiao. Once I find some leisure in the coming days, I shall ascend and perhaps gain further insights. Whether his insights would materialize remained uncertain, yet every word spoken by Little Shu would invariably inspire him in some way. Her thoughts were both expansive and erratic, leaving one to wonder how such a remarkable daughter could emerge from any family. Thus, Master Lu Li took up residence at the foot of Master Lingxiu's mountain, frequently making his way to visit Qin Shu, attempting to seize any opportunity to exchange a few words with her. However, this young girl seemed tireless, practicing her swordsmanship from dawn until dusk, her diligence prompting him to question his own resolve. Was she truly a swordsman, or perhaps a practitioner of physical cultivation? Cultivation is inherently a solitary endeavor, yet now there was an unexpected observer. Even though this observer spoke little, Qin Shu still felt an immense discomfort. 3 days later, she declared her intention to enter seclusion. Master Lu Li, do not come tomorrow. I shall be closing myself off to refine elixirs. Chapter 89. Do you wish to learn divination? Lu Li gazed thoughtfully at the composed young girl before him. What had he just heard? Alchemy? It was only natural for her to possess such skills, being a disciple of the esteemed Lingshu Jinren. Yet, knowing she was a sword practitioner and a body cultivator, he found himself taken aback. "Can you really practice alchemy?" Lu Li inquired. Qin Shu regarded his expression of bewilderment with equal perplexity. "Is it so strange that a disciple of the Dan sect can practice alchemy?" Lu Li refrained from answering directly, adopting a serious demeanor. "Lil Shuer, you are still quite young and may not grasp this yet, but human energy is finite. It is far better to focus on a single discipline rather than spreading oneself too thin. You are currently practicing sword techniques, engaging in alchemy, and cultivating your body. When do you intend to dedicate time to your training?" Qin Shu frowned, responding with unwavering confidence. "In the evenings." Her daytime training progressed at a sluggish pace. Meditating during that time felt like a waste. However, relying solely on nighttime for cultivation would surely be insufficient. Given your innate talent, Lu Li was about to impart wisdom when he suddenly glanced at Qin Shu's cultivation level. For layers of qi refinement? The words he meant to express were lodged at the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed them instead. If he recalled correctly, Xiantian sect had only accepted a fresh batch of disciples last year, implying that this little one had only been cultivating for just over a year? He remembered having boasted that this child possessed merely 3 spirit roots. Fortunately, he had kept such thoughts to himself. For now he would surely wish to burrow into the ground in embarrassment. If she could cultivate so swiftly, with 3 spirit roots, what might she achieve with a single spirit root? Indeed, Qin Shu was not surprised that he could see through her cultivation. The elders of the Tianji Pavilion naturally possessed formidable skills. Lu Li felt compelled to say something, yet if he were to voice his true thoughts, it might reveal a certain naivety on his part. He fell silent, prompting Qin Shu to inquire, "Lu Li Jinren, is there anything else?" Lu Li Jinren flicked his crow feather fan, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and replied, "Do not address me as Jinren. Simply call me Shixiang." Qin Shu responded, "You are an elder alongside my master, so by convention, I ought to refer to you as Shu." Lu Li shook his head, countering, "That is incorrect. I am over 500 years younger than your master. I cannot bear the title of Shu." Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, astonished at her master's advanced age, and found herself puzzled about the hierarchy in the realm of cultivation.
Lu Li Shixian.
She finally regained her composure and clasped her fists, saying, "I must now proceed to the alchemy chamber to refine some elixirs. Please feel free to do as you wish." With a newfound technique she had recently grasped, she performed the shrinking technique, effortlessly covering a distance of 8 zhang in a single step. Lu Li hastily followed, exclaiming, "Shimmy, wait for me. I have yet to witness anyone refining elixirs." Qin Shu found herself at a loss. She could not impede him, and thus allowed him to accompany her. The art of alchemy was a rather tedious endeavor. If ignored, could he truly remain there indefinitely? For 2 consecutive days, Lingshu Jinren had not glimpsed Lu Li's presence, prompting him to summon his disciples to inquire, "Where is Lu Li Jinren presently?" In response, "I was observing junior sister Qin Shu as she refined her elixirs." The esteemed master Lingshu furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing an unsettling feeling, as if someone were vying for the affection of his beloved disciple. This simply wouldn't do. He too must investigate. Coincidentally, at that moment, Qin Shu's first batch of elixirs was completed. Having performed the intricate process of refining the spiritual restoration pill countless times, she executed each step with effortless precision, even without glancing, and promptly summoned a jade vial to secure the elixir within. At that instant, Lu Li's nostrils flared slightly.
Wait.
The elixir had already been placed into the jade vial by Qin Shu. She halted her motion of sealing the vial and turned her gaze back to Lu Li. "Senior brother, do you have any advice?" she inquired. Lu Li's attention fixated on the jade vial she held, wishing he could peer inside, and incredulously asked, "Is that a top-tier spiritual restoration pill?" Qin Shu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. You have mastered the art of alchemy to such perfection?" "It's merely fundamental technique," Qin Shu replied. Her lips pressed into a straight line, her chin slightly lowered as she spoke shyly. Lu Li was bewildered. In the past, he never felt aged, yet now, conversing with these youthful individuals left him somewhat perplexed. What did she mean by that? Fortunately, as merely a senior brother, he felt no shame in inquiring. "It's just basic operation. Everyone at Lingxiao Peak can achieve this," Qin Shu stated, her demeanor exceedingly modest. Yet, how could such words sound so ostentatious? Lu Li's emotions at that moment were ineffably complex. He gazed at the young girl before him, opened his mouth to speak, only to swallow his words once more. After several exchanges, she finally spoke up, "Xiao Shu, or do you have any interest in divination? To specialize in a single discipline is the hallmark of mediocrity. A true prodigy can excel in any field." Qin Shu replied. "How could I not be interested? Back when I was studying, they would even check their fortunes before exams." However, she then raised her gaze to Lu Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and added, "Senior brother, I too wish to learn, but weren't you somewhat inaccurate in your predictions?" In the past, such a remark would have shaken Lu Li's confidence, but after enduring Qin Shu's repeated challenges, he had grown resilient. As long as he acknowledged his shortcomings, no one could undermine him. He calmly sat on the mat, and the feather fan had mysteriously reappeared in his hand. He shook his head lightly and smiled at Qin Shu, saying, "While I may not be precise anymore, I do know the methods of divination. I can teach you. Why not simply consult the oracle yourself?" Qin Shu gestured to close the lid of the purple gold alchemy furnace, then turned to Lu Li, bowing gracefully with clasped hands, and stated, "I humbly request your guidance." Although the techniques of the Tianji Pavilion could not be imparted to her, sharing the traditional methods of the 6 lines and 8 trigrams was certainly permissible. Moreover, Qin Shu's own cultivation method was the art of avoiding harm and seeking benefit, which harmonized well with divination practices. The great principle of the cosmos is 50. Of its applications, 49 are beneficial, divided into 2 to symbolize the duality, suspended to represent 3, and measured by 4 to signify the 4 seasons. This is the great divination method, which employs 50 stalks of milfoil, discarding 1. Qin Shu comprehended this. Is it not the essence of probability theory? According to his calculations, the probability of the sun is 3/16, that of the moon is 1/16, the lesser yang is 5/16, and the lesser yin is 7/16, suggesting that both fortune and misfortune each occupy half the probability. Lu Li expounded extensively, only to glance up and find the young girl lost in thought. He sighed in resignation. Indeed, these concepts may be somewhat esoteric for one of your age. If there is any part you do not understand, please express it, and I shall elucidate further. Chapter 90. Otherwise, shall I take you as my master? When he initially embarked upon the study of the great divination method, he found it somewhat perplexing. Ultimately, it was his esteemed master who provided him with 50 stalks of yarrow and demonstrated the concepts repeatedly before he began to comprehend. Qin Shu, being 4 years his junior, understandably struggled to grasp the intricacies. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Qin Shu snap back to attention, flashing him a bright smile. "I understand, senior brother."
Please continue, she said.
Can she truly comprehend? Lu Li felt a twinge of skepticism, pondering that a young girl might be feigning understanding for the sake of pride. "If you genuinely grasp it, then please proceed," he encouraged. Lu Li elaborated on the concepts of the yin and yang, explaining how the principle of extremes leads to transformation. After he concluded, Qin Shu exhibited an expression of enlightenment. Lu Li inquired once more, "Do you truly comprehend?" Qin Shu nodded earnestly, "Senior brother. Your explanation was thorough and comprehensible." Lu Li remained uncertain whether her understanding was genuine or merely bravado. Thus, he proposed, "Since you assert that you understand, allow me to test your abilities. The Xiantian sect will hold a grand competition next month. Could you predict whether you will rank among the top 10? Only upon his prompting did Qin Shu recall the impending competition. Recently, she had sensed that she might be on the verge of a breakthrough. If she could indeed reach the 5th level of qi refinement, surely she could secure a place among the top 10? This was merely her conjecture, but with Lu Li urging her to calculate, she felt compelled to demonstrate her prowess. With a swift motion, Qin Shu retrieved a stack of ordinary paper along with ink and brushes from her storage ring, ready to delve into her divination. Lu Li originally intended to present her with a set of oracle bones, but observing her actions, he was suddenly filled with confusion. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Qin Shu, holding a brush dipped in ink, replied, "Do not be anxious, senior brother, I shall ascertain it forthwith." Curiosity piqued, Lu Li craned his neck to observe her scribbling various incomprehensible symbols on the paper. A thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that this girl is also a diviner? While this seemed somewhat implausible, it now appeared to him that anything occurring in Qin Shu's presence was inherently reasonable. Qin Shu filled an entire page with densely packed Arabic numerals, concluding with a revelation. "Senior brother, The divination indicates the sun, and according to the transformation, it becomes the moon. Given my current cultivation level, I may not rank within the top 10, but I am certainly not at the moon's level. Thus, I also calculated a divination for this upcoming disciple competition, which also resulted in the sun. In my estimation, this competition is unlikely to take place. Luli was taken aback. She managed to calculate 2 divinations so swiftly on a single sheet of paper?
Who exactly is she?
Is she truly only 11 years old? Skeptical, Luli retrieved the oracle bones to perform his own divination, meticulously calculating with his fingers for quite some time. Qin Shu, growing impatient, had already refined 2 batches of elixirs by the time he finally ceased, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he muttered to himself, indeed. Is this girl truly attempting the Dayen divination for the first time? Senior brother, have you arrived at a conclusion? Was my calculation correct? She asked while simultaneously forming seals and condensing her essence. Luli raised his gaze towards her actions, exclaiming, You can actually lose focus while refining pills? Qin Shu shrugged, casually replying, Ever heard of multitasking? She was, indeed, engaged in dual tasks without any sense of pressure. Luli, embodying the spirit of inquiry, continued to ask, What is this multitasking? As she placed the freshly refined elixirs into porcelain vials, Qin Shu retrieved a blank jade slip and meticulously replicated the fundamental principles of multitasking for Luli, tossing it to him with a casual, Here, it's a gift. You teach me the great divination method, and I shall teach you multitasking. That way, we shall be even. The allure of multitasking was undeniable. Indeed, one's energy is finite, and the ability to engage in multiple tasks simultaneously could save a considerable amount of time. Luli accepted the jade slip, intending to study it thoroughly later. At present, however, his urgent need was to clarify what exactly Qin Shu had inscribed. He was far more intrigued by her cryptic symbols. Junior sister, what was it that you just drew? Could you enlighten me? I noticed your calculations surpass mine considerably. Qin Shu shook her head, dismissively stating, It's a unique method, not for public sharing. Luli felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was truly a pity. Qin Shu did not wish to withhold her knowledge, but teaching him would inevitably require starting from basic mathematics, which could not be accomplished in a day or 2. Just as she contemplated informing him that she would gradually teach him once she settled her debts, Luli suddenly proposed, What if I were to become your disciple? Teaching your own student wouldn't count as sharing outside, would it? Qin Shu. In pursuit of acquiring knowledge, has one truly resorted to desperate measures? Surely not. Qin Shu tugged at the corners of her mouth, her smile appearing somewhat strained. The fan that Luli had been holding mysteriously vanished, as he clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Qin Shu, proclaiming, As the ancients say, among 3 individuals, there must be a teacher for me. If I could master this technique, even the grand ceremony of kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times would be permissible. Well, at least his earnest attitude towards learning was commendable. Naturally, Qin Shu had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. She sidestepped his bow and replied, There is no need for such formalities, senior brother. This method of mine is hardly anything remarkable. If you wish to learn, I shall gladly teach you. Luli chuckled in response, assuring her, Rest assured, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. It was then that Qin Shu recalled the divination she had performed earlier. Senior brother, was my calculation accurate? Luli's expression turned serious as he affirmed, Indeed, your sect's grand competition is unlikely to proceed. Initially, Qin Shu felt a sense of joy, having successfully predicted the outcome on her first attempt. However, her elation soon gave way to concern. If the competition were to be cancelled, how would Xian enter the inner sect? The implications of such a significant event weighed heavily on her, and she sensed an impending storm on the horizon. As Qin Shu pondered these matters, her hands continued to produce elixirs with remarkable efficiency. At present, she bore no distinction from a factory worker on an assembly line. By day, she refined potions, and by night, she practiced her cultivation. Even Luli, who had always enjoyed a carefree and languid existence, found himself influenced and engaged in meditation and cultivation for 3 consecutive days. In that moment of meditation, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the long-standing bottleneck that had troubled him for so long seemed to be loosening, while joy filled his heart. He could not help but question Qin Shu. Though cultivation is said to defy the heavens, don't you find it exhausting to toil without rest? Qin Shu cast him a quizzical glance, seemingly taken aback by his inquiry. The mayfly lives but a day, and to us, it appears merely a fleeting existence. As cultivators, we may be granted lifespans of hundreds or even thousands of years, yet to those monstrous beasts, even that is but a moment in time. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Upon hearing these words, Luli felt as though he had been struck awake, left in a contemplative daze, and his gaze towards Qin Shu gradually transformed. Chapter 91. Unsealing the seal. My younger sister possesses such profound insight at such a tender age, which truly makes us feel ashamed. My 300 years of life seem utterly insignificant in comparison. Luli gazed at the youthful countenance before him, unable to suppress his sentiments. Qin Shu, who had unintentionally succeeded in her act, looked at Luli with astonishment.
Indeed.
The world of cultivation is no longer the era that placed such importance on appearances. Here, a seemingly 20-something youth might very well surpass her ancestors in age. Perhaps I should address you as Master Uncle instead? Qin Shu remarked earnestly, attempting to rectify the distorted form of address. Luli was taken aback. She does not accept my compliment and instead seeks to divert the topic? This simply will not do. My junior sister seems to think I am too old. Luli spoke with a hint of melancholy. Qin Shu dared not affirm it. She quickly shook her head. Brother, at your age, you are in the prime of life within the cultivation world and should never underestimate yourself. At this, Luli's expression softened considerably, and he continued, These past few days spent with you have been immensely beneficial. Upon hearing your words, I have gained some insights. It appears I shall retreat for a period of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's heart leaped with joy. She would finally have the chance to practice alone for a while. Fortunately, this esteemed Luli still remembers to return at night. Otherwise, the secret of her constitution might remain concealed. Then I shall wish you a smooth breakthrough in advance, brother. Qin Shu clasped her hands in respect. As she watched Luli depart, Qin Shu retrieved her paper and pen to resume her calculations. Should the sect competition fail to proceed as scheduled, he Xian would be obliged to linger at the outer gate for a while longer. The distinction between the inner and outer sects is not merely a matter of resources, but also pertains to the cultivation techniques imparted, which certainly does not bode well for her. Qin Shu utilized the divination method of the yen that she had recently acquired to cast a fortune for he Xian. The interpretation of the hexagram suggested that while there may be some idle chatter during the wait for the sect competition, as long as she remains resolute, significant errors would be unlikely. Qin Shu exhaled a sigh of relief, and as she contemplated the inner dan of the great serpent nestled within her dantian, a spark of inspiration struck her, prompting her to divine for the serpent as well. However, this reading proved peculiar. Initially indicating that favorable events might transpire for it in the coming days, it was soon followed by a sense of interference, causing the hexagram to become increasingly muddled. The more she attempted to divine, the more perplexed she became. Was it merely due to her inexperience? Supporting her chin with one hand and clutching the pen with her mouth, she bore an expression of existential doubt. Yet, it was only her nascent foray into the art of divination, and it was not uncommon to encounter such difficulties. Meanwhile, standing amidst the Wangshu Valley, Xie Shiwan gazed skyward, murmuring, the heavenly mechanism pavilion, perhaps? Those practitioners from the pavilion perpetually sought to uncover his whereabouts. The inner dan he had left within the little boy's dantian could serve to obscure the heavenly mechanisms. Yet this time, the heavenly mechanism pavilion had inexplicably managed to trace him once more. Such a keen nose was truly tempting one to obliterate it. Beneath his feet lay the spiritual vein of the Zhong family. To seal this spirit hound with a premium spiritual vein would indeed be a tremendous waste. He lightly tapped the barrier with his serpentine tail, causing the illusory light night spirit to open its crimson eyes. Upon recognizing the intruder, a surge of fury ignited within its gaze. Simultaneously, a dense, inky aura of malevolence radiated from its form. You dare to return? Xie Shiwan looked down upon it, his golden vertical pupils locking onto its figure like a predator. Why would I not? With a casual flick of his tail, devoid of any apparent fluctuation of spiritual energy, the illusory light night spirit let out a pained roar. How bold of you to imprison me! What significance does a human barrier hold? The dark golden hue in Xie Shiwan's eyes deepened as he soared into the air, standing atop the barrier. Raising his hand slightly, he effortlessly extracted the spiritual vein. The formation, which relied on the spiritual vein for its operation, now bore a fatal flaw. The entire expanse of the Wangshu Valley, spanning 1,000 miles, trembled with the disturbance of spiritual energy, prompting the Xiantian sect to receive the news almost immediately. What? You are saying someone has unsealed the illusory light night spirit? Sect Master Qi, Nan confirmed with his disciples, once more. Master, it is true. According to the reports from our disciples who went to investigate, the entire Wangshu Valley is now suffused with malevolent energy. They attempted to erect a protective shield with spiritual energy to explore, but found it could not withstand even a moment. Qi Nan furrowed his brows, asking solemnly, have there been any casualties among the disciples? In the chaos of the malevolent energy, 3 disciples at the 9th and 10th levels of Qi refinement could not endure and perished, though those above the foundation establishment stage remain unharmed for now. If these 3 disciples still have relatives alive, let each of their families receive a rejuvenation pill. Assemble all disciples of Golden Core and above. Those without tasks in the sect must swiftly proceed to the illusory valley. Qian Nan commanded.
Yes.
Qin Shu had just refined a batch of elixirs, and at this moment, she was still 39 years away from repaying her second senior brother's debt. The future was indeed promising. She had just risen to stretch her limbs when a bell tolled throughout the sect. Having studied the entry guidelines, she knew that the sound of the bell signified a significant event for the sect. Her expression changed. Could it be that her predictions were accurate? What matter could be so grave that even the sect's grand competition had to be postponed? Qin Shu put away the alchemy furnace and stepped out of the alchemy room, where others were beginning to peek out as well. As she entered the courtyard, she noticed a considerable gathering of people outside. A scroll unfurled in the sky, and golden characters gradually ascended into the clouds. The sect master's decree conveyed 2 messages. First, disciples of Golden Core and above are to go to the alchemy sect to receive 10 bottles of supreme spirit replenishing pills and immediately proceed to the illusory valley. Second, the disciples are informed that the sect's grand competition is postponed, and they are urged to remain steadfast in their cultivation. The illusory valley? A vague suspicion began to form in Qin Shu's mind. Could it be that the monster, which had been sealed away recently, was causing chaos again? Yet, what puzzled her was that last time, only 4 late-stage Golden Core seniors had gone to seal that monster. Why were so many needed this time? It was as if the very foundation of the sect was on the verge of being completely exposed. In recent days, Qin Shu had been engrossed in divination, almost instinctively taking out her paper and brush to calculate once more. However, moments later, upon gazing at the results of her calculations, she fell into deep contemplation again. Could it truly be a sign of smooth sailing? What could this possibly mean? Qin Shu found herself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom that the event capable of shaking the entire Xiantian sect was brought about by the little black snake she had been nurturing. Meanwhile, the ethereal celestial spirit, Ling Ti, was equally astonished that the snake had indeed managed to free itself. It soared into the sky upon a cloud of darkness, letting out a thunderous roar that resonated for miles around, a display of triumph that could be heard even by the disciples of the Xiantian sect who were stationed outside the Wangshu Valley. The spirit had truly escaped. Wasn't it said that the sect had dispatched individuals just days prior to re-imprison it? Who could say for certain? There may be countless capabilities of the demonic clan that we remain blissfully unaware of.